Part 2. Chapter 8. Rodbertus, New Theory of Rent. Section 1. Excess surplus value in agriculture. Agriculture develops slower than industry under conditions of capitalism. The following remark has to be made beforehand. Supposing the necessary wage is equal to 10 hours, then this is most easily explained in the following manner. If 10 hours labor, i.e. a sum of money equal to 10 hours, enabled the agricultural laborer, on an average, to purchase all the necessary means of subsistence, agricultural and industrial products, etc., then this is the average wage for unskilled labor. We are thus concerned here with the value of his daily product, which must fall to his share. In the first place, this value exists in the form of the commodity which he produces, i.e. in a certain quantity of this commodity, in exchange for which, after deducting what he himself consumes of the commodity, if he does consume any of it, he can procure for himself the necessary means of subsistence. Not only the use value which he himself produces, but industry, agriculture, etc., thus come into the estimation of his necessary income. But this is inherent in the concept of commodity. He produces a commodity, not merely a product. We need therefore waste no words about this. Rodbertus first investigates the situation in a country where there is no separation between land ownership and ownership of capital. And here he comes to the important conclusion that rent, by which he means the entire surplus value, is simply equal to the unpaid labor, or the quantity of products which it represents. In the first instance, it is noteworthy that Rodbertus only takes into account the growth of relative surplus value, i.e. the growth of surplus value insofar as it arises out of growing productivity of labor, and not the growth of surplus value derived from the prolongation of the working day itself. All absolute surplus value is of course relative in one respect. Labor must be sufficiently productive for the worker not to require all of his time to keep himself alive. But from this point, the distinction comes into force. Incidentally, if originally labor is but little productive, the needs are also extremely simple, as with slaves, and the masters themselves do not live much better than the servants. The relative productivity of labor, necessary before a profit-monger, a parasite, can come into being is very small. If we find a high rate of profit, though labor is as yet very unproductive, and machinery, division of labor, etc. are not used, then this is the case only under the following circumstances. Either, as in India, partly because the requirements of the worker are extremely small, and he is depressed even below his modest needs, but partly also because low productivity of labor is identical with the relatively small fixed capital in proportion to the share of capital which is spent on wages, or, and this comes to the same thing, with a relatively high proportion of capital laid out in wages in relation to the total capital, or finally, because labor time is excessively long. The latter is the case in countries such as Austria, etc., where the capitalist mode of production is already in existence, but which have to compete with far more developed countries. Wages can be low here, partly because the requirements of the worker are less developed, partly because agricultural products are cheaper, or, and this amounts to the same thing as far as the capitalist is concerned, because they have less value in terms of money. Hence, the quantity of the product of, say, 10 hours labor, which must go to the worker as necessary wages, is small. If, however, he works 17 hours instead of 12, then this can make up for the low productivity of labor. In any case, because in a given country the value of labor is falling relatively to its productivity, it must not be imagined that wages in different countries are inversely proportional to the productivity of labor. In fact, exactly the opposite is the case. The more productive one country is, relative to another in the world market, the higher will be its wages as compared with the other. In England, not only the nominal wages, but also the real wages are higher than on the continent. The worker eats more meat, he satisfies more needs. This, however, only applies to the industrial worker and not the agricultural laborer. But the wages of the English workers are not higher in proportion to the productivity of their labor. Quite apart from the variation in rent according to the fertility of the land, the very existence of rent, i.e. the modern form of landed property, is feasible because the average wage of the agricultural laborer is below that of the industrial worker. Since to start with, by tradition, as the farmer first turns capitalist before capitalists turn farmers, the capitalist passed on part of his gain to the landlord. He compensated himself by forcing wages down below their level. With the workers' desertion of the land, wages had to rise, and they did rise. But hardly has this pressure become evident when machinery, etc. is introduced and the land once more boasts a relative surplus population. surplus value can be increased without the extension of labor time or the development of the productive power of labor by forcing wages below their traditional level. And indeed, this is the case wherever agricultural production is carried on by capitalist methods. Where it cannot be achieved by means of machinery, it is done by turning the land over to sheep grazing. Here, then, we already have a potential basis of rent, since in fact, the agricultural laborer's wage does not equal the average wage. This rent would be feasible quite independent of the price of the product, which is equal to its value. Ricardo is also aware of the second type of rent increase, which arises from a greater product sold at the same price, but he does not take it into account, since he measures rent per quarter and not per acre. He would not say that rent has risen, and in this way rent can rise with falling prices because 20 quarters at 2 shillings is more than 10 quarters at 2 shillings, or 10 quarters at 3 shillings. Incidentally, however the phenomenon of rent may be explained, the significant difference between agriculture and industry remains, and that in the latter, excess surplus value is created by cheaper production, in the former by dearer production. If the average price of 1 pound of yarn is 2 shillings, and I can produce it for 1 shilling, then in order to gain an increased market for it, I will necessarily sell it for 1 shilling 6pence, or at any rate below 2 shillings. And what is more, this is absolutely necessary, for cheaper production presupposes production on a larger scale. So compared with before, I am now glutting the market. I must sell more than before. Although 1 pound of yarn costs only 1 shilling, this is only the case if I now produce, say, 10,000 pounds as against my previous 8,000. The low cost is only achieved because fixed capital is spread over 10,000 pounds. If I were to sell only 8,000 pounds, the depreciation of the machines alone would raise the price per pound by 1/5, i.e. 20%. So I sell it below 2 shillings in order to be able to sell 10,000 pounds. In doing so, I am still making an excess profit of 6pence, i.e. of 50% on the value of my product, which is 1 shilling, and which already includes the normal profit. In any case, I am hereby forcing down the market price with the result that the consumer gets the product more cheaply. But in agriculture, I sell at 2 shillings, since if I had sufficient fertile land, the less fertile would not be cultivated. If the area of fertile land were enlarged, or the fertility of the poorer soil so improved that I could satisfy demand, then this game would end. Not only does Ricardo not deny this, but he expressly calls attention to it. Thus, if we admit that the varying fertility of the land accounts not for rent itself, but only for the differences in rent, there remains the law that while in industry, on an average, excess profit arises from the lowering of the price of the product, in agriculture the relative size of rent is determined not only by the relative raising of the price, raising the price of the product of fertile land above its value, but by selling the cheaper product at the cost of the dearer. This is, however, as I have already demonstrated, merely the law of competition, which does not emanate from the soil, but from capitalist production. Furthermore, Ricardo would be right in another respect, except that in the manner of the economists, he turns a historical phenomenon into an eternal law. This historical phenomenon is the relatively faster development of manufacture, in fact, the truly bourgeois branch of industry, as against agriculture. The latter has become more productive, but not in the same ratio as industry. Whereas in manufacture, productivity has increased tenfold, in agriculture it has perhaps doubled. Agriculture has therefore become relatively less productive, although absolutely more productive. This only proves the very queer development of bourgeois production and its inherent contradictions. It does not, however, invalidate the proposition that agriculture becomes relatively less productive, and hence, compared with the value of the industrial product, the value of the agricultural product rises, and with it also rent. That in the course of development of capitalist production, agricultural labor has become relatively less productive than industrial labor only means that the productivity of agriculture has not developed with the same speed and to the same degree. Suppose the relation of industry A to industry B is as 1-to-1. Originally, agriculture was more productive because not only natural forces, but also a machine created by nature play a part in agriculture. Right from the start, the individual worker is working with the machine. Hence, in ancient times and in the Middle Ages, agricultural products were relatively much cheaper than industrial products, which is obvious from the ratio of the two within the average wage. At the same time, let 1-to-1 indicate the fertility of the two branches of production. Now, if industry A rises to 10, i.e. its fertility increases tenfold, while industry B merely increases threefold, becomes 3, then whereas the industries were previously as 1-to-1, they are now as 10-to-3, or as 1-to-3/10. The fertility of industry B has decreased relatively by 7/10, although absolutely it has increased threefold. For the highest rent, it is the same, relatively to industry, as if it had risen because the poorest land had become 7/10 less fertile. Now, it does not by any means follow, as Ricardo supposes, that the rate of profit has fallen because wages have risen as a result of the relative increase in the price of agricultural products. For the average wage is not determined by the relative, but by the absolute value of the products which enter into it. It does, however, follow that the rate of profit, really the rate of surplus value, has not risen in the same ratio as the productive power of manufacturing industry, and this is due to agriculture being relatively less productive. This is absolutely certain. The reduction in the necessary labor time seems small compared with the progress in industry. This is evident from the fact that the agricultural products of countries like Russia, etc., can beat those of England. The lower value of money in the wealthier countries, i.e. the low relative production costs of money in the wealthier countries, does not enter into it at all. For the question is, why it does not affect their industrial products in competition with poorer countries when it does affect their agricultural products. Incidentally, this does not prove that poor countries produce more cheaply, that their agricultural labor is more productive. Even in the United States, the volume of corn at a given price has increased, as has recently been proved by statistical information. Not, however, because the yield per acre has risen, but because more acres have come under cultivation. It cannot be said that the land is more productive where there is a great landmass and where large areas, superficially cultivated, yield a greater absolute product with the same amount of labor than much smaller areas in the more advanced country. The fact that less productive land is brought under cultivation does not necessarily prove that agriculture has become less productive. On the contrary, it may prove that it has become more productive, that the inferior land is being cultivated not only because the price of the agricultural product has sufficiently risen to compensate for the capital investment, but also the converse, that the means of production have developed to such an extent that the unproductive land has become productive and capable of yielding not only the normal profit, but also rent. Land which is fertile at a given stage of development of productive power may be unfertile for a lower developmental stage. In agriculture, the extension of labor time, i.e. the augmentation of absolute surplus value, is only possible to a limited degree. One cannot work by gaslight on the land, and so on. True, one can rise early in the spring and summer, but this is offset by the shorter winter days, when, in any case, only a relatively small amount of work can be accomplished. So in this respect, absolute surplus value is greater in industry, so long as the normal working day is not regulated by force of law. A second reason for a smaller amount of surplus value being created in agriculture is the long period during which the product remains in the process of production without any labor being expended on it. With the exception of certain branches of agriculture such as stock raising, sheep farming, etc., where the population is positively ousted from the land, the number of people employed, relatively to the constant capital use, is still far greater, even in the most advanced large-scale agriculture, than in industry, or at least in the dominating branches of industry. Hence, in this respect, even if, for the above-mentioned reasons, the mass of surplus value is relatively smaller than it would be with the employment of the same number of people in industry, this latter condition is partly offset again by the wage falling below its average level, the rate of profit can be greater than in industry. But if there are, in agriculture, any causes, we only indicate the above, which raise the rate of profit, not temporarily, but on an average as compared with industry, then the mere existence of the landlord would cause this extra profit to consolidate itself and accrue to him, rather than enter into the formation of the general rate of profit. Section 2. The relationship of the rate of profit to the rate of surplus value, the value of agricultural raw material as an element of constant capital in agriculture. In general terms, the question to be answered with Rodbertus is formulated from the following. The general form of capital advanced is this: constant capital, variable capital, machinery, raw materials, and labor power. In general, the two elements of constant capital are the instruments of labor and the subject of labor. The latter is not necessarily a commodity, a product of labor. It may therefore not exist as an element of capital, although it is invariably an element in the labor process. Soil is the husbandman's raw material, the mine that of the miner, the water that of the fisherman, and even the forest that of the hunter. In the most complete form of capital, however, these three elements of the labor process also exist as three elements of capital, i.e. they are all commodities, use values which have an exchange value, and are products of labor. In this case, all three elements enter into the process of creating value, although machinery enters into it not to the extent to which it enters into the labor process, but only insofar as it is consumed. The following question now arises. Can the absence of one of these elements in a particular branch of industry enhance the rate of profit, not the rate of surplus value, in that industry? In general terms, the formula itself provides the answer. The rate of profit equals the ratio of surplus value to the total capital advanced. Throughout this investigation, it is assumed that the rate of surplus value, i.e. the division of the value of the product between the capitalist and the worker, remains constant. The rate of surplus value is S over V, surplus over variable capital. The rate of profit is S over C plus V, the surplus over the sum of the constant and the variable capital. Since S prime, the rate of surplus value, is given, V is given, and S over V is assumed to be a constant value. Therefore, the magnitude of S over C plus V can only alter when C plus V changes, and since V, the variable capital, is given, this can only increase or decrease because C decreases or increases. And further, S over C plus V will increase or decrease not in the ratio of C to V, but according to C's relation to the sum of C plus V. If C equals 0, then S over C plus V equals S over V. The rate of profit would, in this case, be equal to the rate of surplus value, and this is its highest possible amount, since no sort of calculation can alter the magnitude of S and V. Suppose that V equals 100 and S equals 50. Then S over V is 50 over 100, or 50%. If a constant capital of 100 were added, then the rate of profit would be 50, being the surplus, over 100 plus 100, i.e. 50 over 200, being 25%. The rate of profit would have decreased by half. If 150C were added to 100V, then the rate of profit would be 50 over 250, i.e. 1/5, or 20%. In the first instance, the total capital equals V, i.e. equals variable capital, hence the rate of profit equals the rate of surplus value. In the second instance, total capital equals 2 times V, hence the rate of profit is only half of the rate of surplus value. In the third instance, the total capital is 2.5 times 100, that is, 2 1/2 times V. V is now only 2/5 of the total capital. Surplus value equals half of V, i.e. half of 100, hence is only half of 2/5 of the total capital, or 2/10 of the total capital, being 20%. Hence, to start with, this much has been established. Provided V remains constant, and S over V too, then it is of no consequence how C is composed. If C has a certain magnitude, say 100, then it makes no difference whether it consists of 50 units of raw material and 50 of machinery, or 10 of raw material and 90 of machinery, or no raw material and 100 machinery, or any way around. For the rate of profit is determined by the relationship S over C plus V. The relative value of the various production elements contained in C is of no consequence here. For instance, in the production of coal, the raw materials, after deducting coal itself, which is used as an auxiliary material, may be reckoned as 0, and the entire constant capital can be assumed to consist of machinery, including buildings and tools. On the other hand, with a tailor, machinery can be considered as 0, and here the whole constant capital resolves into raw materials, particularly where tailors running a large business do not as yet use sewing machines, and on the other hand even save buildings, as sometimes occurs nowadays in London, by employing their workers as outworkers. This is a new phenomenon, where the second division of labor reappears in the form of the first. If the colliery owner employs 1,000 units of machinery and 1,000 units of labor, and the tailor 1,000 of raw materials and 1,000 of labor, then with an equal rate of surplus value, the rate of profit in both instances is also the same. If we assume that surplus value is 20%, then the rate of profit would in both cases be 10%, namely 200 over 2,000, i.e. 2 over 20, or 10%. Hence, there are only two instances in which the ratio between the component parts of C, i.e. raw materials and machinery, can affect the rate of profit. One, if a change in this ratio modifies the absolute magnitude of C, or two, if the ratio between the component parts of C modifies the size of the variable capital. This would imply organic changes in production itself, and not merely the tautologist statement that if a particular part of C accounts for a smaller portion, then the other must make up a larger portion of the total amount. In the real bill of an English farmer, wages amount to £1,690, manure to £686, seeds to £150, fodder for cows to £100. Thus, raw material comes to £936, which is more than half the amount spent on wages. Quote, in Flanders, dung and hay are in these parts imported from Holland for flax growing, etc. In turn, they export flax, linseed, etc. The refuse of the towns has therefore become a matter of trade, and is regularly sold at high prices to Belgium. At about 20 miles from Antwerp, up the Schelde, the reservoirs may be seen for the manure that is brought from Holland. The trade is managed by a company of capitalists in the Dutch boats, etc. And so even manure, plain muck, has become merchandise, not to speak of bone meal, guano, etc. That the elements of production are estimated in terms of money is not merely due to the formal change in production. New materials are introduced into the soil, and its old ones are sold for reasons of production. This is not merely a formal difference between the capitalist and the previous mode of production. The seed trade has risen in importance to the extent to which the importance of seed rotation has become recognized. Hence, it would be ridiculous to say that no raw material, i.e. raw material as a commodity, enters into agriculture, whether it be reproduced by agriculture itself or bought as a commodity acquired from outside. It would be equally absurd to say that the machine employed by the engineer who constructs machines does not figure as an element of value in his capital. A German peasant who year after year produces his own elements of production, seeds, manure, etc., and with his family consumes part of his crops, needs to spend money, as far as production itself is concerned, only on the purchase of a few tools for cultivating the land, and on wages. Let us assume that the value of all his expenses is 100, half of this having to be paid out in money. He consumes half of the product in kind. Production costs are also included here. The other half he sells, and he receives, say, 100. His gross income is thus 100, and if he relates this to his capital of 50, then it amounts to 100% profit. If 1/3 of the 50 is deducted for rent and 1/3 for taxes, being 33 1/3 in all, then he retains 16 2/3. Calculated on 50, this is 33 1/3%. But in fact, he has only received 16 2/3% of the 100 he laid out originally. The peasant has merely miscalculated and has cheated himself. The capitalist farmer does not make such errors. Christophe Mathieu de Dombasle says in his Agricultural Annals that under the smallholding contract, in the province of Berry for example, quote, the landlord supplies the land, the buildings, and usually all or part of the livestock and the tools required for cultivation. The tenant, for his part, supplies his labor and nothing, or almost nothing else. The products of the land are shared in equal parts. The tenants are, as a rule, submerged in dire poverty. If the smallholder, having laid out 1,000 francs, increases his gross product by 1,500 francs, he must pass half of it on to the landowner, retaining merely 750, and so loses 250 francs of his expenses. Under the previous system of cultivation, the expenses or costs of production were almost exclusively drawn in kind, from the products themselves, for the consumption of the animals and of the cultivator of the land and his family. Hardly any cash was paid out. Only these particular circumstances could give rise to the belief that the landowner and tenant could divide amongst themselves the whole of the harvest, which had not been consumed during production. But this process is only applicable to this type of agriculture, namely low-level agriculture. But when it is desired to raise that level, it is realized that this is only possible by making certain advances which have to be deducted from the gross product in order to be able to utilize them again in the following year. Hence, this kind of division of the gross product becomes an insurmountable obstacle to any sort of improvement. Section 3. Value and average price in agriculture. Absolute rent. Subsection A. Equalization of the rate of profit in industry. Rodbertus seems to think that competition brings about an average rate of profit by reducing the commodities to their real value, i.e. that it regulates their price relationships in such a manner that the correlative quantities of labor time contained in the various commodities are expressed in money or whatever else happens to be the measure of value. This is of course not brought about by the price of a commodity at any given moment being equal to its value, nor does it have to be equal to its value. According to Rodbertus, this is what happens. For example, the price of commodity A rises above its value and for a time remains moreover at this high level, or even continues to rise. The profit of the capitalist who produces A thus rises above the average profit, in that he appropriates not only his own unpaid labor time, but also a part of the unpaid labor time which the other capitalists have quote-unquote produced. This has to be compensated by a fall in profit in one or other sphere of production, provided the price of the other commodities in terms of money remains constant. If the commodity is a means of subsistence generally consumed by the worker, then it will depress the rate of profit in all other branches. If it enters as a constituent part into the constant capital, then it will force down the rate of profit in all those spheres of production where it forms an element in the constant capital. Finally, the commodity may neither be an element in any constant capital, nor form a necessary item in the worker's means of subsistence. For those commodities which the worker can choose to buy or abstain from buying, he consumes as a consumer in general, and not as a worker. But it may be one of the consumer goods, an article for individual consumption in general. If, as such, it is consumed by the industrial capitalist himself, then the rise in its price in no way affects the amount of surplus value or the rate of surplus value. Now, if the capitalist wanted to maintain his previous standard of consumption, then that part of profit, i.e. surplus value, which he uses for individual consumption, would rise in relation to that which he sinks into industrial reproduction. The latter would decrease. As a result of the price rise, or rise in profit above its average rate, in A, the volume of profit in B, C, etc. would diminish within a certain space of time, which is also determined by reproduction. If Article A was exclusively consumed by other than industrial capitalists, then they would consume more than before of commodity A as compared with commodities B, C, etc. The demand for commodities B, C, etc. would fall, their price would fall, and in this case, the price rise in A, or the rise in profit in A above the average rate, would have brought about a fall in the profit of B, C, etc., below the average rate, by forcing down the money prices of their commodities, in contrast to the previous instances where the money price of B, C, etc. remained constant. Capitals would migrate from B, C, etc., where the rate of profit is sunk below the average level, to A's sphere of production. This would apply particularly to a portion of the new capital which is continually entering the market, and which would naturally tend to penetrate into the more profitable sphere, A. Consequently, after some time, the price of Article A would fall below its value, and would continue to do so for a longer or shorter period, until the reverse movement set in again. The opposite process would have taken place in spheres B, C, etc., partly as a result of the reduced supplies of articles B, C, etc., because of the exodus of capital, i.e. because of the organic changes taking place in these spheres of production themselves, and partly as a result of the changes which have occurred in A, and which in turn are affecting B, C, etc. in the opposite direction. Incidentally, it may well be that in this process, assuming the value of money to be constant, the money prices of B, C, etc. never regain their original level, although they may rise above the value of commodities B, C, etc., and hence the rate of profit in B, C, etc. may also rise above the general rate of profit. Improvements, inventions, greater economy and means of production, etc. are introduced not at times when prices rise above their average level, but when they fall below it, i.e. when profit falls below its normal rate. Hence, during the period of falling prices of B and C, their real value may fall. In other words, the minimum labor time required for the production of these commodities may decrease. In this case, the commodity can only regain its former money price if the rise in its price over its value equals the margin, i.e. the difference between the price which expresses its new value and the price which expressed its former higher value. Here, the price of the commodity would have changed the value of the commodity by affecting supply and the cost of production. The result of the above-mentioned movement is this. If we take the average of the increases and decreases in the price of commodity above or below its value, or the period of equalization of rises and falls, periods which are constantly repeated, then the average price is equal to the value of the commodity. The average profit in a particular sphere is therefore also equal to the general rate of profit, for although in this sphere profit rose above or fell below its old rate with the rise or fall in prices, or with the increase and decrease in the cost of production while the price remained constant, on an average, over the period, the commodity was sold at its value. Hence the profit yielded is equal to the general rate of profit. This is Adam Smith's conception, and even more so Ricardo's, since the latter adheres more firmly to the real concept of value. Rodbertus acquires it from them, and yet this conception is wrong. What is the effect of the competition between capitals? The average price of the commodities during a period of equalization is such that these prices yield the same profits to the producers of commodities in every sphere, for instance 10%. What else does this mean? That the price of each commodity stands at 1/10 above the price of production costs, which the capitalist has incurred, i.e. the amount he has spent in order to produce the commodity. In general terms, this just means that capitals of equal size yield equal profits, that the price of each commodity is 1/10 higher than the price of the capital advanced, consumed, or represented in the commodity. It is, however, quite incorrect to say that capitals in the various spheres of production produce the same surplus value in relation to their size, even if we assume that the absolute working day is equally long in all spheres, i.e. if we assume a set rate of surplus value. We leave aside here the possibility of one capitalist enforcing longer working hours than another, and we assume a fixed absolute working day for all spheres. The variation in absolute working days is partly offset by the varying intensity of labor, etc., and partly these differences only signify arbitrary excess profits, exceptional cases, etc. Bearing in mind the above assumption, the amount of surplus value produced by capitals of equal size varies firstly according to the correlation of their organic components, i.e. of variable and constant capital. Secondly, according to their period of circulation, insofar as this is determined by the ratio of fixed capital to circulating capital, and also by various periods of reproduction of the different sorts of fixed capital. Thirdly, according to the duration of the actual period of production, as distinct from the duration of labor time itself, which again may lead to substantial differences between the length of the production period and circulation period. The first of these correlations, namely that between constant and variable capital, can itself spring from a great divergency of causes. It may, for example, be purely formal, so that the raw material worked up in one sphere is dearer than that worked up in another, or it may result from the varying productivity of labor, etc. Thus, if the commodities were sold at their values, or if the average prices of the commodities were equal to their values, then the rate of profit in the various spheres would have to vary a great deal. In one case, it would be 50, in others 40, 30, 20, 10, etc. Taking the total volume of commodities for a year in Sphere A, for instance, their value would be equal to the capital advanced in them plus the unremunerated labor they contain. Ditto in Spheres B and C. But since A, B, and C contain different amounts of unpaid labor, for instance, A more than B and B more than C, the commodities A might perhaps yield 3S, S being surplus value, to their producers, B at 2S and C S. Since the rate of profit is determined by the ratio of surplus value to the total capital advanced, and as on our assumption, this is the same in A, B, C, etc., then if we denote C as the capital advanced, the various rates of profit will be 3S over C, 2S over C, and S over C. Competition of capitals can therefore only equalize the rates of profit, for instance in our example, by making the rates of profit equal to 2S over C, 2S over C, and 2S over C in the spheres A, B, and C. A would sell his commodity at 1S less, and C at 1S more than its value. The average price in Sphere A would be below, and in Sphere C above, the value of the commodities A and C. As the example of B shows, it can in fact happen that the average price and the value of a commodity coincide. This occurs when the surplus value created in Sphere B itself equals the average profit. In other words, when the relationship of the various components of the capital in Sphere B is the same as that which exists when the total sum of capitals, the capital of the capitalist class, is regarded as one magnitude on which the whole of surplus value is calculated, irrespective of the sphere in which it has been created. In this aggregate capital, the periods of turnover, etc., are equalized. One can, for instance, consider that the whole of this capital is turned over during 1 year. In that case, every section of the aggregate capital would, in accordance with its magnitude, participate in the aggregate surplus value and draw a corresponding part of it. And since every individual capital is to be regarded as a shareholder in this aggregate capital, it would be correct to say, first, that its rate of profit is the same as all the others because capitals of the same size yield the same amount of profit. Secondly, and this arises automatically from the first point, that the volume of profit depends on the size of the capital, on the number of shares the capitalist owns in that aggregate capital. Competition among capitals thus seeks to treat every capital as a share of the aggregate, and correspondingly to regulate its participation in surplus value, and hence also in profit. Competition more or less succeeds in this by means of its equalizations. We shall not examine here the reason why it encounters particular obstacles in certain spheres. But in plain language, this just means that the capitalists strive, and this striving is competition, to divide among themselves the quantity of unpaid labor, or the products of this quantity of unpaid labor, which they squeeze out of the working class, not according to the surplus labor produced directly by a particular capital, but corresponding firstly to the relative portion of the aggregate capital which a particular capital represents, and secondly, according to the amount of surplus labor produced by the aggregate capital. The capitalists, like hostile brothers, divide among themselves the loot of other people's labor which they have appropriated, so that on an average, one receives the same amount of unpaid labor as another. Competition achieves this equalization by regulating average prices. These average prices themselves, however, are either above or below the value of the commodity, so that no commodity yields a higher rate of profit than any other. It is therefore wrong to say that competition among capitals brings about a general rate of profit by equalizing the prices of commodities to their values. On the contrary, it does so by converting the values of the commodities into average prices, in which a part of surplus value is transferred from one commodity to another, etc. The value of a commodity equals the quantity of paid and unpaid labor contained in it. The average price of a commodity equals the quantity of paid labor it contains, materialized or living, plus an average quota of unpaid labor. This latter does not depend on whether this amount was contained in the commodity itself, or on whether more or less of it was embodied in the value of the commodity. Subsection B. Formulation of the problem of rent. I leave this over for a later inquiry which does not belong to the subject matter of this book. It is possible that certain spheres of production function under circumstances which work against a reduction in their values to average prices in the above sense, and do not permit competition to achieve this victory. If this were the case, for instance with agricultural rent, or rent from mines, there are rents which are altogether only explicable by monopoly conditions, for instance the water rent in Lombardy and in parts of Asia, also house rent insofar as it represents rent from landed property, then it would follow that while the product of all industrial capitals is raised or lowered to the average price, the product of agriculture would equal its value, which would be above the average price. Might there be obstacles here which cause more of the surplus value created in this sphere of production to be appropriated as property of the sphere itself than should be the case according to the laws of competition, more than it should receive according to the quota of capital invested in this branch of industry? Supposing capitals which are producing 10 or 20 or 30% more surplus value than industrial capitals of equal size in other spheres of production, not just temporarily, but because of the very nature of their spheres of production, as opposed to the others. Supposing, I say, they were able to hang on to this excess surplus value in the face of competition, and to prevent it from being included in the general accounts or distribution which determine the general rate of profit, then, in this case, one could distinguish between two recipients in the spheres of production of these capitals, the one who would get the general rate of profit, and the other who would get the surplus exclusively inherent in his sphere. Every capitalist could hand over this excess to the privileged one in order to invest his capital here, and he would retain for himself the general rate of profit, like every other capitalist, working under the same conditions. If this were the case in agriculture, etc., then the splitting of the surplus value into profit and rent would by no means indicate that labor as such is actually more productive in the sense of production of surplus value here than in manufacture. Hence, it would not be necessary to ascribe any magic powers to the soil. This, moreover, is in any case absurd, since value equals labor, therefore surplus value cannot possibly equal soil. Although relative surplus value may be due to the natural fertility of the soil, but under no circumstances could this result in a higher price for the products of the soil. Rather the opposite. Nor would it be necessary to have recourse to Ricardo's theory, which is disagreeably linked with the Malthusian trash, has repulsive consequences, and though in theory it is not especially opposed to my views on relative surplus value, it deprives them of much of their practical significance. Ricardo's point is this. Rent, for instance in agriculture, can be nothing other than an excess above general profit, where, as he presupposes, agriculture is run on capitalist lines, where there is a farmer. Whether that which the landlord receives is actually equal to this rent in the bourgeois economic sense is quite irrelevant. It may be purely a deduction from wages, see Ireland, or it may be partly derived from the reduction of the farmer's profit below the average level of profits. Which of these possible factors happens to be operative is of no consequence whatsoever. Rent in the bourgeois system only exists as a special, characteristic form of surplus value insofar as it is an excess over and above general profit. But how is this possible? The commodity wheat, like every other commodity, is, according to Ricardo, sold at its value, i.e. it is exchanged for other commodities in relation to the labor time embodied in it. This is the first erroneous assumption, which complicates the problem by posing it artificially. Only in exceptional circumstances are commodities exchanged at their value. Their average prices are determined in a different way, see above. The farmer who grows wheat makes the same profit as all the other capitalists. This proves that, like all the others, he appropriates that portion of labor time for which he has not paid his workers. Where, on top of this, does the rent come from? It must represent labor time. Why should surplus labor in agriculture resolve itself into profit and rent, while in industry it is just profit? And how is this possible at all if the profit in agriculture equals the profit in every other sphere of production? Ricardo's faulty conception of profit and the way in which he confuses it with surplus value have also a detrimental effect here. They make the whole thing more difficult for him. Ricardo solves this difficulty by assuming that in principle it is non-existent. This indeed is in principle the only possibility of overcoming any difficulty, but there are two ways of doing this. Either one shows that the contradiction to the principle is an illusion which arises from the development of the thing itself, or one denies the existence of the difficulty at one point, as Ricardo does, and then takes this as a starting point from which one can proceed to explain its existence at some other stage. He assumes a point at which the farmer's capital, like everyone else's, only yields profit. This capital may be invested in a non-rent paying or individual farm, or in a non-rent paying part of the land of a farm. In fact, it can be any capital which is employed in the cultivation of land that does not pay rent. This, moreover, is the starting point, and it can also be expressed as follows. Originally, the farmer's capital only pays profit, no rent. It is no different from any other industrial capital. Rent only enters into it because the demand for grain rises, and now, in contrast to other branches of industry, it becomes necessary to resort to less fertile ground. The farmer, the supposed original farmer, suffers, like any other industrial capitalist, insofar as he has to pay his workers more because of the rise in the price of food. But he gains because of the rise in the price of his commodity above its value, firstly to the extent to which the value of other commodities which enter into his constant capital falls relatively to his commodity, and so he buys them more cheaply, and secondly, insofar as he owns the surplus value in the form of his dearer commodity. Thus, this farmer's profit rises above the average rate of profit, which has, however, fallen. Since another capitalist moves onto the less fertile land, number 2, which, with this lower rate of profit, can supply produce at the price of number 1, or perhaps even a little more cheaply. Be that as it may, we now have, once more, the normal situation on number 2, that surplus value merely resolves itself into profit. But we have explained the rent for number 1 by the existence of a twofold price of production, the production price of number 2, which is simultaneously the market price of number 1. A temporary surplus gain has been achieved, just as with the factory-made commodity which is produced under more favorable conditions. The price of corn, which in addition to profit comprises rent, in fact consists only of materialized labor, and is equal to its value. It is, however, equal not to the value embodied in itself, but to the value of number 2. It is impossible to have two market prices side by side. While Ricardo introduces farmer number 2 because of the fall in the rate of profit, Sterling introduces him because wages have fallen, not risen, following upon the price of corn. This fall in wages allows number 2 to cultivate a piece of land, number 2, at the old rate of profit, although the soil is less fertile. Once the existence of rent has been established in this way, the rest follows easily. The difference between rents according to varying fertility, etc., of course remains correct. This does not necessarily imply that less and less fertile land has to come under cultivation. So here we have Ricardo's theory. The higher price of corn, which yields an excess profit to number 1, does not yield even as much as the earlier rate of profit for number 2. It is thus clear that product number 2 contains more value than product number 1, i.e. it is the product of more labor time. It embodies a greater quantity of labor. Therefore, more labor time must be supplied to manufacture the same product, say for instance a quarter of wheat. And the rise in rent will be relative to this decreasing fertility of the land, or the growth in the quantity of labor which must be employed to produce, say, a quarter of wheat. Of course, Ricardo would not talk of a rise in rent if there were just an increase in the number of quarters from which rent is paid, but only if the price of the individual quarter rose from, say, 30 shillings to 60 shillings. True, he does sometimes forget that the absolute volume of rent can grow with a reduced rate of rent, just as the absolute amount of profit can increase with a decreasing rate of profit. Others seek to bypass this difficulty by directly denying its existence. See Carey, for instance. Rent, they say, is only interest on the capital which at an earlier stage was incorporated into the land. Therefore, again, only a form of profit. Here, then, the very existence of rent is denied, and so, indeed, explained away. Others, for instance, see Buchanan, regard it just as a consequence of monopoly, see also Hopkins. With them, it is merely a surcharge above the value. For Mr. Opdyke, a typical Yankee, landed property or rent becomes the legalized reflection of the capital. With Ricardo, the examination is rendered more difficult by the two false assumptions. Ricardo, it is true, was not the inventor of the theory of rent. West and Malthus had put it into print before him. The source, however, is Anderson. But what distinguished Ricardo is the way in which he links rent with his theory of value, although West did not entirely miss the real interconnection either. As his later polemic about rent with Ricardo shows, Malthus himself did not understand the theory he had adopted from Anderson. If we start from the correct principle that the value of commodities is determined by the labor time necessary for their production, and that value in general is nothing other than materialized social labor time, then it follows that the average price of commodities is determined by the labor time required for their production. This conclusion would be the right one if it had been proved that average price equals value. But I show that just because the value of the commodity is determined by labor time, the average price of the commodities, except in the unique case in which the so-called individual rate of profit in a particular sphere of production, i.e. the profit determined by the surplus value yielded in this sphere itself, is equal to the average rate of profit on the total capital, this can never be equal to their value, although this determination of the average price is only derived from the value which is based on labor time. In the first place, then, it follows that even commodities whose average price, if we disregard the value of the constant capital, resolves only into wages and profit, in such a way that these stand at their normal rate, i.e. are average wages and average profit, even those commodities can be sold above or below their value. The fact that the commodity yields rent on top of profit does not prove that the commodity is sold above its intrinsic value, any more than the circumstance of the surplus value of a commodity only expressing itself in the category of normal profit proves that the commodity is sold at its value. If a commodity can yield an average rate of profit, or the general rate of profit on capital, which is below its own rate of profit determined by its real surplus value, then it follows that if on top of this average rate of profit, commodities in a particular sphere of production yield a second amount of surplus value, which carries a separate name, for instance rent, then the sum of profit plus rent need not be higher than the surplus value contained in that commodity. Since profit can be less than the intrinsic surplus value of the commodity, or the quantity of unpaid labor it embodies, profit plus rent need not be larger than the intrinsic surplus value of this commodity. Why this occurs in a particular sphere of production, as opposed to other spheres, has of course still to be explained. But the problem has been simplified. This commodity, the commodity yielding rent, differs from the others in the following way. In a number of these other commodities, average price is above their intrinsic value, but only in order to raise their rate of profit to the level of the general rate. In another section of these other commodities, the average price stands at a level below their intrinsic value, but only to the extent required to reduce their rate of profit to concur with the general rate. Finally, in a third section of these other commodities, if sold at their intrinsic value, they yield the general rate of profit. But the commodity which yields rent differs from all these three instances. Whatever the circumstances, it is sold at a price which will yield more than average profit, as determined by the general rate of profit on capital. Now the question arises, which or how many of these three instances can occur? Suppose that the whole of the surplus value the commodity contains is realized in its price. In that case, it excludes the third instance, namely those commodities whose entire surplus value is realized in their average price, because they only yield ordinary profit. We may therefore dismiss this one. Similarly, on this presupposition, we can exclude the first instance, where the surplus value realized in the price of the commodity is above its intrinsic surplus value. For it is assumed that the surplus value contained in it is realized in its price. This instance is thus analogous with case 2 of those commodities whose intrinsic surplus value is higher than the surplus value realized in their average price. As with these commodities, the profit represents a form of this surplus value, in this case profit on the capital employed, which has been reduced to the level of the general rate of profit. The excess intrinsic surplus value of the commodity over and above this profit is, however, in contrast to commodity number 2, also realized in these exceptional commodities, but accrues not to the owner of the capital, but to the owner of the land, the natural agent, the mine, etc. Or, what happens if we assume that the price is forced up to such a degree that it carries more than the average rate of profit? This is, for instance, the case with actual monopoly prices. This assumption, applied to every sphere of production where capital and labor may be freely employed, and whose production, so far as the volume of capital employed is concerned, is subject to the general laws, would not only be begging the question, but would directly contradict the foundations of economic science and of capitalist production, the former being merely the theoretical expression of the latter. For such an assumption presupposes the very phenomenon which is to be explained, namely, that in a particular sphere of production, the price of a commodity must carry more than the general rate of profit, more than the average rate of profit, and to this end must be sold above its value. It presupposes that agricultural products are excluded from the general laws of value of commodities and of capitalist production. It moreover presupposes this because the peculiar presence of rent side by side with profit at first glance makes it appear so. Hence, this is absurd. So there is nothing left but to assume that special circumstances exist in this particular sphere of production, which influence the situation and cause the prices of the commodities to realize the whole of their intrinsic surplus value. This in contrast to case number 2 of the other commodities, where only as much of their intrinsic surplus value is realized by their prices as is yielded by the general rate of profit, where their average prices fall so far below their surplus value that they only yield the general rate of profit. Or in other words, their average profit is no greater than the average profit in all other spheres of production of capital. In this way, the problem has already become much simpler. It is no longer a question of explaining how it comes about that the price of a commodity yields rent as well as profit, thus apparently evading the general law of value, and by raising its price above its intrinsic surplus value, carrying more than the general rate of profit for a given capital. The question is why, in the process of equalization of commodities at average prices, this particular commodity does not have to pass on to other commodities so much of its intrinsic surplus value that it only yields the average profit, but is able to realize a portion of its own surplus value which forms an excess over and above the average profit, so that it is possible for a farmer who invests capital in this sphere of production to sell the commodity at prices which yield him the ordinary profit and at the same time enable him to pay the excess in surplus value realized over and above this profit to a third person, that is, the landlord. Put in this way, the very formulation of the problem carries its own solution. Subsection C. Private ownership of the land as a necessary condition for the existence of absolute rent. Surplus value in agriculture resolves into profit and rent. It is quite simply the private ownership of land, mines, water, etc. by certain people which enables them to snatch, intercept, and seize the excess surplus value over and above profit, meaning average profit, the rate of profit determined by the general rate of profit, contained in the commodities of these particular spheres of production, these particular fields of capital investment, and so to prevent it from entering into the general process by which the general rate of profit is formed. Moreover, some of this surplus value is actually collected in every industrial enterprise, since rent for the land used by factory buildings, workhouses, etc. figures in every instance, for even where the land is available free, no factories are built, except in the more or less populated areas with good means of communication. Supposing the commodities produced by the poorest cultivated land belong to Category 3, i.e. those commodities whose average price equals their value. In other words, the whole of their inherent surplus value is realized in their price because only thus do they yield the ordinary profit. In this case, the land would pay no rent, and land ownership would be purely nominal. If a payment were made for the use of the land, then it would only prove that the small capitalists, as is partly the case in England, see Newman, are satisfied with making a profit below the average. The same applies whenever the rate of rent is higher than the difference between the inherent surplus value of a commodity and the average profit. There is even land whose cultivation at most suffices to pay wages, for although here the laborer works for himself the whole of his working day, his labor time is longer than the socially necessary labor time. It is so unproductive, relative to the generally prevailing productivity in this branch of work, that although the man works for himself for 12 hours, he hardly produces as much as the worker under more favorable conditions of production does in 8 hours. This is the same relationship as that of the hand loom weaver who competes with the power loom. Although the product of this hand loom weaver was equal to 12 hours of labor, it was only equal to 8 or even fewer hours of socially necessary labor, and his product therefore only had the value of 8 necessary labor hours. If, in such an instance, the cottager pays a rent, then this is purely a deduction from his necessary wage, and does not represent surplus value, let alone an excess over and above average profit. Assume that in a country like the United States, the number of competing farmers is as yet so small, and the appropriation of land so much just a matter of form, that everyone has had the opportunity to invest his capital in land in the cultivation of the soil, without the permission of hitherto existing owners, cultivators, or farmers. In these circumstances, it is possible, over a considerable period, with the exception of that landed property which, by its very situation in populated areas, carries a monopoly, that the surplus value which the farmer produces on top of the average profit is not realized in the price of his product, but that he may have to share it with his brother capitalists in the same way as this is done with the surplus value of all commodities which would give an excess profit, i.e. raise the rate of profit above the general rate if their surplus value were realized in their price. In this case, the general rate of profit would rise, because wheat, etc., like other manufactured commodities, would be sold below its value. This selling below its value would not constitute an exception, but rather would prevent wheat from forming an exception to other commodities in the same category. Secondly, assume that in a given country, the land is all of a particular quality, so that if the whole of the surplus value from the commodity were realized in its price, it would yield the usual profit on capital. In this case, no rent would be paid. The absence of rent would in no way affect the general rate of profit. It would neither raise it nor lower it, just as it is not influenced by the fact that other non-agricultural products are to be found in this category. Since the commodities belong to this category just because their inherent surplus value equals the average profit, they cannot alter the level of this profit. On the contrary, they conform with it and do not influence it at all, although it influences them. Thirdly, assume that all the land consists of a particular type of soil, but this is so poor that the capital employed in it is so unproductive that its product belongs to that kind of commodity whose surplus value lies below average profit. Since wages would rise everywhere as a result of the unproductiveness of agriculture, surplus value could in this case, of course, only be higher where absolute labor time can be prolonged, where the raw material, such as iron, etc., is not the product of agriculture, or further, where it is like cotton, silk, etc., an imported article and a product of more fertile soil. In this case, the price of the agricultural commodity would include a surplus value higher than that inherent in it to enable it to yield the usual profit. The general rate of profit would consequently fall, despite the absence of rent. Or assume in case number 2 that the soil is very unproductive. Then surplus value of this agricultural product, by its very equality with average profit, would show that the latter is altogether low, since in agriculture, perhaps 11 of the 12 working hours are required to produce just the wages, and the surplus value only equals 1 hour or less. These various examples illustrate the following. In the first case, the absence or lack of rent is bound up with or concurs with an increased rate of profit, as compared with other countries where rent has developed. In the second case, the lack or absence of rent does not affect the rate of profit at all. And in the third case, compared with other countries where rent exists, it is bound up with and indicative of a relatively low, general rate of profit. It follows from this that the development of a particular rent in itself has nothing to do with the productivity of agricultural labor, since the absence or lack of rent can be associated with a rising, falling, or constant rate of profit. The question here is not, why is the excess surplus value above the average profit retained in agriculture, etc.? On the contrary, we should rather ask, why should the opposite take place here? Surplus value is nothing other than unpaid labor. The average or normal profit is nothing other than the quantity of unpaid labor which each capital of a given magnitude of value is supposed to realize. If we say that average profit is 10%, then this means nothing other than that a capital of 100 units commands 10 units of unpaid labor, or 100 units of materialized labor command a tenth of their amount in unpaid labor. Thus, excess of surplus value over average profit implies that a commodity, its price, or that part of its price which consists of surplus value, contains a quantity of unpaid labor which is greater than the quantity of unpaid labor that forms the average profit, which therefore, in the average price of the commodities, forms the excess of their price over their costs of production. In each individual commodity, the costs of production represent the capital advanced, and the excess over these production costs represents the unpaid labor which the advanced capital commands. Hence, the relationship of this excess in price over the cost of production shows the rate at which a given capital, employed in the production process of commodities, commands unpaid labor, irrespective of whether the unpaid labor contained in the commodity of the particular sphere of production is equal to this rate or not. Now, what forces the individual capitalist to sell his commodity at an average price which yields him only the average profit and makes him realize less unpaid labor than is in fact worked into his own commodity? This average price is thrust upon him. It is by no means the result of his own free will. He would prefer to sell the commodity above its value. It is forced upon him by the competition of other capitals. For every capital of the same size could also be rushed into A, the branch of production in which the relationship of unpaid labor to the invested capital, for instance £100, is greater than in production spheres B, C, etc., whose products also satisfy a social need just as much as the commodities of production sphere A. When there are spheres of production in which certain natural conditions of production, such as, for example, arable land, coal seams, iron mines, waterfalls, etc., without which the production process cannot be carried out, without which commodities cannot be produced in this sphere, when there are spheres of production in which these natural conditions are in the hands of others than the proprietors or owners of the materialized labor, the capitalists, then this second type of proprietor of the conditions of production will say, if I let you have this condition of production for your use, then you will make your average profit. You will appropriate the normal quantity of unpaid labor, but your production yields an excess of surplus value of unpaid labor above the rate of profit. This excess you will not throw into the common account, as is usual with you, but I am going to appropriate it myself. It belongs to me. This transaction should suit you, because your capital yields you just the same in this sphere of production as in any other, and besides, this is a very solid branch of production. Apart from the 10% unpaid labor which constitutes the average profit, your capital will also provide a further 20% of additional unpaid labor here. This you will pay over to me, and in order to do so you add 20% unpaid labor to the price of the commodity, and this you simply do not account for with the other capitalists. Just as your ownership of one condition of production, that is materialized labor, enables you to appropriate a certain quantity of unpaid labor from the workers, so my ownership of the other condition of production, the land, etc., enables me to intercept and divert away from you in the entire capitalist class that part of unpaid labor which is excessive to your average profit. Your law will have it that under normal circumstances, capitals of equal size appropriate equal quantities of unpaid labor, and you capitalists can force each other into this position by competition among yourselves. Well, I happen to be applying this law to you. You are not to appropriate any more of the unpaid labor of your workers than you could with the same capital in any other sphere of production, but the law has nothing to do with the excess of unpaid labor which you have produced over the normal quota. Who is going to prevent me from appropriating this excess? Why should I act according to your custom and throw it into the common pot of capital to be shared out among the capitalist class, so that everyone should draw out a part of it in accordance with his share in the aggregate capital? I am not a capitalist. The condition of production which I allow you to utilize is not materialized labor, but a natural phenomenon. Can you manufacture land or water or mines or coal pits? Certainly not. The means of compulsion, which can be applied to you in order to make you release again a part of the surplus labor you have managed to get hold of, does not exist for me. So out with it. The only thing your brother capitalist can do is compete against you, not against me. If you pay me less excess profit than the difference between the surplus time you have made and the quota of surplus labor due to you according to the rule of capital, your brother capitalists will appear on the scene, and by their competition will force you to pay me fairly, the full amount I have the power to squeeze out of you. The following problems should now be set forth. 1. The transition from feudal land ownership to a different form, commercial land rent, regulated by capitalist production, or, on the other hand, the conversion of this feudal landed property into free peasant property. 2. How rent comes into existence in countries such as the United States, where originally land has not been appropriated, and where, at any rate, in a formal sense, the bourgeois mode of production prevails from the beginning. And 3. The Asiatic forms of land ownership still in existence. But all this does not belong here. According to this theory, then, the private ownership of objects of nature, such as land, water, mines, etc., the ownership of these conditions of production, this essential ingredient of production emanating from nature, is not a source from which flows value, since value is only materialized labor. Neither is it the source from which excess surplus value flows, i.e. an excess of unpaid labor over and above the unpaid labor contained in profit. This ownership is, however, a source of revenue. It is a claim, a means which in the sphere of production that the property enters as a condition of production enables the owner to appropriate that part of the unpaid labor squeezed out by the capitalist, which would otherwise be tossed into the general capital fund as excess over normal profit. This ownership is a means of obstructing the process which takes place in the rest of the capitalist spheres of production, and of holding on to the surplus value created in this particular sphere, so that it is divided between the capitalist and the landowner in that sphere of production itself. In this way, landed property, like capital, constitutes a claim to unpaid labor, gratis labor. And just as with capital, the worker's materialized labor appears as a power over him, so with landed property, the circumstance which enables the landowners to take part of the unpaid labor away from the capitalists makes land ownership appear as a source of value. This then explains the existence of modern ground rent. With a given capital investment, the variation in the amount of rent is only to be explained by the varying fertility of the land. The variation in the amount of rent, given equal fertility, can only be explained by the varying amount of capital invested. In the first case, rent rises because its rate increases in proportion to the capital employed, also according to the area of the land. In the second case, it rises because with the same, or even with a different rate, if the second dose of capital is not equally productive, the amount of rent increases. For this theory, it is immaterial whether the least fertile land yields a rent or not. Further, it is by no means necessary for the fertility of agriculture to decline, although the diversity and productivity, if not artificially overcome, which is possible, is much greater than in similar spheres of industrial production. When we speak of greater or lesser fertility, we are still concerned with the same product. The relationship of the various products one to another is another question. Rent as calculated on the land itself is the rental, the amount of rent. It can rise without an increase in the rate of rent. If the value of money remains unchanged, then the relative value of agricultural products can rise, not because agriculture is becoming less productive, but because, although its productivity is rising, it is rising slower than in industry. On the other hand, a rise in the money price of agricultural products, while the value of money remains the same, is only possible if their value rises, i.e. if agriculture becomes less productive, provided it is not caused by temporary pressure of demand upon supply, as with other commodities. In the cotton industry, the price of the raw material fell continuously with the development of the industry itself. The same applies to iron, coal, etc. The growth of rent here was possible not because its rate rose, but only because more capital was employed. Ricardo is of the following opinion. The powers of nature, such as air, light, electricity, steam, water, are gratis. The land is not, because it is limited. So already, for this reason alone, agriculture is less productive than other industries. If the land were just as common, unappropriated, available in any quantities as the other elements and powers of nature, then it would be much more productive. In the first place, if the land were so easily available, at everyone's free disposal, then a principal element for the formation of capital would be missing. A most important condition of production, and apart from man himself and his labor, the only original condition of production could not be disposed of, could not be appropriated. It could not thus confront the worker as someone else's property and make him into a wage laborer. The productivity of labor in Ricardo's sense, i.e. in the capitalist sense, the producing of someone else's unpaid labor, would thus become impossible, and this would put an end to capitalist production altogether. So far as the powers of nature, indicated by Ricardo, are concerned, it is true that these are partly to be had for nothing, and do not cost the capitalist anything. Coal costs him something, but steam costs him nothing, so long as he gets water for free. But now, for example, let us take steam. The properties of steam always exist. Its industrial usefulness is a new scientific discovery which the capitalist has appropriated. As a consequence of this scientific discovery, the productivity of labor, and with it relative surplus value, rose. In other words, the quantity of unpaid labor which the capitalist appropriated from a day's labor grew with the aid of steam. The difference between the productive power of steam and that of the soil is thus only that the one yields unpaid labor to the capitalist and the other to the landowner, who does not take it away from the worker but from the capitalist. The capitalist is therefore so enthusiastic about this element belonging to no one. Only this much is correct. Assuming the capitalist mode of production, then the capitalist is not only a necessary functionary, but the dominating functionary in production. The landowner, on the other hand, is quite superfluous in this mode of production. Its only requirement is that land should not be common property, that it should confront the working class as a condition of production, not belonging to the working class, and the purpose is completely fulfilled if it becomes state property, i.e. if the state draws the rent. The landowner, such an important functionary in production in the ancient world and in the Middle Ages, is a useless superfluity in the industrial world. The radical bourgeois, with an eye moreover to the suppression of all other taxes, therefore goes forward theoretically to a refutation of the private ownership of the land, which, in the form of state property, he would like to turn into the common property of the bourgeois class, that is, of capital. But in practice, he lacks the courage, since an attack on one form of property, a form of the private ownership of a condition of labor, might cast considerable doubts on the other form. Besides, the bourgeois has himself become an owner of land. Section 4. Rodbertus's thesis that in agriculture raw materials lack value is a fallacy. According to Rodbertus, no raw material enters into agricultural calculations because, so he assures us, the German peasant does not reckon that seeds, feeding stuffs, etc. cost him anything. He does not count these as costs of production. In fact, he miscalculates. In England, where the farmer has been doing his accounts correctly for more than 150 years, there should accordingly be no ground rent. The conclusion, therefore, should not be the one drawn by Rodbertus, that the farmer pays a rent because his rate of profit is higher than a manufacturer, but rather that he pays it because, as a result of a miscalculation, he is satisfied with a lower rate of profit. Dr. Quesnay, himself the son of a tenant farmer and closely acquainted with French farming, would not have received this idea kindly. In Quesnay's Tableau économique, he includes the raw material which the tenant farmer needs as one of the items in the annual outlay of 1,000 million, although the farmer reproduces it in kind. Although hardly any fixed capital or machinery is to be found in one section of manufacture, in another section, the entire transport industry, the industry which produces change of location, using wagons, railways, ships, etc., there is no raw material, but only tools of production. Do such branches of industry yield a rent apart from profit? How does this branch of industry differ from, say, the mining industry? In both of them, only machinery and auxiliary materials are used, such as coal for steamships and locomotives and mines, fodder for horses, etc. Why should the rate of profit be calculated differently in one sector than in the other? Supposing the advances to production which the peasant makes in kind are a fifth of the total capital he advances, to which we would then have to add 4/5 in advances for the purchase of machinery and labor power, the total expenditure amounting to 150 quarters. If he then makes 10% profit, this would be equal to 15 quarters, i.e. the gross product would be 165. If he now deducted a fifth equal to 30 quarters and calculated the 15 only on 120, then he would have made a profit of 12.5%. Alternatively, we could put it this way. The value of his product is equal to 165 quarters, being 330 pounds. He reckons his advances to be 120 quarters, or 240 pounds. 10% on this equals 12 quarters, at 24 pounds. But his gross product amounts to 165 quarters, from which, thus, 132 quarters are to be deducted, which leaves 33. But from these, 30 are deducted in kind. This leaves an extra profit of 3 quarters, at 6 pounds. His total profit is 15 quarters instead of 12. So he can pay a rent of 3 quarters, or 6 pounds, and believe that he has made a profit of 10% like every other capitalist. But this 10% exists only in his imagination. In fact, he has made advances of 150 quarters, not of 120, and on these, 10% amounts to 15 quarters, or 30 pounds. In fact, he received 3 quarters too few, i.e. a quarter of the 12 quarters which he actually received, or a fifth of the total profit which he should have received, because he did not consider a fifth of his advances to be advances. Therefore, as soon as he learned to calculate according to capitalist methods, he would cease to pay rent, which would merely amount to the difference between his rate of profit and the normal rate of profit. In other words, the product of unpaid labor embodied in the 165 quarters amounts to 15 quarters, which equals 30 pounds, representing 30 labor weeks. Now, if these 30 labor weeks, or 15 quarters, or 30 pounds, were calculated on the total advances of 150 quarters, then they would only form 10%. If they were calculated only on 120 quarters, then they would represent a higher percentage, because 10% on 120 would be 12 quarters, and 15 quarters are not 10% of 120, but 12.5%. In other words, since the peasant did not include some of his advances in the account as a capitalist would have done, he calculates the accumulated surplus labor on too small a portion of his advances. Hence, it represents a higher rate of profit than in other branches of industry, and can therefore yield a rent which is based solely on a miscalculation. The game would be over if the peasant realized that it is by no means necessary first to convert his advances into real money, i.e. to sell them in order to assess them in money, and hence to regard them as commodities. Without this mathematical error, which may be committed by a large number of German peasants but never by a capitalist farmer, Rodbertus's rent would be an impossibility. It only becomes possible where raw material enters into the costs of production without entering into the accounts, but it is not possible where it does not enter into production, although Herr Rodbertus wants to derive his explanation of the existence of rent not from a miscalculation, but from the absence of a real item of expenditure. Take the mining industry or the fisheries. Raw material does not figure in these, except as auxiliary material, which we can omit, since the use of machinery always implies, with very few exceptions, the consumption of auxiliary material, the food of the machine. Assuming that the general rate of profit is 10%, and 100 pounds are laid out in machinery and wages, why should the profit on 100 pounds amount to more than 10 pounds? Because the 100 pounds have not been expended on raw material, machinery, and wages, but have been expended on raw material and wages only. If there is to be any sort of difference, this could only arise because in the various instances, the ratio of the values of constant capital and variable capital is in fact different. This varying ratio would result in varying surplus value, even if the rate of surplus value is taken to be constant. And if varying surplus values are related to capitals of equal size, they must of course yield unequal profits. But on the other hand, the general rate of profit means nothing other than the equalization of these inequalities, abstraction from the organic components of the capital, and redistribution of surplus value, so that capitals of equal size yield equal profits. That the amount of surplus value depends on the size of the capital employed does not hold good, according to the general laws of surplus value, for capitals in different spheres of production, but for capitals in the same sphere of production, in which it is assumed that the organic component parts of capital are in the same proportion. If one says, for example, the volume of profit in spinning corresponds to the size of the capitals employed, which is also not quite correct, unless one adds that productivity is assumed to be constant, this in fact merely means that given the rate of exploitation of the spinners, the total amount of exploitation depends on the number of exploited spinners. If, on the other hand, one says that the volume of profit in different branches of production corresponds to the size of the capitals employed, then this means that the rate of profit is the same for each capital of a given size, i.e. the volume of profit can only change with the size of the capital. In other words, the rate of profit is independent of the organic relationship of the components of the capital in a particular sphere of production. It is altogether independent of the amount of surplus value which is realized in these particular spheres of production. Mining production ought to be considered right from the start as belonging to industry and not to agriculture. Why? Because no product of the mine is used in kind as an element of production. No product of the mine enters in kind straight from the mine into the constant capital of the mining industry. The same applies to fishing and hunting, where the outlay consists to a still higher degree of the instruments of labor and wages or labor itself. In other words, because every production element in the mine, even if its raw material originates in the mine, not only alters its form, but becomes a commodity, i.e. it must be bought before it can re-enter mining as an element of production. Coal forms the only exception to this, but it only appears as a means of production at a stage of development when the exploiter of the mine has graduated as a capitalist, who uses double-entry bookkeeping, in which he not only owes himself his advances, i.e. he is a debtor against his own funds, but his own funds are debtors against themselves. Thus, just here, where in fact no raw material figures in the expenditure, capitalist accounting must prevail from the outset, making the illusion of the peasant impossible. Now let us take manufacture itself, and in particular, that section where all the elements of the labor process are also elements in the process of creation of value, i.e. where all the production elements enter into the production of the new commodity as items of expenditure, as use values that have a value, as commodities. There is a considerable difference between the manufacturer who produces the first intermediate product and the second and all those that follow in the process towards the finished product. The raw material of the latter type of manufacturers enters the production process not only as a commodity, but is already a commodity of the second degree. It has already taken on a different form from the first commodity, which was a raw product in its natural form. It has already passed through a second phase of the production process. For example, the spinner. His raw material is cotton, a raw product which is already a commodity. The raw material of the printer or dyer is the woven fabric, the product of the weaver, and all these products, which reappear as raw materials in further phases of the process, are at the same time commodities. We seem to have returned here to the question with which we have already been concerned on two other occasions, once when discussing John Stuart Mill, and again during the general analysis of the relationship between constant capital and revenue. The continual recurrence of this question shows that there is still a hitch somewhere. Really, this belongs in Chapter 3 on profit, but it fits in better here. For example, 4,000 pounds of cotton equals 100 pounds sterling. 4,000 pounds of yarn equals 200 pounds sterling. 4,000 yards of calico equals 400 pounds sterling. On the basis of this assumption, 1 pound of cotton is at 6 pence, yarn at 1 shilling, 1 yard of calico at 2 shillings. Given a rate of profit of 10% then, A in 100 pounds, the outlay is 90 pounds and 10/11ths of a pound, and the profit is 9 pound and 1/12. B in 200 pounds, the outlay is 181 and 9/11ths of a pound, and the profit 18 pounds and 2/12ths. C in 400 pounds, the outlay is 363 pounds and 7/11ths, and the profit is 36 pounds and 4/11ths. A is the cotton, the product of the peasant, B is the yarn, the product of the spinner, and C is the woven fabric, the product of the weaver. Under this assumption, it does not matter whether A's 90 pounds and 10/11ths itself includes a profit or not. It will not do so if it constitutes self-replacing constant capital. It is equally irrelevant for B, whether the 100 pounds, the value of the product A, includes profit or not, and ditto with C in relation to B. The relationship of the cotton grower, of the spinner, and of the weaver is as follows. The aforementioned table will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult Section 4 of Chapter 8 in a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. The cotton grower does not have to repay any profit, because it is assumed that his constant capital of 90 pounds and 10/11ths does not include any profit, but that it represents purely constant capital. The entire product of number 1, the cotton grower, figures as constant capital in number 2's, the spinner's, outlay. That part of the constant capital which equals 100 yields a profit of 9 pounds and 1/11th to number 1. The entire product of number 2, which amounts to 200, enters into number 3's outlay, that is, the weaver, and thus yields a profit of 18 and 2/11ths pounds. However, this does not in any way alter the fact that number 1's profit is not 1 iota larger than 2's or 3's, because the capital which he has to replace is smaller to the same degree, and his profit corresponds to the volume of the capital, irrespective of the composition of the capital. Now let us assume that number 3 produces everything himself. Then the position seems to change because his outlay now appears as follows: 90 and 10/11ths in the production of cotton, 181 and 9/11ths in the production of yarn, and 363 and 7/11ths in the production of the woven fabric. He buys all 3 branches of production and must therefore continually employ a definite amount of constant capital in all 3. If we now total this up, we get 636 and 4/11ths. 10% of this is exactly 63 and 7/11ths, as above, only that one individual pockets the lot, whereas previously it was shared among 1, 2, and 3. How did the wrong impression arise a little while ago? But first, one other comment. If from the 400 we deduct the profit of the weaver, which is included in it and which amounts to 36 and 4/12ths, then we are left with 363 and 7/11ths, his outlay. This outlay includes 200 paid out for yarn. Of these 200, 18 and 2/11ths are the profit of the spinner. If we now deduct these 18 and 2/11ths from the outlay of 363 and 7/12ths, we are left with 345 and 5/11ths. But the 200 which are returnable to the spinner also contain 9 and 1/11th profit for the cotton grower. If we deduct these from the 345 and 5/11ths, we are left with 336 and 4/11ths. And if we deduct these 336 and 4/11ths from the 400, the total value of the woven fabric, then it becomes evident that it contains a profit of 63 and 7/11ths. But a profit of 63 and 7/11ths on 336 and 4/12ths is equal to 18 and 34/37%. Previously, we had calculated these 63 and 7/11ths on 636 and 4/12ths and obtained a profit of 10%. The excess of the total value of 700 over this amount was in fact 63 and 7/11ths. According to the present calculation, therefore, 18 and 34/37% would be made on 100 of this same capital, whereas according to the previous calculation, only 10%. How does this tally? Supposing 1, 2, and 3 are one and the same person, but that this individual does not employ 3 capitals simultaneously, one in cotton growing, one in spinning, and one in weaving. Rather, as soon as he ceases to grow cotton, he begins to spin it, and as soon as he has spun, he finishes with this and begins to weave. Then his accounting would look like this. He invests 90 and 10/11ths pounds in cotton growing. From this, he obtains 4,000 pounds of cotton. In order to spin these, he needs to lay out a further 81 and 9/11ths pounds sterling in machinery, auxiliary materials, and wages. With this, he makes the 4,000 pounds of yarn. Finally, he weaves these into 4,000 yards, which involves him in a further outlay of 163 and 7/11ths pounds. If he now adds up his expenditure, the capital which he has advanced amounts to 90 and 10/11ths pounds, plus 81 and 9/11ths pounds, plus 163 and 7/11ths pounds, i.e. 336 and 4/11ths. 10% on this would be 33 and 7/11ths. But 336 and 4/11ths plus 33 and 7/11ths equals 370. He would thus sell the 4,000 yards at 370 instead of at 400, i.e. at 30 less, i.e. at a price which is 7.5% lower than before. If the value indeed were £400, he could thus sell at the usual profit of 10%, and in addition pay a rent of £30, because his rate of profit would not be 33 7/11, but 63 7/11 on his advances of 336 4/11, i.e. 18 and 34 over 37%, as we saw earlier on. And this in fact appears to be the manner in which Mr. Rodbertus makes out his calculation of rent. What does this fallacy consist of? First of all, it is evident that if spinning and weaving are combined, they should, according to Rodbertus, yield a rent, just as if spinning is combined with cultivation, or if agriculture is carried on independently. Evidently, two problems are involved here. Firstly, we are calculating the 63 7/11 pounds only on one capital of 336 4/11, whereas we should be calculating it on three capitals of a total value of 636 4/11 pounds. Secondly, in the last capital, that of number 3, we are reckoning his outlay to be 336 4/11 instead of 336 7/11. Let us go into these points separately. Firstly, if 3, 2, and 1 are united in one person, and if he spins up the entire product of his cotton harvest, then he does not use any part of this harvest at all to replace his agricultural capital. He does not employ part of his capital in cotton growing, and expenditure on cotton growing, seeds, wages, machinery, and another part in spinning, but he first puts part of his capital into cotton growing, then this part plus a second into spinning, and then the whole of these two first parts, now existing in the form of yarn, plus a third part into weaving. Now when the fabric of 4,000 yards has been woven, how is he to replace its elements? While he was weaving, he wasn't spinning, and he had no material from which to spin. While he was spinning, he did not grow any cotton. Therefore, his elements of production cannot be replaced. To help ourselves along, let us say, well, the man sells the 4,000 yards and then buys yarn with the elements of cotton out of the 400. Where does this get us? To a position where we are in fact assuming that three capitals are simultaneously employed and engaged and laid out in production. But yarn cannot be bought unless it is available, and in order to buy cotton, it must be available as well. And so that they are available to replace the woven yarn and the spun cotton, simultaneously with the capital employed in weaving, capitals must be invested which are turned into cotton and yarn at the same time as the yarn is turned into woven fabric. Thus, whether 3 combines all 3 branches of production, or whether 3 producers share them, 3 capitals must be available simultaneously. If he wants to produce on the same scale, he cannot carry on spinning and cotton growing with the same capital which he used for weaving. Every one of these capitals is engaged, and their reciprocal replacement does not affect the problem under discussion. The replacement capitals are the constant capital which must be invested and operating in each of the 3 branches simultaneously. If the 400 pounds contain a profit of 6 and 37/11 pounds, then this is only because, besides his own profit of 36 and 4/11, we allow number 3 to gather in the profit which he has to pay to 2 and 1, and which, according to the assumption, is realized in his commodity. But the profit was not made on his 363 and 7/11 pounds. The peasant made it on his additional 90 and 10/11 pounds, and the spinner on his 181 and 9/11 pounds. When he pockets the whole amount himself, he likewise has not made it on the 363 and 7/11 that he invested in weaving, but on this capital and on his 2 other capitals invested in spinning and cotton growing. Secondly, if we reckon number 3's outlay to be 336 and 4/12 pounds instead of 363 and 7/11, then this arises from the following. We take his outlay on cotton growing to be only 90 and 10/11 pounds instead of 100. But he needs the whole product, and this equals 100 and not 90 and 10/11. It contains the profit of 9 and 1/11, or else he would be employing a capital of 90 and 10/11, which would bring him no profit. His cotton growing would yield him no profit, but would just replace his expenditure. In the same way, spinning would not bring him any profit, but the whole of the product would only replace his outlay. In this case, his expenditure would indeed be reduced to 90 and 10/11 plus 81 and 9/11 plus 163 and 7/11, totaling 336 and 4/11. This would be the capital he has advanced. 10% on this would be 33 and 7/11 pounds, and the value of the product would be 370 pounds. The value would not be 1 farthing higher because, according to the supposition, portions 1 and 2 have not brought in any profit. Accordingly, number 3 would have done much better to leave 1 and 2 well alone, and to keep to the old method of production. For instead of the 63 and 7/11 pounds, which were previously at the disposal of 1, 2, and 3, 3 now only has 33 and 7/11 for himself, whereas previously, when his fellows were alongside him, he had 36 and 4/11. He would indeed be a very bad hand at business. He would only have saved an outlay of 9 1/11 pounds in number 2 because he had made no profit in number 1, and he would have saved an outlay in number 3 by not making a profit on number 2. The 90 10/11 pounds in cotton growing and the 81 9/11 plus the 90 10/11 in spinning would both have only replaced themselves. Only the third capital invested in weaving would have yielded a profit of 10%. This would mean that 100 pounds would yield 10% profit in weaving, but not 1 farthing in spinning and cotton growing. This would be very pleasant for number 3, so long as number 1 and number 2 are persons other than himself, but by no means so if in order to save these petty profits and pocket them himself, he has united these 3 branches of business in one and the same person, namely his worthy self. The saving of advances for profit, or that component part of the constant capital of one capitalist which is profit for the others, arose therefore from the fact that the products of 1 and 2 contained no profits, and that 1 and 2 performed no surplus labor, but regarded themselves merely as wage laborers who only had to replace their costs of production, i.e. the outlay in constant capital and wages. Thus, in these circumstances, provided 1 and 2 were not prepared to work for 3, since if they did, profit would go to his account, less labor would have been done in any case, and it would not matter to number 3 whether the work for which he has to pay is only laid out in wages or in wages and profit. This is all the same to him, insofar as he buys and pays for the product, the commodity. Whether constant capital is wholly or partially replaced in kind is of no consequence. First of all constant capital must in the end be replaced in kind. Machinery by machinery, raw material by raw material. In agriculture, constant capital may also enter as a commodity, i.e. be mediated directly by purchase and sale. Insofar as organic substances enter into reproduction, the constant capital must of course be replaced by products of the same sphere of production, but it need not be replaced by the individual producers within this sphere of production. The more agriculture develops, the more all its elements enter into it as commodities, not just formally, but in actual fact. In other words, they come from outside. For instance, seeds, fertilizers, cattle, animal substances, etc. are the products of other producers. In industry, for example, the continual movement to and fro of iron into the machine shop and the machines into the iron mines is just as constant as is the movement of wheat from the granary to the land, and from the land to the granary of the farmer. The products in agriculture are replaced directly. Iron cannot replace the machines, but iron to the value of the machine replaces the machine for one producer, and the machine replaces the iron for the other, insofar as the value of his machine is replaced by the iron. It is difficult to see what difference it is supposed to make to the rate of profit if the peasant, who lays out the 90 and 10/11 pounds on a product of 100 pounds, were to compute that, for instance, he spends 20 pounds on seed, etc., 20 pounds on machinery, and 50 and 10/11 pounds on wages. What he wants is a profit of 10% on the total sum. The 20 pounds of the product which he sets against seeds do not include any profit. Nevertheless, this is just as much 20 pounds as the 20 pounds of machinery, in which there may be a profit of 10%, although this may be only formal. In actual fact, the 20 pounds in machinery, like the 20 pounds in seeds, may not contain a single farthing of profit. This is the case if these 20 pounds are merely a replacement for the components of the machine builder's constant capital, which he draws from agriculture, for instance. Just as it would be wrong to say that all machinery goes into agriculture as its constant capital, so it is incorrect to say that all raw material goes into manufacture. A very large part of it remains fixed in agriculture, and only represents a reproduction of constant capital. Another part of it goes directly into revenue in the form of food, and some of it, like fruit, fish, cattle, etc., does not undergo a manufacturing process at all. It would therefore be incorrect to burden industry with the entire bill for all the raw materials manufactured by agriculture. Of course, in those branches of manufacture where the raw material features as an advance, alongside wages and machinery, the capital advanced must be greater than in those branches of agriculture which supply the raw material used. It could also be assumed that if these branches of manufacture had their own rate of profit, different from the general rate, it would be smaller here than in agriculture, because less labor is employed. For with a given rate of surplus value, more constant capital and less variable capital necessarily bring in a lower rate of profit. This, however, applies equally to certain branches of manufacture, as against others, and to certain branches of agriculture, in the economic sense, as against others. It is in fact least likely to occur in agriculture proper, because, although it supplies raw material to industry, it differentiates between raw materials, machinery, and wages in its own expenditure account, but industry by no means pays agriculture for the raw material, i.e. for that part of constant capital which it replaces from within itself, and not by exchange with industrial products. Section 5. Wrong assumptions in Rodbertus's theory of rent. Now to a brief resume of Mr. Rodbertus. First, he describes the situation as he imagines it, where the owner of the land is at the same time the capitalist and the slave owner. Then there comes a separation. That part of the product of labor, which has been taken from the workers, the one natural rent, is now split up into rent of land and capital gain. Then Rodbertus divides the raw product and manufactured product between the landowner and the capitalist. One capitalist produces raw products, and the other manufactured products. The landowner produces nothing, neither is he the owner of raw products. That is the conception of a German landed proprietor such as Rodbertus. In England, capitalist production began simultaneously in manufacture and in agriculture. How a rate of capital gain, that is, rate of profit, comes about is explained by Rodbertus purely from the fact that money now provides a measure of gain, making it possible to express the relationship of gain to capital, and thus supplying a standard gauge for the equalization of capital gains. He has not even a remote idea that this uniformity of profit is in contradiction to the equality of rent and unpaid labor in each branch of production, and that therefore the values of commodities and the average prices must differ. This rate of profit also becomes the norm in agriculture because, quote, the return on property cannot be calculated upon anything other than capital, and by far the larger part of the national capital is employed in manufacture. Not a word about the fact that with the advent of capitalist production, agriculture itself is revolutionized, not only in a formal sense but really, and the landowner is reduced to a mere receptacle, ceasing to fulfill any function in production. According to Rodbertus, quote, in manufacture, the value of the entire product of agriculture is included in the capital as raw material, whereas this cannot be the case in primary production. The entire bit is incorrect. Rodbertus now asks himself whether, apart from industrial profit, the profit on capital, there remains a rent for the raw product, and if so, for what reasons. He even assumes, quote, that the raw product, like the manufactured product, exchanges according to its labor costs, that the value of the raw product is only equal to its labor cost. True, as Rodbertus says, Ricardo also assumes this, but it is wrong, at least at first glance, since commodities do not exchange according to their values, but at average prices, which differ from their values, and this, moreover, is a consequence of the apparently contradictory law, the determination of the value of these commodities by labor time. If the raw product carried a rent apart from and distinct from the average profit, this would only be possible if the raw product were not sold at the average price, and why this happens would then have to be explained. But let's see how Rodbertus operates. I have assumed that the rent, by which he means the surplus value, all of the unpaid labor time, is distributed according to the value of the raw product and the manufactured product, and that this value is determined by labor costs. To begin with, we must examine this first assumption. In fact, this just means that the surplus values contained in the commodities are in the same proportion as their values. Or in other words, the unpaid labor contained in the commodities is proportionate to the total quantity of labor that they contain. If the quantity of labor contained in the commodities A and B is as 3-to-1, then the unpaid labor, or surplus values contained in them, is as 3-to-1. Nothing could be further from the truth. Given the necessary labor time, for instance 10 hours, one commodity may be the product of 30 workers, while the other is the product of 10. If the 30 workers only work 12 hours, then the surplus value created by them amounts to 60 hours, which is 5 working days. And if the 10 others work 16 hours a day, then the surplus value created by them is also 60 hours. According to this, the value of product A would be 30 by 12, i.e. 120 by 3 or 360 working hours, which is 30 working days, where 12 hours are considered as 1 working day. And the value of commodity B would be equal to 160 working hours, which is 13 1/3 working days. The values of commodities A and B are as 360 to 160, or as 9-to-4 or 3-to-1 1/3. The surplus values contained in the commodities, however, are as 60-to-60, 1-to-1. They are equal, although the values are as 3-to-1 1/3. Firstly, therefore, the surplus values of the commodities are not proportionate to their values. If the absolute surplus values, the extension of labor time beyond the necessary labor, i.e. the rates of surplus value, are different. Secondly, assuming the rates of surplus value to be the same, and leaving aside other factors connected with circulation and the reproductive process, then the surplus values are not dependent on the relative quantities of labor contained in the two commodities, but on the proportion of the part of capital laid out in wages to the part which is laid out in constant capital, or raw material and machinery. And this proportion can be entirely different with commodities of equal values, whether they be agricultural products or products of manufacture, which in any case has nothing to do with this question, at least not on the face of it. Rodbertus' first assumption, that if the values of commodities are determined by labor time, it follows that the quantities of unpaid labor contained in them, or their surplus values, are directly related to their values, is therefore fundamentally wrong. It is therefore also incorrect to say, quote, rent is distributed according to the value of the raw product and the manufactured product, if this value is determined by labor costs. Quote, of course it follows from this that the size of these portions of rent is not determined by the size of the capital on which the gain is calculated, but by the direct labor, whether it be agricultural or manufacturing, plus that amount of labor which must be added on account of the wear and tear of tools and machines. Wrong again. The volume of surplus value, and in this case surplus value is the rent, since rent is here regarded as the general term as opposed to profit and ground rent, depends only on the immediate labor involved and not on the depreciation of fixed capital, just as it does not depend on the value of the raw material, or indeed on any other part of the constant capital. The wear and tear does of course determine the rate at which the fixed capital must be reproduced. At the same time, its production depends on the formation of new capital, on the accumulation of capital. But the surplus labor which is performed in the production of fixed capital does not affect the sphere of production into which this fixed capital enters as such, any more than does the surplus labor which goes into the production of, say, the raw materials. It is rather equally valid for all of them, agriculture, production of machines, and manufacture, that their surplus value is determined only by the amount of labor employed if the rate of surplus value is given, or by the rate of surplus value if the amount of labor employed is given. Mr. Rodbertus seeks to drag in wear and tear in order to chuck out raw materials. On the other hand, Rodbertus maintains that the size of the rent can never be influenced by, quote, that part of the capital which consists of material value, since, for instance, the labor cost of wool as a raw material cannot affect the labor cost of a particular product such as yarn or fabric. The labor time which is required for spinning and weaving is as much, or rather as little, dependent on the labor time, i.e. the value of the machine, as it is on the labor time which the raw material costs. Both machine and raw material enter into the labor process, but neither of them enters into the process of creating surplus value. On the other hand, the value of the primary product, or the material value, does figure as capital outlay in the capital upon which the owner has to calculate his gain, the part of the rent falling on the manufactured product. But in agricultural capital, this part of capital is missing. Agriculture does not require any material which is the product of a previous production. In fact, it actually begins the production, and in agriculture, that part of the property which is analogous with material would be the land itself, which is, however, assumed to be without cost. This is the conception of the German peasant. In agriculture, excluding mining, fishing, hunting, but by no means stock raising, seeds, feeding stuffs, cattle, mineral fertilizers, etc. form the material for manufacturing, and this material is the product of labor. This outlay grows proportionately to the development of industrialized agriculture. All production, once we are no longer dealing with mere taking and appropriating, is reproduction, and hence requires the product of a previous production as material. Everything which is the result of production is at the same time a prerequisite of production. And the more that large-scale agriculture develops, the more it buys products of a previous production and sells its own. In agriculture, these expenses feature as commodities in a formal sense, converted into commodities by being reckoned in money as soon as the farmer becomes at all dependent on the sale of his product, as soon as the prices of various agricultural products, like hay for example, have established themselves, for division of the spheres of production takes place in agriculture as well. Strange things must be happening in the mind of a peasant if he reckons the quarter of wheat which he sells as income, but does not reckon the quarter which he puts into the soil as expenditure. Incidentally, Rodbertus ought to try somewhere to begin the production, for instance, of flax or silk, without products of a previous production. This is absolute nonsense, and therefore also the rest of Rodbertus's conclusions. The two parts of capital that influence the size of the rent are thus common to agriculture and industry. The part of capital, however, that does not influence the size of the rent, but on which gain, i.e. the rent determined by those parts of capital, is also calculated, is to be found in industrial capital alone. According to the assumption, the value of the raw product, like that of the manufactured product, is dependent on labor cost, and since rent accrues to the owners of the primary product and the manufactured product proportionately to this value. Therefore, the rent yielded in raw material production and industrial production is relative to the quantities of labor which the respective product has cost, but the capitals employed in agriculture and in industry, on which the rent is distributed as gain, namely in manufacture entirely, in agriculture according to the rate of gain prevailing in manufacture, are not in the same proportion as those quantities of labor and the rent determined by them. Although an equal amount of rent accrues to the primary product and to the industrial product, industrial capital is larger than agricultural capital by the entire value of the raw material it contains. Since the value of this raw material augments the industrial capital on which the available rent is calculated as gain, but not the gain itself, and thus simultaneously helps to lower the rate of capital gain, which also prevails in agriculture, there must necessarily be left over in agriculture a part of the rent accruing there, which is not absorbed by the calculation of gain based on this rate of gain. The first wrong proposition is that if industrial products and agricultural products exchange according to their values, then they yield to their owners equal amounts of surplus value, or quantities of unpaid labor. Surplus values are not proportional to values. The second wrong proposition. Since Rodbertus presupposes a rate of profit, which he calls rate of capital gain, the supposition that commodities exchange in the proportion of their values is incorrect. One proposition excludes the other. For a general rate of profit to exist, the values of commodities must have been transformed into average prices, or must be in the process of transformation. The particular rates of profit which are formed in every sphere of production on the basis of the ratio of surplus value to the capital advanced are equalized in this general rate. Why then not in agriculture? That is the question. But Rodbertus does not even formulate this question correctly, because firstly, he presupposes that there is a general rate of profit, and secondly, he assumes that the particular rates of profit, hence also their differences, are not equalized, and thus that commodities exchange at their values. The third wrong proposition. The value of the raw material does not enter into agriculture. Rather, here, the advances of seeds, etc. are component parts of constant capital and are calculated as such by the farmer. To the same degree that agriculture becomes a mere branch of industry, i.e. that capitalist production is established on the land, to the degree to which agriculture produces for the market, produces commodities, articles for sale and not for its own consumption, to the same degree it calculates its outlay and regards each item of expenditure as a commodity, whether it buys it from itself, i.e. from production, or from a third person. The elements of production naturally become commodities to the same extent as the products do, because, after all, these elements are those very same products. Since wheat, hay, cattle, seeds of all kinds, etc. are thus sold as commodities, and since this sale is the essential thing, not their use as means of subsistence, they also enter into production as commodities, and the farmer would have to be a real blockhead not to be able to use money as the unit of account. This is, however, only the formal aspect of the calculation. But simultaneously, the position develops in such a way that the farmer buys his outlay, seeds, cattle, fertilizers, mineral substances, etc., while he sells his receipts, so that for the individual farmer, these advances are also advances in the formal sense in that they are bought commodities. They have always been commodities for him, component parts of his capital, and when he has returned them in kind to production, he has regarded them as sold to himself in his capacity as producer. Moreover, this takes place to the same extent as agriculture develops, and the final product is produced increasingly by industrial methods and according to the capitalist mode of production. It is therefore wrong to say that there is a part of capital which enters into industry but not into agriculture. Suppose then, according to Rodbertus's false proposition, that the portions of rent, i.e. shares of surplus value, yielded by the agricultural product and the industrial product are given, and that they are proportionate to the values of the agricultural and industrial products. Supposing, in other words, industrial and agricultural products of equal values yield equal surplus values to their owners, i.e. contain equal quantities of unpaid labor, then no disparity arises owing to a part of capital entering into industry for raw material which does not enter into agriculture, so that, for instance, the same surplus value would be calculated in industry on a capital augmented by this amount, and hence result in a smaller rate of profit. For the same item of capital goes into agriculture. There only remains the question of whether it does so in the same proportion. But this brings us to mere quantitative differences, whereas Mr. Rodbertus wants a qualitative difference. These same quantitative differences occur between different industrial spheres of production. They compensate one another in the general rate of profit. Why not as between industry and agriculture if there are such differences? Since Rodbertus allows agriculture to participate in the general rate of profit, why not in the process of its formation? But of course, that would mean the end of his argument. The fourth wrong proposition. It is wrong and arbitrary of Rodbertus to include wear and tear of the machinery, that is, an element of the constant capital, in variable capital, that is, in the part of the capital which creates surplus value, and in particular determines the rate of surplus value, and at the same time not to include raw material. He makes this accounting error in order to arrive at the result that he wanted from the outset. The fifth wrong proposition. If Rodbertus wants to differentiate between agriculture and industry, then that element of capital which consists of fixed capital, such as machinery and tools, belongs entirely to industry. This element of capital, insofar as it becomes part of any capital, can only enter into constant capital, and can never increase surplus value by a single farthing. On the other hand, as a product of industry, it is the result of a particular sphere of production. Its price, or the value which it forms within the whole of social capital, at the same time represents a certain quantity of surplus value, just as is the case with the raw material. Now it does enter into the agricultural product, but it stems from industry. If Rodbertus reckons raw material to be an element of capital in industry which comes from outside, then he must charge machines, tools, vessels, buildings, etc. as an element of capital in agriculture which comes from outside. He must therefore say that industry comprises only wages and raw materials, because fixed capital, insofar as it is not raw materials, is a product of industry, its own product, whereas agriculture comprises only wages and machinery, i.e. fixed capital, because raw material, insofar as it is not embodied in tools, etc., is the product of agriculture. It would then be necessary to examine how the absence of this item affects the account in industry. Sixthly, it is quite true that mining, fishing, hunting, forestry, insofar as the trees have not been planted by man, etc., in short, the extractive industries, concerned with the extraction of raw material that is not reproduced in kind, use no raw materials except auxiliary materials. This does not apply to agriculture. But it is equally true that the same does hold good for a very large part of industry, namely the transport industry, in which outlay consists only of machinery, auxiliary materials, and wages. Finally, there are certainly other branches of industry, such as tailoring, etc., which, relatively speaking, only absorb raw materials and wages, but no machinery or fixed capital. In all these instances, the size of the profit, i.e. the ratio of the surplus value to the capital advanced, would not depend on whether the advanced capital, after deduction of the variable capital or the part spent on wages, consists of machinery or raw material or both. But it would depend on the magnitude of the capital advanced relative to the part of the capital spent on wages. Different rates of profit, apart from the modifications brought about by circulation, would thus exist in the different spheres of production, the result of their equalization being the general rate of profit. Rodbertus surmises that there is a difference between surplus value and its special forms, in particular profit. But he misses the point, because right from the beginning, he is concerned with the explanation of a particular phenomenon, that is ground rent, and not with the establishment of a general law. Reproduction occurs in all branches of production, but only in agriculture does this industrial reproduction coincide with natural reproduction. It does not do so in extractive industry. That is why, in the latter, the product does not in its natural form become an element in its own reproduction, except in the form of auxiliary material. What distinguishes agriculture, stock raising, etc. from other industries is firstly not the fact that a product becomes means of production, since that happens to all industrial products which have not the definite form of individual means of subsistence. And even as such, they become means of production of the producer who reproduces himself or maintains his labor power by consuming them. Secondly, the difference is not the fact that agricultural products enter into production as commodities, i.e. as component parts of capital. They go into production just the same as they come out of it. They emerge from it as commodities, and they re-enter it as commodities. The commodity is both the prerequisite and the result of capitalist production. Hence, thirdly, there only remains the fact that they enter as their own means of production into the production process whose product they are. This is also the case with machinery. Machine builds machine. Coal helps to raise coal from the shaft. Coal transports coal, etc. In agriculture, this appears as a natural process, guided by man, although he also causes it to some extent. In the other industries, it appears to be a direct effect of industry. But Rodbertus is on the wrong track altogether if he thinks that he must not allow agricultural products to enter into reproduction as commodities because of the peculiar way in which they enter it as use values technologically. He is evidently thinking of the time when agriculture was not as yet a trade, when only the excess of its production over what was consumed by the producer became a commodity, and when even those products, insofar as they entered into production, were not regarded as commodities. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of the application of the capitalist mode of production to industry. For the capitalist mode of production, every product which has value, and is therefore in itself a commodity, also figures as a commodity in the accounts. Section 6. Rodbertus's lack of understanding of the relationship between average price and value in industry and agriculture. The law of average prices. Supposing, for example, that in the mining industry, the constant capital, which consists purely of machinery, amounts to £500, and that the capital laid out in wages also amounts to £500. Then, if the surplus value is 40%, i.e. £200, the profit would be 20%. If the same variable capital were laid out in those branches of manufacture, or of agriculture, in which raw materials play a part, and furthermore if the utilization of this variable capital, i.e. the employment of this particular number of workers, required machinery to the value of £500, then indeed a third element, the value of the raw materials, would have to be added, say again £500. The £200 would now have to be reckoned on 1,500, and would only be 13.33%. This example would still apply if the transport industry was the illustration. On the other hand, the rate of profit would remain the same in the second case if machinery cost 100 and the raw materials 400. What, therefore, Rodbertus imagines is that in industry, 100 are laid out in machinery, 100 in wages, and X in raw materials, whereas in agriculture, 100 in wages and 100 in machinery. The scheme would be like this. Firstly, then, this difference between agriculture and manufacture is imaginary, non-existent. It has no bearing on that form of rent which determines all others. Secondly, Rodbertus could not find this difference between the rates of profit in any two individual branches of industry. The difference is dependent on the proportion of constant capital to variable capital, and the proportion in turn may or may not be determined by the addition of raw materials. In those branches of industry which use raw materials as well as machinery, the value of the raw materials, i.e. the relative share which they form of the total capital, is of course very important, as I have shown earlier. This has nothing to do with ground rent. Quote, only when the value of the raw product falls below the cost of labor is it possible that in agriculture too the whole portion of rent accruing to the raw product is absorbed in the gain calculated on capital. For then, this portion of rent may be so reduced that although agricultural capital does not comprise the value of raw material, the ratio between these two is similar to that existing between the portion of rent accruing to the manufactured product and the manufacturing capital, although the latter contains the value of the material. Hence, only in those circumstances is it possible that in agriculture too, no rent is left over besides capital gain. But insofar as, in practice, as a rule, conditions gravitate towards the law that value equals labor cost, so, as a rule, ground rent is also present. The absence of rent and the existence of nothing but capital gain is not the original state of affairs, as Ricardo maintains, but only an exception. Thus, continuing with the above example, but taking raw materials as £100 to have something tangible, we get here, the rate of profit in agriculture and industry would be the same, therefore nothing would be left over for rent, because the agricultural product is sold at 16 2/3 pounds below its value. Even if the example were as correct as it is false for agriculture, then the circumstance that the value of the raw product falls below the cost of labor would, in any case, only correspond to the law of average prices. Rather, it needs to be explained why, quote, as an exception, end quote, this is to a certain extent not the case in agriculture, and why here the total surplus value, or at least to a larger extent than in the other branches of industry, a surplus above the average rate of profit, remains in the price of the product of this particular branch of production, and does not participate in the formation of the general rate of profit. It becomes evident here that Rodbertus does not understand what the general rate of profit and average price are. In order to make this law quite clear, and this is far more important than Rodbertus, we shall take 5 examples. We assume the rate of surplus value to be the same throughout. It is not at all necessary to compare commodities of equal value. They are to be compared only at their value. To simplify matters, the commodities compared here are taken as produced by capitals of equal size. We have here, in the categories 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the 5 different spheres of production, commodities whose respective values are £1,100, £1,200, £1,300, £1,150, and £1,250. These are the money prices at which these commodities would exchange if they were exchanged according to their values. In all of them, the capital advanced is of the same size, namely £1,000. If these commodities were exchanged at their values, then the rate of profit in number 1 would only be 10%, in number 2 twice as great, 20%, in number 3 30%, in number 4 15%, and in number 5 25%. If we add up these particular rates of profit, they come to 100%. If we consider the entire capital advanced in all 5 spheres of production, then one portion of this, number 1, yields 10%, another, number 2, 20%, etc. The average yielded by the total capitals equals the average yielded by the 5 portions, and this is the total sum of the rates of profit divided by the number of different rates of profit, i.e. 20%. In fact, we find that the £5,000 capital advanced in the 5 spheres yields a profit of 1,000. 1,000 on 5,000 is 1/5, i.e. 20%. Similarly, if we work out the value of the total product, it comes to £6,000, and the excess on the 5,000 capital advanced is 1,000, which is 20% in relation to the capital advanced. That is 1/6 or 16 2/3% of the total product. This again is another calculation. However, so that in fact each of the capitals advanced, 1, 2, 3, etc., or it comes to the same thing that capitals of equal size should receive a part of the surplus value yielded by the aggregate capital only in proportion to their magnitude, i.e. only in proportion to the share that they represent in the aggregate capital advanced, each of them should only get 20% profit, and each must get this amount. But to make this possible, the products of the various spheres must in some cases be sold above their value, and in other cases more or less below their value. In other words, the total surplus value must be distributed among them not in the proportion in which it is made in the particular sphere of production, but in proportion to the magnitude of the capitals advanced. All must sell their products at £1,200, so that the excess of the value of the product over the capital advanced is 1/5 of the latter, i.e. 20%. According to this, we get the following table. This shows that only in one instance, that is number 2, the average price equals the value of the commodity, because by coincidence, the surplus value equals the normal average profit of 200. In all other instances, a greater or lesser amount of surplus value is taken away from one sphere and given to another, etc. What Rodbertus had to explain was why this is not the case in agriculture, hence why its commodities should be sold at their value and not their average price. Competition brings about the equalization of profits, i.e. the reduction of the values of the commodities to average prices. The individual capitalist, according to Mr. Malthus, expects an equal profit from every part of his capital, which, in other words, means only that he regards each part of his capital, apart from its organic function, as an independent source of profit. That is how it seems to him. Similarly, in relation to the class of capitalists, every capitalist regards his capital as a source of profit equal in volume to that which is being made by every other capital of equal size. This means that each capital in a particular sphere of production is only regarded as part of the aggregate capital which has been advanced to production as a whole, and demands its share in the total surplus value, in the total amount of unpaid labor or labor products, in proportion to its size, its stock, in accordance to the proportion of the aggregate capital it constitutes. This illusion confirms for the capitalist, to whom everything in competition appears in reverse, and not only for him, but for some of his most devoted Pharisees and scribes, that capital is a source of income independent of labor, since in fact, the profit on capital in each particular sphere of production is by no means solely determined by the quantity of unpaid labor which it itself quote-unquote produces, and throws into the pot of aggregate profits, from which the individual capitalists draw their quota in proportion to their shares in the total capital. Hence Rodbertus' nonsense. Incidentally, in some branches of agriculture, such as stock raising, the variable capital, i.e. that which is laid out on wages, is extraordinarily small compared with the constant part of capital. Quote, rent, by its very nature, is always ground rent, end quote. Wrong. Rent is always paid to the landlord, that's all. However, If, as so often occurs in practice, it is partially or wholly a deduction from normal profit, or a deduction from normal wages, true surplus value, i.e. profit plus rent, is never a deduction from wages, but is that part of the product of the worker which remains after a deduction of the wage from this product, then, from an economic point of view, it is not rent of land. In practice, this is proved as soon as competition restores the normal wage and the normal profit. Average prices, to which competition constantly tends to reduce the values of commodities, are thus achieved by constant additions to the value of the product of one sphere of production and deductions from the value of the product of another sphere, except in the case of number 2 in the above table, in order to arrive at the general rate of profit. With the commodities of the particular sphere of production where the ratio of variable capital to the total sum of capital advanced, assuming the rate of surplus labor to be given, corresponds to the average ratio of social capital, value equals average price. Neither an addition to nor a deduction from value is therefore made. If, however, owing to special circumstances, which we will not go into here, in certain spheres of production a deduction is not made from the value of the commodities, although it stands above the average price, not just temporarily but on an average, then this retention of the entire surplus value in a particular sphere of production is to be regarded as a privilege of that sphere of production. What we are concerned with here, and have to explain as a peculiar feature, as an exception, is not that the average price of commodities is reduced below their value. This would be a general phenomenon and a necessary prerequisite for equalization, but why, in contrast to other commodities, certain commodities are sold at their value, above the average price. The average price of a commodity equals its cost of production plus average profit. Hence, if, as in the above example, average profit is 20%, which is 1/5, then the average price of each commodity is C plus P over C. If C plus P over C equals the value of this commodity, i.e. if S, the surplus value created in this sphere of production, equals P, then the value of the commodity equals its average price. If C plus P over C is smaller than the value of the commodity, i.e. if the surplus value S is larger than P, then the value of the commodity is reduced to its average price, and part of its surplus value is added on to the value of other commodities. Finally, if C plus P over C is greater than the value of the commodity, i.e. S is smaller than P, then the value of the commodity is raised to its average price, and surplus value created in other spheres of production is added to it. Finally, there should be commodities which are sold at their value, although their value is greater than C plus P over C, or whose value is, at any rate, not reduced to such an extent as to bring it down to the level of the normal average price. Then, certain conditions must be operative, which put these commodities into an exceptional position. In this case, the profit realized in these spheres of production stands above the general rate of profit. If the capitalist receives the general rate of profit here, the landlord can get the excess profit in the form of rent. Section 7. Rodbertus's erroneous views regarding the factors which determine the rate of profit and the rate of rent. What I call rate of profit and rate of interest, or rate of rent, Rodbertus calls the level of profit on capital and interest. This level, quote, depends on their ratio to capital. In all civilized nations, a capital of 100 is taken as a unit, which provides the standard measurement for the level to be calculated. Thus, the larger the figure that expresses the relation between the gain or interest falling to the capital of 100, in other words, the more percent a capital yields, the higher are profit and interest. The level of ground rent and of rental flows from their proportion to a particular piece of land. This is bad. The rate of rent is, in the first place, to be calculated on the capital, i.e. as the excess of the price of a commodity over its costs of production, and over that part of the price which forms the profit. Because it helps him to understand certain phenomena, Rodbertus makes the calculation with an acre, the apparent form of the thing, in which the intrinsic connection is lost. The rent yielded by an acre is the rental, the absolute amount of rent. It may rise if the rate of rent remains the same or is even lowered. The level of the value of land follows from the capitalization of the rent of a particular piece of land. The greater the amount of capital derived from the capitalization of the rent of a piece of land of a given area, the higher is the value of the land. The word level is nonsense here, for to what does it express a relationship? That 10% yields more than 20 is obvious, but the unit of measurement here is 100. Altogether, the level of the value of land is the same general phrase as the high or low level of commodity prices in general. Rodbertus now wants to investigate: what then determines the level of capital profit and of ground rent? Subsection A. Rodbertus's first thesis. First of all, he examines what determines the level of rent in general, i.e., what regulates the rate of surplus value. With a given value of a product, or a product of a given quantity of labor, or, which again amounts to the same thing, with a given national product, the level of rent in general bears an inverse relationship to the level of wages, and a direct relationship to the level of productivity of labor in general. The lower the wages, the higher the rent. The higher the productivity of labor in general, the lower the wages and the higher the rent. The level of rent, the rate of surplus value, says Rodbertus, depends upon the size of this portion left over for rent, i.e., after deducting wages from the total product, in which, quote, that part of the value of the product which serves as replacement of capital can be disregarded, end quote. This is good. I mean that in this consideration of surplus value, the constant part of capital is disregarded. The following is a somewhat peculiar notion. When wages fall, i.e. from now on form a smaller share of the total value of the product, the aggregate capital, on which the other part of rent, i.e. the industrial profit, is to be calculated as profit, becomes smaller. Now it is, however, solely the ratio between the value that becomes capital profit or ground rent and the capital or land area on which it has to be calculated as such, which determines the level of profit and rent. Thus, if wages allow a greater value to be left over for rent, a greater value is to be reckoned as profit and ground rent, even with a diminished capital and the same area of land. The resulting ratio of both increases, and therefore the two together, or rent in general, has risen. It is assumed that the value of the product remains the same. Because the wage which the labor costs diminishes, the labor which the product costs does not necessarily diminish. This last bit is good, but it is incorrect to say that when the variable capital that is laid out in wages decreases, the constant capital must diminish. In other words, it is not true that the rate of profit must rise because the rate of surplus value rises. For instance, wages fall because labor becomes more productive, and in all cases, this expresses itself in more raw material being worked up by the same worker in the same period of time. This part of constant capital therefore grows, ditto machinery in its value. Hence, the rate of profit can fall with the reduction in wages. The rate of profit is dependent on the amount of surplus value, which is determined not only by the rate of surplus value, but also by the number of workers employed. Rodbertus correctly defines the necessary wage as equal to the amount of necessary subsistence, that is, to a fairly stable, definite quantity of material products for a particular country in a particular period. Rodbertus then puts forward in a most intricately confused, complicated, and clumsy fashion the proposition set up by Ricardo on the inverse relationship of profit and wages, and the determination of this relationship by the productivity of labor. The confusion arises partly because instead of taking labor time as his measure, he foolishly takes quantities of product and makes nonsensical differentiations between level of the value of the product and magnitude of the value of the product. By level of the value, he means nothing other than the relation of the product to the labor time. If the same amount of labor time yields many products, then the value of the product, i.e. the value of separate portions of the product, is low. If the reverse, then the reverse. If one working day yielded 100 pounds of yarn, and later 200 pounds, then in the second case, the value of the yarn would be half of what it was in the first. In the first case, its value is 1/100th of a working day. In the second, the value of the yarn is 1/200th of a working day. Since the worker receives the same amount of product, whether its value be high or low, i.e. whether it contains more or less labor, wages and profit move inversely, and wages take more or less of the total product according to the productivity of labor. He expresses this in the following intricate sentences. If the wage, as necessary subsistence, is a definite quantity of material products, then if the value of the product is high, the wage must have a high value. If it is low, it must constitute a low value. And since the value of the product available for distribution is assumed as constant, the wage will absorb a large part if the value of the product is high, a small part of it if its value is low, and finally, it will therefore leave either a large or small share of the value of the product for rent. But if one accepts the rule that the value of the product equals the quantity of labor which it cost, then the level of the value of the product is again determined purely by the productivity of labor, or the relationship between the amount of product and the quantity of labor which is used for its production. if the same quantity of labor brings forth more product, in other words, if productivity increases, then the same quantity of product contains less labor. And conversely, if the same quantity of labor brings forth less product, in other words, if productivity decreases, then the same quantity of product contains more labor. But the quantity of labor determines the value of the product, and the relative value of a particular quantity of product determines the level of value of the product. Hence, the higher the productivity of labor in general, the higher must be rent in general. But this is only correct if the product, for whose production the worker is employed, belongs to that species which, according to tradition or necessity, figures in his consumption as a means of subsistence. If this is not the case, then the productivity of this labor has no effect on the relative height of wages and of profit, or on the amount of surplus value in general. The same share in the value of the total product falls to the worker as wages, irrespective of the number of products or the quantity of the product in which this share is expressed. The division of the value of the product in this case is not altered by any change in the productivity of labor. Subsection B. Rodbertus's second thesis. Quote, if with a given value of the product, the level of rent in general is given, then the level of ground rent and of capital profit bear an inverse relationship to one another, and also to the productivity of extractive labor and manufacturing labor respectively. The higher or lower the rent, the lower or higher the capital profit, and vice versa. The higher or lower the productivity of extractive labor or of manufacturing labor, the lower or higher the rent or capital profit, and alternately, also the higher or lower is the capital profit or rent. First, in thesis number 1, we had the Ricardian law that wages and profit are related inversely. Now, the second Ricardian law, that profit and rent have an inverse relation. It is obvious that when a given surplus value is divided between capitalist and landowner, then the larger the share of one, the smaller will be that of the other, and vice versa. But Mr. Rodbertus adds something of his own, which requires closer examination. In the first place, Rodbertus regards it as a new discovery that surplus value in general, quote, consists of the value of the raw product plus the value of the manufactured product. Rodbertus first reiterates his discovery of the absence of the value of the material in agriculture, this time in the following flood of words. Quote, that portion of rent which accrues to the manufactured product and determines the rate of capital profit is reckoned as profit not only on the capital which is actually used for the production of this product, but also on the whole of the raw product value which figures as value of the material in the capital fund of the manufacturer. On the other hand, as regards that portion of rent which accrues to the raw product and from which the profit on the capital used in the raw material production is calculated according to the given rate of profit in manufacture, exactly, given rate of profit, leaving a remainder for ground rent, such a material value is missing. Assume that a ground rent exists, which Rodbertus has not proved and cannot prove by his method, that is to say, a certain portion of the surplus value of the raw product falls to the landlord. Further assume that the level of rent in general, that is the rate of surplus value, quote, in a particular value of the product is also given, end quote. This amounts to the following. For instance, in a commodity of 100 pounds, say half, that is 50 pounds, is unpaid labor. This then forms the fund from which all categories of surplus value, rent, profit, etc. are paid. Then it is quite evident that one shareholder in the 50 pounds will draw the more, the less is drawn by the other, and vice versa, or that profit and rent are inversely proportional. Now the question is, what determines the apportionment between the two? In any case, it remains true that the revenue of the manufacturer, be he agriculturalist or industrialist, equals the surplus value which he draws from the sale of his manufactured product, which he has pilfered from the workers in his sphere of production, and that rent of the land, where it does not, as with the waterfall which is sold to the industrialist, stem directly from the manufactured product, which is also the case with rent for houses, etc., since houses can hardly be termed raw product. This rent of land only arises from the excess profit which is contained in the raw products and which the farmer pays over to the landlord. It is quite true that when the value of the raw product rises or falls, the rate of profit in those branches of industry which use raw material will rise or fall inversely to the value of the raw product. As I showed in a previous example, if the value of cotton doubles, then with a given wage and a given rate of surplus value, the rate of profit will fall. The same applies, however, to agriculture. If the harvest is poor and production is to be continued on the same scale, we assume here that the commodities are sold at their value, then a greater part of the total product or of its value would have to be returned to the soil, and after deducting wages, if these remain stationary, the farmer's surplus value would consist of a smaller quantity of product. Hence also a smaller quantity of value would be available for sharing out between him and the landlord. Although the individual product would have a higher value than before, not only the amount of product, but also the remaining portion of value would be smaller. It would be a different matter if, as a result of demand, the product rose above its value, and to such an extent that a smaller quantity of product had a higher price than a larger quantity of product did before. But this would be contrary to our stipulation that the products are sold at their value. Let us assume the opposite. Supposing the cotton harvest is twice as rich, and that part of it which is returned directly to the soil, for instance as fertilizer and seed, costs less than before. In this case, the portion of value which is left for the cotton grower after deduction of wages is greater than before. The rate of profit would rise here, just as in the cotton industry. True, in 1 yard of calico, the proportion of value formed by the raw product would now be smaller than before, and that formed by the manufacturing process would be larger. Assume that calico costs 2 shillings a yard when the value of the cotton it contains is 1 shilling. Now, if the cotton goes down from 1 shilling to 6 pence, which, on the assumption that its value equals its price, is only possible because its cultivation has become more productive, then the value of a yard of calico is 18 pence. It has decreased by a quarter, 25%. But where the cotton grower previously sold 100 pounds at 1 shilling, he is now supposed to sell 200 at 6 pence. Previously, the value was 100 shillings. Now, too, it is 100 shillings. Although previously cotton formed a greater proportion of the value of the product, and the rate of surplus value in cotton growing itself decreased simultaneously, the cotton grower obtained only 50 yards of calico for his 100 pounds of cotton at 1 shilling per pound. Now that the pound is sold at 6 pence, he receives 66 2/3 yards for his 100 shillings. On the assumption that the commodities are sold at their value, it is wrong to say that the revenue of the producers who take part in the production of the product is necessarily dependent on the portion of value represented by their products in the total value of the product. Let the value of the total product of all manufactured commodities, including machinery, be 300 pounds in one branch, 900 in another, and 1800 in a third. If it is true to say that the proportion in which the value of the whole product is divided between the value of the raw product and the value of the manufactured product determines the proportion in which the surplus value, or rent as Rodbertus says, is divided into profit and ground rent, then this must also be true of different products in different spheres of production, where raw material and manufactured products participate in varying proportions. Suppose out of a value of 900 pounds, manufactured product accounts for 300, and raw material for 600, and that 1 pound equals 1 working day. Furthermore, the rate of surplus value is given, as say 2 hours on 10, with the normal working day of 12 hours. Then the 300 pounds manufactured product embodies 300 working days, and the 600 pounds of raw product twice as much, i.e. 2 times 300. The amount of surplus value in the one is 600 hours, in the other 1200. This only means that given the rate of surplus value, its volume depends on the number of workers employed simultaneously. Furthermore, since it has been assumed, not proved, that of the surplus value which enters into the value of the agricultural product, a portion falls to the landlord as rent, it would follow that in fact the amount of ground rent grows in the same proportion as the value of the agricultural product, compared with the manufactured product. In the above example, the ratio of the agricultural product to the manufactured one is as 2 to 1, i.e. 600 to 300. Suppose in another case it is as 300 to 600. Since the rent depends on the surplus value contained in the agricultural product, it is clear that if this amounts to 1200 hours in the first case as against 600 in the second, and if the rent constitutes a certain part of this surplus value, it must be greater in the first case than in the second. Or the larger the portion of value which the agricultural product forms in the value of the total product, the larger will be its share in the surplus value of the whole product. For every portion of the value of the product contains a certain portion of surplus value, and the larger the share in the surplus value of the whole product which falls to this agricultural product, the larger will be the rent, since rent represents a definite proportion of the surplus value of the agricultural product. Let the rent be 1/10 of the agricultural surplus value. Then it is 120 hours if the value of the product is 600 pounds, out of the 900, and only 60 hours if it is 300 pounds. According to this, the volume of rent would in fact alter with the amount of the value of the agricultural product, hence also with the relative value of the agricultural product in relation to the manufactured product. But the level of the rent and of the profit, their rates, would have absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever. In the first case, the value of the product is £900, of which 300 is manufactured and 600 agricultural. Of this, 600 hours surplus value accrue to the manufactured product and 1,200 to the agricultural product, altogether 1,800 hours. Of these, 120 go to rent and 1,680 to profit. In the second case, the value of the product is £900, of which 600 is manufactured and 300 agricultural. Thus, 1,200 hours surplus value for manufacture and 600 for agriculture. Altogether, 1,800. Of this, 60 go to rent and 1,200 to profit for manufacture and 540 for agriculture. Altogether, 1,740. In the second case, the manufactured product is twice as great as the agricultural product in terms of value. In the first case, the position is reversed. In the second case, the rent is 60. In the first, it is 120. It is simply grown in the same proportion as the value of the agricultural product. As the volume of the latter increased, so the volume of the rent increased. If we consider the total surplus value, i.e. 1,800, then in the first case, the rent is 1/15, and in the second, it is 1/30. But the level of the rent does not rise in proportion to the surplus value in the product in which it participates, because now, as before, this proportion is 1/10. Its volume grows because the product grows, and because it grows in volume without a rise in its level rises in comparison with the quantity of profit or the share of profit in the value of the total product. Because it is presupposed that a greater part of the value of the total product yields rent, i.e. a greater part of surplus value is turned into rent, that part of surplus value which is converted into rent is of course greater. This has absolutely nothing to do with the value of the material, but that a greater rent at the same time represents a higher rent, quote, because the area or number of acres on which it is calculated remains the same and hence a greater amount of value falls to the individual acre, end quote, is ridiculous. It amounts to measuring the level of rent by a standard of measurement that obviates the difficulties of the problem itself. Since we do not know as yet what rent is, had we put the above example differently and had left the same rate of profit for agricultural product as for the manufactured product, only adding on 1/10 for rent, which is really necessary since the same rate of profit is assumed, then the whole business would look different and become clearer. If Rodbertus wants to charge the value of the material exclusively to industry, then above all, it should have been his duty to burden agriculture alone with that part of the constant capital which consists of machinery, etc. This part of capital enters into agriculture as a product supplied to it by industry, as a manufactured product, which forms the means of production for the raw product. Since we are dealing here with an account between two firms, so far as industry is concerned, that part of the value of the machinery which consists of raw material is already debited to it under the heading of raw material, or value of the material. We cannot therefore book this twice over. The other portion of value of the machinery used in manufacture consists of added manufacturing labor, past and present, and this resolves into wages and profit, both paid and unpaid labor. That part of capital which has been advanced here, apart from that contained in the raw material of the machines, therefore consists only of wages. Hence it increases not only the amount of capital advanced, but also the profit, the volume of surplus value to be calculated upon this capital. The error usually made in such calculations is that, for instance, the wear and tear of the machinery or of the tools used is embodied in the machine itself, in its value, and although in the last analysis this wear and tear can be reduced to labor, either labor contained in the raw material or that which transformed the raw material into machine, etc., this past labor never again enters into profit or wages, but only acts as a produced condition of production, insofar as the necessary labor time for reproduction does not alter, which, whatever its use value in the labor process, only figures as value of constant capital in the process of creating surplus value. This is of great importance and has already been explained in the course of my examination of the exchange of constant capital and revenue. But apart from this, it needs to be further developed in the section on the accumulation of capital. So far as agriculture is concerned, that is purely the production of the raw products, or so-called primary production, in balancing the accounts between the firm's primary production and manufacture, that part of the value of constant capital which represents machinery, tools, etc., can on no account be regarded in any other way than as an item which enters into agricultural capital without increasing its surplus value. If, as a result of the employment of machinery, agricultural labor becomes more productive, the higher the price of this machinery, etc., the smaller will be the increase in productivity. It is the use value of the machinery and not its value which increases the productivity of agricultural labor, or of any other sort of labor. Otherwise, one might also say that the productivity of industrial labor is in the first place due to the presence of raw material and its properties. But again, it is the use value of the raw material, not its value, which constitutes a condition of production for industry. Its value, on the contrary, is a drawback. Thus, what Rodbertus says about the value of the material in respect to the industrial capital is mutatis mutandis valid for machinery, etc. Quote, for instance, the labor costs of a particular product, such as wheat or cotton, cannot be affected by the labor costs of the plow or gin as machines, or the labor costs of a drainage canal or stable buildings. On the other hand, the value of the machine, or the machine value, does not figure in the amount of capital on which the owner has to calculate his gain, the rent that falls to the raw product. In other words, that portion of the value of wheat and cotton representing the value of the wear and tear of the plow or gin is not the result of the work of plowing or of separating the cotton fiber from its seed, but the result of the labor which manufactured the plow and the gin. This component part of value goes into the agricultural product without being produced in agriculture. It only passes through agriculture, which uses it merely to replace plows and gins by buying new ones from the maker of machines. The machines, tools, buildings, and other manufactured products required in agriculture consist of two component parts. Firstly, the raw materials of these manufactured products, and secondly, the labor added to the raw materials. Although these raw materials are the product of agriculture, they are a part of its product which never enters into wages or into profit. Even if there were no capitalist, the farmer still could not chalk up this part of his product as wages for himself. He would in fact have to hand it over gratis to the machine manufacturer so that the latter would make him a machine from it. And besides, he would have to pay for the labor which is added to this raw material, equal to wages plus profit. This happens in reality. The machine maker buys the raw material, but in purchasing the machine, agricultural producer must buy back the raw material. It is just as if he had not sold it at all, but had lent it to the machine maker to give it the form of a machine. Thus, that portion of the value of the machinery employed in agriculture, which resolves into raw material, although it is the product of agricultural labor and forms part of its value, belongs to production and not to the producer. It therefore figures in his expenses, like seed. The other part, however, represents the manufacturing labor embodied in the machinery, and is a product of manufacture which enters into agriculture as means of production, just as raw material enters into industry as means of production. Thus, if it is true that the firm primary production supplies the firm manufacturing industry with the value of the material which enters as an item into the capital of the industrialist, then it is no less true that the firm manufacturing industry supplies the firm primary production with the value of the machinery which enters into the farmer's capital, without this component part of value yielding him any surplus value. This circumstance is a reason why the rate of profit appears to be smaller in high agriculture, as the English call it, than in primitive agriculture, although the rate of surplus value is greater. At the same time, this supplies Rodbertus with striking proof of how irrelevant it is to the nature of a capital advanced, whether that portion of the product which is laid out in constant capital is replaced in kind, and therefore only accounted for as a commodity, as money value, or whether it has really been alienated, and has gone through the process of purchase and sale. Supposing the producer of raw materials handed over gratis to the machine builder, the iron, copper, wood, etc., embodied in his machine, so that the machine builder, in selling him the machine, would charge him for the added labor and the wear and tear of his own machine. Then, this machine would cost the agriculturalist just as much as it costs him now, and the same component part of value would figure as constant capital, as an advance in his production. Just as it amounts to the same thing whether a farmer sells the whole of his harvest and buys seed from elsewhere with that portion of its value which represents seed, the raw material, perhaps to effect a desirable change in the type of seed, or to prevent degeneration by inbreeding, or whether he deducts this component part of value directly from his product and returns it to the soil. But in order to arrive at his results, Rodbertus misinterprets that part of constant capital which consists of machinery. A second aspect that has to be examined in connection with case number 2 of Rodbertus is this. He speaks of the manufactured and agricultural products which make up the revenue, which is something quite different from those products which make up the total annual product. Now, supposing it were correct to say of the latter that after deducting the whole of that part of the agricultural capital which consists of machinery, etc., and that part of the agricultural product which is returned direct to agricultural production, the proportion in which the surplus value is distributed between farmer and manufacturer must be determined by the share of manufacture and of agriculture in the total value of the products, then it is still highly questionable whether this is correct if we are speaking of those products which form the common fund of revenue. Revenue, and we exclude here that part which is reconverted into new capital, consists of products which go into individual consumption. And the question is, how much do the capitalists, farmers, and landlords draw out of this pot? Is this quota determined by the share of manufacture and raw production in the value of the product that constitutes revenue, or by the quotas in which the value of the total revenue is divisible into agricultural labor and manufacturing labor? The mass of products which make up revenue, as I have demonstrated earlier, does not contain any products that enter into production as instruments of labor, that is machinery, auxiliary material, semi-finished goods, and the raw material of semi-finished goods, which form a part of the annual product of labor. Not only the constant capital of primary production is excluded, but also the constant capital of the machine makers, and the entire constant capital of the farmer and the capitalist, which does not enter into the process of the creation of value, though it enters into the labor process. Furthermore, it excludes not only constant capital, but also the part of the unconsumable products that represents the revenue of their producers, and enters into the capital of the producers of products consumable as revenue, for the replacement of their used-up constant capital. The mass of products on which the revenue is spent, and which in fact represents that part of wealth which constitutes revenue, in terms both of use value and exchange value, this mass of products can, as I have demonstrated earlier, be regarded as consisting only of newly added, that is, during the year, labor. Hence, it can be resolved only into revenue, i.e. wages and profit, which again splits up into profit, rent, taxes, etc. Since not a single particle of it contains any of the value of the raw material which goes into production, or of the wear and tear of the machinery which goes into production. In a word, it contains none of the value of the means of production. Leaving aside the derivative forms of revenue, because they merely show that the owner of the revenue relinquishes his proportional share of the said products to another, be it for services, etc., or debt, let us consider this revenue, and assume that wages form a third of it, profit a third, and rent a third, and that the value of the product is £90. Then each will be able to draw the equivalent of £30 worth of products from the whole amount. Since the amount of products which forms the revenue consists only of newly added labor, it seems very simple that if the product contains 2/3 agricultural labor and 1/3 manufacturing labor, then manufacturers and agriculturalists will share the value in this proportion. 1/3 of the value would fall to the manufacturers and 2/3 to the agriculturalists, and the proportional amount of the surplus value realized in manufacture and agriculture, the same rate of surplus value is assumed in both, would correspond to these shares of manufacture and agriculture in the value of the total product. But rent again would grow in proportion to the farmer's volume of profit, since it sits on it like a parasite, and yet this is wrong. Because a part of the value which consists of agricultural labor forms the revenue of the manufacturers of that fixed capital, etc., which replaces the fixed capital worn out in agriculture. Thus, the ratio between agricultural labor and manufacturing labor in the component parts of value of those products which constitute the revenue in no way indicates the ratio in which the value of this mass of products, or this mass of products itself, is distributed between the manufacturers and the farmers. Neither does it indicate the ratio in which manufacture and agriculture participate in total production. Rodbertus goes on to say, quote, "But again, it is only the productivity of labor in primary production or manufacture which determines the relative level of the value of the primary product and manufactured product, or their respective shares in the value of the total product. The value of the primary product will be the higher, the lower the productivity of labor in primary production, and vice versa. In the same way, the value of the manufactured product will be the higher, the lower the productivity in manufacture, and vice versa. Since a high value of the raw product effects a high ground rent and low capital gain, and a high value of the manufactured product effects a high capital gain and low ground rent, if the level of rent in general is given, the level of ground rent and of capital gain must not only bear an inverse relationship to one another, but also to the productivity of their respective labor, that in primary production and that in manufacture. If the productivity of two different spheres of production is to be compared, this can only be done relatively. In other words, one starts at any arbitrary point. For instance, when the values of hemp and linen, i.e. the correlative quantities of labor time embodied in them, are as 1:3. If this ratio alters, then it is correct to say that the productivity of these different types of labor has altered. But it is wrong to say that because the labor time required for the production of an ounce of gold equals 3, and that for a ton of iron also equals 3, gold production is quote-unquote less productive than iron production. The relative value of two commodities shows that the one costs more labor time than the other, But one cannot say that because of this, one branch is more productive than the other. This would only be correct if the labor time were used for the production of the same use values in both instances. It would be entirely wrong to say that manufacture is 3 times as productive as agriculture if the value of the raw product is to that of the manufactured product as 3 to 1. Only if the ratio changes, say to 4 to 1, 3 to 2, or 2 to 1, i.e. when it rises or falls, could one say that the relative productivity in the two branches has altered. Subsection C. Rodbertus's third thesis. Quote, "The level of capital gain is solely determined by the level of the value of the product in general, and by the level of the value of the raw product and the manufactured product in particular, or by the productivity of labor in general, and by the productivity of labor employed in the production of raw materials and of manufactured goods in particular. The level of ground rent is, apart from this, also dependent on the magnitude of the value of the product, or the quantity of labor, or productive power, which, with a given state of productivity, is used for production." In other words, the rate of profit depends solely on the rate of surplus value, and this is determined solely by the productivity of labor. On the other hand, given the productivity of labor, the rate of ground rent also depends on the amount of labor, that is, the number of workers employed. This assertion contains almost as many falsehoods as words. Firstly, the rate of profit is by no means solely determined by the rate of surplus value, but more about this shortly. First of all, it is wrong to say that the rate of surplus value depends solely on the productivity of labor. Given the productivity of labor, the rate of surplus value alters according to the length of the surplus labor time. Hence, the rate of surplus value depends not only on the productivity of labor, but also on the quantity of labor employed, because the quantity of unpaid labor can grow while productivity remains constant without the quantity of paid labor, i.e. that part of capital laid out in wages, growing. Surplus value, absolute or relative, and Rodbertus only knows the latter from Ricardo, cannot exist unless labor is at least sufficiently productive to leave over some surplus labor time apart from that required for the worker's own reproduction. But assuming this to be the case, with a given minimum productivity, then the rate of surplus value alters according to the length of the surplus labor time. Firstly, therefore, it is wrong to say that because the rate of surplus value is solely determined by the productivity of the labor exploited by capital, the rate of profit, or the level of capital gain, is so determined. Secondly, the rate of surplus value, which, if the productivity of labor is given, alters with the length of the working day, and with a given normal working day alters with the productivity of labor, is assumed to be given. Surplus value itself will then vary according to the number of workers, from whose every working day a certain quantity of surplus labor is extorted, or according to the volume of variable capital expended on wages. The rate of profit, on the other hand, depends on the ratio of this surplus value to the variable capital plus the constant capital. If the rate of surplus value is given, the amount of surplus value does indeed depend on the amount of variable capital, but the level of profit, the rate of profit, depends on the ratio of this surplus to the total capital advanced. In this case, the rate of profit will thus be determined by the price of the raw material, if such exists in this branch of industry, and the value of machinery of a particular efficiency. Hence, what Rodbertus says is fundamentally wrong. Quote, "Thus, as the amount of capital gain increases, consequent upon the increase in product value, so also in the same proportion increases the amount of capital value on which the gain has to be reckoned, and the hitherto existing ratio between gain and capital is not altered at all by this increase in capital gain." This is only valid if it signifies the tautology that given the rate of profit, the amount of capital employed is immaterial, precisely because the rate of profit is assumed to be constant. But as a rule, the rate of profit can increase although the productivity of labor remains constant, or it can fall even though the productivity of labor rises, and rises moreover in every department. And now again, the silly remark about ground rent, the assertion that the mere increase of rent raises its rate, because in every country it is calculated on the basis of an unalterable number of acres. If the volume of profit grows, given the rate of profit, then the amount of capital from which it is drawn grows. On the other hand, if rent increases, then according to Rodbertus, only one factor changes, namely rent itself, while its standard of measurement, the number of acres, remains unalterably fixed. Hence, rent can rise for a reason which enters into the economic development of society everywhere, namely the increase in labor used for production, in other words, the increasing population. This does not necessarily have to be followed by a rise in the raw product value, since the drawing of rent from a greater quantity of primary product must already have this effect. On page 128, Rodbertus makes the strange discovery that even if the value of the raw product fell below its normal level, causing rent to disappear completely, it would be impossible, quote, for capital gain ever to amount to 100%. However high it may be, it must always amount to considerably less, end quote. And why? Because the capital gain is merely the result of the division of the value of the product. It must accordingly always be a fraction of this unit. This, Rodbertus, depends entirely upon the nature of your calculation. Let the constant capital be 100, and the wages advance 50, and let the product of labor over and above this 50 be 150. We would then have the following calculation. The only requirement to produce this situation is that the worker should do work for his master 3/4 of his working day. It is therefore assumed that 1/4 of his labor time suffices for his own reproduction. Of course, if Rodbertus takes the total value of the product, which equals 300, and does not consider the excess it contains over the costs of production, but says that this product is to be divided between the capitalist and the worker, then in fact, the capitalist portion can only amount to a part of this product, even if it came to 999 over 1,000. But the calculation is incorrect, or at least useless in almost every respect. If a person lays out 150 and makes 300, he is not in the habit of saying that he has made a profit of 50%, on the basis of reckoning the 150 on 300 instead of on 150. Assume in the above example that the worker has worked 12 hours, 3 for himself and 9 for the capitalist. Now let him work 15 hours, i.e. 3 for himself and 12 for the capitalist. Then, according to the former production ratio, an outlay of 25 on constant capital would have to be added. Less, in fact, because the outlay on machinery would not grow to the same degree as the quantity of labor. Thus, we get the following table. Then Rodbertus comes up again with the growth of rent to infinity, firstly because he interprets its mere increase in volume as a rise, and therefore speaks of its rise when the same rate of rent is paid on a larger amount of product. Secondly, because he calculates on an acre as his standard of measurement, two things which have nothing in common. The following points can be dealt with quite briefly, since they have nothing to do with the purpose. The quote-unquote value of land is the capitalized ground rent. Hence this, its expression in terms of money, depends on the level of the prevailing rate of interest. Capitalized at 4%, it would have to be multiplied by 25, since 4% is 1/25 of 100, at 5% by 20. This would amount to a difference in land value of 20%. Even with a fall in the value of money, ground rent, and hence the value of land, would rise nominally, since, unlike the increase in interest or profit expressed in money, the monetary expression of capital does not rise evenly. The rent, however, which has risen in terms of money, has to be related, quote, to the unchanged number of acres of the piece of land, end quote. Rodbertus sums up his wisdom as applied to Europe in this way, quote, with the European nations, the productivity of labor in general, labor employed in primary production and manufacturing, has risen, as a result of which the part of the national product used for wages has diminished, the part left over for rent has increased, so rent in general has risen. The increase in productivity is relatively greater in manufacture than in primary production. An equal value of national product will therefore at present yield a larger rent share to the raw product than to the manufactured product. Therefore, notwithstanding the rise in rent in general, in fact, only ground rent has risen while capital gain has fallen. Here, Rodbertus, just like Ricardo, explains the rise of rent and the fall of the rate of profit one by the other. The fall of one is equal to the rise of the other, and the rise of the latter is explained by the relative unproductiveness of agriculture. Indeed, Ricardo says somewhere quite expressly that it is not a matter of absolute but of relative unproductiveness. But even if he had said the opposite, it would not comply with the principle he establishes, since Anderson, the original author of the Ricardian concept, expressly declares that every piece of land is capable of absolute improvement. If surplus value in general has risen, then it is not merely possible that the rate of the total rent has fallen in proportion to constant capital, but it will have fallen because productivity has risen. Although the number of workers employed has grown, as has the rate at which they are exploited, the amount of capital expended on wages as a whole has fallen relatively, although it has risen absolutely, because the capital which as an advance, a product of the past, is set in motion by these workers, and as a prerequisite of production forms an ever-growing share of the total capital. Hence, the rate of profit and rent taken together has fallen, although not only its volume, its absolute amount, has grown, but also the rate at which labor is being exploited has risen. This Rodbertus cannot see, because for him, constant capital is an invention of industry, of which agriculture is ignorant. But so far as the relative magnitude of profit and rent is concerned, it does not by any means follow that because agriculture is relatively less productive than industry, the rate of profit has fallen absolutely. If, for instance, its relationship to rent was as 2 to 3 and is now as 1 to 3, then whereas previously it formed 2/3 of rent, it now forms only 1/3, or previously profit formed 2/5 of the total surplus value and now only 1/4, or previously 8/20 and now only 5/20, it would have fallen by 3/20, or by 15%. Assume that the value of 1 pound of cotton was 2 shillings. It falls to 1 shilling. 100 workers who previously spun 100 pounds in one day now spin 300. Previously, the outlay for 300 pounds amounted to 600 shillings. Now it is only 300 shillings. Further, assume that in both cases, machinery equals 1/10, or 60 shillings. Finally, previously, 300 pounds cost 300 shillings as an outlay for 300 workers. Now, only 100 shillings for 100 workers. Since the productivity of the workers has increased, and we must suppose that they are paid here in their own product, assume that whereas previously the surplus value was 20% of wages, it is now 40. Thus we get the following tables. Suppose the rent is 1/3 of 1 pound. Then in the first case it equals 200 shillings, i.e. 10 pounds. In the second it is 100 shillings, or 5 pounds. The rent has fallen here because the raw product has become cheaper by 50%. But the whole of the product has become cheaper by more than 50%. The industrial labor added in number 1 is to the value of the raw material as 300 to 600, or 6 to 10 being 1 to 1 2/3. In number 2 as 140 to 300, or 1 to 2 1/7. Industrial labor has become relatively more productive than agricultural labor here, yet in the first case, the rate of profit is lower and the rent higher than in the second. In both cases, rent amounts to 1/3 of raw materials. Assume that the amount of raw materials in number 2 doubles, so that 600 pounds are spun, and we would get the following table. The rate of profit has risen compared with number 1. Rent would be just the same as in number 1. The 600 pounds would cost only 1,000, whereas before they cost 2,040. It does not by any means follow from the relative dearness of the agricultural product that it yields a higher rent. However, if one assumes, as Rodbertus can be said to assume since his so-called proof is absurd, that rent clings as a percentage on to every particle of value of the agricultural product, then indeed it follows that rent rises with the increasing dearness of agricultural produce. Quote, as a result of the increased population, the value of the total national product has also grown to an extraordinary extent. Today, therefore, the nation draws more wages, more profit, more ground rent. Furthermore, this increased amount of the ground rent has raised it, whereas the increased amount of wages and profit could not have a similar effect. Section 8. The kernel of truth in the law distorted by Rodbertus. Let us strip Rodbertus of all nonsense, not to speak of such defective conceptions as I have detailed more fully above, for instance that the rate of surplus value, or level of rent, can only rise when labor becomes more productive, i.e. the overlooking of absolute surplus value, etc. Namely, let's strip him of the absurd conception that the value of the material does not form part of the expenditure in capitalist agriculture in the strict sense. The second piece of nonsense, that he does not regard the machinery, the second part of the constant capital of agriculture and manufacture, as a component part of value, which, just as the value of the material, does not arise from the labor of the sphere of production into which it enters as machinery, and upon which the profit made in each sphere of production is also calculated, even though the value of the machinery does not add a farthing to the profit, as little as the value of the material, although both are means of production, and as such enter into the labor process. The third piece of nonsense, that he does not charge to agriculture the entire value of the machinery, etc., which enters into it as an item of expenditure, and that he does not regard that element of it which does not consist of raw material as a debit of agriculture to industry, which does not therefore belong to the expenditure of industry as a whole, and in payment for which a part of the raw material of agriculture must be supplied gratis to industry. The fourth piece of nonsense, his belief that in addition to machinery and its auxiliary materials, the value of the material enters into all branches of industry, whereas this is not the case in the entire transport industry any more than it is in the extractive industry. The fifth piece of nonsense, that he does not see that although besides variable capital, raw material does enter into many branches of manufacture, and this the more they supply finished produce for consumption, the other component part of constant capital disappears almost completely or is very small, incomparably smaller than in large-scale industry or agriculture. The sixth piece of nonsense, that he confuses the average prices of commodities with their values. Stripped of all this, which has allowed him to derive his explanation of rent from the farmer's wrong calculation and his own wrong calculation, so that rent would have to disappear to the extent to which the farmer accurately calculates the outlay he makes, then only the following assertion remains as the real kernel. When the raw products are sold at their values, their value stands above the average prices of the other commodities, or above their own average price. This means that their value is greater than the costs of production plus average profit, thus leaving an excess profit, which constitutes rent. Furthermore, assuming the same rate of surplus value, this means that the ratio of variable capital to constant capital is greater in primary production than it is on an average in those spheres of production which belong to industry, which does not prevent it from being higher in some branches of industry than it is in agriculture. Or putting it into even more general terms, agriculture belongs to that class of industries whose variable capital is greater proportionately to constant capital than in industry, on an average. Hence, its surplus value, calculated on its costs of production, must be higher than the average in the industrial spheres, which means again that its particular rate of profit stands above the average rate of profit, or the general rate of profit, which means again, when the rate of surplus value is the same and the surplus value itself is given, then the particular rate of profit in each sphere of production depends on the proportion of variable capital to constant capital in that particular sphere. This would therefore only be an application of the law developed by me in a general form to a particular branch of industry. Consequently, 1. One has to prove that agriculture belongs to those particular spheres of production whose commodity values are above their average price, whose profit, so long as they appropriate it themselves and do not hand it over for the equalization of the general rate of profit, thus stands above the average profit, yielding them, therefore, in addition to this, an excess profit. This point, number 1, appears certainly to apply to agriculture on an average, because manual labor is still relatively dominant in it, and it is characteristic of the bourgeois mode of production to develop manufacture more rapidly than agriculture. This is, however, a historical difference which can disappear. At the same time, this implies that on the whole, the means of production supplied by industry to agriculture fall in value, while the raw material which agriculture supplies to industry generally rises in value. The constant capital in a large part of manufacture has consequently a proportionately greater value than that in agriculture. In the main, this will probably not apply to the extractive industry. Number 2. It is wrong to say, as Rodbertus does, if, according to the general law, the agricultural product is sold on an average at its value, then it must yield an excess profit, alias rent, as though this selling of the commodity at its value above its average price were the general law of capitalist production. On the contrary, it must be shown why, in primary production, by way of exception and in contrast to the class of industrial products whose value similarly stands above their average price, the values are not reduced to the average prices, and therefore yield an excess profit, alias rent. This is to be explained simply by property in land. The equalization takes place only between capitals, because only the action of capitals on one another has the force to assert the inherent laws of capital. In this respect, those who derive rent from monopoly are right, just as it is the monopoly of capital alone that enables the capitalist to squeeze surplus labor out of the worker, so the monopoly of land ownership enables the landed proprietor to squeeze that part of surplus labor from the capitalist, which would form a constant excess profit. But those who derive rent from monopoly are mistaken when they imagine that monopoly enables the landed proprietor to force the price of the commodity above its value. On the contrary, it makes it possible to maintain the value of the commodity above its average price, to sell the commodity not above, but at its value. Modified in this way, the proposition is correct. It explains the existence of rent, whereas Ricardo only explains the existence of differential rents, and actually does not credit the ownership of land with any economic effect. Furthermore, it does away with the superstructure, which with Ricardo himself was anyhow only arbitrary and not necessary for his presentation, namely that the agricultural industry becomes gradually less productive. It admits, on the contrary, that it becomes more productive. On the bourgeois basis, however, agriculture is relatively less productive, or slower to develop the productive power of labor, than industry. Ricardo is right when he derives his excess surplus value not from greater productivity, but from smaller productivity. Section 9. Differential rent and absolute rent in their reciprocal relationship. Rent as a historical category. Smith's and Ricardo's method of research. So far as the difference in rents is concerned, provided equal capital is invested in land areas of equal size, it is due to the difference in natural fertility, in the first place, specifically with regard to those products which supply bread, the chief nutrient. Provided the land is of equal size and fertility, differences in rent arise from the unequal capital investment. The first, natural difference, causes not only the difference in the size, but also in the level or rate of rent, relatively to the capital which has been laid out. The second, industrial difference, only effects a greater rent in proportion to the volume of capital which has been laid out. Successive capital investments on the same land may also have different results. The existence of different excess profits or different rents on land of varying fertility does not distinguish agriculture from industry. What does distinguish it is that those excess profits in agriculture become permanent fixtures, because here they rest on a natural basis, which, it is true, can be to some extent leveled out. In industry, on the other hand, given the same average profit, these excess profits can only turn up fleetingly, and they only appear because of a changeover to more productive machines and combinations of labor. In industry, it is always the most recently added, most productive capital that yields an excess profit by reducing average prices. In agriculture, excess profit may be the result, and very often must be the result, not of the absolute increase in fertility of the best fields, but the relative increase in their fertility, because less productive land is now being cultivated. In industry, the higher relative productiveness, the excess profit, which disappears, must always be due to the absolute increase in productivity of the newly invested capital compared with the old. No capital can yield an excess profit in industry. We are not concerned here with a momentary rise in demand, because less productive capitals are newly entering into the branch of industry. It can, however, also happen in agriculture, and Ricardo admits this, that more fertile land which is either naturally more fertile or which becomes more fertile under newly developed advances in technique than the old land under the old conditions, comes into use at a later stage, and even throws a part of the old land out of cultivation, as in the mining industry and with colonial products, or forces it to turn to another type of agriculture which supplies a different product. The fact that differences in rents, that is, excess profits, become more or less fixed distinguishes agriculture from industry. But the fact that the market price is determined by the average conditions of production, thus raising the price of the product which is below this average, above its price and even above its value, this fact by no means arises from the land, but from competition, from capitalist production. Hence, this is not a law of nature, but a social law. This theory neither demands the payment of rent for the worse land, nor the non-payment of rent. Similarly, it is possible that a lease rent is paid where no rent is yielded, where only the ordinary profit is made, or where not even this is made. Here, the landowner draws a rent, although economically none is available. Rent, as in excess profit, is paid only for the better, more fertile land. Here, rent as such does not exist. In such cases, excess profit, just as the excess profit in industry, rarely becomes fixed in the form of rent, as in the west of the United States of North America. This is the case where, on the one hand, relatively great areas of disposable land have not become private property, and on the other, the natural fertility is so great that the values of the agricultural products are equal to, sometimes below, their average prices, despite the scant development of capitalist production, and therefore the high proportion of variable capital to constant capital. If their values were higher, competition would reduce them to this level. It is, however, absurd to say, as for example Rodbertus does, that the state appropriates the ground rent because it levies, for instance, $1 or so per acre, a low, almost nominal price. One could just as well say that the state imposes a trade tax on the pursuit of every branch of industry. In this case, Ricardo's law exists. Rent exists only for relatively fertile land, although mostly not in a fixed but in a fluid state, like the excess profit in industry. The land that pays no rent does so not because of its low fertility, but because of its high fertility. The better kinds of land pay rent because they possess more than average fertility. But in countries where landed property exists, the same situation, namely that the last cultivated land pays no rent, may also occur for the reverse reasons. Supposing, for instance, that the value of the grain crops was so low, and that its low value was in no way connected with the payment of rent, that owing to the relatively low fertility of the last cultivated land, the value of its crop were only equal to the average price. This means that if the same amount of labor were expended here as on the land which carried a rent, the number of quarters would be so small and the capital laid out that with the average value of bread products, only the average price of wheat would be obtained. Supposing, for example, that the last land which carries rent, and the land which carries the smallest rent represents pure rent, the others, already differential rent, produces with a capital investment of £100 a product equal to £120, or 360 quarters of wheat at a third pound. In this case, 3 quarters equals 1 pound. Let 1 pound equal 1 week's labor. 100 pounds are 100 weeks' labor, and 120 pounds are 120 weeks' labor. 1 quarter is 1/3 of a week, which is 2 days, and of these 2 days, or 24 hours, if the normal working day is 12 hours, 1/5, or 4 4/5 hours, are unpaid labor, which is equal to the surplus value embodied in the quarter. 1 quarter equals 1/3 of a pound, which is 6 2/3 shillings. If the quarter is sold at its value, and the average profit is 10%, then the average price of the 360 quarters would be £110, and the average price per quarter 6 1/9 shillings. The value would be £10 above the average price, and since the average profit is 10%, the rent would be equal to half the surplus value, i.e. £10 or 5/9 shillings per quarter. Better types of land, which would yield more quarters for the same outlay of 120 labor weeks, of which, however, only 100 are paid labor, be it materialized or living, would, at the price of 6 6/9 shillings per quarter, yield a higher rent. But the worst cultivated land would yield a rent of £10 on a capital of £100, or of 5/9 shillings per quarter of wheat. Assume that a new piece of land is cultivated, which yields only 330 quarters with 120 labor weeks. If the value of 3 quarters is a pound, then that of 330 is 110 pounds. But 1 quarter would now be equal to 2 days and 2 2/11 hours, while before it was equal only to 2 days. Previously, 1 quarter was equal to 6 6/9 shillings, or 1 quarter was equal to 6 shillings and 8 pence. Now, since 1 pound equals 6 days, it is equal to 7 shillings, 3 pence, and 1 1/11 farthing. To be sold at its value, the quarter would now have to be sold at 7 pence and 1/11 farthing more. At this price, it would also yield the rent of 5/9 shillings per quarter. The value of the wheat produced on the better land is here below the value of that produced on the worse land. If this worst land sells at the price per quarter of the next best or rent-yielding land, then it sells below its value, but at its average price, i.e. the price at which it yields the normal profit of 10%. It can therefore be cultivated and yield the normal average profit to the capitalist. There are 2 situations in which the worst land would here yield a rent apart from profit. Firstly, if the value of the quarter of wheat were above 6 6/9 shillings. Its price could be above this, i.e. above its value as a result of demand, but this does not concern us here. That is, if the worst land previously cultivated, and all others, while yielding the same rent, were proportionately less fertile, so that their value were higher above their average price and the average price of the other commodities. That the new worse land does not yield a rent is thus not due to its low fertility, but to the relatively high fertility of the other land. As against the new type of land with the new capital investment, the worst previously cultivated rent-yielding land represents rent in general, the non-differential rent, and that its rent is not higher is due to the high fertility of the rent-yielding land. Assume that there are 3 other classes of land besides the last rent-yielding land. Class 2, that above number 1, the last rent-yielding land, carries a rent of 1/5 more because this land is 1/5 more fertile than class number 1. Class number 3 again 1/5 more because it is 1/5 more fertile than class number 2, and the same again in class number 4. Since the rent in class number 1 equals 10 pounds, it is 12 pounds in class number 2, 14 2/5 of a pound in class number 3, and 17 7/25 of a pound in class number 4. If number 4's fertility were less, the rent of 3 to 1 inclusive would be greater, and that of number 4 also greater absolutely. This can be taken in 2 ways. If number 1 were more fertile than the rent of 2, 3 and 4 would be proportionately smaller. On the other hand, 1 is to 2, 2 is to 3, and 3 is to 4, as the newly added, non-rent-yielding type of land is to 1. The new type of land does not carry a rent because the value of the wheat from number 1 is not above the average price of that from the new land. It would be above it if 1 were less fertile. Then the new land would likewise yield a rent. But the same applies to number 1. If 2 were more fertile, then 1 would yield no rent, or a smaller rent. And it is the same with 2 and 3, and with 3 and 4. Finally, we have the reverse. The absolute fertility of 4 determines the rent of 3. If 4 were yet more fertile, 3, 2, and 1 would yield a smaller rent or no rent at all. Thus, the rent yielded by 1, the undifferentiated rent, is determined by the fertility of 4, just as the circumstance that the new land yields no rent is determined by the fertility of 1. Accordingly, Stork's law is valid here, namely that the rent of the most fertile land determines the rent of the last land to yield any rent at all, and therefore also the difference between the land which yields the undifferentiated rent and that which yields no rent at all. Hence the phenomenon that here the fifth class, the newly cultivated land 1 prime, as opposed to number 1, yields no rent, is not to be ascribed to its own lack of fertility, but to its relative lack of fertility compared with number 1, therefore to the relative fertility of 1 as compared with 1 prime. Secondly, the value of the product of the rent-yielding types of land 1, 2, 3, and 4, that is 6 shillings 8 pence per quarter, to make it more realistic one could say bushel instead of quarter, equals the average price of 1 prime, and is below its own value. Now, many intermediary stages are in fact possible. Supposing on a capital investment of £100, 1 prime yielded any quantity of quarters between its real return of 330 bushels and the return of number 1, which is 360. Say 333, 340, 350, up to 360 minus X bushels. Then the value of the quarter at 6 shillings 8 pence would be above the average price of 1 prime per bushel, and the last cultivated land would yield a rent. That it yields the average profit at all, it owes to the relatively low fertility of 1, and therefore of 1 to 4. That it yields no rent is due to the relatively high fertility of 1, and to its own relatively low fertility. The last cultivated land, 1 prime, could yield a rent if the value of the bushel were above 6 shillings 8 pence, that is, if 1, 2, 3, and 4 were less fertile, for then the value of the wheat would be greater. It could, however, also yield a rent if the value were given at 6 shillings 8 pence, i.e. if the fertility of 1, 2, 3, and 4 were the same. This would be the case if it were more fertile itself, yielded more than 330 bushels, and if the value of 6 shillings 8 pence per bushel were thus above its average price. In other words, its average price would then be below 6 shillings 8 pence, and therefore below the value of the wheat grown on 1, 2, 3, and 4. If the value is above the average price, then there is an excess profit above the average profit, hence the possibility of a rent. This shows, when comparing different spheres of production, for instance industry and agriculture, the fact that value is above average price indicates lower productivity in the sphere of production that yields the excess profit, the excess of value over the average price. Within the same sphere, on the other hand, it indicates greater productivity of one capital in comparison with other capitals in the same sphere of production. In the above example, number 1 yields a rent, only because in agriculture, the proportion of variable capital to constant capital is greater than in industry, i.e. more new labor has to be added to the materialized labor, and because of the existence of landed property, this excess of value over average price is not leveled out by competition between capitals. But that number 1 yields a rent at all is due to the fact that the value of 6 shillings 8 pence per bushel is not below its average price, and that its fertility is not so low that its own value rises above 6 shillings 8 pence per bushel. Its price, moreover, is not determined by its own value, but by the value of the wheat grown on 2, 3, and 4, or to be precise, by that grown on number 2. Whether the market price is merely equal to its own average price or stands above it, and whether its value is above its average price depends on its own productivity. Hence, Rodbertus's view that in agriculture every capital which yields the average profit must yield rent is wrong. This false conclusion follows from his false basis. He reasons like this. The capital in agriculture, for instance, yields £10. But because, in contrast to industry, raw materials do not enter into it, the £10 are reckoned on a smaller sum. They represent, therefore, more than 10%. But the point is this. It is not the absence of raw materials. On the contrary, they do enter into agriculture proper. It wouldn't matter a straw if they didn't enter into it, provided machinery, etc. increased proportionally. It is not the absence of these raw materials which raises the value of the agricultural products above the average price, their own and that of other commodities. Rather, this is due to the higher proportion of variable to constant capital compared with that existing not in particular spheres of industrial production, but on an average in industry as a whole. The magnitude of this general difference determines the amount and the existence of rent on number 1, the absolute non-differential rent, and hence the smallest rent. The price of wheat from 1 prime, the newly cultivated land which does not yield a rent, is however not determined by the value of its own product, but by the value of number 1, and consequently by the average market price of the wheat supplied by 1, 2, 3, and 4. The privilege of agriculture, resulting from landed property, that it sells its product not at the average price but at its value, if this value is above the average price, is by no means valid for products grown on different types of land as against one another, for products of different values produced within the same sphere of production. As against industrial products, they can only claim to be sold at their value. As against the other products of the same sphere, they are determined by the market price, and it depends on the fertility of number one, whether the value, which equals the average market price here, is sufficiently high or low, i.e. whether the fertility of number one is sufficiently high or low for one prime, if it is sold at this value, to participate little, much, or not at all in the general difference between the value and the average price of wheat. But since Rodbertus makes no distinction at all between values and average prices, and since he considers it to be a general law for all commodities, and not a privilege of agricultural products that they are sold at their values, he must of course believe that the product of the least fertile land has also to be sold at its individual value, but it loses this privilege in competition with products of the same type. Now it is possible for the average price of one prime to be above 6 shillings 8 pence per bushel, the value of number one. It can be assumed, although this is not quite correct, that for land number one to be cultivated at all, demand must increase. The price of wheat from number one must therefore rise above its value, above 6 shillings 8 pence, and indeed persistently so. In this case, land one prime will be cultivated. If it can make the average profit at 6 shillings 8 pence, although its value is above 6 shillings 8 pence, and if it can satisfy demand, then the price will be reduced to 6 shillings 8 pence, since demand now again corresponds to supply, and so number one must sell at 6 shillings 8 pence again. Ditto for number 2, 3, and 4, hence also one prime. If, on the other hand, the average price in one prime amounted to 7 shillings 8 pence, so that it could make the usual profit at this price only, which would be far below its individual value, and if the demand could not be otherwise satisfied, then the value of the bushel would have to consolidate itself at 7 shillings 8 pence, and the demand price of number one would rise above its value. That of 2, 3, and 4, which is already above their individual value, would rise even higher. If, on the other hand, there were prospects of grain imports, which would by no means permit of such a stabilization, then one prime could nevertheless be cultivated if small farmers were prepared to be satisfied with less than the average profit. This is constantly happening in both agriculture and industry. Rent could be paid, in this case, just as when one prime yields the average profit, but it would merely be a deduction from the farmer's profit. If this could not be done either, then the landlord could lease the land to cottagers, whose main concern, like that of the handloom weaver, is to get their wages out of it, and to pay their surplus, large or small, to the landlord in the form of rent. As in the case of the handloom weaver, this surplus could even be a mere deduction, not from the product of labor, but from the wages of labor. In all these instances, rent could be paid. In one case, it would be a deduction from the capitalist profit. In the other case, the landlord would appropriate the surplus labor of the worker, which would otherwise be appropriated by the capitalist. And in the final case, he would live off the worker's wage, as the capitalists are also often wont to do. But large-scale capitalist production is only possible where the last cultivated land yields at least the average profit. That is, where the value of number one enables number one to realize at least the average price. One can see how the differentiation between value and average price surprisingly solves the question and shows that Ricardo and his opponents are right. If number one, the land which yields absolute rent, were the only cultivated land, then it would sell the bushel of wheat at its value, at 6 shillings 8 pence, and not reduce it to the average price of 6 1/9 shillings, or 6 shilling 1 1/3 pence. If all land were of the same type, and if the cultivated area increased tenfold because demand grew, then since number one yields a rent of £10 per 100, the rent would grow to £100, although only a single type of land existed. But its rate, or level, would not grow, neither compared with the capital advanced, nor compared with the area of land cultivated. 10 times as many acres would be cultivated, and 10 times as much capital advanced. This would therefore merely be an augmentation of the rental, of the volume of rent, not of its level. The rate of profit would not fall, for the value and price of the agricultural products would remain the same. A capital which is 10 times as large can naturally hand over a rent which is 10 times larger than a capital which is 1/10 its size. On the other hand, if 10 times as much capital were employed on the same area of land with the same result, then the rate of rent compared with the capital laid out would have remained the same. It would have risen in proportion to the area of land, but would not have altered the rate of profit in any way. Now supposing the cultivation of number 1 became more productive, not because the land had altered, but because more constant capital and less variable capital is being laid out, that is, more capital is being spent on machinery, horses, mineral fertilizers, etc., and less on wages, then the value of wheat would approach its average price, and the average price of the industrial products, because the excess in the ratio of variable to constant capital would have decreased. In this case, rent would fall, and the rate of profit would remain unaltered. If the mode of production changed in such a way that the ratio of variable to constant capital became the same as the average ratio in industry, then the excess of value over the average price of wheat would disappear, and with it, rent, excess profit. Category 1 would no longer pay a rent, and landed property would have become nominal, insofar as the altered mode of production is not in fact accompanied by additional capital being embodied in the land, so that on the termination of the lease, the owner might draw interest on a capital which he himself had not advanced. This is indeed a principal means by which landowners enrich themselves, and the dispute about tenantry right in Ireland revolves around this very point. Now if, besides number 1, there also existed 2, 3, and 4, in all of which this mode of production were applied, then they would still yield rents because of their greater natural fertility, and the rent would be in proportion to the degree of their fertility. Category 1 would in this case have ceased to yield a rent, and the rents of 2, 3, and 4 would have fallen accordingly, because the general ratio of productivity in agriculture had become equal to that prevailing in industry. The rent of 2, 3, and 4 would correspond with the Ricardian law. It would merely be equivalent to and would exist only as an excess profit of more fertile compared to less fertile land, like similar excess profits in industry, except in the latter they lack the natural basis for consolidation. The Ricardian law would prevail just the same even if landed property were non-existent. With the abolition of landed property and the retention of capitalist production, this excess profit arising from the difference in fertility would remain. If the state appropriated the land and capitalist production continued, then rent from 2, 3, and 4 would be paid to the state, but rent as such would remain. If landed property became people's property, then the whole basis of capitalist production would go, the foundation on which rests the confrontation of the worker by the conditions of labor as an independent force. A question which is to be later examined in connection with rent. How is it possible for rent to rise in value and in amount with more intensive cultivation, although the rate of rent falls in relation to the capital advanced? This is obviously only possible because the amount of capital advanced rises. If rent is 1/5 and it becomes 1/10, then 20 times 1/5 is 4, and 50 times 1/10 is 5. That's all. But if conditions of production in intensive cultivation became the same as those prevailing on an average in industry, instead of only approximating to them, then rent for the least fertile land would disappear, and for the most fertile it would be reduced merely to the difference in the land. Absolute rent would no longer exist. Now let us assume that following upon a rise in demand, new land, category 2, were cultivated in addition to number 1. Category 1 pays the absolute rent, number 2 would pay a differential rent, but the price of wheat, value for number 1, excess value for number 2, remains the same. The rate of profit too is supposed not to be affected, and so on until we come to number 4. Thus the level, the rate of rent, is also rising if we take the total capital laid out in 1, 2, 3, and 4. But the average rate of profit from 2, 3, and 4 would remain the same as that from 1, which equals that in industry, the general rate of profit. Thus, if we go on to more fertile land, the amount and rate of rent can grow, although the rate of profit remains unchanged and the price of wheat constant. The rise in level and amount of rent would be due to the growing productivity of the capital in 2, 3, and 4, not to the diminishing productivity in number 1. But the growing productivity would not cause a rise in profits and a fall both in the price of the commodity and in wages, as happens necessarily in industry. Supposing, however, the reverse process took place, from 4 to 3, 2, and 1. Then the price would rise to 6 shillings 8 pence, at which it would still yield a rent of £10 on 100 on number 1. For the rent of wheat on number 4 amounts to £17.28 on 100, of which, however, 7.28 are the excess of its price over the value of number 1. Category 1 gave 360 bushels at £100, with the rent of £10 and the value of the bushel at 6 shillings 8 pence. Number 2, 432 bushels. Number 3, 518 2/5 bushels. And number 4, 622 2/25 bushels. But the price per bushel of 6 shillings 8 pence yielded number 4 an excess rent of 7.28 per 100. 4 sells 3 bushels for £1, or 622.8 bushels at 207 9/25 pounds. But its value is only £120, as in number 1, Whatever is above this amount is excess of its price over its value. Number 4 would sell the bushel at its value, or rather, he would sell it at its value if he sold it at 3 shillings 10 and 8/27 pence, and at this price he would have a rent of £10 on 100. The movement from 4 to 3, 3 to 2, and 2 to 1 causes the price per bushel, and with it the rent, to rise, until it eventually reaches 6 shillings 8 pence with number 1, where this price now yields the same rent that it previously yielded with number 4. The rate of profit would fall with the rise in price, partly owing to the rise in value of the means of subsistence and raw materials. The transition from 4 to 3 could happen like this. Due to demand, the price of 4 rises above its value, hence it yields not only rent but excess rent. Consequently, number 3 is cultivated, which, with the normal average profit, is not supposed to yield a rent at this price. If the rate of profit has not fallen as a result of the rise in price of number 4, but wages have, then number 3 will yield the average profit. But due to the additional supply from 3, wages should rise to their normal level again. Then the rate of profit in 3 falls, etc. Thus, the rate of profit falls with this downward movement on the assumptions which we have made, namely, that 3 cannot yield a rent at the price of 4, and that 3 can only be cultivated at the old rate of profit because wages have momentarily fallen below their normal level. Under these conditions, it is again possible for the Ricardian law to apply, but not necessarily, even according to his interpretation. It is merely possible in certain circumstances. In reality, the movements are contradictory. This has disposed of the essence of the theory of rent. With Rodbertus, rent arises from eternal nature, at least of capitalist production, because of his value of the material. In our view, rent arises from a historical difference in the organic component parts of capital, which may be partially ironed out and indeed disappear completely with the development of agriculture. True, the difference insofar as it is merely due to variation in actual fertility of the land remains, even if the absolute rent has disappeared. But quite apart from the possible ironing out of natural variations, differential rent is linked with the regulation of the market price, and therefore disappears along with the price and with capitalist production. There would remain only the fact that land of varying fertility is cultivated by social labor, and despite the difference in the amount of labor employed, labor can become more productive on all types of land. But the amount of labor used on the worst land would by no means result in more labor being paid for the product of the better land, as now with the bourgeois. Rather would the labor saved on number 4 be used for the improvement of number 3, and that saved from 3 for the improvement of 2, and finally that saved on 2 would be used to improve number 1. Thus the whole of the capital eaten up by the landowners would serve to equalize the labor used for the cultivation of the soil, and to reduce the amount of labor in agriculture as a whole. Adam Smith, as we saw above, first correctly interprets value and the relation existing between profit, wages, etc. as component parts of this value. Then he proceeds the other way around, regards the prices of wages, profit, and rent as antecedent factors, and seeks to determine them independently in order to then compose the price of the commodity out of them. The meaning of this change of approach is that first he understands the problem in its inner relationships, and then in the reverse form as it appears in competition. These two concepts of his run counter to one another in his work, naively, without his being aware of their contradiction. Ricardo, on the other hand, consciously abstracts from the form of competition, from the appearance of competition, in order to comprehend the laws as such. On the one hand, he must be reproached for not going far enough, for not carrying his abstraction to completion. For instance, when he analyzes the value of the commodity, he at once allows himself to be influenced by consideration of all kinds of concrete conditions. On the other hand, one must reproach him for regarding the phenomenal form as immediate and direct proof, or exposition, of the general laws, and for failing to interpret it. In regard to the first, his abstraction is too incomplete. In regard to the second, it is formal abstraction, which is in itself wrong. Section 10. Rate of rent and rate of profit. Relation between productivity in agriculture and in industry in the different stages of historical development. Now to return briefly to the remainder of Rodbertus. Quote, the increase in wages, capital gain, and ground rent respectively, which arises from the increase in the value of the national product, can raise neither the wages nor the capital gain of the nation, since more wages are now distributed among more workers, and a greater amount of capital gain accrues to capital increased in the same proportion. Ground rent, on the other hand, must rise, since this always accrues to land whose area has remained the same. It is thus possible to explain satisfactorily the great rise in land value, which is nothing other than ground rent capitalized at the normal rate of interest, without having to resort to a fall in productivity of agricultural labor, which is diametrically opposed to the idea of the perfectibility of human society and to all agricultural and statistical facts. First of all, it should be noted that Ricardo, at whom this passage is aimed, nowhere seeks to explain the great rise in land value. This is no problem at all for him. He says further, and Ricardo even noted this explicitly, that given the rate of rent, rent can increase with a constant value of corn or agricultural produce. This increase again presents no problem for him. The rise in the rental, while the rate of rent remains the same, is no problem for him either. His problem lies in the rise in the rate of rent, i.e. rent in proportion to the agricultural capital advanced, and hence the rise in value not of the amount of agricultural produce, but the rise in value, for example, of the quarter of wheat, i.e. of the same quantity of agricultural produce. In consequence of this, the excess of its value over the average price increases, and thereby also the excess of rent over the rate of profit. Rodbertus here begs the Ricardian problem, to say nothing of his erroneous value of the material. The rate of rent can indeed rise relatively to the capital advanced. In other words, the relative value of the agricultural product can rise in proportion to the industrial product, even though agriculture is constantly becoming more productive. And this can happen for two reasons. Firstly, take the above example, the transition from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, i.e. to ever more fertile land, but where the additional supply is not so great as to throw number 1 out of cultivation, or to reduce the difference between value and average price to such an extent that 4, 3, and 2 pay relatively lower rents and 1 no rent at all. If number 1's rent amounts to 10, number 2's to 20, number 3's to 30, and 4's to 40, and if £100 are invested in all 4 types of land, then number 1's rent would be 1/10 or 10% on the capital advanced, number 2's would be 20%, 3's would be 30%, and 4's would be 40%. Altogether, £100 on 400 capital advanced, which gives an average rate of rent of 100 over 4 being 25%. Taking the entire capital invested in agriculture, the rent now amounts to 25%. Had only the cultivation of land number 1, the unfertile land, been extended, then the rent would be 40 on 400, 10% just as before, and it would not have risen by 15%. But in the first case, if 330 bushels resulted from an outlay of £100 on number 1, only 1,320 bushels would have been produced at the price of 6 shillings 8 pence per bushel. In the second case, i.e. when all 4 classes of land are cultivated, 1,500 bushels have been produced at the same price. The same capital has been advanced in both cases. But the rise in the level of the rent here is only apparent, for if we calculate the capital outlay in relation to the product, then 100 would have been needed in number 1 to produce 330, and 400 to produce 1,320 bushels. But now only £340 are needed to produce these 1,320 bushels. £90 in number 2 produce as much as 100 in number 1, 80 in 3 as much as 90 in 2, and 70 in 4 as much as 80 in 3. The rate of rent has risen in 2, 3, and 4 compared with 1. If we take society as a whole, it means that a capital of 340 was employed to raise the same product instead of a capital of 400, that is 85% of the previous capital. The 1,320 bushels would only be distributed in a different way from those in the first case. The farmer must hand over as much on 90 as previously on 100, as much on 80 as previously on 90, and as much on 70 as previously on 80. But the capital outlay of 90, 80, or 70 gives him just the same amount of product as he previously obtained on 100. He hands over more not because he must employ more capital in order to supply the same product, but because he employs less capital. Not because his capital has become less productive, but because it has become more productive and he is still selling at the price of number 1, although he still requires the same capital as before in order to produce the same quantity of product. Secondly, apart from this rise in the rate of rent, which corresponds to the uneven rise in excess profit in individual branches of industry, though here it does not become fixed, there is only one other possibility of the rate of rent rising, although the value of the product remains the same. That is, labor does not become less productive. It occurs either when productivity in agriculture remains the same as before, but productivity in industry rises, and this rise expresses itself in a fall in the rate of profit, in other words, when the ratio of variable to constant capital diminishes, or alternatively, when productivity is rising in agriculture as well, though not at the same rate as in industry, but at a lower rate. If productivity in agriculture rises as 1 to 2, and then industry is 1 to 4, then it is relatively the same as if it had remained at 1 in agriculture and had only doubled in industry. In this case, the ratio of variable capital to constant capital would be decreasing in industry twice as fast as in agriculture. In both cases, the rate of profit in industry would fall, and because it fell, the rate of rent would rise. In other instances, the rate of profit does not fall absolutely, rather it remains constant, but it falls relatively to rent. It does so not because it itself is decreasing, but because rent, the rate of rent in relation to the capital advanced, is rising. Ricardo does not differentiate between these cases, except in these cases, that is, where the rate of profit, although constant, falls relatively because of the differential rents of the capital employed on the more fertile types of land, or where the general ratio of constant to variable capital alters as a result of the increased productivity of industry, and hence increases the excess of value of agricultural products above their average price. The rate of rent can only rise if the rate of profit falls without industry becoming more productive. This is, however, only possible if wages rise, or if raw material rises in value as a result of the lower productivity of agriculture. In this case, both the fall in the rate of profit and the rise in the level of rent are brought about by the same cause, the decrease in the productivity of agriculture and of the capital employed in agriculture. This is how Ricardo sees it. With the value of money remaining the same, this must then show itself in a rise in the prices of the raw products. If, as above, the rise is relative, then no change in the price of money can raise the money prices of agricultural products absolutely as compared with industrial products. If money fell by 50%, then 1 quarter, which was previously worth £3, would now be worth 6, but 1 pound of yarn, which was previously worth 1 shilling, would now be worth 2 shillings. The absolute rise in the money prices of agricultural products compared with industrial products can therefore never be explained by changes in the value of money. On the whole, it can be assumed that under the cruder, pre-capitalist mode of production, agriculture is more productive than industry, because nature assists here as a machine and an organism, whereas in industry the powers of nature are still almost entirely replaced by human action, as in the craft type of industry, etc. In the period of the stormy growth of capitalist production, productivity in industry develops rapidly as compared with agriculture, although its development presupposes that a significant change, as between constant and variable capital, has already taken place in agriculture. That is, a large number of people have been driven off the land. Later, productivity advances in both, although at an uneven pace. But when industry reaches a certain level, the disproportion must diminish. In other words, productivity in agriculture must increase relatively more rapidly than in industry. This requires, firstly, the replacement of the easygoing farmer by the businessman, the fanning capitalist, transformation of the husbandman into a pure wage laborer, large-scale agriculture, i.e. with concentrated capitals. Secondly, in particular, however, mechanics, the really scientific basis of large-scale industry, had reached a certain degree of perfection during the 18th century. The development of chemistry, geology, and physiology, the sciences that directly form the specific basis of agriculture rather than of industry, does not take place until the 19th century, and especially the later decades. It is nonsense to talk of the greater or lesser productivity of two different branches of industry when merely comparing the values of their commodities. If in 1800 the pound of cotton was 2 shillings and yarn 4 shillings, and if in 1830 the value of cotton was 2 shillings or 18 pence and that of yarn 3 shillings or 1 shillings 8 pence, then one might compare the proportion in which the productivity in both branches had grown, but only because the rate of 1800 is taken as the starting point. On the other hand, because the pound of cotton is 2 shillings and that of yarn is 3, and hence the labor which produces the cotton is as great again as the newly added labor of spinning, it would be absurd to say that the one is twice as productive as the other. Just as absurd as it would be to say that because canvas can be made more cheaply than the artist painting on the canvas, the labor of the latter is less productive than that of the former. Only the following is correct, even if it comprises the capitalist meaning of productive of surplus value, along with the relative amounts of the product. If, on an average, according to the conditions of production, 500 pounds is needed in the form of raw material and machinery in order to employ 100 workers whose wages amount to 100 pounds in the cotton industry, and on the other hand, 150 pounds is needed for raw materials and machinery in order to employ 100 workers whose wages amount to 100 pounds in the cultivation of wheat, then the variable capital in number 1 would form 1/6 of the total capital of 600 pounds, and 1/5 of the constant capital. In number 2, the variable capital would constitute 2/5 of the total capital and 2/3 of constant capital. Thus, every 100 pounds which is laid out in number 1 can only contain 16 2/3 pounds of variable capital and must contain 83 1/3 pounds constant capital, whereas in number 2 it comprises 40 pounds of variable capital and 60 pounds of constant. In number 1, variable capital forms 16 2/3%, and in number 2, 40%. Clearly, the histories of prices are at present quite wretched, and they can be nothing but wretched until theory shows what needs to be examined. If the rate of surplus value were given at, say, 20%, then the surplus value in number 1 would amount to 3 1/3 pounds. In number 2, however, 8 pounds. Labor in number 1 would not be so productive of surplus value as in number 2 because it is more productive of produce. Incidentally, it is clearly only possible to have a ratio of 1 to 1/6, for example, in the cotton industry, if a constant capital, and this depends on the machines, etc., amounting to say 10,000 pounds has been laid out, hence wages amounting to 2,000, making a total capital of 12,000. If only 6,000 were laid out, of which wages would be 1,000, then the machinery would be less productive, etc. At 100 it could not be done at all. On the other hand, it is possible that if 23,000 pounds is laid out, the resulting increase in the efficiency of the machinery and other economies, etc., are so great that the 19,166 2/3 pounds is not entirely allocated to constant capital, but that more raw material and the same amount of labor requires less machinery in terms of value, which is assumed to cost 1,000 pounds less than before. Then the ratio of variable to constant capital grows again, but only because the absolute amount of capital has grown. This is a check against the fall in the rate of profit. 2 capitals of 12,000 would produce the same quantity of commodities as the one of 23,000, but firstly, the commodities would be dearer since they required an outlay of 1,000 pounds more, and secondly, the rate of profit would be smaller because within the capital of 23,000 pounds, the variable capital is more than 1/6 of the total capital, i.e. more than in the sum of the 2 capitals of 12,000 pounds. On the other hand, with the advance of industry, machinery becomes more effective and cheaper. Hence, if only the same quantity of machinery were employed as in the past, this part of constant capital in agriculture would diminish, but the quantity of machinery grows faster than the reduction in its price, since this element is as yet little developed in agriculture. On the other hand, with the greater productivity of agriculture, the price of raw material, see cotton, falls, so that raw material does not increase as a component part of the process of creating value to the same degree as it increases as a component part of the labor process. Already, Petty tells us that the landlord of his time feared improvements in agriculture because they would cause the price of agricultural products and the level of rent to fall. Ditto the extension of the land and the cultivation of previously unused land, which is equivalent to an extension of land. In Holland, this extension of the land is to be understood in an even more direct way. He says, quote, that the draining of fens, improving of forests, enclosing of commons, sowing of St. Foin and clovergrass, be grumbled against by landlords as the way to depress the price of victuals. The rent of all England, Wales, and the lowlands of Scotland be about 9 millions per annum. Petty fights this view, and Davenant goes even further and shows how the level of rent may decrease while the amount of rent, or the rental, increases. He says, quote, rents may fall in some places and counties, yet the land of the nation, he means value of the land, improve all the while. As, for example, when parks are disparked, and forests, and commons are taken in and enclosed, when fenlands are drained, and when many parts of the country are meliorated by industry and manuring. It must certainly depreciate that ground which has been improved to the full before, or was capable of no further improvement. The rental of private men does thereby sink, yet the general rental of the kingdom by such improvements at the same time rises. There was a fall in private rents from 1666 to 1688, but the rise in the kingdom's general rental was greater in proportion during that time than in the preceding years, because the improvements upon the land were greater and more universal between those two periods than at any time before. It is also evident here that the Englishman always regards the level of rent as rent related to capital, and never to the total land in the kingdom, or to the acre in general, like Rodbertus. Chapter 9. Notes on the history of the discovery of the so-called Ricardian law of rent. Section 1. The discovery of the law of differential rent by Anderson. Distortion of Anderson's views by his plagiarist, Malthus, in the interests of the landowners. Anderson was a practical farmer. His first work, in which the nature of rent is discussed in passing, appeared in 1777. At a time when, for a large section of the public, Sir James Stewart was still the leading economist, and while everyone's attention was focused on the Wealth of Nations, which had appeared a year earlier. As against this, the work of the Scottish farmer, which had been occasioned by an immediate practical controversy, and which did not ex professo deal with rent, but only incidentally elucidated its nature, could not attract any attention. In this work, Anderson only dealt with rent accidentally, not explicitly. This theory of his appears again in the same incidental fashion in one or two of his collected essays, which he himself published in 3 volumes under the title of Essays Relating to Agricultural and Rural Affairs, published in Edinburgh between 1775 and 1796. Similarly, in his Recreations in Agriculture, Natural History, Arts, etc., published in London between the years of 1799 and 1802. All these writings are directly intended for farmers and agriculturalists. It would have been different if Anderson had had an inkling of the importance of his find and had put it before the public separately as an inquiry into the nature of rent, or if he had had the least bit of talent in trading his own ideas, as his fellow countryman McCulloch did so successfully with other people's. The reproductions of his theory, which appeared in 1815, were published forthwith as independent theoretical inquiries into the nature of rent, as the very titles of the respective works of West and Malthus show. The title of Malthus's, An Inquiry into the Nature and Progress of Rent, and the title of West's, Essay on the Application of Capital to Land. Furthermore, Malthus used the Andersonian theory of rent to give his population law, for the first time, both an economic and a real natural historical basis, while the nonsense about geometrical and arithmetical progression borrowed from earlier writers was a purely imaginary hypothesis. Mr. Malthus at once improved the matter. Ricardo even made this doctrine of rent, as he himself says in his preface, one of the most important links in the whole system of political economy, and quite apart from the practical aspect, gave it an entirely new theoretical importance. Ricardo evidently did not know Anderson, since, in the preface to his Principles of Political Economy, he treats West and Malthus as the originators. Judging by the original manner in which he presents the law, West was possibly as little acquainted with Anderson as Tooke was with Stuart. With Mr. Malthus, it is different. A close comparison of his writings shows that he knows and uses Anderson. He was in fact plagiarist by profession. One need only compare the first edition of his work on population with the work of the Reverend Townsend, which I have quoted previously, to be convinced that he does not work him over as an independent producer, but copies him and paraphrases him like a slavish plagiarist, although he does not mention him anywhere by name and conceals his existence. The manner in which Malthus used Anderson is characteristic. Anderson had defended premiums on exports of corn and duties on corn imports, not out of any interest for the landlords, but because he believed that this type of legislation, quote, would reduce the average price of corn, end quote, and ensure an even development of the productive forces in agriculture. Malthus accepted this practical application of Anderson's because, being a staunch member of the established Church of England, he was a professional sycophant of the landed aristocracy, whose rents, sinecures, squandering, heartlessness, etc. he justified economically. Malthus defends the interest of the industrial bourgeoisie only insofar as these are identical with the interests of landed property, of the aristocracy, i.e. against the mass of the people, the proletariat. But where these interests diverge and are antagonistic to each other, he sides with the aristocracy against the bourgeoisie. Hence his defense of the unproductive worker, overconsumption, etc. Anderson, on the other hand, explained the difference between land which pays rent and that which does not, or between lands which pay varying rents, by the relatively low fertility of the land which bears no rent, or a smaller rent compared with that which bears a rent, or greater rent. But he stated expressly that these degrees of relative productivity of different types of land, i.e. also the relatively low productivity of the worst types of land compared with the better, had absolutely nothing to do with the absolute productivity of agriculture. On the contrary, he stressed not only that the absolute productivity of all types of land could be constantly improved, and must be improved with the progress in population, but he went further and asserted that the differences in productivity of various types of land can be progressively reduced. He said that the present degree of development of agriculture in England gives no indication at all of its possibilities. That is why he said that in one country the prices of corn may be high and rent low, while in another country the price of corn may be low and rent may be high. And this is in accordance with his principle, since the level and the existence of rents is in both countries determined by the difference between the fertile and the unfertile land, in neither of them by the absolute fertility, in each only by the degree of difference in fertility of the existing types of land, and not by the average fertility of these types. From this, he concluded that the absolute fertility of agriculture has nothing to do with rent. Hence later, as we shall see below, he declared himself a decided adversary of the Malthusian theory of population, and it never dawned on him that his own theory of rent was to serve as the basis of this monstrosity. Anderson reasoned that the rise in corn prices in England between 1750 and 1801, as compared with the years 1700 to 1750, was by no means due to the cultivation of progressively less fertile types of land, but to the influence of legislation on agriculture during these two periods. What then did Malthus do? Instead of his also plagiarized chimera of the geometrical and arithmetical progression, which he retained as a phrase, he made Anderson's theory the confirmation of his population theory. He retained Anderson's practical application of the theory insofar as it was in the interests of the landlords. This fact alone proves that he understood as little of the connection of this theory with the system of bourgeois economy as Anderson himself. Without going into the counter-evidence which the discoverer of the theory put forward, he turned it against the proletariat. The theoretical and practical advances which could have been made from this theory were as follows. The theoretical for the determination of the value of the commodity, etc., and gaining an insight into the nature of land ownership. The practical against the necessity of the private ownership of land on the basis of bourgeois production, and more immediately against all state regulations such as corn laws, which enhanced this ownership of land. These advances from Anderson's theory, Malthus left to Ricardo. The one practical conclusion which he drew from it was a defense of the protective tariffs which the landlord demanded in 1815, a sycophantic service for the aristocracy, and a new justification for the poverty of the producers of wealth, a new apology for the exploiters of labor. In this respect, it was a sycophantic service for the industrial capitalists. Utter baseness is a distinctive trait of Malthus, a baseness which can only be indulged in by a person who sees human suffering as the punishment for sin, and who in any case needs a vale of tears on earth, but who at the same time, in view of the living he draws and aided by the dogma of predestination, finds it altogether advantageous to sweeten their sojourn in the vale of tears for the ruling classes. The baseness of this mind is also evident in his scientific work. Firstly, in his shameless and mechanical plagiarism. Secondly, in the cautious, not radical, conclusions which he draws from scientific premises. Section 2. Ricardo's fundamental principle in assessing economic phenomena is the development of the productive forces. Malthus defends the most reactionary elements of the ruling classes. Virtual refutation of Malthus's theory of population by Darwin. Ricardo, rightly for his time, regards the capitalist mode of production as the most advantageous for production in general, as the most advantageous for the creation of wealth. He wants production for the sake of production, and this with good reason. To assert, as sentimental opponents of Ricardo's did, that production as such is not the object, is to forget that production for its own sake means nothing but the development of human productive forces. In other words, the development of the richness of human nature as an end in itself. To oppose the welfare of the individual to this end, as Sismondi does, is to assert that the development of the species must be arrested in order to safeguard the welfare of the individual, so that, for instance, no war may be waged in which, at all events, some individuals perish. Sismondi is only right as against the economists who conceal or deny this contradiction. Apart from the barrenness of such edifying reflections, they reveal a failure to understand the fact that although at first the development of the capacities of the human species takes place at the cost of the majority of human individuals and even classes, in the end it breaks through this contradiction and coincides with the development of the individual. The higher development of individuality is thus only achieved by a historical process during which individuals are sacrificed for the interests of the species in the human kingdom, as in the animal and plant kingdoms, always assert themselves at the cost of the interests of individuals, because these interests of the species coincide only with the interests of certain individuals, and it is this coincidence which constitutes the strength of these privileged individuals. Thus, Ricardo's ruthlessness was not only scientifically honest, but also a scientific necessity from his point of view. But because of this, it is also quite immaterial to him whether the advance of the productive forces slays landed property or workers. If this progress devalues the capital of the industrial bourgeoisie, it is equally welcome to him. If the development of the productive power of labor halves the value of the existing fixed capital, what does it matter, says Ricardo? The productivity of human labor has doubled. Thus, here is scientific honesty. Ricardo's conception is, on the whole, in the interests of the industrial bourgeoisie, only because and insofar as their interests coincide with that of production, or the productive development of human labor. Where the bourgeoisie comes into conflict with this, he is just as ruthless towards it as he is at other times towards the proletariat and the aristocracy. But Malthus, this wretch, only draws such conclusions from the given scientific premises, which he invariably steals, as will be agreeable, that is, useful, to the aristocracy against the bourgeoisie, and to both against the proletariat. He does not want production for the sake of production, but only insofar as it maintains or extends the status quo and serves the interests of the ruling classes. Already his first work, one of the most remarkable literary examples of the success of plagiarism at the cost of the original work, had the practical purpose to provide economic proof in the interests of the existing English government and the landed aristocracy that the tendency of the French Revolution and its adherents in England to perfect matters was utopian. In other words, it was a panegyric pamphlet for the existing conditions, against historical development, and furthermore, a justification of the war against revolutionary France. His writings of 1815 on protective tariffs and rent were partly means to confirm the earlier apology of the poverty of the producers, in particular, however, to defend reactionary landed property against enlightened, liberal, and progressive capital, and especially to justify an intended retrogressive step in English legislation in the interests of the aristocracy against the industrial bourgeoisie. Finally, his principles of political economy directed against Ricardo had essentially the purpose of reducing the absolute demands of industrial capital and the laws under which its productivity develops to the desirable limits favorable to the existing interests of the landed aristocracy, the established church to which Malthus belonged, government pensioners, and consumers of taxes. But when a man seeks to accommodate science to a viewpoint which is derived not from science itself, however erroneous it may be, but from outside, from alien, external interests, then I call him base. It is not a base action when Ricardo puts the proletariat on the same level as machinery or beasts of burden or commodities, because from his point of view, their being purely machinery or beasts of burden is conducive to production, or because they really are mere commodities in bourgeois production. This is stoic, objective, and scientific. Insofar as it does not involve sinning against his science, Ricardo is always a philanthropist, just as he was in practice too. The parson, Malthus, on the other hand, reduces the worker to a beast of burden for the sake of production, and even condemns him to death from starvation and to celibacy. But when these same demands of production curtail the landlord's rent, or threaten to encroach on the tithes of the established church, or in the interests of the consumers of taxes, and also when that part of the industrial bourgeoisie whose interests stand in the way of progress is being sacrificed to that part which represents the advance of production, and therefore whenever it is a question of the interests of the aristocracy against the bourgeoisie, or of the conservative and stagnant bourgeoisie against the progressive, in all these instances, Parson Malthus does not sacrifice the particular interest to production, but seeks, as far as he can, to sacrifice the demands of production to the particular interests of existing ruling classes, or sections of classes. And to this end, he falsifies his scientific conclusions. This is his scientific baseness, his sin against science, quite apart from his shameless and mechanical plagiarism. The scientific conclusions of Malthus are considerate towards the ruling classes in general, and towards the reactionary elements of the ruling classes in particular. In other words, he falsifies science for those interests. But his conclusions are ruthless insofar as they concern the subjugated classes. He is not only ruthless, he affects ruthlessness. He takes a cynical pleasure in it, and exaggerates his conclusions insofar as they are directed against the poor wretches, even beyond the point which would be scientifically justified from his point of view. The hatred of the English working classes for Malthus, the charlatan parson, as Cobbett rudely called him, Cobbett, though England's greatest political writer of this century, lacked the Leipzig professorial scholarship, and was pronounced enemy of the learned language. This hatred of Malthus was thus fully justified, and the people's instinct was correct here, in that they felt he was no man of science, but a bought advocate of their opponents, a shameless sycophant of the ruling classes. The inventor of an idea may exaggerate it in all honesty. When the plagiarist exaggerates it, he always makes a business of such an exaggeration. Because the first edition of Malthus's work, On Population, contains not a single new scientific word, it is to be regarded purely as an obtrusive Capuchin sermon, an Abraham, a Santa Clara version of the discoveries of Townsend, Stewart, Wallace, Herbert, etc., since in fact it only wants to impress by its popular form. Popular hate rightly turns against it. As compared to the wretched bourgeois economists who preach harmony, Malthus's only merit lies in his pointed emphasis on the disharmonies, which, though none of them were discovered by him, were all emphasized, amplified, and publicized by him with complacent sacerdotal cynicism. Charles Darwin, in the introduction to his On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or The Preservation of the Favored Races in the Struggle for Life, published in London in 1860, says the following, quote, "In the next chapter, the struggle for existence amongst all organic beings throughout the world, which inevitably follows from the high geometrical ratio of their increase, will be treated of. This is the doctrine of Malthus applied to the whole animal and vegetable kingdoms." In his splendid work, Darwin did not realize that by discovering the geometrical progression in the animal and plant kingdom, he overthrew Malthus's theory. Malthus's theory is based on the fact that he set Wallace's geometrical progression of man against the chimerical arithmetical progression of animals and plants. In Darwin's work, for instance, on the extinction of species, we also find, quite apart from his fundamental principle, the detailed refutation based on natural history of the Malthusian theory. But insofar as Malthus's theory rests upon Anderson's theory of rent, it was refuted by Anderson himself. Section 3. Roscher's falsification of the history of views on ground rent. Examples of Ricardo's scientific impartiality. Rent from capital investments in land, and rent from the exploitation of other elements of nature. The twofold influence of competition. Anderson's first publication, in which he develops the theory of rent as a byproduct, was a practical polemic, not on rent, but on protection. It appeared in 1777, and its very title, an inquiry into the nature of the Corn Laws, with a view to the new Corn Bill proposed for Scotland, shows firstly that it pursues a practical purpose, secondly that it is related to an imminent act of legislation, in which the interests of the manufacturers and the landlords are diametrically opposed. The law of 1773, in England to be looked up in Macculloch's catalogue, was due, so it appears, to be introduced into Scotland in 1777. Says Anderson, quote, "The law of 1773 was constructed with the avowed intention of lowering the price of corn to our manufacturers by encouraging the importation of corn from abroad for the purpose of feeding our own people at a cheaper rate." Thus, Anderson's publication was a polemic on behalf of the interests of the agriculturalists, inclusive of the landlords, against the interests of the manufacturers, and he published it avowedly as such a partisan piece of writing. The theory of rent comes in here only incidentally. In his later writings, which are to a greater or lesser degree continuously concerned with this battle of interests, he merely repeats the theory of rent once or twice in passing. He never pretends to a scientific interest in it, and it does not even become an independent subject in his presentation. Accordingly, one may judge the correctness of the following remarks of Wilhelm Roscher, who was evidently not acquainted with Anderson's writings. Quote, "Remarkable how a doctrine which in 1777 remained almost unnoticed was immediately defended and attacked with the greatest interest in 1815 and in the following years, because it touched upon the contradiction between moneyed and landed interest, which had meanwhile so sharply developed." This sentence contains as many falsehoods as words. Firstly, unlike West, Malthus, and Ricardo, Anderson did not put forward his opinion as a doctrine. Secondly, it remained not almost, but entirely unnoticed. Thirdly, it first came in incidentally in a work whose sole purpose it was to deal with the contradiction between manufacturers and landlords, a contradiction which was considerably developed in 1777, and the work only touched upon this practical battle of interests and left untouched the general theory of political economy. Fourthly, in 1815, one of the reproducers of this theory, that is Malthus, expounded it just as much in support of the Corn Laws as Anderson had done. The same doctrine was used in support of landed property by its discoverer and by Malthus, but was turned against landed property by Ricardo. Thus, at most, one might say that some of those who put it forward were defending the interests of landed property, while others who put it forward fought those same interests. But one could not say that this theory was attacked by the defenders of landed property in 1815, for Malthus defended it before Ricardo, or that it was defended by the attackers of landed property, for Ricardo did not have to defend this theory against Malthus, since he himself regarded Malthus as one of its discoverers, and as his own forerunner. He only had to combat the practical conclusions that were drawn by Malthus. Fifthly, the contradiction between moneyed and landed interest, touched upon by Roscher, had, up to that moment, absolutely nothing to do either with Anderson's theory of rent or with its reproduction. As Roscher could have gathered from John Stuart Mill, by moneyed class, the Englishman understands firstly the money lenders, and secondly, these money lenders are people who live either altogether on interest or are money lenders by profession, such as bankers, bill brokers, etc. Mill also observes that all these people who form the moneyed class are opposed to, or at any rate are distinct from, the producing class, by which Mill understands industrial capitalists, besides the working men. Hence, Roscher should see that the interests of the producing class, including the manufacturers, the industrial capitalists, and the interests of the moneyed class are two very different matters, and that these classes are different classes. Furthermore, Roscher should see that a battle between the industrial capitalists and the landlords was thus by no means a battle between the moneyed interest and the landed interest. If Roscher knew the history of the Corn Laws of 1815 and the struggle over these, then he would already have known from Cobbett that the borough mongers, that is the landed interest, and the loan mongers, that is the moneyed interest, combined against the industrial interest. But Cobbett is crude. Furthermore, Roscher should know from the history of 1815 to 1847 that in the battle over the Corn Laws, the majority of the moneyed interest, and some even of the commercial interest, Liverpool for instance, were to be found amongst the allies of the landed interest against the manufacturing interest. At most, Roscher might have been surprised that the same doctrine served in favor of landed interest in 1777 and against it in 1815, and that it caused a stir only then. If I were to elucidate in equal detail all similar gross falsifications of history which Wilhelm Thucydides Roscher commits in his literary historical notes, then I would have to write as fat a volume as his Grundlagen, and indeed such a work would not be worth the paper it was written upon. But the harmful effects which such learned ignorance as that of a Wilhelm Thucydides can have on researchers in other fields of knowledge can be seen in the example of Herr Adolf Bastian. In his work, Der Mensch in der Geschichte, published in 1860, note he quotes the above sentence of Roscher as documentary proof for a psychological assertion. Incidentally, one cannot say of Bastian that the workmanship surpasses the material. Rather, in this case, the work does not master its own raw material. Besides, I have found out through the few sciences which I know that Herr Bastian, who knows all sciences, very often relies on such authorities as Wilhelm Thucydides, which is in any case unavoidable in a pantologist. I hope I shall not be accused of unkindness towards Roscher. Note the unkindness with which this pedant himself treats science. Anyhow, I have the same right to speak of his total untruths as he has to speak in his self-satisfied and condescending manner of Ricardo's half-truths. Furthermore, Wilhelm Thucydides is by no means honest in his research and cataloging. Anyone who is not respectable does not exist for him historically either. For instance, Rodbertus does not exist for him as a theoretician of rent, because he is a communist. Besides, Roscher is also inaccurate when it comes to respectable writers. For instance, Bailey exists for McCulloch, who even regards his work as epoch-making. For Wilhelm Thucydides Roscher, he does not exist. If the science of political economy is to be furthered and popularized in Germany, people like Rodbertus should found a journal which would be open to all scholars, not pedants, prigs, and vulgarizers, and whose main purpose it would be to demonstrate the ignorance of the specialists in the science itself, as well as in its history. Anderson was in no way concerned with any inquiry into the relationship of his theory of rent to the system of political economy. This is not in the least surprising, since his first book appeared 1 year after Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, i.e., at a moment when the system of political economy was only first being consolidated, for Stuart's system too had only appeared a few years before. But so far as the material is concerned, which Anderson examined within the confines of the specific subject he was considering, this was decidedly more extensive than Ricardo's. Just as in his theory of money, the reproduction of Hume's theory, Ricardo specifically only took into account the events from 1797 to 1809, so in the theory of rent, the reproduction of Anderson's theory, he considered only the economic phenomena relating to the rise in corn prices between 1800 and 1815. The following paragraphs are very important because they clearly reflect Ricardo's character. Quote, I shall greatly regret that considerations for any particular class are allowed to check the progress of the wealth and population of the country. He says that with free import of corn, land is abandoned. In other words, landed property is sacrificed to the development of production. In connection with the free import of corn, he writes, however, that some capital would be lost cannot be disputed, but is the possession or preservation of capital the end or the means? The means, undoubtedly. What we want is an abundance of commodities, wealth in general. And if it could be proved that by the sacrifice of a part of our capital, we should augment the annual produce of those objects which contribute to our enjoyment and happiness, we ought not to repine at the loss of a part of our capital. Ricardo now terms as our capital that capital which belongs neither to us nor to him, but which has been permanently invested in the land by the capitalists. But we signifies a cross-section of the nation. The increase in our wealth is the increase in social wealth, which is an end as such, irrespective of who are the participants in this wealth. To an individual with a capital of £20,000, whose profits were £2,000 per annum, it would be a matter quite indifferent whether his capital would employ 100 or 1,000 men, whether the commodity produced sold for £10,000 or for £20,000, provided, in all cases, his profits were not diminished below £2,000. Is not the real interest of the nation similar? Provided its net real income, its rent and profits, be the same, it is of no importance whether the nation consists of 10 or 12 millions of inhabitants. Here, the proletariat is sacrificed to wealth. Insofar as it is irrelevant to the existence of wealth, its existence is a matter of indifference to wealth. Here, mass, as in mass of human beings, is worth nothing. These three instances exemplify Ricardo's scientific impartiality. The element in which the capital employed in agriculture is invested is the soil, that is nature. Hence, rent is here equal to the excess of the value of the product of labor created in this element over its average price. If, on the other hand, an element of nature or material which is privately owned by an individual is employed in another sphere of production whose physical basis it does not form, then the rent, if it only comes into being through the enjoyment of this element, cannot consist in the excess of the value of this product over the average price, but only in the excess of the general average price of this product over its own average price. For instance, a waterfall may replace the steam engine for a manufacturer and save him consumption of coal. While in possession of this waterfall, he would, for instance, constantly be selling yarn above its average price and making an excess profit. If the waterfall belongs to a landowner, this excess profit accrues to him as rent. Mr. Hopkins, in his book on rent, observes that in Lancashire, the waterfalls not only yield rent, but according to the degree of the natural motive power, they yield differential rent. Here, rent is purely the excess of the average market price of the product over its individual average price. In competition, there are two distinct movements towards equalization. Capitals within the same sphere of production equalize the prices of the commodities produced within this sphere to the same market price, irrespective of the relationship of the value of these commodities to this price. The average market price should equal the value of the commodity, were it not for the equalization between different spheres of production. As between these different spheres, competition equalizes the values to the average prices, insofar as the reciprocal interaction of the capitals is not hampered or disrupted by a third element, land ownership, etc. Section 4. Rodbertus's error regarding the relation between value and surplus value when the costs of production rise. Rodbertus is altogether mistaken when he thinks that because one commodity is dearer than another, thus realizing more labor time, it must, therefore, given the same rate of surplus value or the equal exploitation of the workers in the different spheres, also contain more unpaid labor time, surplus labor time. If the same labor yields 1/4 on unfertile land and 3 on fertile, in a good or bad year alike, if the same labor yields 1 ounce of gold in land very rich in gold, whereas in less rich or exhausted land it only yields 1/3 of an ounce, if the same labor time which produces 1 pound of wool spins 3 pounds of wool, then to begin with, the values of the 1/4 and the 3/4, of the 1 ounce of gold and the 1/3 ounce, of the 1 pound of wool and the 3 pounds of woolen yarn, minus the value of the wool it contains, are of equal magnitude. They contain equal quantities of labor time, therefore, according to the assumption, equal quantities of surplus labor time. True, the quantity of surplus labor embodied in the 1/4 grown on unfertile land is greater, but then it is only 1/4, whereas in the other case it is 3/4, or 1 pound of wool, whereas in the other case it is 3 pounds of woolen yarn. The volume of surplus labor is therefore the same, and the proportional quantity of surplus value comparing the individual commodities with one another is also equal. According to the assumption, the amount of labor contained in the 1/4, or the 1 pound of wool, is the same as that contained in the 3/4, or the 3 pounds of yarn. The capital laid out in wages is therefore greater to exactly the same degree as the surplus value. The 1 pound of wool contains 3 times as much labor as the 1 pound of yarn. Though the surplus value is 3 times as great, the capital laid out in wages on which it is based is also 3 times as great. The proportion thus remains the same. Rodbertus calculates quite wrongly here, or wrongly compares the capital laid out in wages with the greater or lesser quantity of commodities which these wages represent. But this calculation is completely wrong if, as he presupposes, wages or the rate of surplus value are given. The same quantity of labor, say 12 hours, may result in X or 3X commodities. In one case, 1X commodities contain as much labor and surplus labor as 3X in the other, but in no case would more than 1 working day be spent, and in no case would the rate of surplus value be more than, say, 1/5. In the first instance, 1/5 of the 1x would be to the x, as in the second, 1/5 of the 3x would be to the 3x. And if we were to call each of the 3x's, x prime, x prime prime, and x prime prime prime, then there would be 4/5 paid and 1/5 unpaid labor in each x prime, etc. It is quite right, on the other hand, that if just as much commodity were to be produced under the unproductive conditions as under more productive, the commodity would contain more labor, and so also more surplus labor. But then proportionately, a greater capital would also have to be laid out. In order to produce 3x, 3 times as much capital would have to be laid out in wages as is required to produce 1x. Now it is true that manufacture cannot work up more raw material than agriculture supplies. Thus, for instance, it cannot spin more pounds of wool than have been produced. If the productivity in wool spinning is tripled, then provided the conditions of the production of wool remain the same, 3 times as much time as previously would now have to be spent. 3 times as much capital would have to be expended on labor in wool production, whereas only the same amount of the spinner's labor time would be required to spin up his tripled quantity of wool. But the rate of surplus value would remain the same. The same spinning labor would have the same value as before and contain the same surplus value. The wool-producing labor would have a tripled surplus value, but the labor embodied in it, or the capital advanced in wages, would accordingly have tripled as well. The 3 times greater surplus value would thus be calculated on a 3 times greater capital. But this is no reason for saying that the rate of surplus value is lower in spinning than in wool production. One would only say that the capital laid out in wages is 3 times as great in one as in the other, since it is assumed here that the changes in the spinning and in the production of wool are not due to any change in their constant capital. It is necessary to make a distinction here. The same labor plus constant capital gives a smaller output in an unfavorable than a favorable season, in unproductive than in productive soil, in a poorer than in a richer mine. In the former case, the product is thus dearer, contains more labor and more surplus labor in the same number of products. But in the latter case, the number of these products is the greater. Furthermore, the ratio between paid and unpaid labor in each individual product in the 2 categories is not affected by this, for though the individual product contains less unpaid labor, according to the assumption, it also contains less paid labor in the same proportion. For it has been assumed here that there is no change in the proportions of the organic component parts of the capital, of variable and constant capital. It is assumed that the same amount of variable and constant capital supplies varying, greater or smaller, quantities of product under varying conditions. Rodbertus appears to confuse this all the time, and as a matter of course to conclude from the mere increase in the price of the product that it contains a greater surplus value. As to the rate, this is wrong even according to the assumption. As to the total, however, it is only right if more capital is advanced in one case than in the other. That means if as much is produced now of the dearer product as previously of the cheaper, or if the increased quantity of the cheaper product, as above with spinning, presupposes a correspondingly increased quantity of the dearer product. Section 5. Ricardo's denial of absolute rent, a result of his error in the theory of value. That rent, hence also the value of land, can rise, although the rate of rent remains the same or even decreases, that therefore the productivity of agriculture also increases, this Ricardo sometimes forgets, though he knows it. Anyhow, Anderson knows it, and Petty and Davenant already knew it. That is not the question. Ricardo abstracts from the question of absolute rent, which he denies on theoretical grounds because he starts out from the false assumption that if the value of commodities is determined by labor time, the average prices of commodities must equal their values, which is why he comes to the wrong practical conclusion, that competition from more fertile types of land must throw the less fertile out of cultivation, even if they bore rent previously. If values of commodities and average prices of commodities were identical, then absolute rent, i.e. rent on the worst cultivated land, or on that originally cultivated, would be equally impossible. What is the average price of the commodity? The total capital, being constant plus variable, laid out in its production, plus the labor time contained in the average profit, say 10%. Supposing that a capital produced a higher value than the average price, just because it was operating in a particular element, an element of nature, say land, then the value of this commodity would be above its value, and this excess value would contradict the conception of value being equal to a certain quantity of labor time. An element of nature, something heterogeneous from social labor time, would be creating value, but this cannot be. Hence, capital invested in land pure and simple cannot bear rent. The worst land is land pure and simple. If the better land bears a rent, then this only shows that the difference between the individually necessary labor and that which is socially necessary becomes permanently established in agriculture because it has a natural basis, whereas in industry it is constantly disappearing. Absolute rent cannot be permitted to exist, but only differential rent. To admit the existence of absolute rent would be to admit that the same quantity of labor, materialized, laid out in constant capital, and bought with wages, creates varying values according to the element in which the labor is expended, or according to the material which it works up. But if one admits this diversity in value, although in each sphere of production the same amount of labor time materializes itself in the product, then one admits that value is not determined by labor time but by something heterogeneous. These different magnitudes of value would invalidate the concept of value. They would invalidate the proposition that the substance of value is social labor time. Hence, its differences can only be quantitative, and these quantitative differences can only be equal to the differences in the amounts of social labor time applied. The maintenance of value, the determination not only of the amount of value by the varying amount of labor time, but also of the substance of value by social labor, thus requires the denial of absolute rent. The denial of absolute rent can, however, be expressed in two ways. Firstly, the worst land cannot bear rent. The rent from the better types of land can be explained as arising from the market price, which is the same for products which have been produced on more favorable types of land as for those which have been produced on less favorable. But the worst land is land pure and simple. It is not differentiated in itself. It differs from industrial capital investment only in that it is a special sphere of capital investment. If it bore rent, then this would arise from the fact that the same quantity of labor would produce different values if applied in different spheres of production. This means that the quantity of labor in itself does not determine the value, and products which contain the same amount of labor are not equal in terms of value. Secondly, one might say that the land which was cultivated originally must not bear rent. For what is the originally cultivated land? The land which is originally cultivated is neither better nor worse land. It is land pure and simple, undifferentiated land. Originally, capital investment in agriculture can only differ from investment in industry because of the spheres in which these capitals are invested. But since equal quantities of labor are represented in equal values, there is absolutely no reason why the capital invested in land should yield a rent in addition to profit, unless the same quantity of labor applied in this sphere produced a higher value, so that the excess of this value over the value yielded in manufacture would produce an excess profit, equal to rent. But this would amount to saying that the land as such creates value, thus invalidating the concept of value itself. The land which is cultivated originally, therefore, cannot originally bear a rent, if the whole theory of value is not to be discarded. Furthermore, this ties up very easily, although not necessarily, as Anderson shows, with the idea that originally people of course chose not the worst, but rather the best land for cultivation. With the advance of civilization and population, the land which originally bears no rent does so at a later stage, because people are forced to descend to worse types of land. And thus, in this descent to Avernus, to ever worse land, rent must arise on the originally cultivated, most fertile land, and then step by step on the land which follows it, while the worst land, which always represents simply land, the particular sphere of capital investment, never bears a rent. All this has a more or less logical coherence. If, on the other hand, one knows that average prices and values are not identical, that the average price of a commodity may be either equal to its value, or bigger or smaller, then the question, the problem itself, disappears, and with it also the hypotheses for its solution. The only remaining question is why, in agriculture, the value of the commodity, or at any rate its price, is above its average price, though not above its value. But this question no longer bears any relation to the fundamentals of the theory, the determination of value as such. Ricardo knows, of course, that the relative values of commodities are modified according to the varying proportion of fixed capital and capital laid out in wages, which enter into their production. But these are not opposites. Fixed capital and circulating capital are opposites, and circulating capital comprises not only wages but also raw materials and auxiliary materials. For example, the same ratio may exist between capital laid out in wages and fixed capital in the mining and fishing industries, as between that laid out in wages and in raw materials in tailoring. But Ricardo also knows that these relative values are equalized by competition. In fact, he only makes the differentiation so that the same average profit should result from these different capital investments. In other words, these relative values of which he speaks are only the average prices. It does not even occur to him that value and average price are different. He only gets as far as their identity. Since, however, this identity does not exist when the ratio of the organic component parts of capital varies, he accepts it as an unexplained fact brought about by competition. Hence, too, he does not come up against the question, why do the values of agricultural products not equalize in average prices? On the contrary, he assumes that they do so, and poses the problem from that point of view. It is quite incomprehensible why people a la Wilhelm Rascher should be so ardently for Ricardo's theory of rent. From their point of view, Ricardo's half-truths, as Thucydides condescendingly calls them, lose their whole value. For Ricardo, the problem only exists because value is determined by labor time. With those people, this is not the case. According to Rascher, nature as such has value. See later. In other words, he has absolutely no idea what value is. What prevents him, therefore, from allowing the value of land to enter into production costs from the outset and to form the rent? What prevents him from presupposing the value of land, i.e. rent, as an explanation for rent? With these people, the phrase production costs is meaningless. We see this with say. The value of the commodity is determined by the costs of production, capital, land, labor, but these are determined by demand and supply. In other words, no determination is taking place. Since the land performs productive services, why should not the price of these services be determined by demand and supply, just as these services performed by labor or capital? And since the land services are in the possession of certain sellers, why should their article not have a market price? In other words, why should not rent exist as an element of price? One can see how lame a reason Wilhelm Thucydides had for getting so well-meaningly vexed over the Ricardian theory. Section 6. Ricardo's thesis on the constant rise in corn prices. Table of annual average prices of corn from 1641 to 1859. But apart from absolute rent, the following question remains for Ricardo. The population grows, and with it the demand for agricultural products. Therewith, their price rises, as happens in similar cases in industry. But in industry, this rise in price ceases as soon as demand has become effective and brought about an increased supply of commodities. The product now falls to the old, or rather below the old, level of value. But in agriculture, this additional product is thrown onto the market neither at the same price nor at a lower price. It costs more and effects a constant rise in market prices, and along with that, a raising of rent. How is this to be explained if not by the fact that ever less fertile types of land are being used, that ever more labor is required in order to produce the same product, that agriculture becomes progressively more sterile? Why, apart from the influence of the depreciation of money, did agricultural products rise in England from 1797 to 1815, with the rapid development of the population? That they fell again later proves nothing. That supplies from foreign markets were cut off proves nothing. On the contrary, this in fact created the right conditions for demonstrating the effect of the law of rent as such. For it was the very cutting off of foreign supplies which forced the country to have recourse to ever less fertile land. This cannot be explained by an absolute increase in rent, because not only did the rental rise, but also the rate of rent. The quarter of wheat, etc., rose in price. It cannot be explained by depreciation, because although this might well explain why, with greater productivity in industry, industrial products fell, Hence why the relative price of agricultural products rose, it would not explain why, in addition to this relative rise, the prices of agricultural products were continuously rising absolutely. Similarly, it cannot be explained as a consequence of the fall in the rate of profit. This would never explain a change in prices, but only a change in the distribution of value, or distribution of price between landlord, manufacturer, and worker. So far as depreciation is concerned, assume that 1 pound now equals 2 pounds. A quarter of wheat, which was previously equal to 2 pounds, is now equal to 4 pounds. If the industrial product fell to 1/10, and previously its value was 20 shillings, then it would now be 2 shillings. But these 2 shillings are now equal to 4 shillings. But quite apart from all this, it can be assumed that considering the state of agriculture at that time, unfertile land for wheat was being cultivated. The same land was later fertile, in that the rate of differential rents decreased, as is proved by the best barometer, namely wheat prices. The highest prices occur in the years 1800, 1801, 1811, and 1812. The first were years of poor growth, the second years of the peak of depreciation. Similarly, 1817 and 18 were years of depreciation, but if these years are omitted, probably what was left would give the average price. In comparing wheat prices, etc. in different periods, it is at the same time important to compare the amounts produced at so much per quarter, because this shows to what extent the additional production of corn influences the price. The following tables will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult Section 6 of Chapter 9 of a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. Section 7. Hopkins' conjecture about the difference between absolute rent and differential rent. Explanation of rent by the private ownership of land. Hopkins grasps correctly the difference between absolute and differential rent. Quote, "The principle of competition, which renders it impossible that there should be 2 rates of profit in the same country, does determine the relative rents, but not the general average of rent." Hopkins makes the following distinction between productive and unproductive labor, or, as he says, between primary and secondary. If all laborers were employed for the same end, or object, as the diamond cutter and the opera singer, in a short time there would be no wealth to subsist them, because none of the wealth produced would then become capital. If a considerable proportion were so employed, wages would be low, because but a comparatively small part of what was produced would be used as capital. But if only a few of the laborers were so employed, and of course nearly all were plowmen, shoemakers, weavers, etc., then much capital would be produced and wages would be proportionally high. With the diamond cutter and the singer must be classed all those who labor for the landlords and who receive a part of their income as wages, all in fact whose labors terminate merely in producing those things which gratify landlords, and who receive in return for their labors a part of the rent of the landlord. These are all productive workers, but all their labors are for the purpose of converting wealth which exists in the shape of rents and annuities into some other form that shall, in the other form, more gratify the landlord, and therefore they are secondary producers. All other laborers are primary producers. Diamonds and song are both congealed labor, and can, like all commodities, be converted into money, and as money into capital. But in this transformation of money into capital, we must distinguish 2 things. All commodities can be converted into money, and as money into capital, because in the form of money, their use value and their particular natural form become extinct. They are materialized labor in that social form in which it is exchangeable for any real labor, therefore convertible into any form of real labor. On the other hand, whether the commodities which are the product of labor can as such become elements of productive capital once again depends on whether the nature of their use values permits them to re-enter the process of production, be it as objective conditions of labor, tools and material, or as subjective conditions, the means of subsistence of the worker, in other words, as elements of constant or variable capital. In Ireland, according to a moderate estimate and the census of 1821, the whole net produce which goes to the landlords, the government, and the tithe owners amounts to £20.75 million. The whole wages, however, only to 14.1 million. Quote, "The cultivators in Italy, generally paying from 1/2 to more than 1/2 of the produce as rent to the landlord, with moderate skill in agriculture and a scanty supply of fixed capital. The greater part of the population is composed of secondary producers and proprietors, and generally the primary producers are a poor and degraded class. The same was the case in France under Louis XIV. According to Young, Rent, tithes, and taxes amounted to £140.9 million. Cultivation, moreover, was very poor. The population of France at this time is stated to have been 26.4 million. Now, if there had been 6 millions of laboring families, which is too high a figure, each family would have had to furnish annually, either directly or indirectly, an average of upwards of £23 of net wealth to the landlords. According to Young, and taking into account various other factors, the laboring family produced annually £42, 10 shillings, 23 of which were paid away to others, and £19 and 10 shillings remained to subsist itself. The dependence of the population on capital. Quote, the error of Mr. Malthus and his followers is to be found in the assumption that a reduction of the laboring population would not be followed by a correspondent reduction of capital. Mr. Malthus forgets that this demand for workers is limited by the means of paying wages, and that these means do not arise spontaneously, but are always previously created by labor. This conception of the accumulation of capital is correct, but the means can grow, i.e. the quantity of surplus produce or surplus labor can grow, without a proportionate growth in the quantity of labor. Quote, it is somewhat extraordinary that there is a strong inclination to represent net wealth as beneficial to the working class, because it gives employment, though it is evidently not on account of being net that it has that power, but because it is wealth which has been brought into existence by labor, while at the same time an additional quantity of labor is represented as injurious to the working classes, though that labor produces 3 times as much as it consumes. If by use of superior machines, the whole primary produce could be raised from 200 to 250 or 300, while net wealth and profit took only 140, it is clear that there would remain as a fund for the wages of the primary producers 110 or 160 instead of 60. The conditions of workers is rendered bad either by crippling their productive power or by taking from them what they have produced. No, says Mr. Malthus, the weight of your burden has nothing whatever to do with your distress. That arises solely from there being too many persons carrying it. In the general principle, then, that cost of production regulates the exchangeable value of all commodities, original materials are not included, but the claim which the owners of these have upon produce causes rent to enter into value. Rent, or a charge for use, arises naturally out of ownership, or the establishment of a right of property. Anything may yield a rent if possessed of the following qualities. First, it must exist in a degree of scarcity. Secondly, it must have the power to aid labor in the great work of production. Of course, one must not take the case where land is so plentiful compared with the labor and stock to be employed upon it that no charge for rent could be made because it was not scarce. The landowner may obtain, in some countries 50%, in others 10%. In some of the fertile regions of the East, man can subsist upon 1/3 of the produce of his labor employed upon the land, but in parts of Switzerland and Norway, an exaction of 10% might depopulate the country. We see no natural bounds to the rent that may be exacted, but in the limited abilities of the payers. And where inferior soils exist, the competition of those inferior soils against the superior. There is much common land in England, the natural fertility of which is equal to what a large part of the land now cultivated was prior to its being taken into cultivation, and yet the expense of bringing such common lands into cultivation is so great as to cause them not to yield the ordinary interest for the money expended in improving them, leaving nothing as rent for the natural fertility of the soil. And this, with all the advantages of an immediate application of labor, aided by stock skillfully applied, and furnished with manufactures cheaply produced, added to the very important circumstance of good roads being already formed in the neighborhood, the present landed proprietors may be considered the owners of all the accumulated labor which has for ages been expending in bringing the country to its present productive state. This is a very important circumstance in relation to rent, especially when the population suddenly grows significantly, as it did from 1780 to 1815, consequent upon the advance in industry, and hence a large portion of hitherto uncultivated land is suddenly brought into cultivation. The newly cultivated land may be as fertile as or even more fertile than the old land was, before centuries of cultivation had accumulated in it. But what is demanded of the new land, if this product is not to be sold at a dearer price, is that its fertility must be equal firstly to the natural fertility of the cultivated land, and secondly to the artificial fertility which has been engendered by cultivation, but which has now become its natural fertility. The newly cultivated land would thus have to be much more fertile than the old had been before its cultivation. But it will be said, The fertility of the cultivated land originates in the first place from its natural fertility. Thus, it depends on the natural condition of the newly cultivated land, whether or not it possesses this fertility arising from and owing to nature. In either case, it costs nothing. The other part of the fertility of cultivated land is an artificial product, owing to cultivation, the investment of capital. But this part of productivity involves costs of production which are repaid as interest on the fixed capital which has been sunk into the land. This part of rent is merely interest on the fixed capital tied up in the land. Hence, it enters into the costs of production of the product of the previously cultivated land. Hence, only the same capital needs to be thrown into the newly cultivated land for it to obtain this second part of fertility. And as with the first, the interest on the capital which has been employed to bring forth this fertility will enter into the price of the product. Why then should it not be possible to cultivate new land, unless it is more fertile, without the price of the product rising? If the natural fertility is the same, then the difference is brought about only by the capital invested, and in both cases alike, the interest on this capital enters into the costs of production to the same extent. However, this reasoning is wrong. A portion of the costs of bringing the land into cultivation is no longer liable to be paid for, because, as Ricardo has already observed, the fertility thus created has partly coalesced with the natural quality of the soil. This applies to the costs of clearing, draining, leveling, the chemical change of the soil resulting from continued chemical processes, etc. Thus, if the product of the newly cultivated land is to sell at the same price as that of the last cultivated land, the land must be sufficiently fertile for this price to cover that part of the cost of bringing it into cultivation which enters into its own costs of production, but which have ceased to enter into the costs of the previously cultivated land, because it has coalesced with the natural fertility of the land. Quote, a stream, favorably situated, furnishes an instance of rent being paid for an appropriated gift of nature, of as exclusive a kind as any that can be named. This is well understood in manufacturing districts, where considerable rents are paid for small streams of water, particularly if the fall is considerable. The power obtained from such streams being equal to that afforded by large steam engines, it is as advantageous to use them, though subject to the payment of a heavy rent, as it is to expend large sums in the erection and working of steam engines. Of streams, too, there are some larger, some smaller. Contiguity to the seat of manufacture is also an advantage which commands a higher rent. In the countries of York and Lancaster, there is probably a much greater difference between the rents paid for the smallest and the largest streams of water than there is between the rents paid for 50 of the least and 50 of the most fertile acres that are in common cultivation. Section 8. The costs of bringing land into cultivation. Periods of rising and periods of falling corn prices, 1641 to 1859. If we compare the average prices given earlier and deduct firstly what is due to depreciation, 1809 to 13, and secondly what is due to particularly bad seasons such as 1800 and 1801, then we shall find that a very important element is the amount of new land cultivated at a given moment or during a given period. A rise in price on the cultivated land here indicates a growth in population, and hence an excess in price as compared with costs. On the other hand, the same increase in demand brings about the cultivation of fresh land. If proportionately the amount of newly cultivated land has greatly increased, then the rising price and the higher price in the early period merely shows that a large part of the costs of bringing land into cultivation enters into the additional quantity of food produced. If the price had not risen, this production of additional food would not have taken place. Its effect, a fall in price, can only come into evidence later, because the price of the recently created food comprises an element of the cost of production or price that has long become extinct in the older applications of capital to land, or in the older portions of cultivated soil. The difference would be even greater if, consequent upon the increased productivity of labor, the cost of appropriating soil to cultivation had not greatly fallen, as compared to the cost of cultivation in former bygone periods. The transformation of new land, whether more or equally or less fertile than old land, into such a state, and this state is given by the general rate of adaptation to culture prevailing on the existing land under cultivation, as to make it suitable for the application of capital and labor, under the same conditions under which capital and labor is employed on the average quantity of cultivated soil, this adaptation must be paid for by the costs of converting waste land into cultivated land. This difference of cost must be borne by the new cultivated land. If it does not enter into the price of its produce, there are only two cases possible under which such a result can be realized. Either the produce of the newly cultivated land is not sold at its real value, its price stands below its value, as is in fact the case with most of the land bearing no rent, because its price is not constituted by its own value, but by the value of the produce derived from more fertile soils. Or the newly cultivated land must be so fertile that if it was sold at its imminent own value, according to the quantity of labor realized in it, it would be sold at a less price than the price of produce grown on the formerly cultivated soil. If the difference between the inherent value of its product and the market price settled by the value of the cultivated soil is such that it amounted, for instance, to 5%, and if, on the other hand, the interest entering into its cost of production on the part of the capital employed to bring it up to the level of productive ability common to the old soils amounted also to 5%, then the newly cultivated land would grow produce, which at the old market price would be able to pay the usual wages, profits, and rents. If the interest of the capital employed amounted to 4% only, while its degree of fertility exceeded 4% as compared to the older soils, the market price, after the deduction of the 4% interest for the capital employed to bring the new land into a cultivatable state, would leave a surplus, or it might be sold at a lower price than the market price settled by the value of the least fruitful soil. Rents consequently would generally be lowered, together with the market price of the produce. Absolute rent is excess of value over the average price of raw produce. Differential rent is the excess of the market price of the produce grown on favored soils over the value of their own produce. If, therefore, the price of raw produce rises or remains constant in periods in which a relatively large part of the additional food required by the increase of population is produced on soil which from uncultivated state has been converted into a state of cultivation, this constancy or rise of prices does not prove that the fertility of the land has decreased, but only that it is not increased to such a degree as to counteract the fresh element of production, formed by the interest of capital applied with the view to bringing the uncultivated land to a level of the common conditions of production, under which the old soils, in a given state of development, are cultivated. If the relative quantity of the newly cultivated soil is different in different periods, then even a constant or rising price does not prove that the new soil is unfertile or yields less produce, but only that an element of cost, which has become extinct in the old cultivated soils, enters into the value of the products of the newly cultivated land. This new element of cost, moreover, remains, although under the new conditions of production, the costs of bringing a new soil into cultivation have fallen considerably compared with the costs of bringing the old soil from its original natural state of fertility to its present state. It is therefore necessary to establish the relative proportion of enclosures during the different periods. The above list, moreover, shows that of the 10-year periods examined, the period 1641 to 1649 reaches a higher level than any other 10-year period up to 1860, with the exception of the 10-year periods 1800 to 1809 and 1810 to 1819. So far as the 50-year periods are concerned, that of 1650 to 1699 is at a higher level than that of 1700 to 1749, and that of 1750 to 1799 higher than that of 1700 and 1749, and lower than that of 1800 to 1849. Prices constantly fall in the period from 1810 to 1859, whereas in the period from 1750 to 99, despite the lower average price over the 50 years, an upward movement takes place. The upward movement is just as consistent as the downward movement between 1810 and 1859. In fact, compared with the period of 1641 to 49, there is, on the whole, a continuous fall in 10-year average prices, until this fall reaches its lowest point in the last two 10-year periods of the first half of the 18th century. From the middle of the 18th century onwards, an upward movement takes place. It commences from a price which is lower than the 50 years average price of the second half of the 17th century, and approximately corresponds to, or is, a little higher than the average price of the 50-year period from 1700 to 49, the first half of the 18th century. This upward movement continues at an increasing pace in the two 10-year periods from 1800 to 1809 and 1810 to 1819. In the latter, it reaches its acme. From that point on, the consistent downward movement begins again. If we take the average of the period of rise from 1750 to 1819, then its average price, a little over 57 shillings per quarter, is equal to the starting point of the period of fall from 1820, namely a little over 58 shillings, for the 10-year period 1820 to 1829. Just as the starting point for the second half of the 18th century equals the average price of its first half. Any mathematical example will show how individual circumstances, a poor harvest, depreciation of money, etc., can affect the average figure. For instance, 30 plus 20 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5 is 65. The average is 13, although the last three numbers here are always only equal to 5. As against this, 12, 11, 10, 9, and 8 being 50, the average is 10. Although if one struck off the exceptional 30 and 20 in the first series, the average of any 3 years in the second series would be greater than the first. If one deducts the differential cost for the capital successively employed in bringing new land into cultivation, which for a certain period enters as an item into cost, then perhaps the prices of 1820 to 59 would be lower than any of the earlier ones. And this, to some extent, may well be the notion in the heads of those people who explain rent as interest for fixed capital sunk into the soil. Section 9. Anderson versus Malthus. Anderson's definition of rent. His thesis of the rising productivity of agriculture and its influence on differential rent. Anderson says in A Calm Investigation of the Circumstances that have led to the present scarcity of grain in Britain, published in London in 1801, quote, From 1700 to 1750, there has been a regular fall of price from £2 18 shillings and 1 pence to £1 12 shillings and 6 pence per quarter of wheat. From 1750 to 1780, progressional rise from £1 12 shillings and 6 pence to £5 and 10 shillings per quarter. Thus, unlike West, Malthus, and Ricardo, he did not one-sidedly consider the phenomenon of a rising scale of corn prices, that is from 1750 to 1813, but rather the double phenomenon, a whole century, of which the first half shows a constantly falling, and the second half a constantly rising, scale of corn prices. He says very definitely, quote, The population was on the increase during the first half of this century, as well as the last. He is a decided enemy of the theory of population and says explicitly that the land is capable of increasing and perennial improvement. The soil can be continuously improved by chemical influences in cultivation. Under a judicious system of management, that productiveness may be made to augment from year to year for a succession of time to which no limits can be assigned, till at last it may be made to attain a degree of productiveness of which we cannot perhaps at this time conceive an idea. It may be with certainty said that the present population is such a trifle compared to that which this island can maintain as to be below any degree of serious consideration. Wherever population increases, the produce of the country must be augmented along with it, unless some moral influence is permitted to derange the economy of nature. Anderson says that the theory of population represents the most pernicious prejudice. Anderson seeks to prove historically that the productivity of agriculture rises with a growing and falls with a declining population. With the correct conception of rent, the first point to arise was of course that it does not originate from the land, but from the product of agriculture, that is, from labor, from the price of the product of labor, for instance of wheat. In other words, from the value of the agricultural product, from the labor applied to the land, not from the land, and Anderson quite correctly emphasizes this. It is not the rent of the land that determines the price of its produce, but it is the price of that produce which determines the rent of the land, although the price of that produce is often highest in those countries where the rent of land is lowest. Rent has thus nothing to do with the absolute productivity of agriculture. This seems to be a paradox that deserves to be explained. In every country there is a variety of soils, differing considerably from one another in point of fertility. These we shall at present suppose arranged into different classes, which we shall denote by the letters A, B, C, D, E, F, etc. The class A comprehending the soils of the greatest fertility, and the other letters expressing different classes of soils, gradually decreasing in fertility as you recede from the first. Now, as the expense of cultivating the least fertile soil is as great or greater than that of the most fertile field, it necessarily follows that if an equal quantity of corn, the produce of each field, can be sold at the same price, the profit on cultivating the most fertile soil must be much greater than that of cultivating the others. Namely, the excess of price over the expenses, or the price of the capital advanced. And as this, i.e. the profit, continues to decrease as the sterility increases, it must at length happen that the expense of cultivating some of the inferior classes will equal the value of the whole produce. What Anderson calls value of the whole produce is evidently nothing other than his conception of the market price at which the product is sold, whether it grows on better or on worse land. With the more fertile types of land, this price, or value, leaves a greater or lesser excess over the expenses. This does not apply to the last product. Here, the average price, i.e. that formed by the costs of production plus the average profit, coincides with the market price of the product. Hence, it does not yield an excess profit, which alone can constitute rent. With Anderson, rent equals the excess of the market price of the product over its average price. The theory of value as yet does not worry Anderson at all. Thus, if, as a result of the particularly low fertility of the land, the average price of the product of this land coincides with the market price of the product, then there is no excess, and therefore no fund for the formation of rent. Anderson does not say the last cultivated land cannot bear a rent. He only says that if it happens that the expenses, that is the costs of production plus the average profit, are so great that the difference between the market price of the product and its average price disappears, then rent also disappears, and that this must be the case if one descends ever further down the scale. Anderson says expressly that a definite market price equal for the quantities of produce that have been produced under more favorable or less favorable conditions of production is the prerequisite for this formation of rent. He says that a surplus profit, or excess of profit from the better types of soil over that of the worse necessarily follows, quote, if an equal quantity of corn, the produce of each field, can be sold at the same price, end quote, i.e. if a general market price is presupposed. Anderson by no means assumes, as might have appeared from the preceding passage, that different degrees of fertility are merely the product of nature. On the contrary, the infinite diversity of the soils arises partly from the fact that, quote, these soils may be so much altered from their original state by the modes of culture they have been formerly subjected to, by the manures, etc. On the one hand, the progress in the productivity of labor in general makes it easier to bring land into cultivation. On the other hand, cultivation increases the diversity of soils, in that the original fertility of land A, which is cultivated, and land B, which is not, may have been the same if we deduct from A's fertility that part which, though it is now inherent in it, had previously been added artificially. Thus, cultivation itself increases the diversity of natural fertility between cultivated and wastelands. Anderson says expressly that the land for whose produce average price and market price coincide can pay no rent. Where there are two fields, the produce of which is nearly as above stated, namely, the one yielding 12 bushels covering the costs, the other 20, without requiring any immediate outlay for their improvement, the farmer would pay even more rent than 6 bushels, for instance, for the latter, while he would pay none for the former. If 12 bushels are just sufficient for the expense of cultivating, no rent whatever can be afforded for cultivated land that yields only 12 bushels. Then he immediately goes on to say, yet it cannot be expected that if the superior produce has been immediately occasioned by his own outlay of capital and exertions of industry, that he could pay nearly the same proportion of it as rent. But after the land has been for some time in a permanent state of fertility to that degree, though it even originally derived that fertility from his own industry, he will be content to pay such a proportion of rent as is here stated. Supposing, therefore, the produce of the best cultivated land is 20 bushels per acre. Of this, according to the assumption, 12 bushels pay the expenses, that is advances plus average profit. Then it can pay 8 bushels as rent. Assume that the bushel is 5 shillings. Then 8 bushels or 1 quarter are 40 shillings, or 2 pounds, and 20 bushels are 5 pounds, being 2.5 quarters. Of these 5 pounds, 12 bushels, or 60 shillings, which is 3 pounds, is expenses. Then it pays a rent of 2 pounds, or 8 bushels. If the rate of profit is 10%, then of the 3 pounds of expenses, the outlay is 54 and 6/11 shillings, and the profit is 5 and 5/11 shillings. That is as 110. Now supposing that the farmer had to carry out various improvements on wasteland, which is just as fertile as that yielding 20 bushels had been originally, in order to bring it into such a state of cultivation that would correspond to the general state of agriculture. Apart from the outlay of 54 and 6/11 shillings, or if we reckon the profit in with the expenses, apart from the 60 shillings, this may involve a further outlay of 36 and 4/11. Then 10% on this would be 3 and 7/11. And if the farmer always sold 20 bushels at 5 shillings, he could pay a rent only after 10 years, only after the reproduction of his capital. From then on, the artificially created fertility of the land would be reckoned as original and would fall to the landlord. Although the newly cultivated land is as fertile as the best cultivated land was originally, the market price and the average price for its product do nevertheless coincide now, because it contains an item of costs which is extinct in the best land, whose artificially created fertility and whose natural fertility coincide to a certain extent. But with the newly cultivated land, that part of fertility which is created artificially by the application of capital is still entirely distinct from the natural fertility of the land. The newly cultivated land can therefore pay no rent, although its original fertility may be the same as that of the best cultivated land. After 10 years, however, it could pay not only rent, but as much rent as the best type which was cultivated earlier. Thus, Anderson comprehends both phenomena. One, that the differential rent of the landlords is partly the result of the fertility which the farmer has given the land artificially, and two, that after a certain lapse of time, this artificial fertility appears as the original productivity of the soil itself, in that the soil itself has been transformed, and the process by which this transformation has been accomplished has disappeared and is no longer visible. If today I build a cotton mill for 100,000 pounds, I get a more efficient mill than my predecessor who set one up 10 years ago. I do not pay for the difference between productivity and machine building, or building in general, etc., the difference between today and 10 years ago. On the contrary, it enables me to pay less for a mill of the same efficiency, or only the same for a mill of higher efficiency. In agriculture, it is different. The difference between the original fertilities of the soils is magnified by that part of the so-called natural fertility of the soil, which in fact has been once produced by men, but has now become incorporated in the soil, and is no longer to be distinguished from its original fertility. Owing to the development of the productive power of labor in general, it costs less to raise uncultivated soil of the same original fertility to the improved level of fertility than it costs to bring the original fertility of the cultivated soil to the apparently original fertility it now has. But some expenditure is still required to bring that equalization about. The average price of the new product is consequently higher than that of the old. The difference between market price and average price is thus smaller and may disappear completely. But supposing, in the above case, the newly cultivated soil is so fertile that after the additional expense of 40 shillings, including profit, it yields 28 bushels instead of 20. In this case, the farmer could pay a rent of 8 bushels, or 2 pounds. And why? Because the newly cultivated soil yields 8 bushels more than the old, so that despite the higher average price, with the same market price, it yields just as much in excess of the price. If it had involved no extra expense, its fertility would be double that of the old land. With this expense, it is the same as that of the old land. Section 10. The untenability of the Rodbertian critique of Ricardo's theory of rent. Rodbertus's lack of understanding of the peculiarities of capitalist agriculture. Now back to Rodbertus, definitively and for the last time. Quote, Rodbertus's theory of rent explains all phenomena of wages and rent, etc., by a division of the labor product, which necessarily occurs if two prerequisites, adequate productivity of labor and property in land and capital, are given. It explains that the adequate productivity of labor alone constitutes the economic possibility of such a division, in that this productivity gives to the value of the product so much actual content that in addition, other people who do not work can also live from it. And it explains that landed property and capital property alone constitute the legal reality of such a division, and that it forces the workers to share their product with the non-working proprietors of land and capital, and what is more, in such a proportion that they, the workers, only get so much of it as to enable them to live. Adam Smith sets forth this problem in two ways. The first concept, the division of the product of labor, where this is regarded as given, and he is in fact concerned with the distribution of use value. This is also Rodbertus's conception. It is also to be found with Ricardo, who is all the more to be reproached on this account, because he does not merely confine himself to general phrases, but seriously tries to determine the value by labor time. This conception is more or less, mutatis mutandis, applicable to all modes of production, where the workers and the owners of the objective conditions of labor form different classes. Smith's second conception, on the other hand, is characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. Hence, it alone is a theoretically fruitful formula, for Smith here conceives of profit and rent as springing from the surplus labor which the worker adds to the subject of labor, apart from that portion of labor by which he only reproduces his own wage. This is the only correct standpoint where production rests solely on exchange value. This concept comprises the process of development, whereas the first concept presupposes that labor time is constant. With Ricardo, the one-sidedness arises also from the fact that in general, He wants to show that the various economic categories or relationships do not contradict the theory of value, instead of, on the contrary, developing them together with their apparent contradictions out of this basis, or presenting the development of this basis itself. You know that all economists, already from Adam Smith onwards, split up the value of the product into wages, ground rent, and capital gain, and that therefore the idea of basing the incomes of the different classes, and particularly also rent, on a division of the product is nothing new. Certainly not. Only the economists immediately go astray. All of them, not even accepting the Ricardian school, first of all commit the error of not regarding the whole product, the entire wealth, the total national product as the unit in which the workers, the landowners, and the capitalists participate. On the contrary, they regard the division of the raw product as a particular division in which 3 participants share, and the division of the manufactured product again as a particular division in which only 2 participants share. So these systems consider that the mere raw product and the mere manufactured product, each in itself, is a special kind of wealth which constitutes income. First of all, by breaking down the whole value of the product into wages, ground rent, and capital gain, and thus forgetting about constant capital, which also forms a part of value, Adam Smith has in fact led astray all the later economists, including Ricardo and including Rodbertus. As my exposition has shown, the lack of this differentiation made any scientific presentation quite impossible. In this respect, the physiocrats were further advanced. Their original advances and annual advances are defined as a part of the value of the annual product, or as a part of the annual product itself, which is not resolved into wages, profit, or rent, either for the nation or for the individual. According to the physiocrats, the raw material of the agriculturalists replaces the advances of the sterile class. The transformation of this raw material into machines, of course, devolves on the sterile class. While on the other hand, the agriculturalists replace a part of their own advances, seeds, cattle for breeding and draft animals, fertilizer, etc., from their product and get a part, that is machinery, replaced by the sterile class in exchange for raw material. Secondly, Rodbertus errs in that he identifies division of value with division of product. The quote-unquote wealth which constitutes income has nothing directly to do with this division of value of the product. That the portions of value which accrue, for instance, to the producers of yarn, and which are represented in certain quantities of gold, exist as agricultural and manufactured products of all kinds, is equally well known to the economists as to Rodbertus. This is taken for granted, because commodities are produced, and not products for the immediate consumption of the producers themselves. Since the value which becomes available for distribution, i.e. the part of the value which forms revenue, is created within each individual sphere of production, independently of the others, although on account of the division of labor it presupposes the others, Rodbertus takes a step backward and creates confusion by not examining this creation of value on its own, but confusing it right from the start by asking what share of the available total product of the nation these component parts secure for their owners. With Rodbertus, division of the value of the product immediately becomes division of use values. Because he foists this confusion upon the other economists, there arises the need for his corrective, i.e., the consideration of manufactured and raw products altogether, a mode of procedure which is irrelevant to the creation of value, and hence wrong if it is to explain the latter. The only participants in the value of the manufactured product, insofar as it comprises revenue, and insofar as the manufacturer does not pay a rent, be it for land on which the buildings stand or for waterfalls, etc., the only participants are the capitalist and the wage laborer. The value of the agricultural produce is generally divided between 3. This, Rodbertus also admits. The manner in which he explains this phenomenon does not in any way alter this fact. It is entirely in accord with the standpoint of capitalist production that the other economists, especially Ricardo, start from a division into 2 between capitalist and wage laborer and only bring in the landowner who draws rent at a later stage as a special excrescence. Capitalist production is based on the antithesis of 2 factors, materialized labor and living labor. Capitalist and wage laborer are the sole functionaries and factors of production, whose relationship and confrontation arise from the nature of the capitalist mode of production. The circumstances under which the capitalist has in turn to share a part of the surplus labor or surplus value which he has captured with a third, non-working person are only of secondary importance. It is also a fact of production that after the part of the value which is equal to constant capital is deducted, the entire surplus value passes straight from the hands of the worker to those of the capitalist, with the exception of that part of the value of the product which is paid out as wages. The capitalist confronts the worker as the direct owner of the entire surplus value, in whatever manner he may later be sharing it with the money-lending capitalist, the landowner, etc. As James Mill observes, production could therefore continue undisturbed if the landed proprietor disappeared and the state took his place. He, the private landowner, is not a necessary agent for capitalist production, although it does require that the land should belong to someone, so long as it is not the worker, but for instance the state. Far from being an error on the part of Ricardo, etc., this reduction of the classes participating directly in production, hence also in the value produced, and then in the products in which this value is embodied, to capitalists and wage laborers, and the exclusion of the landowners, who only enter post festum, as a result of conditions of ownership of natural forces that have not grown out of the capitalist mode of production, but have been passed on to it, is rooted in the nature of the capitalist mode of production, as distinct from the feudal or ancient, etc. This reduction is an adequate theoretical expression of the capitalist mode of production, and reveals its defining characteristics. Rodbertus is still too much of an old Prussian landed proprietor to understand this. Furthermore, it can only be grasped and become self-evident when the capitalist has seized agriculture, and everywhere, as is generally the case in England, has taken charge of agriculture just as he has of industry, and has excluded the landowner from any direct participation in the production process. What Rodbertus regards as a deviation is, therefore, the right path, which, however, he does not understand, because he is still engrossed in views that originated from the pre-capitalist mode of production. Quote, Ricardo, too, does not divide the finished product among the parties concerned, but like other economists, regards the agricultural product as well as the manufactured product as a separate product which has to be divided. Not the product, Rodbertus, but the value of the product, and this is quite correct. Your finished product and its division have absolutely nothing to do with this division of value. Ricardo regards capital property as given, and that even earlier than landed property. Thus he does not begin with the reasons for, but with the fact of the division of the product, and his entire theory is limited to the causes which determine and modify the proportions of the shares. The division of the product purely into wages and capital gain is for him the original one, and originally also the only one. This you fail to understand again, Rodbertus. From the standpoint of capitalist production, capital property does in fact appear as the original, because capitalist production is based on this sort of property, and it is a factor of and fulfills a function in capitalist production. This does not hold good of landed property. The latter appears as derivative, because modern landed property is in fact feudal property, but transformed by the action of capital upon it. In its form as modern landed property, it is therefore derived from, and the result of, capitalist production. That Ricardo considers the position as it is and appears in modern society to be also the historically original situation, whereas you, instead of keeping to the modern form, cannot rid yourself of your memories of land ownership, is a delusion from which the bourgeois economists suffer in respect of all bourgeois economic laws. They appear to them as natural laws, and hence also as historically primary. But Rodbertus could already see from the very first sentence of his preface that Ricardo, where it is not a question of the value of the product, but of the product itself, permits the whole of the finished product to be shared out. The produce of the earth, all that is derived from its surface by the united application of labor, machinery, and capital, is divided among three classes of the community, namely the proprietor of the land, the owner of the stock, or capital necessary for its cultivation, and the laborers by whose industry it is cultivated. But in different stages of society, the proportions of the whole produce of the earth, which will be allotted to each of these classes, under the names of rent, profit, and wages, will be essentially different. He is concerned here with the distribution of the whole produce, not the manufactured product or the raw product. If this whole produce is taken as given, these shares in the whole produce are solely determined within each sphere of production by the share which each shareholder has in the value of his own product. This value is convertible into and can be expressed in a certain proportional part of the whole produce. Ricardo only errs here, following Adam Smith, in that he forgets that the whole produce is not divided into rent, profit, and wages, but that part of it will be allotted in the shape of capital to one or some of these three classes. You might want to assert that just as originally the law of equal capital gains would have had to depress raw product prices so far that ground rent would have to disappear only to be recreated as a result of rise in prices due to the difference between the yield of more fertile and less fertile land, so today the advantages of drawing rent besides the usual capital gain would induce the capitalist to spend capital on few cultivations and improvements until, due to the flooding of markets brought forth by this, prices would fall suddenly in order to make rents on the least favorable capital investments disappear again. In other words, this would be to assert that so far as the raw product is concerned, the law of the equalization of capital gains invalidates the other law, that the value of the products is governed by labor costs, while it is just Ricardo who, in the first chapter of his work, uses the former to prove the latter. Indeed, Rodbertus, the law of the equalization of capital gains does not invalidate the law that the value of the products is governed by labor costs, but it does invalidate Ricardo's assumption that the average price of the products equals their value. But there again, it is not the raw product whose value is reduced to the average price, but the other way around. Due to landed property, the raw product is distinguished by the privilege that its value is not reduced to the average price. If indeed its value did decrease, which would be possible despite your value of the material, to the level of the average price of the commodities, then rent would disappear. The types of land which possibly pay no rent today pay none because the market price of raw products is for them equal to their own average price, and because the competition of more fertile types of land deprives them of the privilege of selling their product at its value. Could it be true that before any cultivation takes place at all, capitalists already exist who receive a profit and invest their capital according to the law of profit equalization? How very silly. I admit that if today an expedition from the civilized countries set out to a new uncultivated land, an expedition in which the wealthier participants were equipped with supplies and tools, capital, from an old established culture, and the poorer ones came along with a view to winning a high wage in the service of the former, then the capitalists would regard as their gain that which remains to them over and above the wages of the workers, for they bring with them from their mother country things and ideas which have long been in existence there. Well, there you have it, Rodbertus. Ricardo's whole conception is only appropriate to the presupposition that the capitalist mode of production is the predominant one. How he expresses this presupposition, whether he commits a historical inversion of the order, is irrelevant to the theory. The presupposition must be made, and it is therefore impossible to introduce, as you are doing, the peasant who does not understand capitalist bookkeeping and hence does not reckon seeds, etc. as part of the capital advanced. The absurdity is introduced not by Ricardo, but by Rodbertus, who assumes that capitalists and workers exist before cultivation of the land. According to the Ricardian concept, cultivation of the land is supposed to begin only when capital has been created in a society and capital gain is known and paid. What utter nonsense! Only when a capitalist has squeezed himself as farmer between the husbandman and the landed proprietor, be it that the old tenant has swindled his way into becoming a capitalist farmer, or that an industrialist has invested his capital in agriculture rather than in manufacture, only then begins, by no means the cultivation of the land, but capitalist land cultivation, which is very different, both in form and content, from the previous forms of cultivation. In every country, the greater part of the land is already owned by someone long before it's cultivated, and certainly long before a rate of capital profit has been established in industry. To comprehend Ricardo's conception, Rodbertus would have to be an Englishman instead of a Pomeranian landowner, and would have to understand the history of the enclosure of commons and wasteland. Rodbertus cites America. There, the state sells the land, quote, in lots, first to the cultivators at a low price, it is true, but one which must, at all events, already represent a rent. By no means. This price does not constitute a ground rent, any more than, say, a general trade tax constitutes a trade rent, or in fact any tax constitutes a rent. With regard to the cause of the rise under point B, that is the increase in population or the increase in the quantity of labor employed, I maintain, however, that rent has precedence over capital gain. The latter can never rise because, as a result of the increased value of the national product, if productivity remains the same but productive power increases, that is, increased population, more capital gain accrues to the nation. For this greater capital gain always accrues to a capital which is greater in the same proportion. The rate of profit therefore remains the same. This is wrong. The quantity of unpaid surplus labor rises, for instance, if 3, 4, 5 hours of surplus labor time are worked instead of 2 hours. The volume of capital advanced does not grow to the same extent as the volume of this unpaid surplus labor. Firstly, because this further excess of surplus labor is not paid for, and so does not occasion a capital outlay. Secondly, because the capital outlay for fixed capital does not grow in the same proportion as its utilization in this instance. No more spindles, etc. are required. True, they are used up more quickly, but not in the same proportion in which their use increases. Thus, given the same productivity, profit grows here because not only the surplus value grows, but also the rate of surplus value. In agriculture, this is impracticable because of the natural conditions. On the other hand, productivity is easily altered with the increased outlay of capital. Although an absolutely large amount of capital is laid out, it is relatively not so big, due to economies in the conditions of production, quite apart from the division of labor and machinery. Thus, the rate of profit could grow, even if the surplus value, not only its rate, remained the same. Rodbertus is positively wrong, and typically the Pomeranian landowner when he says, quote, "It is possible that in the course of these 30 years, from 1800 to 1830, more properties came into being through the parceling out of land, or even through the cultivation of new land, and the increased rent was also thus divided among more landowners, but it was not distributed over more acres in 1830 than in 1800. Previously, the older properties comprised the whole of the acreage of those newly separated or newly cultivated properties, and the lower rent of 1800 was also calculated on them, and this influenced the level of English rent in general at that time just as much as the higher rent in 1830. Worthy Pomeranian, why do you always transfer your Prussian situation to England in a disparaging manner? The Englishman does not reckon that if, as was the case, 3 to 4 million acres were enclosed between 1800 and 1830, the rent on these 4 million acres was calculated before 1830 as well and also in 1800. Rather, they were wasteland or commons which bore no rent and did not belong to anybody. It has nothing to do with Ricardo if Rodbertus, like Carey but in a different way, seeks to prove to Ricardo that for physical and other reasons, the most fertile land is usually not the first to be cultivated. The most fertile land is always the most fertile under the existing conditions of production. A very large number of the objections which Rodbertus raises against Ricardo arise from the naive manner in which he identifies the Pomeranian conditions of production with the English. Ricardo presupposes capitalist production, to which, where it is in fact carried out, as in England, corresponds the separation of the farming capitalist from the landlord. Rodbertus introduces circumstances which are in themselves alien to the capitalist mode of production, which has merely been built upon them. For instance, what Rodbertus says about the position of economic centers and economic complexes applies perfectly to Pomerania, but not to England, where the capitalist mode of production has become increasingly preeminent since the last third of the 16th century, where it has assimilated all the conditions and in different periods has progressively sent historical preconditions, villages, buildings, and people, to the devil in order to secure the most productive investment for capital. What Rodbertus says about capital investment is equally wrong. Ricardo limits ground rent to that which the landowner is paid for the use of the original, natural, and indestructible qualities of the land. He thus wants to ensure that everything which would have to be ascribed to capital in the land which is already being cultivated is deducted from rent. But it is clear that out of the yield from a piece of land, he must never allot more to capital than the full interest customary in a country. For otherwise, he would have to assume that there are two different rates of gain in the economic development of a country, one agricultural, which is greater than that prevailing in manufacture, and this latter. This assumption would overthrow his very system, which is based on the equality of the rate of gain. Again, the notion of the Pomeranian landowner who gets money on tick in order to prove his property, and who, for theoretical and practical reasons, only wants to pay the moneylender the customary interest. But in England, things are different. It is the farmer, the farming capitalist, who lays out capital in order to improve the land. From this capital, just as from that which he lays out directly in production, he does not demand the customary interest, but the customary profit. He does not tend the landowner any capital on which the latter is to pay the customary interest. He may borrow capital himself, or else he uses his own surplus capital so that it yields him the customary industrial profit, at least double the customary interest. Incidentally, Ricardo knows what Anderson already knew, and into the bargain expressly says that the productivity of the land thus engendered by capital later coincides with its natural productivity, hence swells the rent. Rodbertus knows nothing of all this and therefore babbles away at random. I have already given a correct explanation of modern landed property. Quote, rent, in the Ricardian sense, is the property in land in its bourgeois state, that is, feudal property which has become subject to the conditions of bourgeois production. End quote from The Poverty of Philosophy. Similarly, I have already observed, quote, Ricardo, after postulating bourgeois production as necessary for determining rent, applies the conception of rent, nevertheless, to the landed property of all ages in all countries. This is an error common to all the economists who represent the bourgeois relations of production as eternal categories. End quote. I also pointed out correctly that land as capital could be increased like all other capitals. Quote, land as capital can be increased just as much as all the other instruments of production. Nothing is added to its matter, to use Monsieur Proudhon's language, but the lands which serve as instruments of production are multiplied. The very fact of applying further outlays of capital to land already transformed into means of production increases land as capital without adding anything to land as matter, that is, to the extent of the land. End quote. The difference between manufacture and agriculture, which I pointed out at that time, still remains correct. Quote, in the first place, one cannot, as in manufacturing industry, multiply at will the instruments of production possessing the same degree of productivity, that is, plots of land with the same degree of fertility. Then, as population increases, land of an inferior quality begins to be exploited, or new outlays of capital, proportionately less productive than before, are made upon the same plot of land. End quote. Rodbertus says, quote, but I must draw attention to yet another circumstance, which admittedly, much more gradually, but also far more generally, turns worse agricultural machines into better ones. This is the continued management of a piece of land merely in accordance with a rational system, without making any special capital investment. You would have to prove that the working population engaged in agriculture had, in the course of time, increased to a greater degree than the production of food, or even just compared with the rest of the population of a country. Only this could irrefutably show that increasing agricultural production also demands that progressively more labor is expended upon it. But it is just here that statistics contradict you. Indeed, you will find that pretty well as a rule, the denser population of a country, the smaller will be the proportion of people engaged in agriculture. The same phenomenon can be observed when the population of a country increases. That section which is not engaged in agriculture will almost everywhere increase to a greater degree. But this is partly because more arable land is turned over to cattle and sheep grazing, partly because with the higher stage of production, that is large-scale agriculture, labor becomes more productive. But also, and this is a circumstance which Rodbertus overlooks entirely, because a greater part of the non-agricultural population assist in agriculture, supplying constant capital, which grows with the advance in cultivation, such as mineral fertilizers, seeds from other countries, machinery of every sort. At present, the agriculturalist, in Pomerania, does not regard the feeding stuffs for his draft animals as capital if he has grown these in his own establishment. Capital in itself, or from an economic point of view, is a product which continues to be used for production, but in respect of a particular gain which it is to yield, or from the point of view of today's entrepreneurs, it must appear as an outlay in order to be capital. This concept of outlay, however, does not, as Rodbertus thinks, require that it is bought as a commodity. If instead of being sold as a commodity, a part of the product re-enters production, it does so as a commodity. It has previously been estimated as money. This is easily done, since simultaneously all these outlays in agriculture too are available on the market as commodities. Cattle, feeding stuffs, fertilizers, corn for sowing, seeds of all kinds, but it seems that in Pomerania, this is not reckoned as outlay. The value of the particular results of these different sorts of work, that is manufacture and primary production, is not the income itself which accrues to their owner, but only the measure for its conversion into money. This particular income itself is a part of the social income, which is only produced by the combined labor in agriculture and manufacture, and its elements too are thus only produced by this combined effort. This is quite irrelevant. The realization of this value can only be its realization in use value, but we are not concerned with that. Furthermore, the necessary wage already implies how much value in the shape of agricultural or industrial products is contained in the means of subsistence the worker requires. Chapter 10. Ricardo's and Adam Smith's Theory of Cost Price. Refutation. Part A. Ricardo's Theory of Cost Price. Section 1. Collapse of the theory of the physiocrats and the further development of the theories of rent. With Anderson's thesis, partly also contained in Adam Smith's work, that it is not the rent of the land that determines the price of its produce, but rather the price of that produce which determines the rent of the land, the doctrine of the physiocrats was overthrown. The price of the agricultural produce, and neither this produce itself nor the land, had thus become the source of rent. This finished the notion that rent was the offspring of the exceptional productivity of agriculture, which again was supposed to be the offspring of the special fertility of the soil. For if the same quantity of labor was exerted in a particularly productive element, and hence was itself exceptionally productive, then the result could only be that this labor manifested itself in a relatively large quantity of products, and that the price of the individual product was therefore relatively low. But it could never have the opposite result, namely that the price of its product was higher than that of other products containing the same quantity of labor, and that this price, as distinct from that of other commodities, thus yielded a rent, in addition to profit and wages. In his treatment of rent, Adam Smith, to some extent, returned to the physiocratic view, having previously refuted, or at least rejected it, by his original conception of rent as part of surplus labor. Buchanan sums up this discarding of the physiocratic view in the following words. The notion of agriculture yielding a produce and a rent in consequence, because nature concurs with human industry in the process of cultivation, is a mere fancy. It is not from the produce, but from the price at which the produce is sold, that the rent is derived. And this price is got not because nature assists in production, but because it is the price which suits the consumption to the supply. After the rejection of this notion of the physiocrats, which, however, was fully justified in its deeper sense, because they regarded rent as the only surplus, and capitalists and laborers together merely as the paid employees of the landlord, only the following viewpoints were possible. Firstly, the view that rent arises from the monopoly price of agricultural products, the monopoly price being due to the landowners possessing the monopoly of the land. According to this concept, the price of the agricultural product is constantly above its value. There is a surcharge of price, and the law of the value of commodities is breached by the monopoly of landed property. Rent arises out of the monopoly price of agricultural products because supply is constantly below the level of demand, or demand is constantly above the level of supply. But why does supply not rise to the level of demand? Why does not an additional supply equalize this relationship, and thus, according to this theory, abolish all rent? In order to explain this, Malthus, on the one hand, takes refuge in the fiction that agricultural products provide themselves with direct consumers, about which more later, in connection with his row with Ricardo. On the other hand, in the Andersonian theory, that agriculture becomes less productive because the additional supply costs more labor. Hence, insofar as this view is not based on mere fiction, it coincides with the Ricardian theory. Here, too, price stands above value, a surcharge. Secondly, the Ricardian theory. Absolute rent does not exist, only a differential rent. Here, too, the price of the agricultural products that bear rent is above their individual value, and insofar as rent exists at all, it does so through the excess of the price of the agricultural products over their value. Only here, this excess price over value does not contradict the general theory of value, although the fact remains, because within each sphere of production, the value of the commodities belonging to it is not determined by the individual value of the commodity, but by its value as modified by the general conditions of production of that sphere. Here, too, the price of the rent-bearing products is a monopoly price. A monopoly, however, as it occurs in all spheres of industry, and only becomes permanent in this one, hence assuming the form of rent as distinct from excess profit. Here, too, it is an excess of demand over supply, or what amounts to the same thing, that the additional demand cannot be satisfied by an additional supply at prices corresponding to those of the original supply, before its prices were forced up by the excess of demand over supply. Here, too, rent comes into being, that is, differential rent, because of excess of price over value, brought about by the rise of prices on the better land above the value of the product, and this leads to the additional supply. Thirdly, the view that rent is merely interest on the capital sunk in the land. This view has the following in common with the Ricardian, namely that it denies the existence of absolute rent. It must admit the existence of differential rent when pieces of land in which equal amounts of capital had been invested yield rents of varying size. Hence, in fact, it amounts to the Ricardian view, that a certain land yields no rent and that where actual rent is yielded, this is differential rent. But it is absolutely incapable of explaining the rent of land in which no capital has been invested, of waterfalls, of mines, etc. It was, in fact, nothing but an attempt from a capitalist point of view to save rent despite Ricardo, under the name of interest. Finally, Ricardo assumes that on the land which does not bear a rent, the price of the product equals its value because it equals the average price, i.e. capital outlay plus average profit. He thus wrongly assumes that the value of the commodity is the same as the average price of the commodity. If this wrong assumption is dropped, then absolute rent becomes possible because the value of agricultural products, like that of a whole large category of other commodities, stands above their average price. But owing to landed property, the value of the agricultural products, unlike that of these other commodities, is not leveled out at the average price. Hence, this view assumes, like the monopoly theory, that property in land as such has something to do with rent. It assumes differential rent along with Ricardo, and finally, it assumes that absolute rent by no means infringes the law of value. Section 2. The determination of value by labor time, the basis of Ricardo's theory. Despite certain deficiencies, the Ricardian mode of investigation is a necessary stage in the development of political economy. Ricardo starts out from the determination of relative values, or exchangeable values, of commodities by the quantity of labor. We can examine later the various senses in which Ricardo uses the term value. This is the basis of Bailey's criticism, and at the same time of Ricardo's shortcomings. The character of this labor is not further examined. If two commodities are equivalents, or bear a definite proportion to each other, or what is the same thing, if their magnitude differs according to the quantity of labor which they contain, then it is obvious that regarded as exchange values, their substance must be the same. Their substance is labor. That is why they are values. Their magnitude varies according to whether they contain more or less of this substance. But Ricardo does not examine the form, the peculiar characteristic of labor that creates exchange value, or manifests itself in exchange values, the nature of this labor. Hence, he does not grasp the connection of this labor with money, or that it must assume the form of money. Hence, he completely fails to grasp the connection between the determination of the exchange value of the commodity by labor time and the fact that the development of commodities necessarily leads to the formation of money. Hence his erroneous theory of money. Right from the start, he is only concerned with the magnitude of value, i.e. the fact that the magnitudes of the values of the commodities are proportionate to the quantities of labor which are required for their production. Ricardo proceeds from here, and he expressly names Adam Smith as his starting point. Ricardo's method is as follows. He begins with the determination of the magnitude of the value of the commodity by labor time, and then examines whether the other economic relations and categories contradict this determination of value, or to what extent they modify it. The historical justification of this method of procedure, its scientific necessity in the history of economics, are evident at first sight, but so is, at the same time, its scientific inadequacy. This inadequacy not only shows itself in the method of presentation, in a formal sense, but leads to erroneous results, because it omits some essential links and directly seeks to prove the congruity of the economic categories with one another. Historically, this method of investigation was justified and necessary. Political economy had achieved a certain comprehensiveness with Adam Smith. To a certain extent, he had covered the whole of its territory, so that Say was able to summarize it all in one textbook, superficially but quite systematically. The only investigations that were made in the period between Smith and Ricardo were ones of detail on productive and unproductive labor, finance, theory of population, landed property and taxes. Smith himself moves with great naivete in a perpetual contradiction. On the one hand, he traces the intrinsic connection existing between economic categories, or the obscure structure of the bourgeois economic system. On the other, he simultaneously sets forth the connection as it appears in the phenomena of competition, and thus as it presents itself to the unscientific observer, just as to him who is actually involved and interested in the process of bourgeois production. One of these conceptions fathoms the interconnection, the physiology, so to speak, of the bourgeois system, whereas the other takes the external phenomena of life as they seem and appear and merely describes, catalogues, recounts, and arranges them under formal definitions. With Smith, both these methods of approach not only merrily run alongside one another, but also intermingle and constantly contradict one another. With him, this is justifiable, with the exception of a few special investigations, such as that into money, since his task was indeed a twofold one. On the one hand, he attempted to penetrate the inner physiology of bourgeois society, but on the other, he partly tried to describe its externally apparent forms of life for the first time, to show its relations as they appear outwardly, and partly he had even to find a nomenclature and corresponding mental concepts for these phenomena, i.e. to reproduce them for the first time in the language and in the thought process. The one task interests him as much as the other, and since both proceed independently of each other, this results in completely contradictory ways of presentation. The one expresses the intrinsic connections more or less correctly. The other, with the same justification and without any connection to the first method of approach, expresses the apparent connections without any internal relation. Adam Smith's successors, insofar as they do not represent the reaction against him of older and obsolete methods of approach, can pursue their particular investigations and observations undisturbedly and can always regard Adam Smith as their base, whether they follow the esoteric or the exoteric part of his work, or whether, as is almost always the case, they jumble up the two. But at last, Ricardo steps in and calls to science. Halt! The basis, the starting point for the physiology of the bourgeois system, for the understanding of its internal organic coherence and life process, is the determination of value by labor time. Ricardo starts with this and forces science to get out of the rut, to render an account of the extent to which the other categories, the relations of production and commerce, evolved and described by it, correspond to or contradict this basis, this starting point. To elucidate how far a science which in fact only reflects and reproduces the manifest forms of the process, and therefore also how these manifestations themselves correspond to the basis on which the inner coherence, the actual physiology of bourgeois society, rests, or the basis which forms its starting point, and in general, to examine how matters stand with the contradiction between the apparent and the actual movement of the system. This, then, is Ricardo's great historical significance for science. This is why the inane say, Ricardo, having cut the ground from right under his feet, gave vent to his anger in the phrase that, under the pretext of expanding science, it had been pushed into a vacuum. Closely bound up with this scientific merit is the fact that Ricardo exposes and describes the economic contradiction between the classes, as shown by the intrinsic relations, and that consequently, political economy perceives, discovers the root of the historical struggle and development. Carey therefore denounces him as the father of communism. Mr. Ricardo's system is one of discords. Its whole tends to the production of hostility among classes and nations. His book is the true manual of the demagogue who seeks power by means of agrarianism, war, and plunder. Thus it follows on the one hand that the Ricardian method of investigation is scientifically justified and has great historical value. On the other hand, the scientific deficiencies of his procedure are clearly visible and will become more evident in what follows later. Hence also the very peculiar and necessarily faulty architectonics of his work. The whole work consists of 32 chapters. Of this, 14 chapters deal with taxes, thus dealing only with the application of the theoretical principles. The 20th chapter, Value and Riches, Their Distinctive Properties, is nothing but an examination of the difference between use value and exchange value, i.e. a supplement to the first chapter, On Value. The 24th chapter, Doctrine of Adam Smith Concerning the Rent of Land, like the 28th chapter, On the Comparative Value of Gold, Corn, and Labor, and the 32nd chapter, Mr. Malthus's Opinions on Rent, are mere supplements to, and impart a vindication of, Ricardo's rent theory, thus forming mere appendices to chapters 2 and 3, which deal with rent. The 30th chapter, On the Influence of Demand and Supply on Prices, is simply an appendix to the 4th chapter, On Natural and Market Price. The 19th chapter, On Sudden Changes in the Channels of Trade, forms a second appendix to this chapter. The 31st chapter, On Machinery, is purely an appendix to the 5th and 6th chapters on wages and on profits. The 7th chapter, On Foreign Trade, and the 25th, On Colonial Trade, like the chapters on taxes, are mere applications of previously established principles. The 21st chapter, Effects of Accumulation on Profits and Interest, and the 26th chapter, On Gross and Net Revenue, are simply appendixes to the chapters on wages, profit, and rent. Finally, the 27th chapter, On Currency and Banks, stands quite apart from the rest of the work and merely consists of further explanations and in part modifications of views put forward in his earlier writings on money. The Ricardian theory is therefore contained exclusively in the first 6 chapters of the work. It is in respect of this part of the work that I use the term faulty architectonics. The other part, with the exception of the section on money, consists of applications, elucidations, and addenda, which by their very nature are jumbled together and make no claim to being systematically arranged. But the faulty architectonics of the theoretical part, that is the first 6 chapters, is not accidental. Rather, it is the result of Ricardo's method of investigation itself, and of the definite task which he set himself in his work. It expresses the scientific deficiencies of this method of investigation. Chapter 1 is on value. It is subdivided into 7 sections. The first section actually examines whether wages contradict the determination of the values of commodities by the labor time they contain. In the third section, Ricardo demonstrates that the entry of what I call constant capital into the value of the commodity does not contradict the determination of value, and that the values of commodities are equally unaffected by the rise or fall in wages. The fourth section examines to what extent the determination of exchangeable values by labor time is altered by the application of machinery and other fixed and durable capital, insofar as it enters into the total capital in varying proportions in different spheres of production. The fifth section examines how far a rise or fall in wages modifies the determination of values by labor time, if capitals of unequal durability and varying periods of turnover are employed in different spheres of production. Thus, one can see that in this first chapter, not only are commodities assumed to exist, and when considering value as such, nothing further is required, but also wages, capital, profit, the general rate of profit, and even, as we shall see, the various forms of capital as they arise from the process of circulation, and also the difference between a natural and market price. This latter, moreover, plays a decisive role in the following chapters, chapters 2 and 3, on rent and on the rent of mines. In accordance with his method of investigation, the second chapter, on rent, the third, on the rent of mines, is only a supplement to this, again opens with the question, does landed property and rent contradict the determination of the value of commodities by labor time? This is how he opens the second chapter. Quote, "It remains, however, to be considered whether the appropriation of land and the consequent creation of rent will occasion any variation in the relative value of commodities independently of the quantity of labor necessary to production." In order to carry out this investigation, he introduces not only en passant the relationship of market price and real price, but postulates the whole of capitalist production and his entire conception of the relationship between wages and profit. The fourth chapter, on natural and market price, and the fifth, on wages, and the sixth, on profits, are thus not only taken for granted, but fully developed in the first 2 chapters, on value and on rent, and in chapter 3 as an appendix to number 2. The later 3 chapters, insofar as they bring any new theoretical points, fill in the gaps here and there, and provide closer definitions, which for the most part should by rights have found their place in chapters 1 or 2. Thus, the entire Ricardian contribution is contained in the first 2 chapters of his work. In these chapters, the developed relations of bourgeois production, and therefore also the developed categories of political economy, are confronted with their principle, the determination of value, and examined in order to determine the degree to which they directly correspond to this principle, and the position regarding their apparent discrepancies which they introduce into the value relations of commodities. They contain the whole of his critique of hitherto existing political economy, the determined break with the contradiction that pervades Adam Smith's work, with its esoteric and exoteric method of approach, and at the same time, because of this critique, they produce some quite new and startling results. Hence the great theoretical satisfaction afforded by these first 2 chapters, for they provide, with concise brevity, a critique of the old, diffuse, and meandering political economy, present the whole bourgeois system of economy as subject to one fundamental law, and extract the quintessence out of the divergency and diversity of the various phenomena. But this theoretical satisfaction, afforded by these first 2 chapters because of their originality, unity of fundamental approach, simplicity, concentration, depth, novelty, and comprehensiveness, is of necessity lost as the work proceeds. Here, too, we are at times captivated by the originality of certain arguments, but as a whole, it gives rise to weariness and boredom. As the work proceeds, there is no further development. Where it does not consist of monotonous, formal application of the same principles to various extraneous matters, or of polemical vindication of these principles, there is only repetition or amplification. At most, one can occasionally find a striking chain of reasoning in the final sections. In the critique of Ricardo, we have to separate what he himself failed to separate. Firstly, his theory of surplus value, which of course exists in his work, although he does not define surplus value as distinct from its particular forms, that is, profit, rent, and interest. Secondly, his theory of profit. We shall begin with the latter, although it does not belong into this section, but into the historical appendix to section 3. Section 3. Ricardo's confusion about the question of absolute and relative value. His lack of understanding of the forms of value. Before we go on, Just a few comments on how Ricardo confuses the definitions of value. Bailey's polemic against him is based on this. It is, however, also important for us. First of all, Ricardo speaks of value in exchange, and like Adam Smith, defines it as the power of purchasing other goods. This is exchange value as it appears at first. Then, however, he proceeds to the real determination of value. Quote, "It is the comparative quantity of commodities which labor will produce that determines their present or past relative value." Relative value here means nothing other than the exchangeable value as determined by labor time. But relative value can also have another meaning, namely, if I express the exchange value of a commodity in terms of the use value of another, for instance, the exchange value of sugar in terms of the use value of coffee. Two commodities vary in relative value, and we wish to know in which the variation has taken place. Which variation? Ricardo later also calls this relative value comparative value. We want to know in which commodity the variation has taken place. This means the variation of the value, which was called relative value above. For instance, 1 pound of sugar equals 2 pounds of coffee. Later, 1 pound of sugar equals 4 pounds of coffee. The variation, which we want to know about, is whether the necessary labor time has altered for sugar or for coffee, whether sugar costs twice as much labor time as before, or whether coffee costs half as much labor time as before, and which of these variations in the labor time required for the respective production has called forth this variation in their exchange relation. This comparative or relative value of sugar and coffee, the ratio in which they exchange, is thus different from the relative value in the first sense. In the first sense, the relative value of sugar is determined by the quantity of sugar which can be produced by a certain amount of labor time. In the second case, the relative value of sugar and coffee expresses the ratio in which they are exchanged for one another, and changes in this ratio can be the result of a change in the relative value in the first sense, in coffee or in sugar. The proportion in which they exchange for one another can remain the same, although their relative values in the first sense have altered. 1 pound of sugar can equal 2 pounds of coffee as before, even though the labor time for the production of sugar and of coffee has risen to double or fallen to a half. Variations in their comparative value, that is, if the exchange value of sugar is expressed in coffee and vice versa, will only appear when the variations in their relative value in the first sense, i.e. the values determined by the quantity of labor, have altered to a different extent, when therefore comparative changes have occurred. Absolute changes, when they do not alter the original ratio, but are of equal magnitude and move in the same direction, will not call forth any variation in the comparative values, nor in the money prices of these commodities, since if the value of money should change, it would do so equally for both commodities. Hence, whether the values of two commodities are expressed in their own reciprocal use values or in their money price, representing both commodities in the form of the use value of a third commodity, these relative or comparative values or prices are the same, and the changes in them must be distinguished from changes in their relative values in the first sense of the term, i.e. insofar as they only express the change in the labor time required for their own production, and thus realized in themselves. The latter relative value thus appears as absolute value compared with the relative values in the second case, i.e. in the sense of actually representing the exchange value of one commodity in terms of the use value of the other or in money. That is why the term absolute value occurs in Ricardo's work, to denote relative value in the first sense. If, in the above example, 1 pound of sugar costs the same amount of labor time as before, then its relative value in the first sense has not altered. If, however, the labor cost of coffee has halved, then the value of sugar expressed in terms of coffee has altered, because the relative value of coffee, in the first sense, has altered. The relative values of sugar and coffee thus appear to be different from their absolute values, and this difference becomes evident because the comparative value of sugar, for instance, has not altered in comparison with commodities whose absolute values have remained unchanged. The inquiry to which I wish to draw the reader's attention relates to the effect of the variations in the relative value of commodities, and not in their absolute value. At times, Ricardo also calls this absolute value real value, or simply value. Bailey's polemic partially revolves around these different instances of definitions of value, which are not explained by Ricardo, but only occur de facto and are confused with one another, and Bailey sees in this only contradictions. Secondly, Bailey's polemic is directed against absolute value, or real value, as distinct from comparative value, or relative value in the second sense. Bailey says, quote, Instead of regarding value as a relation between two objects, Ricardo and his followers consider it as a positive result produced by a definite quantity of labor. They regard value as something intrinsic and absolute. The latter approach arises from Ricardo's inadequate presentation, because he does not even examine the form of value, the particular form which labor assumes as the substance of value. He only examines the magnitudes of value, the quantities of this abstract, general, and in this form social, labor, which engender differences in the magnitudes of value of commodities. Otherwise, Bailey would have recognized that the relativity of the concept of value is by no means negated by the fact that all commodities, insofar as they are exchange values, are only relative expressions of social labor time, and their relativity consists by no means solely of the ratio in which they exchange for one another, but of the ratio of all of them to this social labor, which is their substance. On the contrary, as we shall see, Ricardo is rather to be reproached for very often losing sight of this real or absolute value, and only retaining relative and comparative values. Section 4. Ricardo's description of profit, rate of profit, average prices, etc. Subsection A. Ricardo's confusion of constant capital with fixed capital, and of variable capital with circulating capital. Erroneous formulation of the question of variations in relative values and their causative factors. In Section 3 of the first chapter, Ricardo explains that the statement, "the value of the commodity is determined by the labor time," includes not only the labor directly employed on the commodity in the final labor process, but also the labor time contained in the raw material and the instruments of labor that are required for the production of the commodity. Thus, it applies not only to the labor time contained in the newly added labor, which has been bought, paid for by wages, but also to the labor time contained in that part of the commodity which I call constant capital. Even the very heading of this Section 3 of Chapter 1 shows the deficiency of his exposition. It runs like this, quote, "Not only the labor applied immediately to commodities affect their value, but also the labor which is bestowed on the implements, tools, and buildings with which such labor is assisted." Raw material has been omitted here, yet the labor bestowed on raw material is surely just as different from labor applied immediately to commodities as the labor bestowed on implements, tools, and buildings. But Ricardo is already thinking of the next section. In Section 3, he assumes that equal component parts of value, comprised in the instruments of labor employed, enter into the production of the various commodities. In the next section, he examines the modifications arising from the varying proportions in which fixed capital enters. Hence, Ricardo does not arrive at the concept of constant capital, one part of which consists of fixed capital and the other of circulating capital, that is, raw material and auxiliary material, just as circulating capital not only includes variable capital, but also raw material, etc., and all means of subsistence which enter into consumption in general, not only into the consumption of the workers. The proportion in which constant capital enters into a commodity does not affect the values of the commodities, the relative quantities of labor contained in the commodities, but it does directly affect the different quantities of surplus value or surplus labor contained in the commodities, embodying equal amounts of labor time. Hence, this varying proportion gives rise to average prices that differ from values. With regard to Sections 4 and 5 of Chapter 1, we have to note first of all that Ricardo does not examine a highly important matter which directly affects the production of surplus value, namely that in different spheres of production, the same volume of capital contains different proportions of constant and variable capital. Instead, Ricardo concerns himself exclusively with the different forms of capital and the varying proportions in which the same capital assumes these various forms. In other words, with different forms arising out of the process of the circulation of capital, that is, fixed and circulating capital, capital which is fixed to a greater or lesser degree, i.e. fixed capital of varying durability, and unequal velocity of circulation, or rates of turnover of capital. And the manner in which Ricardo carries out this investigation is the following. He presupposes a general rate of profit, or an average profit of equal magnitude for different capital investments of equal magnitude, or for different spheres of production in which capitals of equal size are employed, or, which is the same thing, profit in proportion to the size of the capital employed in the various spheres of production. Instead of postulating this general rate of profit, Ricardo should rather have examined in how far its existence is in fact consistent with the determination of value by labor time, and he would have found that instead of being consistent with it, at first glance, it contradicts it, and that its existence would therefore have to be explained through a number of intermediary stages, a procedure which is very different from merely including it under the law of value. He would then have gained an altogether different insight into the nature of profit, and would not have identified it directly with surplus value. Having made this presupposition, Ricardo then asks himself, how will the rise or fall of wages affect the relative values when fixed and circulating capital are employed in different proportions? Or rather, he imagines that this is how he handles the question. In fact, he deals with it quite differently, namely as follows. He asks himself what effect the rise or fall of wages will have on the respective profits on capitals with different periods of turnover and containing different proportions of the various forms of capital. And here, of course, he finds that depending on the amount of fixed capital, etc., a rise or fall of wages must have a very different effect on capitals, according to whether they contain a greater or lesser proportion of variable capital, i.e. capital which is laid out directly in wages. Thus, in order to equalize again the profits in the different spheres of production, in other words, to re-establish the general rate of profit, the prices of the commodities, as distinct from their values, must be regulated in a different way. Therefore, he further concludes, these differences affect the relative values when wages rise or fall. He should have said, on the contrary, although these differences have nothing to do with the values as such, they do, through their varying effects on profits in the different spheres, give rise to average prices, or as we shall call them, cost prices, which are different from the values themselves and are not directly determined by the values of the commodities, but by the capital advanced for their production plus the average profit. Hence, he should have said, these average cost prices are different from the values of the commodities. Instead, he concludes that they are identical, and with this erroneous premise, he goes on to the consideration of rent. Ricardo is also mistaken when he thinks that it is only through the three cases he examines that he discovers the variations in the relative values that occur independently of the labor time contained in the commodities. That is, in fact, the difference between the cost prices and the values of the commodities. He has already assumed this difference in postulating a general rate of profit, thus presupposing that despite the varying ratios of the organic component parts of capitals, these yield a profit proportional to their size, whereas the surplus value they yield is determined absolutely by the quantity of unpaid labor time they absorb. And with a given wage, this is entirely dependent on the volume of that part of capital which is laid out in wages, and not on the absolute size of the capital. What he does in fact examine is this. Supposing that cost prices differ from the value of commodities, and the assumption of a general rate of profit presupposes this difference, how in turn are these cost prices, which are now for a change called relative values, themselves reciprocally modified, proportionately modified by the rise or fall of wages, taking also into account the varying proportions of the organic component parts of capital? If Ricardo had gone into this more deeply, he would have found that owing to the diversity in the organic composition of capital, which first manifests itself in the immediate production process as the difference between variable and constant capital, and is later enlarged by differences arising from the circulation process, the mere existence of a general rate of profit necessitates cost prices that differ from values. He would have found that even if wages are assumed to remain constant, the difference exists and therefore is quite independent of the rise or fall in wages. Thus, he would have arrived at a new definition. He would also have seen how incomparably more important and decisive the understanding of this difference is for the whole theory than his observations on the variation in cost prices of commodities brought about by the rise or fall of wages. The result with which he contents himself, and that he is content accords with the whole manner in which he carries out his investigation, is as follows. Once the variations in the cost prices, or as he says, relative values, of the commodities, insofar as they are due to changes, rises or falls, in wages, when capitals of different organic composition are invested in different spheres, are admitted and taken into consideration, the law remains valid. That the relative values of the commodities are determined by labor time does not contradict the law, for all other changes that are not merely transitory in the cost prices of the commodities can only be explained by a change in the necessary labor time required for their respective production. On the other hand, it must be regarded as a great merit that Ricardo associates the differences in fixed and circulating capital with the varying periods of turnover of capital, and that he deduces all these differences from the varying periods of circulation, i.e. in fact, from the circulation or reproduction period of capital. First of all, let us consider these differences themselves, as he presents them in section 4 of chapter 1, and then examine his views on how they act or bring about variations in the relative values. 1. Quote, in every state of society, the tools, implements, buildings, and machinery employed in different trades may be of various degrees of durability, and may require different portions of labor to produce them. So far as the different portions of labor are concerned, this can imply, and here it seems to be Ricardo's sole point, that the less durable ones require more labor, that is, recurring, directly applied labor, partly for their repair and partly for their reproduction. Or it can also mean that machinery, etc., of the same degree of durability may be more or less expensive, the product of more or less labor. This latter aspect, important for the proportion of variable to constant capital, is not relevant to Ricardo's consideration, and therefore he does not take it up anywhere as a separate point. 2. The proportions, too, in which the capital that is to support labor, that is the variable capital, and the capital that is invested in tools, machinery, and buildings, that is fixed capital, may be variously combined. Thus we have a difference in the degree of durability of fixed capital, and this variety in the proportions in which the two sorts of capital may be combined. It is at once evident why he is not interested in that part of the constant capital which exists as raw material. The latter is itself part of circulating capital. A rise in wages does not cause increased expenditure on that part of capital which consists of machinery, and does not need to be replaced but remains available. The rise, however, does cause an increased outlay for that part which consists of raw material, since this has to be constantly replenished, hence also constantly reproduced. The food and clothing consumed by the worker, the buildings in which he works, the implements with which his labor is assisted, are all of a perishable nature. There is, however, a vast difference in the time for which these different capitals will endure. According as capital is rapidly perishable and requires to be frequently reproduced, or is of slow consumption, it is classed under the heads of circulating or of fixed capital. Thus, the difference between fixed and circulating capital is here reduced to the difference in the time of reproduction, which coincides with the period of circulation. 3. It is also to be observed that the circulating capital may circulate or be returned to its employer in very unequal times. The wheat bought by a farmer to sow is comparatively a fixed capital to the wheat purchased by a baker to make into loaves. One leaves it in the ground and can obtain no return for a year. The other can get it ground into flour, sell it as bread to his customers, and have his capital free to renew the same or commence any other employment in a week. On what does this difference in the circulation periods of different circulating capitals depend? On the fact that in one case, the same capital remains for a longer time in the actual sphere of production, though the labor process does not continue. This applies, for instance, to wine which lies in the cellar to attain maturity, or to certain chemical processes in tanning, dyeing, etc. Two trades, then, may employ the same amount of capital, but it may be very differently divided with respect to the portion which is fixed and that which is circulating. 4. Again, two manufacturers may employ the same amount of fixed and the same amount of circulating capital, but the durability of their fixed capitals, therefore also their period of reproduction, may be very unequal. One may have steam engines to the value of 10,000 pounds, the other ships of the same value. Different degrees of durability of capitals, or which is the same thing, of the time which must elapse before one set of commodities can be brought to market. 5. It is hardly necessary to say that commodities which have the same quantity of labor bestowed on their production will differ in exchangeable value if they cannot be brought to market in the same time. Thus we have 1. A difference in the proportion of fixed to circulating capital. 2. A difference in the period of turnover of circulating capital as a result of a break in the labor process while the production process continues. 3. A difference in the durability of fixed capital. And 4. A difference in the relative period during which a commodity is altogether subjected to the labor process, and without any break in the labor process or without any difference between production period and labor period, before it can enter the actual circulation process. The last case is described by Ricardo as follows. Suppose I employ 20 men at an expense of 1,000 pounds for a year in the production of a commodity, and at the end of the year I employ 20 men again for another year at a further expense of 1,000 pounds in finishing or perfecting the same commodity, and that I bring it to market at the end of 2 years. If profits be 10%, my commodity must sell for 2,310 pounds, for I have employed 1,000 pounds capital for 1 year and 2,100 pounds capital for 1 year more. Another man employs precisely the same quantity of labor, but he employs it all in the first year. He employs 40 men at an expense of 2,000 pounds, and at the end of the first year, he sells it with 10% profit, or for 2,200 pounds. Here, then, are two commodities having precisely the same quantity of labor bestowed on them, one of which sells for 2,310, the other for 2,200. But how is a change in the relative values of these commodities brought about by this difference, whether in the degree of the durability of the fixed capital, or in the period of turnover of circulating capital, or in the proportions in which the two sorts of capital may be combined, or finally, in the time required by different commodities upon which the same quantity of labor is bestowed? Ricardo says in the first place, quote, "This difference and variety in the proportions introduce another cause, besides the greater or lesser quantity of labor necessary to produce commodities for the variations in their relative value. This cause is the rise or fall in the value of labor." And how is this proved? A rise in the wages of labor cannot fail to affect unequally commodities produced under such different circumstances. Namely, when capitals of equal size are employed in different industries, and one capital consists chiefly of fixed capital and contains only a small amount of capital employed in support of labor, whereas in the other capital the proportions are exactly the reverse. To begin with, it is nonsense to say that the commodities are affected. He means their values. But how far are the values affected by these circumstances? Not at all. In both cases, it is the profit which is affected. The man who, for instance, lays out only 1/5 of his capital in variable capital, provided wages and the rate of surplus labor are constant, can only produce a surplus value of 4 on 100, if the rate of surplus value is 20%. On the other hand, another man who lays out 4/5 in variable capital would produce a surplus value of 16 on 100. For in the first example, the capital laid out in wages is 100 over 5, being 20, and 1/5 of 20, or 20%, being 4. And in the second example, the capital laid out in wages equals 4/5 times 100, being 80, and 1/5 of 80, or 20%, being 16. In the first example, the profit would be 4, in the second 16. The average profit for both would be 10%. This is actually the case to which Ricardo refers. Thus, if they both sold at cost prices, and this Ricardo assumes, then they would each sell their commodity at 110. Supposing wages rose, for example, by 20%. Where previously a worker cost £1, he now costs £1 4 shillings, or 24 shillings. As before, the first man still has to lay out £80 in constant capital. Since Ricardo leaves raw materials out of account here, we can do the same. And for the 20 workers whom he employs, he has to lay out 80 shillings. That is £4 in addition to the £20. His capital, therefore, now amounts to £104, and since the workers are producing a smaller surplus value instead of a larger one, he is only left with £6 profit out of his £110. £6 on the 104 is 5 10/13%. The other man, however, who employs 80 workers, would have to pay out an additional 320 shillings, i.e. £16. Thus, he would have to lay out £116. If he were to sell at 110, he would consequently make a loss of £6 instead of a gain. This, however, is only the case because the average profit has already modified the relation between the labor he has laid out and the surplus value which he himself produces. Instead, therefore, of investigating the important problem, what changes have to take place in order that the one who lays out £80 of his capital of 100 in wages does not make 4 times as much profit as the other who only lays out 20, Ricardo examines the subsidiary question of how it is that after this great difference has been leveled out, i.e. with a given rate of profit, any alteration in the rate of profit, due to rising wages for instance, would affect the man who employs many workers with his £100 far more than the man who employs few workers with his £100. And hence, provided the rate of profit is the same, the commodity prices of the one must rise and of the other must fall, if the rate of profit, or the cost prices, is to remain the same. Ricardo's first illustration has absolutely nothing to do with a rise in the value of labor, although he originally stated that the whole of the variation in the relative values were to arise from this cause. This is the example. Suppose 2 men employ 100 men each for a year in the construction of 2 machines, and another man employs the same number of men in cultivating corn. Each of the machines at the end of the year will be of the same value as the corn, for they will each be produced by the same quantity of labor. Suppose one of the owners of one of the machines to employ it, with the assistance of 100 men, the following year in making cloth, and the owner of the other machine to employ his also, with the assistance likewise of 100 men, in making cotton goods, while the farmer continues to employ 100 men as before in the cultivation of corn. During the second year, they will all have employed the same quantity of labor. In other words, they will have laid out the same capital in wages, but they will by no means have employed the same quantity of labor. But the goods and machine together of the clothier and also of the cotton manufacturer will be the result of the labor of 200 men employed for a year, or rather, of the labor of 100 men for 2 years, whereas the corn will be produced by the labor of 100 men for 1 year. Consequently, if the corn be of the value of 500 pounds, the machine and cloth of the clothier together ought to be of the value of 1,000 pounds, and the machine and cotton goods of the cotton manufacturer ought to be also of twice the value of the corn. But they will be of more than twice the value of the corn, for the profit of the clothier's and cotton manufacturer's capital for the first year has been added to their capitals, while that of the farmer has been expended and enjoyed. On account, then, of the different degrees of durability of their capitals, or which is the same thing, on account of the time which must elapse before one set of commodities can be brought to market, they will be valuable not exactly in proportion to the quantity of labor bestowed on them. They will not be as 2 to 1, but something more, to compensate for the greater length of time which must elapse before the most valuable can be brought to market. Suppose that for the labor of each workman, 50 pounds per annum were paid, or that 5,000 pounds capital were employed and profits were 10%. The value of each of the machines as well as the corn at the end of the first year will be 5,500 pounds. The second year, the manufacturers and farmers will again employ 5,000 pounds each in support of labor, and will therefore again sell their goods for 5,500 pounds. But the men using the machines, to be on a par with the farmer, must not only obtain 5,500 for the equal capitals of 5,000 employed on labor, but they must obtain a further sum of 550 for the profit on the 5,500 which they have invested in machinery, and consequently, because actually an equal annual rate of profit of 10% is assumed as a necessity and a law, their goods must sell for 6,050 pounds. That is, average prices or cost prices different from the values of the commodities come into being as a result of the average profit, the general rate of profit presupposed by Ricardo. Here, then, are capitalists employing precisely the same quantity of labor annually on the production of their commodities, and yet the goods they produce differ in value on account of the different quantities of fixed capital, or accumulated labor, employed by each respectively. Not on account of that, but on account of both of these having fixed the idea that both of them must draw the same spoils from the support they have given to labor, or that whatever the respective values of their commodities, those commodities must be sold at average prices, giving each of them the same rate of profit. The cloth and cotton goods are of the same value, because they are the produce of equal quantities of labor and equal quantities of fixed capital, but corn is not of the same value, should read cost price, as these commodities, because it is produced, as far as regards fixed capital, under different circumstances. This exceedingly clumsy illustration of an exceedingly simple matter is so complicated in order to avoid saying simply, since capitals of equal size, whatever the ratio of their organic components or their period of circulation, yield profits of equal size, which would be impossible if the commodities were sold at their values, there exist cost prices which differ from the values of commodities, and this is indeed implied in the concept of a general rate of profit. Let us examine this complicated example and reduce it to its genuine dimensions, which are hardly complicated. And for this purpose, let us begin from the end and note at the outset, in order to reach a clearer understanding, that Ricardo presupposes that the farmer and cotton manufacturer spend nothing on raw material, that furthermore, the farmer does not lay out any capital for instruments of labor, and finally, that no part of the fixed capital laid out by the cotton manufacturer enters into his product as wear and tear. Though all these assumptions are absurd, they do not in themselves affect the illustration. Having made these assumptions, and starting Ricardo's example from the end, it runs as follows. The farmer lays out 5,000 pounds in wages. The cotton fellow lays out 5,000 pounds in wages and 5,500 pounds in machinery. The first, therefore, spends 5,000 pounds and the second 10,500. The second thus spends as much again as the first. If, therefore, both are to make a profit of 10%, the farmer must sell his commodity at 5,500 pounds and the cotton producer at 6,050 pounds, since it has been assumed that no part of the 5,500 pounds expended in machinery forms part of the value of the product as wear and tear. One absolutely cannot conceive what Ricardo intended to elucidate in this example, apart from the fact that the cost prices of commodities, insofar as they are determined by the value of the outlay embodied in the commodities plus the same annual rate of profit, differ from the values of the commodities, and that this difference arises because the commodities are sold at prices that will yield the same rate of profit on the capital advanced. In short, that this difference between cost prices and values is identical with a general rate of profit. Even the difference between fixed capital and circulating capital, which he introduces here, is, in this example, sheer humbug, Since if, for instance, the additional 5,500 pounds which the cotton spinner employs consisted of raw materials, while the farmer did not require any seeds, etc., the result would be exactly the same. Neither does the example show, as the Ricardo asserts, quote, that the goods the cotton manufacturer and the farmer produce differ in value on account of the different quantities of fixed capital or accumulated labor employed by each respectively. For according to his assumption, the cotton manufacturer employs a fixed capital of 5,500 pounds, and the farmer, nil. The one employs fixed capital, the other does not. By no means do they, therefore, employ it in different quantities, any more than one could say that if one person eats meat and the other eats no meat, that they consume meat in different quantities. On the other hand, it is correct, though very wrong, to introduce the term surreptitiously with an or, that they employ accumulated labor, i.e. materialized labor, in different quantities, namely, one to the amount of 10,500 and the other only 5,000. However, the fact that they employ different quantities of accumulated labor only means that they lay out different quantities of capital in their respective trades, that the amount of profit is proportionate to this difference in the size of the capitals they employ because the same rate of profit is assumed, and that finally, this difference in the amount of profit proportionate to the size of the capitals is expressed, represented, in the respective cost prices of the commodities. But whence the clumsiness in Ricardo's illustration? Here, then, are capitalists employing precisely the same quantity of labor annually on the production of their commodities, and yet the goods they produce differ in value. This means that they do not employ the same quantity of labor, immediate and accumulated labor taken together, but they do employ the same quantity of variable capital, capital laid out in wages, the same quantity of living labor. And since money exchanges for accumulated labor, i.e. existing commodities in the form of machines, etc., only according to the law of commodities, since surplus value comes into being only as the result of the appropriation without payment of a part of the living labor employed, it is clear that both can only make the same profit if profit and surplus value are identical. The cotton manufacturer would have to sell his commodity for 5,500 pounds, like the farmer, although he lays out more than twice as much capital. Even if the whole of his machinery passed into the commodity, he could only sell his commodity for 11,000 pounds. He would make a profit of less than 5%, while the farmer makes 10. But with these unequal profits, the farmer and the manufacturer would have sold the commodities at their values, provided that the 10% made by the farmer represented actual unpaid labor embodied in his commodity. If, therefore, they sell their commodities at an equal profit, then this must be due to one of two things. Either the manufacturer arbitrarily adds 5% onto his commodities, and then the commodities of the manufacturer and the farmer taken together are sold above their value, or the actual surplus value which the farmer makes is, for instance, 15%, and both add the average of 10% onto their commodity. In this case, although the cost price of the respective commodity is either above or below its value, both commodities taken together are sold at their value, and the equalization of the profits is itself determined by the total surplus values they contain. Here, in Ricardo's above proposition, when correctly modified, lies the truth, namely, that capitals of equal size, containing different proportions of variable to constant capital, must result in commodities of unequal values, and thus yield different profit. The leveling out of these profits must therefore result in cost prices which differ from the values of the commodities. Here, then, are capitalists employing precisely the same quantity of labor annually on the production of the commodities, and yet the goods they produce differ in value, i.e. have cost prices different from their values, on account of the different quantities of accumulated labor employed by each respectively. But the idea foreshadowed in this passage is never clearly stated by Ricardo. It only explains the meanderings and obvious fallaciousness of the illustration, which, up to this point, had nothing to do with the different quantities of fixed capital employed. Let us now go further back in the analysis. In the first year, the manufacturer builds a machine with 100 men. The farmer, meanwhile, produces corn, also with 100 men. In the second year, the manufacturer uses the machine to manufacture cotton, for which he again employs 100 men. The farmer, on the other hand, again employs 100 men for the cultivation of corn. Suppose, says Ricardo, the value of the corn is 500 pounds per annum. Let us assume that the unpaid labor contained therein equals 25%, i.e. on 400, 100. Then, at the end of the first year, the machine would also be worth 500 pounds, of which 400 pounds would be paid labor and 100 pounds the value of the unpaid labor. Let us assume that by the end of the second year, the whole value of the machine has been used up, has passed into the value of the cotton. In fact, Ricardo assumes this, in that at the end of the second year, he compares not only the value of the cotton goods, but the value of the cotton goods and the machine with the value of the corn. Well then, at the end of the second year, the value of the cotton must be equal to 1,000 pounds, namely 500 pounds the value of the machine and 500 the value of the newly added labor. The value of the corn, on the other hand, is 500 pounds, namely 400 pounds the value of wages and 100 unpaid labor. So far, there is nothing in this case which contradicts the law of value. The cotton manufacturer makes a profit of 25% just as the corn manufacturer does, but the commodities of the former equal 1,000 pounds and those of the latter equal 500, because the former commodity embodies the labor of 200 men and the latter the labor of only 100 in each year. Furthermore, the 100 pounds profit which the cotton manufacturer has made on the machine in the first year by absorbing 1/5 of the labor of the workers who constructed it without paying for it are only realized for him in the second year, since it is only then that he realizes in the value of the cotton simultaneously the value of the machine. But now we come to the point. The cotton manufacturer sells for more than 1,000 pounds, i.e. at a higher value than his commodity has, while the farmer sells his corn at 500 pounds, thus, according to our assumption, at its value. If, therefore, there were only these two people to exchange with one another, the manufacturer obtaining corn from the farmer and the farmer cotton from the manufacturer, then it would amount to the same as if the farmer sold his commodity below its value, making less than 25% profit, and the manufacturer sold his cotton above its value. Let us do without the two capitalists, the cloth man and the cotton man, whom Ricardo introduces here quite superfluously, and let us modify his example by only referring to the cotton manufacturer. Ricardo's double calculation is of no value at all to the illustration at this point. Thus, quote, "But the cottons will be of more than twice the value of the corn, for the profit on the cotton manufacturer's capital for the first year has been added to their capitals, while that of the farmer has been expended and enjoyed." This latter bourgeois extenuating phrase is here quite meaningless from a theoretical standpoint. Moral considerations have nothing to do with the matter. On account, then, of the different degrees of durability of their capitals, or which is the same thing, on account of the time which must elapse before one set of commodities can be brought to market, they will be valuable not exactly in proportion to the quantity of labor bestowed on them. They will not be as 2 to 1, but something more, to compensate for the greater length of time which must elapse before the most valuable can be brought to market. If the manufacturer sold the commodity at its value, then he would sell it at 1,000 pounds, twice the price of corn, because it embodies twice as much labor, 500 pounds of accumulated labor in the machinery, 100 of which he has not paid for, and 500 labor employed in the production of cotton, 100 of which again he has not paid for. But he calculates like this. The first year I laid out 400 pounds, and by exploiting the workers I produced a machine with this, which is worth 500 pounds. I thus made a profit of 25%. The second year I laid out 900 pounds, namely 500 in the said machine and again 400 in labor. If I am again to make 25%, I must sell the cotton at 1,125 pounds, i.e. 125 above its value. For this 125 pounds does not represent any labor contained in the cotton, neither labor accumulated in the first year nor labor added in the second. The aggregate amount of labor contained in the cotton only amounts to 1,000 pounds. On the other hand, suppose the two exchange with one another, or that half the capitalists find themselves in the position of the cotton manufacturer and the other half in the position of the farmer. How are the first half to be paid 125 pounds? From what fund? Obviously, only from the second half. But then it is clear that this second half does not make a profit of 25%. Thus, the first half would cheat the second under the pretext of a general rate of profit, while in fact, the rate of profit would be 25% for the manufacturer and below 25% for the farmer. It must therefore come about in a different way. In order to make the illustration clearer and more accurate, let us suppose the farmer uses 900 pounds in the second year. Then, with a profit of 25%, he has made 100 on the 400 laid out in the first year and 225 in the second, altogether 325 pounds. As against this, the manufacturer makes 25% on the 400 in the first year, but in the second only 100 on 900, i.e. only 11 1/9%. Since only the 400 laid out in labor yield surplus value, whereas the 500 in machinery yield none. Or let us suppose that the farmer lays out 400 pounds again, then he has made 25% in the first year as well as in the second, which, taken together, is 25% or 200 pounds on an outlay of 800 pounds in 2 years. As against this, the manufacturer will have made 25% in the first year and 11 1/9 in the second, i.e. 200 pounds on an outlay of 1,300 pounds in 2 years, which amounts to 15 5/13%. If this were leveled out, the manufacturer would receive 20 5/26%, and so would the farmer. In other words, this would be the average profit. This would result in a price of less than £500 for the farmer's commodity and more than £1,000 for the manufacturer's commodity. At all events, the manufacturer here lays out £400 in the first year and £900 in the second, while the farmer lays out only £400 on each occasion. If the manufacturer, instead of producing cotton, had built a house, if he were a builder, then at the end of the first year, the unfinished house would embody £500 and he would have to spend a further £400 on labor in order to complete it. The farmer, however, whose capital turned over within the year, can recapitalize a part, say 50, of his £100 profit and spend it again on labor, which the manufacturer in the supposed case cannot do. If the rate of profit is to be the same in both cases, then the commodity of one must be sold above its value and that of the other below its value. Since competition strives to level out values into cost prices, this is what happens. But it is incorrect to say, as Ricardo does, that here a variation in the relative values takes place on account of the different degrees of durability of capitals, or on account of the time which must elapse before one set of commodities can be brought to market. It is rather the adoption of a general rate of profit, which, despite the different values brought about by the circulation process, gives rise to equal cost prices which are different from values, for values are determined only by labor time. Ricardo's illustration consists of two examples. The durability of capital, or the character of capital as fixed capital, does not enter into the second example at all. It only deals with capitals of different size, but of which the same amount is laid in wages, as variable capital, and where profits are to be equal, although the surplus values and values must be different. Neither does durability enter into the first example. It is concerned with the longer labor process, the longer period during which the commodity has to remain within the sphere of production before it becomes a finished commodity and can enter into circulation. In this example of Ricardo, the manufacturer also employs more capital in the second year than the farmer, although he employs the same amount of variable capital in both years. The farmer, however, could employ a greater variable capital in the second year because his commodity remains within the labor process for a shorter period and is converted more quickly into money. Besides, that part of profit which is consumed as revenue is already available to the farmer at the end of the first year, but to the manufacturer only at the end of the second. The latter must therefore spend an additional amount of capital for his keep, which he advances to himself. Incidentally, whether in the second case a compensation can take place and profits can be equalized depends here entirely on the degree to which the profits of the capitals which are turned over in 1 year are recapitalized. In other words, on the actual amount of profits produced. Where there is nothing to equalize. Here, the capitals again produce values, hence surplus values, hence profits not in proportion to the size of the capital. If profits are to be proportionate to their size, then there must be cost prices different from values. Ricardo gives a third illustration, which, however, is again exactly the same as the first example of the first illustration, and contains nothing new at all. Suppose I employ 20 men at an expense of £1,000 for a year in the production of a commodity, and at the end of the year, I employ 20 men again for another year at a further expense of £1,000 in finishing or perfecting the same commodity, and that I bring it to market at the end of 2 years. If profits be 10%, my commodity must sell for £2,310, for I have employed 1,000 capital for 1 year and 2,100 capital for 1 year more. Another man employs precisely the same quantity of labor, but he employs it all in the first year. He employs 40 men at an expense of £2,000, and at the end of the first year, he sells it with 10% profit, or for £2,200. Here, then, are two commodities having precisely the same quantity of labor bestowed on them, one of which sells for 2,310, the other for 2,200. This case appears to differ from the last, but is in fact the same. It is not only the same in fact, but in appearance too, except that in the one case, the commodity is called machine, and here simply commodity. In the first example, the manufacturer laid out £400 in the first year and 900 in the second. This time he lays out 1,000 in the first and 2,100 in the second. The farmer laid out 400 in the first and 400 in the second. This time, the second man lays out 2,000 in the first year and nothing in the second. That is the whole difference. In both cases, however, the fable turns on the fact that one of the men lays out in the second year the whole of the product of the first, including surplus value, plus an additional sum. The clumsiness of these examples shows that Ricardo is wrestling with a difficulty which he does not understand, and succeeds even less in overcoming. The clumsiness consists in this. The first example of the first illustration is meant to bring in the durability of capital. It does nothing of the sort. Ricardo himself has made this impossible because he does not let any part of fixed capital enter into the commodity's wear and tear, thus excluding the very factor through which the peculiar mode of circulation of fixed capital becomes evident. He merely demonstrates that as a consequence of the longer duration of the labor process, a greater capital is employed than where the labor process takes a shorter time. The third example is supposed to illustrate something different, but in reality illustrates the same thing. The second example of the first illustration, however, is intended to show what differences arise as a result of different ratios of fixed capital. Instead, it only shows the difference brought about by two capitals of unequal size, although the same amount of capital is laid out in wages. And furthermore, the manufacturer operates without cotton and yarn, and the farmer without seeds or implements. The complete inconsistency, even absurdity, of this illustration necessarily arises from this underlying lack of clarity. Subsection B. Ricardo's confusion of cost prices with value, and the contradictions in his theory of value arising therefrom. His lack of understanding of the process of equalization of the rate of profit, and of the transformation of values into cost prices. Finally, he states the practical conclusions to be drawn from all these illustrations. The difference in value arises in both cases from the profits being accumulated as capital, and is only a just compensation, as though it were a question of justice here, for the time that the profits were withheld. What does this mean, other than that in a definite period of circulation, for instance a year, a capital must yield 10%, whatever its specific period of circulation may be, and quite independently of the various surplus values which, according to the proportion of their organic component parts, capitals of equal size must produce in different branches of production, irrespective of the circulation process? Ricardo should have drawn the following conclusions. Firstly, capitals of equal size produce commodities of unequal values, and therefore yield unequal surplus values or profits, because value is determined by labor time, and the amount of labor time realized by a capital does not depend on its absolute size, but on the size of the variable capital, the capital laid out in wages. Secondly, even assuming that capitals of equal size produce equal values, although the inequality in the sphere of production usually coincides with that in the sphere of circulation, the period within which they appropriate equal quantities of unpaid labor and convert these into money still varies in accordance with their turnover period. Thus arises a second difference in the values, surplus values, and profits which capitals of equal size must yield in different branches of production in a given period of time. Hence, if profits as a percentage of capital are to be equal over a period, say of a year, so that capitals of equal size yield equal profits in the same period of time, then the prices of the commodities must be different from their values. The sum total of these cost prices of all the commodities taken together will be equal to their value. Similarly, the total profit will be equal to the total surplus value which all these capitals yield, for instance, during 1 year. If one did not take the definition of value as the basis, the average profit, and therefore also the cost prices, would be purely imaginary and untenable. The equalization of the surplus values in different spheres of production does not affect the absolute size of this total surplus value, but merely alters its distribution among the different spheres of production. The determination of this surplus value itself, however, only arises out of the determination of value by labor time. Without this, the average profit is the average of nothing, pure fancy, and it could then equally well be 1,000% or 10%. All Ricardo's illustrations only serve him as a means to smuggle in the presupposition of a general rate of profit, and this happens in the first chapter on value, while wages are supposed to be dealt with only in the 5th chapter and profits in the 6th. How, from the mere determination of the value of commodities, their surplus value, the profit, and even a general rate of profit are derived remains obscure with Ricardo. In fact, the only thing which he proves in the above illustrations is that the prices of the commodities, insofar as they are determined by the general rate of profit, are entirely different from their values. And he arrives at this difference by postulating the rate of profit to be law. One can see that though Ricardo is accused of being too abstract, one would be justified in accusing him of the opposite: lack of the power of abstraction, inability, when dealing with the values of commodities, to forget profits, a factor which confronts him as a result of competition. Because Ricardo, instead of deriving the difference between cost prices and values from the determination of value itself, admits that values themselves, here it would have been appropriate to define the concept of absolute or real value, or value as such, are determined by influences that are independent of labor time, and that the law of value is sporadically invalidated by these influences. This was used by his opponents, such as Malthus, in order to attack his whole theory of value. Malthus correctly remarks that the differences between the organic component parts of capital and the turnover periods of capitals in different branches of production develop simultaneously with the progress of production, so that one would arrive at Adam Smith's standpoint that the determination of value by labor time was no longer applicable to civilized times. See also Terens. On the other hand, his disciples have resorted to the most pitiful scholastic inventions to make these phenomena consistent with the fundamental principle. See James Mill in The Miserable McCulloch. Ricardo does not dwell on the conclusion which follows from his own illustrations, namely that quite apart from the rise or fall of wages, on the assumption of constant wages, the cost price of commodities must differ from their values if cost prices are determined by the same percentage of profit. But he passes on in this section to the influence which the rise or fall of wages exerts on cost prices, to which the values have already been leveled out. The matter is, in itself, extraordinarily simple. The farmer lays out £5,000 at 10%. His commodity equals £5,500. If the profit falls by 1% from 10 to 9, because wages have risen and the rise in wages has brought about this reduction, then he continues to sell at £5,500, since it is assumed that he lays out the whole of his capital in wages. But of these £5,500, only 454 and 14 109ths belong to him, and not 500. The capital of the manufacturer consists of £5,500 for machinery and £5,000 for labor. As before, the latter £5,000 results in a product of $5,500, except that now the manufacturer does not lay out 5,000, but 5,045 and 95 109ths. And on this, he makes a profit of only 454 and 14 109ths, like the farmer. On the other hand, he can no longer reckon 10%, or £550, on his fixed capital of 5,500, but only 9%, or 495. He will therefore sell his commodity at £5,995 instead of at £6,050. Thus, as a result of the rise in wages, the money price of the farmer's commodity has remained the same, while that of the manufacturer has fallen. The value of the farmer's commodity compared with that of the manufacturer has therefore risen. The whole point of the matter is that if the manufacturer sold his commodity at the same price as before, he would make a higher profit than the average, because only the part of his capital that has been laid out in wages is directly affected by the rise in wages. This illustration in itself already assumes cost prices regulated by an average profit of 10% and differing from the values of the commodities. The question is, how are these cost prices affected by the rise or fall in profit when the capitals employed contain different proportions of fixed and circulating capital? This illustration has nothing to do with the essential question of the transformation of values into cost prices. But it is a nice point because Ricardo in fact demonstrates here that if the composition of the capitals were the same, a rise in wages, contrary to the vulgar view, would only bring about a lowering of profits without affecting the values of the commodities. If the composition of the capitals is unequal, then it will only bring about a fall in the price of some commodities, instead of, as vulgar opinion maintains, a rise in the price of all commodities. Here, the fall in the prices of commodities results from a fall in the rate of profit, or which amounts to the same thing, a rise in wages. In the case of the manufacturer, a large part of the cost price of the commodity is determined by the average profit, which he reckons on his fixed capital. If, therefore, this rate of profit falls or rises as a result of the rise or fall in wages, then the price of these commodities will fall or rise correspondingly. That is, in accordance with that part of the price which results from the profit calculated upon the fixed capital. The same applies to, quote, circulating capitals returnable at distant periods, and vice versa, end quote. If the capitalists who employ less variable capital were to continue to chalk up their fixed capital at the same rate of profit and add it to the price of the commodity, then their rate of profit would rise, and it would rise in proportion in which they employ more fixed capital than those whose capital consists to a greater extent of variable capital. This would be leveled out by competition. Ricardo, says McCulloch, was the first who endeavored to analyze and discover the effects of fluctuations in the rate of wages on the value of the commodities, when the capitals employed in their production were not of the same degree of durability. Ricardo has not only shown that it is impossible for any rise of wages to raise the price of all commodities, but that in many cases, a rise of wages necessarily leads to a fall of prices, and a fall of wages to a rise of prices. Ricardo proves this point by firstly postulating cost prices regulated by a general rate of profit. Secondly, quote, there can be no rise in the value of labor without a fall of profits. Thus, already in Chapter 1, on value, those laws are presupposed, which in Chapters 5 and 6, on wages and on profits, should be deduced from the chapter on value. Incidentally, Ricardo concludes quite wrongly that because there can be no rise in the value of labor without a fall of profits, there can be no rise of profits without a fall in the value of labor. The first law refers to surplus value, but since profit equals the proportion of surplus value to the total capital advanced, profit can rise even though the value of labor remains the same, if the value of the constant capital falls. Altogether, Ricardo mixes up surplus value and profit. Hence, he arrives at erroneous laws on profit and the rate of profit. The general conclusion of the last illustration is as follows. The degree of alteration in the relative value of goods on account of a rise or fall of labor, or which amounts to the same thing, a rise or fall in the rate of profit, would depend on the proportion which the fixed capital bore to the whole capital employed. All commodities which are produced by very valuable machinery, or in very valuable buildings, or which require a great length of time before they can be brought to market, would fall in relative value, while all those which were chiefly produced by labor, or which would be speedily brought to market, would rise in relative value. Again, Ricardo comes to the one point with which he is really concerned in his investigation. These variations in the cost prices of commodities, resulting from a rise or fall in wages, are insignificant compared with those variations in the same cost prices which are brought about by changes in the values of commodities, that is, changes in the quantity of labor employed in their production. Ricardo is far from expressing this truth in these adequate terms. One can therefore, by and large, abstract from this, and accordingly, the law of value remains virtually correct. He should have added that the cost prices remain unintelligible without values determined by labor time. This is the true course of his investigation. In fact, it is clear that despite the transformation of the values of commodities into cost prices, the latter having been assumed, a change in cost prices, insofar as it does not arise from a permanent fall or rise, a permanent alteration in the rate of profit, which can only establish itself in the course of many years, can only and solely be caused by a change in the value of commodities, in the labor time necessary for their production. And these cost prices must not be confused with their market prices. They are the average market prices of the commodities in the different branches of production. Market price itself already includes an average insofar as commodities of the same sphere are determined by the prices of those commodities which are produced under the mean average conditions of production of this sphere. By no means under the worst conditions, as Ricardo assumes with rent, because the average demand is related to a certain price, even with corn. A certain amount of the supply is therefore not sold above this price. Otherwise, the demand would fall. Those whose conditions of production are not average, but below average, must therefore often sell their commodity not only below its value, but below its cost price. The reader, however, should remark that this cause of the variation of commodities, this should read variations of cost prices, or as he calls them, relative values of commodities, is comparatively slight in its effects. Not so with the other great cause of the variation in the value of commodities, namely, the increase or diminution in the quantity of labor necessary to produce them. An alteration in the permanent rate of profits, to any great amount, is the effect of causes which do not operate but in the course of years, whereas alterations in the quantity of labor necessary to produce commodities are of daily occurrence. Every improvement in machinery, in tools, in buildings, in raising the raw material, saves labor, and enables us to produce the commodity to which the improvement is applied with more facility, and consequently its value alters. In estimating, then, the causes of the variations in the value of commodities, although it would be wrong to wholly omit the consideration of the effect produced by a rise or fall of labor, it would be equally incorrect to attach much importance to it. He therefore takes no further account of this. The whole of this section 4 of chapter 1 on value is so extraordinarily confused that although Ricardo announces at the start that he intends to consider the variations in the values of commodities brought about by the rise or fall in wages in conjunction with different composition of capital, he actually does this only occasionally. In fact, he fills the major part of section 4 with illustrations which prove that quite independently of the rise or fall of wages, he himself assumes that wages remain constant, the postulation of a general rate of profit must result in cost prices which differ from the values of commodities, and moreover, that this does not even depend on the difference in the proportion of fixed and circulating capital. He forgets this again at the end of the section. He announces the subject of his inquiry in section 4 with the words, This difference in the degree of durability of fixed capital, and this variety in the proportion in which the two sorts of capital may be combined, introduce another cause, besides the greater or lesser quantity of labor necessary to produce commodities for the variations in their relative value. This cause is the rise or fall in the value of labor. In fact, he shows by his illustrations, in the first place, that it is only the general rate of profit which enables the different combinations of types of capital, namely variable and constant, to differentiate the prices of commodities from their values, that therefore the cause of those variations is the general rate of profit, and not the value of labor, which is assumed to be constant. Then, only in the second place, he assumes cost prices already differentiated from values as a result of the general rate of profit and examines how variations in the value of labor affect these. Number one, the main point, he does not investigate. He loses sight of it altogether, and he closes the section as he began it. It being shown in this section that without any variation in the quantity of labor, the rise of its value merely will occasion a fall in the exchangeable value of those goods in the production of which fixed capital is employed. The larger the amount of fixed capital, the greater will be the fall. And in the following section 5, he continues on the same lines. In other words, he only investigates how the cost prices of commodities can be altered by a variation in the value of labor, or wages, not when the proportion of fixed and circulating capitals is different in two capitals of equal size employed in two different spheres of production, but when there is unequal durability of the capital, or unequal rapidity with which it is returned to its employer. The correct surmise implied in section 4 regarding the difference between cost prices and values brought about by the general rate of profit is here no longer noticeable. Only a secondary question is examined here, namely the variation in the cost prices themselves. This section, therefore, is in fact of hardly any theoretical interest, apart from the occasional mention of differences in the form of capital arising from the circulation process. In proportion as fixed capital is less durable, it approaches to the nature of circulating capital. It will be consumed and its value reproduced in a shorter time in order to preserve the capital of the manufacturer. Thus, the lesser durability and the difference between fixed and circulating capital in general are reduced to the difference in the period of reproduction. This is certainly a factor of decisive importance, but by no means the only one. Fixed capital enters wholly into the labor process and only in successive stages and by installments into the process of creating value. This is another major distinction in their form of circulation. Furthermore, fixed capital necessarily enters only as exchange value into the process of circulation, while its use value is consumed in the labor process and never goes outside it. This is another important distinction in the form of circulation. Both distinctions also concern the period of circulation, but they are not identical with the degrees of the durability of the fixed capital and the differences in the period of circulation. Less durable capital constantly requires a greater quantity of labor, quote, to keep it in its original state of efficiency, but the labor so bestowed may be considered as really expended on the commodity manufactured, which must bear a value in proportion to such labor. If the wear and tear of the machine were great, if the quantity of labor requisite to keep it in an efficient state were that of 50 men annually, I should require an additional price for my goods equal to that which would be obtained by any other manufacturer who employed 50 men in the production of other goods, and who used no machinery at all. But a rise in the wages of labor would not equally affect commodities produced with machinery quickly consumed, and commodities produced with machinery slowly consumed. In the production of the one, a great deal of labor would be continually transferred to the commodity produced. But he is so occupied with his general rate of profit that he does not see that thereby a relatively great deal of surplus labor would be continually transferred to the commodity. In the other, very little would be so transferred. Hence, very little surplus labor, hence much less surplus value, if the commodities exchanged according to their values. Every rise of wages, therefore, or which is the same thing, every fall of profits, would lower the relative value of those commodities which were produced with a capital of a durable nature, and would proportionally elevate those which were produced with a capital more perishable. A fall of wages would have precisely the contrary effect. In other words, the manufacturer who employs fixed capital of less durability employs relatively less fixed capital and more capital expended in wages than the one who employs capital of greater durability. This case is therefore identical with the previous one, illustrating how a variation in wages affects capitals, one of which consists of relatively, proportionately, more fixed capital than the other. There is nothing new here. What Ricardo further says about machinery on pages 38 to 40 should be held over until we come to chapter 31, on machinery. It is curious how Ricardo, at the end, almost expresses the correct idea in a passing phrase, only to let it go again, and after touching upon it in the passages we are about to quote, returns again to his dominating idea of the effect of a change in the value of labor on cost prices, and finally concludes the investigation with this secondary consideration. The passage containing the allusion is the following. It'll be seen then that in the early stages of society, before much machinery or durable capital is used, the commodities produced by equal capitals will be nearly of equal value, and will rise or fall only relatively to each other on account of more or less labor being required for their production. The final clause is badly worded. It refers moreover not to value but to commodities, and is meaningless unless it refers to their prices. For to say that the values fall in proportion to labor time means that values fall or rise as they fall or rise. But after the introduction of these expensive and durable instruments, the commodities produced by the employment of equal capitals will be of very unequal value, and although they will still be liable to rise or fall relatively to each other, as more or less labor becomes necessary to their production, they will be subject to another, though minor, variation also, from the rise or fall of wages and profits. Since goods which sell for £5,000 may be the produce of a capital equal in amount to that from which are produced other goods which sell for £10,000, the profits on their manufacture will be the same, but those profits would be unequal if the prices of the goods did not vary with the rise or fall in the rate of profit. In fact, Ricardo says, capitals of equal size produce commodities of equal values if the ratio of their organic component parts is the same, if equally large portions of them are expended on wages and on means of production. The same quantities of labor, therefore equal values, apart from the difference which might arise through the circulation process, are then embodied in their commodities. On the other hand, capitals of equal size produce commodities of very unequal value when their organic composition is different, namely when the proportion between the part existing as fixed capital and the part laid out in wages differs considerably. Firstly, only a part of the fixed capital enters into the commodity as a component part of the value. Consequently, the magnitude of their values will greatly vary according to whether much or little fixed capital is employed in the production of the commodity. Secondly, the part laid out in wages, calculated as a percentage on capital of equal size, is much smaller, therefore also the total newly added labor embodied in the commodity, and consequently the surplus labor, given a working day of equal length, which constitutes the surplus value. If, therefore, these capitals of equal size, whose commodities are of unequal values, and these unequal values contain unequal surplus values, and therefore unequal profits, if these capitals, because of their equal size, are to yield equal profits, then the prices of commodities, as determined by the general rate of profit on a given outlay, must be very different from the values of the commodities. Hence it follows not that the values have altered their nature, but that the prices are different from the values. It is all the more surprising that Ricardo did not arrive at this conclusion, for he sees that even if one presupposes cost prices determined by the general rate of profit, a change in the rate of profit, or rate of wages, must change these cost prices, so that the rate of profit in the different spheres of production may remain the same. How much more, therefore, must the establishment of a general rate of profit change unequal values, since this general rate of profit is in fact nothing other than the leveling out of the different rates of surplus value in different commodities produced by equal capitals. Having thus, if not set forth and comprehended, at any rate virtually demonstrated, the difference between cost and value, cost prices and values of commodities, Ricardo ends with the following sentence. Mr. Malthus appears to think that it is a part of my doctrine that the cost and value of a thing should be the same. It is, if he means by cost, cost of production including profits. That is, outlay plus profit as determined by the general rate of profit. With this erroneous confusion of cost prices and values, which he has himself refuted, he then proceeds to consider rent. With regard to the influence of the variations in the value of labor upon the cost price of gold, Ricardo says in the following section 6, May not gold be considered as a commodity produced with such proportions of the two kinds of capital as approach nearest to the average quantity employed in the production of most commodities? May not these proportions be so nearly equally distant from the two extremes, the one where little fixed capital is used, the other where little labor is employed, as to form a just mean between them? This is far more applicable to those commodities into whose composition the various organic constituents enter in the average proportion, and whose period of circulation and reproduction is also of average length. For these, cost, price, and value coincide, because for them, and only for them, average profit coincides with their actual surplus value. As inadequate as sections 4 and 5 of chapter 1 appear in their consideration of the influence of the variations in the value of labor on relative values, theoretically a secondary matter compared with the transformation of values into cost prices through the average rate of profits, so important is the conclusion which Ricardo draws from this, thereby demolishing one of the major errors that had persisted since Adam Smith, namely that the raising of wages, instead of reducing profits, raises the prices of commodities. This is indeed already implied in the very concept of values, and is in no way altered by the transformation of values into cost prices, since this, in any case, only affects the distribution of the surplus value made by the total capital among the various branches of production, or different capitals in different spheres of production. But it was so important that Ricardo stressed this point and even proved the opposite to be the case. He is therefore justified in saying in section 6, "Before I quit this subject, it may be proper to observe that Adam Smith and all the writers who have followed him have, without one exception that I know of, maintained that a rise in the price of labor would be uniformly followed by a rise in the price of all commodities." This corresponds to Adam Smith's second explanation of value, according to which it is equal to the quantity of labor a commodity can purchase. I hope I have succeeded in showing that there are no grounds for such an opinion, and that only those commodities would rise which had less fixed capital employed upon them than the medium in which the price was estimated. Here, relative value is equivalent to the expression of the value in money, and that all those which had more would positively fall in price when wages rose. On the contrary, if wages fell, those commodities only would fall, which had a less proportion of fixed capital employed on them than the medium in which the price was estimated. All those which had more would positively rise in price. With regard to money prices, this seems wrong. When gold rises or falls in value from whatever causes, then it does so to the same extent for all commodities which are reckoned in gold. Since it thus represents a relatively unchangeable medium, despite its changeability, it is not at all clear how any relative combination of fixed capital and circulating capital in gold, compared with commodities, can bring about a difference. But this is due to Ricardo's false assumption that money, insofar as it serves as a medium of circulation, exchanges as a commodity for commodities. Commodities are assessed in gold before it circulates them. Supposing wheat were the medium instead of gold. If, for example, consequent upon a rise in wages, wheat as a commodity, into which enters more than the average variable instead of constant capital, were to rise relatively in its price of production, then all commodities would be assessed in wheat of higher relative value. The commodities into which more fixed capital entered would be expressed in less wheat than before, not because their specific price had fallen compared with wheat, but because their price had fallen in general. A commodity which contained just as much living labor, as against accumulated labor, as wheat would show its rise in price by being expressed in more wheat than a commodity whose price had fallen as compared with wheat. If the same causes which raised the price of wheat raised, for example, the price of clothes, then although the clothes would not be expressed in more wheat than previously, those commodities whose price had fallen compared with wheat, for instance cotton, would be expressed in less. Wheat would be the medium in which the difference in the price of cotton and clothes would be expressed. Section 5. Average or cost prices and market prices. Subsection A. Introductory remarks. Individual value and market value. Market value and market price. In developing his theory of differential rent, in Chapter 2 on rent, Ricardo puts forward the following thesis. Quote, "The exchangeable value of all commodities, whether they be manufactured, or the produce of the mines, or the produce of the land, is always regulated not by the less quantity of labor that will suffice for their production under circumstances highly favorable, and exclusively enjoyed by those who have peculiar facilities of production, but by the greater quantity of labor necessarily bestowed on their production by those who have no such facilities, by those who continue to produce them under the most unfavorable circumstances, meaning, by the most unfavorable circumstances, the most unfavorable under which the quantity of produce required renders it necessary to carry on the production." The last sentence is not entirely correct. The quantity of produce required is not a fixed magnitude. It would be correct to say a certain quantity of produce required within certain limits of price. If the latter rises above these limits, then the quantity required falls with the demand. The thesis set out above can be expressed in general terms as follows. The value of the commodity, which is the product of a particular sphere of production, is determined by the labor which is required in order to produce the whole amount, the total sum of the commodities appertaining to this sphere of production, and not by the particular labor time that each individual capitalist or employer within this sphere of production requires. The general conditions of production and the general productivity of labor in this particular sphere, for example in cotton manufacture, are the average conditions of production and the average productivity in this sphere, in the cotton manufacture. The quantity of labor by which, for example, the value of a yard of cotton is determined is therefore not the quantity of labor it contains, the quantity the manufacturer expended upon it, but the average quantity with which all the cotton manufacturers produce 1 yard of cotton for the market. Now, the particular conditions under which the individual capitalists produce, for example, in cotton manufacture, necessarily fall into 3 categories. Some produce under medium conditions, i.e. the individual conditions of production under which they produce coincide with the general conditions of production in the sphere. The average conditions are their actual conditions. The productivity of their labor is at the average level. The individual value of their commodities coincides with the general value of these commodities. If, for example, they sell the yard of cotton at 2 shillings, the average value, then they sell it at the value which the yards they produce represent in natura. Another category produces under better than average conditions. The individual value of their commodities is below the general value. If they sell their commodities at the general value, they sell them above their individual value. Finally, a third category produces under conditions of production that are below the average. Now, the quantity of produce required from this particular sphere of production is not a fixed magnitude. If the rise of the value of the commodities above the average value exceeds certain limits, the quantity of produce required falls. That is, this quantity is only required at a given price, or at least within certain limits of price. Hence, it is just as possible that the last mentioned category has to sell below the individual value of its commodities, as the better placed category always sells its products above their individual value. Which of the categories has a decisive effect on the average value will in particular depend on the numerical ratio or the proportional size of the categories. If numerically the middle category greatly outweighs the others, it will determine the average value. If this group is numerically weak, and that which works below the average conditions is numerically strong and predominant, then the latter determines the general value of the produce of this sphere, although this by no means implies that it is even very unlikely that the individual capitalist who is the most unfavorably placed in the last group is the determining factor. See Courbet. But let us leave this aside. The general result is that the general value of the products of this group is the same for all, whatever may be its relation to the particular value of each individual commodity. This common value is the market value of these commodities, the value at which they appear on the market. Expressed in money, this market value is the market price, just as in general, value expressed in money is price. The actual market price is sometimes above, sometimes below this market value, and coincides with it only by chance. Over a certain period, however, the fluctuations equal each other out, and it can be said that the average of the actual market prices is their market price, which represents the market value. Whether at a given moment the actual market price corresponds to the market value in magnitude, i.e. quantitatively or not, at any rate it shares the qualitative characteristic with it, that all commodities of the same sphere of production available on the market have the same price, assuming of course that they are of the same quality. That is, in practice, they represent the general value of the commodities of this sphere. The above thesis put forward by Ricardo for the purpose of his theory of rent has therefore been interpreted by his disciples to mean that 2 different market prices cannot exist simultaneously on the same market, or products of the same kind found on the market simultaneously have the same price, or, since we can leave out of account here the accidental features of this price, the same market value. Thus, competition, partly among the capitalists themselves, and partly between them and the buyers of the commodity, and partly among the latter themselves, brings it about here that the value of each individual commodity in a particular sphere of production is determined by the total mass of social labor time required by the total mass of the commodities of this particular sphere of social production, and not by the individual values of the separate commodities or the labor time the individual commodity has cost its particular producer and seller. It obviously follows from this, however, that whatever the circumstances, the capitalists belonging to the first group, whose conditions of production are more favorable than the average, make an excess profit. In other words, their profit is above the general rate of profit of this sphere. Competition, therefore, does bring about the market value, or market price, by the equalization of profits within a particular sphere of production. For the purpose of this investigation, the distinction between market value and market price is irrelevant, since the differences in the conditions of production, hence the different rates of profit for the individual capitalists in the same sphere, remain, whatever may be the relationship of market price to market value. On the contrary, competition here equalizes different individual values to the same equal undifferentiated market value by permitting differences between individual profits of individual capitalists, and their deviations from the average rate of profit in the sphere. It even creates differences by establishing the same market value for commodities produced under unequal conditions of production. Therefore, with unequal productivity of labor, the commodities thus represent individual unequal quantities of labor time. The commodity produced under more favorable conditions contains less labor time than that produced under less favorable conditions, but it sells at the same price and has the same value as if it contained the same labor time, though this is not the case. Subsection B. Ricardo confuses the process of formation of market value and the formation of cost prices. For the establishment of his theory of rent, Ricardo needs two propositions which express not only different but contradictory effects of competition. According to the first, the products of the same sphere sell at one and the same market value. Competition therefore enforces different rates of profit, i.e. deviations from the general rate of profit. According to the second, the rate of profit must be the same for each capital investment. That is, competition brings about a general rate of profit. The first law applies to the various independent capitals invested in the same sphere of production. The second applies to capitals insofar as they are invested in different spheres of production. By the first action, competition creates the market value, that is, the same value for commodities of the same sphere of production. Although this identical value must result in different profits, it thus creates the same value despite of, or rather by means of, different rates of profit. The second action, which incidentally is brought about in a different way, namely the competition between capitalists of different spheres, throws the capital from one sphere into another, while the other competition, insofar as it is not competition between buyers, occurs between capitals of the same sphere, enables competition to create the cost price, in other words, the same rate of profit in the various spheres of production, although this identical rate of profit is contrary to the inequality of values, and can hence only be enforced by prices which are different from values. Since Ricardo needs both these propositions, equal value, or price, with unequal rate of profit, and equal rate of profit with unequal values, for his theory of rent, it is most remarkable that he does not sense this twofold determination, and that even in the section where he deals ex professo with market price, in Chapter 4 on natural price and market price, he does not deal with market price or market value at all, although in the above quoted passage he uses it as a basis to explain differential rent, the excess profit crystallized in the form of rent. But he deals here merely with the reduction of the prices in the different spheres of production to cost prices or average prices, i.e. with the relationship between the market values of the different spheres of production, and not with the establishment of the market value in each particular sphere. And unless this is established, market values do not exist at all. The market values of each particular sphere, therefore the market prices of each particular sphere, if the market price corresponds to the natural price, in other words, if it merely represents the value in the form of money, would yield very different rates of profit. For capitals of equal size in different spheres, quite apart from the differences arising from their different processes of circulation, employ very unequal proportions of constant and variable capital, and therefore yield very unequal surplus values, hence very unequal profits. The leveling out of the various market values so that the same rate of profit is produced in the different spheres of production and capitals of equal size yield equal average profits is therefore only possible by the transformation of market values into cost prices, which are different from the actual values. What competition within the same sphere of production brings about is the determination of the value of the commodity in a given sphere by the average labor time required for it, i.e. the creation of the market value. What competition between the different spheres of production brings about is the creation of the same general rate of profit in the different spheres through the leveling out of the different market values into market prices, which are cost prices that are different from the actual market values. Competition, in this second instance, by no means tends to assimilate the prices of the commodities to their values, but on the contrary, to reduce their values to cost prices that differ from these values, to abolish the differences between their values and cost prices. It is only this latter process which Ricardo considers in Chapter 4, and oddly enough, he regards it as the reduction of the prices of commodities through competition to their values, the reduction of the market price, a price which is different from value, to the natural price, that is, the value expressed in terms of money. This blunder, however, arises from the error he committed already in Chapter 1 on value, where he identified cost price and value. This in turn was due to the fact that at a point where as yet he was only concerned with explaining value, where he therefore as yet only had to deal with commodity, he plunged in with the general rate of profit and all the conditions arising from the more developed capitalist relations of production. Ricardo's whole procedure in Chapter 4 is therefore quite superficial. He starts out from the, quote, accidental and temporary variations of the price, end quote, of commodities resulting from the fluctuating relations between demand and supply. With the rise or fall of price, profits are elevated above or depressed below their general level, and capital is either encouraged to enter into or is warned to depart from the particular employment in which the variation has taken place. Here, the general level of profit prevailing between particular spheres of production, between the particular employments, is already presupposed. But he should have considered first how the general level of price in the same employment and the general level of profit between different employments is brought about. Ricardo would then have seen that the latter operation already presupposes movements of capital in all directions, or a distribution determined by competition of the whole social capital between its different spheres of employment. Once it is assumed that the market values or average market prices in the different spheres are reduced to cost prices, yielding the same average rate of profit, this is, however, only the case in spheres where landed property does not interfere. Where it interferes, competition within the same sphere can convert the price to the value and the value to the market price, but it cannot reduce the market price to the cost price. Persistent deviations of the market price from the cost price, when it rises above or falls below it in particular spheres, will bring about new migrations and a new distribution of social capital. The first migration occurs in order to establish cost prices which differ from values. The second migration occurs in order to equalize the actual market prices with the cost prices, as soon as they rise above or fall below the latter. The first is a transformation of the values into cost prices. The second is a rotation of the actual market prices of the moment in the various spheres around the cost price, which now appears as the natural price, although it is different from the value, and only the result of social action. It is this latter, more superficial movement which Ricardo examines, and at times unconsciously confuses with the other. Both are, of course, brought about by the same principle, namely the principle that, quote, while every man is free to employ his capital where he pleases, he will naturally seek for it that employment which is most advantageous. He will naturally be dissatisfied with a profit of 10% if by removing his capital he can obtain a profit of 15%. This restless desire on the part of all the employers of stock to quit a less profitable for a more advantageous business has a strong tendency to equalize the rate of profits of all, or to fix them in such proportions as may, in the estimation of the parties, compensate for any advantage which one may have, or may appear to have, over the other. This tendency has the effect of distributing the total mass of social labor time among the various spheres of production according to the social need. In this way, the values in the different spheres of production are transformed into cost prices, and on the other hand, the variations of the actual prices in particular spheres from the cost prices are leveled out. All this is contained in Adam Smith's work. Ricardo himself says, quote, no writer has more satisfactorily and ably shown than Dr. Smith the tendency of capital to move from employments in which the goods produced do not repay by their price the whole expenses, including the ordinary profits, that is to say, the cost price, of producing and bringing them to market. The achievement of Ricardo, whose blunder is on the whole caused by his lack of criticism of Adam Smith in this respect, consists in his more precise exposition of this migration of capital from one sphere to the other, or rather, of the manner in which this occurs. He was, however, only able to do this because the credit system was more highly developed in his time than in the time of Adam Smith. Ricardo says, quote, it is perhaps very difficult to trace the steps by which this change is effected. It is probably affected by a manufacturer not absolutely changing his employment, but only lessening the quantity of capital he has in that employment. In all rich countries, there is a number of men forming what is called the moneyed class. These men are engaged in no trade, but live on the interest of their money, which is employed in discounting bills or in loans to the more industrious part of the community. The bankers, too, employ a large capital on the same objects. The capital so employed forms a circulating capital of a large amount, and is employed in large or smaller proportions by all the different trades of a country. There is perhaps no manufacturer, however rich, who limits his business to the extent that his own funds alone will allow. He always has some portion of this floating capital, increasing or diminishing according to the activity of the demand for his commodities. When the demand for silks increases, and that for cloth diminishes, the clothier does not remove with his capital to the silk trade, but he dismisses some of his workmen. He discontinues his demand for the loan from bankers and moneyed men, while the case of the silk manufacturer is the reverse. He borrows more, and thus capital is transferred from one employment to another, without the necessity of a manufacturer discontinuing his usual occupation. When we look to the markets of a large town, and observe how regularly they are supplied both with home and foreign commodities in the quantity in which they are required, under all the circumstances of varying demand arising from the caprice of taste, or a change in the amount of population, without often producing either the effects of a glut from a too abundant supply, or an enormously high price from the supply being unequal to the demand, we must confess that the principle which apportions capital to each trade in the precise amount that it is required is more active than is generally supposed. Credit, therefore, is the means by which the capital of the whole capitalist class is placed at the disposal of each sphere of production, not in proportion to the capital belonging to the capitalists in a particular sphere, but in proportion to their production requirements, whereas in competition, the individual capitals appear to be independent of each other. Credit is both the result and the condition of capitalist production, and this provides us with a convenient transition from the competition between capitals to capital as credit. Subsection C. Ricardo's two different definitions of natural price: changes in cost price caused by changes in the productivity of labor. At the beginning of Chapter 4, Ricardo says that by natural price he understands the value of the commodities, that is, the price as determined by their relative labor time, and that by market price he understands the accidental and temporary deviations from this natural price or value. Throughout the further course of the chapter, and he is quite explicit in this, he understands something quite different by natural price, namely cost price, which is different from value. Thus, instead of showing how competition transforms values into cost prices, i.e. creates permanent deviations from values, he shows, following Adam Smith, how competition reduces the market prices in different trades to cost prices. Thus, Chapter 4 opens like this. Quote, "In making labor the foundation of the value of commodities, and the comparative quantity of labor which is necessary to their production the rule which determines the respective quantities of goods which shall be given in exchange for each other, we must not be supposed to deny the accidental and temporary deviations of the actual or market price of commodities from this, their primary and natural price. Here, therefore, natural price equals value, and market price is nothing but the deviation of actual price from value. As against this, let us suppose that all commodities are at their natural price, and consequently that the profits of capital in all employments are exactly at the same rate, or differ only so much as, in the estimation of the parties, is equivalent to any real or fancied advantage which they possess or forego. Here, therefore, natural price equals cost price, that is, the price at which the relation between the profit and the advances embodied in the commodity is the same, although equal values of commodities produced by capitals in different spheres of production contain very unequal surplus values, and thus unequal profits. If the price is to yield the same profit, it must therefore be different from the value of the commodity. On the other hand, capitals of equal size produce commodities of very unequal value, according to whether a larger or smaller portion of the fixed capital enters into the commodity, but more about this when dealing with the circulation of capitals. By equalization through competition, Ricardo therefore understands only the rotation of the actual prices, or actual market prices, around the cost prices, or the natural price, as distinct from the value, the leveling out of the market price in different branches of production to general cost prices, i.e. precisely to prices which are different from the real values in different trades. It is then the desire, which every capitalist has, of diverting his funds from a less to a more profitable employment, that prevents the market price of commodities from continuing for any length of time either much above or much below their natural price. It is this competition which so adjusts the changeable value of the commodities, and also of the different real values, that after paying the wages for the labor necessary to their production and all other expenses required to put the capital employed in its original state of efficiency, the remaining value, or overplus, will in each trade be in proportion to the value of the capital employed. This is exactly the case. Competition adjusts the prices in the different trades so that the remaining value or overplus, that is the profit, corresponds to the value of the capital employed, but not to the real value of the commodity, not to the real overplus which it contains after the deduction of expenses. To bring this adjustment about, the price of one commodity must be raised above, and that of another commodity must be depressed below their respective real values. It is not the value of the commodities, but their cost price, i.e. the expenses they contain plus the general rate of profit, around which competition forces the market prices in the different trades to rotate. Ricardo continues. In the 7th chapter of The Wealth of Nations, all that concerns this question is most ably treated. In fact, it is his uncritical belief in the Smithian tradition which here leads Ricardo astray. As usual, Ricardo closes the chapter by saying that in the following investigations, he wants to, quote, leave entirely out of consideration, end quote, the accidental deviations of market prices from the cost price. But he overlooks the fact that he has paid no regard at all to the constant deviations of market prices insofar as they correspond to cost prices from the real values of the commodities, and that he has substituted cost price for value. On Chapter 30, on the influence of demand and supply on prices. Here, Ricardo defends the proposition that the permanent price is determined by the cost price and not by supply or demand, that therefore the permanent price is determined by the value of the commodities only insofar as this value determines the cost price, provided that the prices of the commodities are so adjusted that they all yield a profit of 10%, then every lasting change in these prices will be determined by a change in their values and the labor time required for their production. As this value continues to determine the general rate of profit, so the changes in it continue to determine the variations in cost prices, although of course the difference between cost prices and values is thereby not superseded. What is superseded is only that the difference between value and actual price should not be greater than the difference between values and cost prices, a difference that is brought about by the general rate of profit. With the changes in the values of commodities, their cost prices also change. A quote-unquote new natural price is formed. If, for example, the worker can now produce 20 hats in the same period of time which it previously took him to produce 10 hats, and if wages accounted for half of the cost of the hat, then the expenses, the costs of production of 20 hats, insofar as they consist of wages, have fallen by half. For the same wages are now paid for the production of 20 hats as previously for 10. Thus, each hat now contains only half of the expenditure for wages. If the hat manufacturer were to sell the hats at the same price, he would sell them above the cost price. If the profit had previously been 10%, then it would now be 46 2/3%, assuming the outlay for the manufacture of a certain quantity of hats was originally 50 for raw material, etc., and 50 for labor. The outlay would now be 50 for raw material, etc., and 25 for wages. If the commodity is sold at the old price, then the profit is 35 over 75, or 46 2/3%. As a result of the fall in value, the new natural price will therefore fall to such an extent that the price only yields 10% profit. The fall in value, or in the labor time necessary for the production of the commodity, reveals itself in the fact that less labor time is used for the same amount of commodity, hence also less paid labor time, less wages, and consequently the costs, the wages paid, i.e. the amount of wages, this does not presuppose a fall in the rate of wages, proportionately decline for the production of each individual commodity. This is the case if the change in value has taken place in the hat making itself. Had it occurred in the production of the raw material or of the tools, then this would have been similarly expressed as a diminution of outlay in wages for the production of a certain given quantity of product in these spheres. But to the hat manufacturer, it would denote that his constant capital had cost him less. The cost prices, or natural prices, which have nothing to do with nature, can fall in two ways as a result of a change. Here a fall in the value of the commodities. Firstly, because the wages laid out in the production of a given quantity of commodities fall. owing to a fall in the aggregate absolute amount of labor, paid labor and unpaid labor, expended on this quantity of commodities. Secondly, if, as a result of the increased or diminished productivity of labor, both can occur, the one when the proportion of variable capital to constant capital falls, the other when wages rise owing to the means of subsistence becoming dearer, the ratio of surplus value to the value of the commodity, or to the value of the labor contained in it, changes, then the rate of profit rises or falls, and the amount of labor is differently divided up. In the latter case, the prices of production, or cost prices, could change only insofar as they are affected by variations in the value of labor. In the first case, the value of labor remains the same. In the second case, however, it is not the values of the commodities which alter, but only the division between necessary labor and surplus labor. A change in the productivity, and therefore in the value of the individual commodity, would nevertheless take place in this case. The same capital will produce more commodities than previously in the one case and less in the other. The aggregate volume of the commodities in which it is materialized would have the same value, but the individual commodity would have a different value. Although the value of the wage does not determine the value of the commodities, the value of the commodities, which enter into the consumption of the worker, determines the value of the wage. Once the cost prices of the commodities in the various branches of production are established, they rise or fall relatively to each other with any change in the values of the commodities. If the productivity of labor rises, the labor time required for the production of a particular commodity decreases, and therefore its value falls, whether this change in productivity occurs in the labor used in the final process or in the constant capital. The cost price of this commodity must also fall correspondingly. The absolute amount of labor employed on it has been reduced, hence also the amount of paid labor it contains and the amount of wages expended on it, even though the rate of wages has remained the same. If the commodity were sold at its former cost price, then it would yield a higher profit than the general rate of profit, since formerly this profit was equal to 10% on the higher outlay. It would therefore be now more than 10% on the diminished outlay. If, on the contrary, the productivity of labor decreases, the real values of the commodities rise. When the rate of profit is given, or which is the same thing, the cost prices are given, the relative rise or fall of the cost prices is dependent on the rise or fall, the variation in the real values of the commodities. As a result of this variation, new cost prices, or as Ricardo says following Smith, new natural prices take the place of the old. In Chapter 30, from which we have just been quoting, Ricardo expressly identifies natural price, that is cost price, with natural value, i.e. value as determined by labor time. Quote, "The price of monopolized commodities has no necessary connection with their natural value, but the prices of commodities which are subject to competition will ultimately depend on the costs of their production. Here, therefore, are cost prices, or natural prices, directly identified with natural value, that is, with value. This confusion explains how later a whole lot of people post-Ricardo, like Say himself, could accept the cost of production as the ultimate regulator of prices, without having the slightest inkling of the determination of value by labor time. Indeed, they directly deny the latter while maintaining the former. This whole blunder of Ricardo's, and the consequent erroneous exposition of rent, etc., as well as the erroneous laws about the rate of profit, etc., spring from his failure to distinguish between surplus value and profit, and in general, his treatment of definitions is crude and uncomprehending, just as that of the other economists. The following will show how he allowed himself to be ensnared by Smith. Just to add a further comment to what has already been said, Ricardo knows no other difference between value and natural price than that the latter is the monetary expression of value, and that it can therefore change because of a change in the value of the precious metals, without the value itself changing. This change, however, only affects the evaluation or the expression of value in money. Thus he says, for instance, quote, "Foreign trade can only be regulated by altering the natural price, not the natural value, at which commodities can be produced in those countries, and that is effected by altering the distribution of the precious metals." Part B. Adam Smith's theory of cost price. Section 1. Smith's false assumptions in the theory of cost prices. Ricardo's inconsistency owing to his retention of the Smithian identification of value and cost price. It must first be noted that according to Adam Smith as well, quote, "There are always a few commodities of which the price resolves itself into two parts only, the wages of labor and the profits of stock. This difference between Ricardo's and Smith's views can therefore be ignored here. Adam Smith first explains that exchange value resolves itself into a certain quantity of labor, and that after deducting raw materials, etc., the value contained in exchange value is resolved into that part of labor for which the laborer is paid, and that part for which he is not paid. The latter part consists of profit and rent. The profit, in turn, may be resolved into profit and interest. Having shown this, he suddenly turns about, and instead of resolving exchange value into wages, profit, and rent, he declares these to be the elements forming exchange value. He makes them into independent exchange values that form the exchange value of the product. He constructs the exchange value of the commodity from the values of wages, profit, and rent, which are determined independently and separately. Instead of having their source in value, they become the source of value. Quote, wages, profit, and rent are the three original sources of all revenue as well as of all exchangeable value. End quote. Having revealed the intrinsic connection, he is suddenly obsessed again with the aspect of the phenomenon, with the connection as it appears in competition. And in competition, everything always appears in inverted form, always standing on its head. Now, it is from this latter inverted starting point that Smith develops the distinction between the natural price of the commodities and their market price. Ricardo accepts this from him, but forgets that Adam Smith's natural price is, according to Smith's premises, nothing other than the cost price resulting from competition, and that for Smith himself, this cost price is only identical with the value of the commodity insofar as he forgets his more profound conception and sticks to the false concept derived from the external appearance, namely that the exchange value of commodities is formed by putting together the independently determined values of wages, profit, and rent. While Ricardo contests this concept throughout, he accepts Smith's confusion or identification of exchange value with cost price or natural price, which is based on that very concept. In the case of Adam Smith, this confusion is legitimate because his whole examination of natural price starts out from his second false conception of value. But in Ricardo's case, it is wholly unjustifiable because he nowhere accepts this wrong conception of Adam Smith's, but contests it ex professo as an inconsistency. Adam Smith, however, succeeded in ensnaring him again with his natural price. Having compounded the value of the commodity from the separate and independently determined values of wages, profit, and rent, Adam Smith now asks himself how these primary values are determined. And here he starts out from the phenomena as they appear in competition. In Chapter 7 of Book 1 of the Natural and Market Prices of Commodities, he says, quote, there is in every society or neighborhood an ordinary or average rate of wages and profit and rent. These ordinary or average rates may be called the natural rates of wages, profit, and rent at the time and place in which they commonly prevail. When the price of any commodity is neither more nor less than what is sufficient to pay the rent, the wages, and the profits according to their natural rates, the commodity is then sold for its natural price. This natural price is then the cost price of the commodity, and the cost price coincides with the value of the commodity, since it is presupposed that the value of the commodity is compounded of the values of wages, profit, and rent. The commodity is then sold precisely for what it is worth. That is, the commodity is sold at its value, or for what it really costs the person who brings it to the market, at its value or cost price for the person who brings it to market. For though in common language, what is called the prime cost of any commodity does not comprehend the profit of the person who is to sell it again, yet if he sells it at a price which does not allow him the ordinary rate of profit in his neighborhood, he is evidently a loser by the trade, since by employing his stock in some other way, he might have made that profit. Here we have the whole genesis of natural price, and besides, set out in quite appropriate language and logic, since the value of the commodity is composed of the prices of wages, profit, and rent, while the true value of the latter is in turn constituted by their natural rates. Thus, it is clear that the value of the commodity is identical with its cost price, and the latter with the natural price of the commodity. The rate of profit, as of wages, is presupposed. They are indeed given for the formation of the cost price. They are antecedent to the cost price. To the individual capitalist, therefore, they also appear as given. The hows, whys, and wherefores do not concern him. Adam Smith here adopts the standpoint of the individual capitalist, the agent of capitalist production, who fixes the cost price of his commodity. So much for wages, etc., so much for the general rate of profit. Ergo, this is how this capitalist sees the operation by which the cost price of the commodity is fixed, or as it further seems to him, the value of the commodity, for he also knows that the market price is now above, now below, this cost price, which therefore appears to him as the ideal price of the commodity, its absolute price, as distinct from its price fluctuations, in short, as its value, insofar as he has any time at all to reflect on matters of this sort. And since Smith transports himself right into the midst of competition, he immediately reasons with and argues with the peculiar logic of the capitalist caught up in this sphere. He interjects, in common language, costs do not include the profit made by the seller, which necessarily forms the surplus above his expenses. Why then do you include profit in the cost price? Adam Smith answers like the profound capitalist to whom this question is put. Profit in general must enter into cost price because I would be cheated if only a profit of 9 instead of 10% were to enter into the cost price. The naive way in which Adam Smith on the one hand expresses the thoughts of the agent of capitalist production and presents things boldly and comprehensively as they appear to and are thought of by the latter, as they influence him in practice, and as indeed they appear on the surface, while on the other hand he sporadically reveals their more profound relationships, gives his book its great charm. One can see here too why Adam Smith, despite his considerable scruples on this point, resolves the entire value of the commodity into rent, profit, and wages, and omits constant capital, although of course he admits its existence for each individual capitalist. For otherwise he would have to say, the value of a commodity consists of wages, profit, rent, and that part of the value of the commodity which does not consist of wages, profit, and rent. It would therefore be necessary to determine value independently of wages, profit, and rent. If, besides the outlay on average wages, etc., the price of the commodity also covers the average profit, and if rent enters into the commodity, the average rent, then the commodity is sold at its natural or cost price, and this cost price is equal to its value, for its value is nothing but the sum of the natural values of wages, profit, and rent. Having taken his stand in competition, and assumed the rate of profit, etc., as given, Adam Smith, for the rest, interprets correctly natural price or cost price, namely, the cost price as distinct from the market price. The natural price of the commodity, or the whole value of the rent, labor, and profit, which must be paid in order to bring it to market. This cost price of the commodity is different from the actual price or market price of the commodity. The latter is dependent on demand and supply. The sum of the costs of production, or the cost price of the commodity, is precisely, quote, the whole value of the rent, labor, and profit, which must be paid in order to bring it to market, end quote. If demand corresponds to supply, then the market price is equal to its natural price. When the quantity brought to market is just sufficient to supply the effectual demand, and no more, the market price naturally comes to be exactly the same with the natural price. The natural price, therefore, is, as it were, the central price, to which the prices of all commodities are continually gravitating. Different accidents may sometimes keep them suspended a good deal above it, and sometimes force them down even somewhat below it. Hence, Adam Smith concludes that in general, quote, the whole quantity of industry annually employed in order to bring any commodity to market will correspond to the needs of society or to the effectual demand. What Ricardo conceives as the distribution of total capital among the various branches of production appears here in the as yet more naive form of the quantity of industry needed in order to produce a particular commodity. The leveling out of prices among the sellers of the same commodity to the market price, and the leveling out of the market prices of the various commodities to the cost price are here as yet jumbled up in complete confusion. At this point, Adam Smith, only quite incidentally, touches upon the influence of the variation in the real values of the commodities on the natural prices or cost prices, namely in agriculture. The same quantity of industry will, in different years, produce very different quantities of commodities, while in others, it'll produce always the same, or very nearly the same. The same number of laborers in husbandry will, in different years, produce very different quantities of corn, wine, oil, hops, etc., but the same number of spinners and weavers will every year produce the same, or very nearly the same, quantity of linen and woolen cloth. In the non-agricultural species of industry, the produce of equal quantities of labor being always the same, or very nearly the same, i.e. so long as the conditions of production remain the same, it can be more exactly suited to the effectual demand. Adam Smith sees here that a mere change in the productivity of equal quantities of labor, therefore in the actual values of the commodities, alters cost prices, but he makes this again more shallow by reducing it to the relation between supply and demand. According to his own arguments, the proposition as he presents it is wrong, For while in agriculture, as a result of varying seasons, etc., equal quantities of labor yield different quantities of products, he himself has demonstrated that as a result of machinery, division of labor, etc., equal quantities of labor yield very different amounts of product in manufacture. It is therefore not this difference which distinguishes agriculture from the other branches of industry, but the fact that in industry, the degree of productive power applied is determined beforehand, while in the former, it depends on accidents of nature. But the result remains the same. The value of the commodities, or the quantity of labor, which, depending on its productivity, has to be expended on a given commodity, affects cost prices. In the following passage, Adam Smith has also shown how the migration of capitals from one sphere of production to another establishes cost prices in the various branches of production. But he is not so clear on this as Ricardo. For if the price of the commodity falls below its natural price, then according to his argument, this is due to one of the elements of this price falling below the natural rate. Thus, it is not due to the withdrawal of capitals alone or to the migration of capitals, but to the migration of labor, capital, or land from one branch to another. In this respect, his view is more consistent than Ricardo's, but it is wrong. Whatever part of the natural price was paid below the natural rate, the persons whose interest it affected would immediately feel the loss, and would immediately withdraw either so much land, or so much labor, or so much stock from being employed about it that the quantity brought to market would soon be no more than sufficient to supply the effectual demand. Its market price, therefore, would soon rise to the natural price. This at least would be the case where there was perfect liberty. This represents an essential difference between Smith's and Ricardo's conceptions of the leveling out to the natural price. Smith's conception is based on his false assumption that the three elements independently determine the value of the commodity, while Ricardo's is based on the correct assumption that it is the average rate of profit at a given level of wages which alone determines the cost prices. Section 2. Adam Smith's theory of the natural rate of wages, profit, and rent. Quote, "The natural price itself varies with the natural rate of each of its component parts, of wages, profit, and rent." In chapters 8, 9, 10, and 11 of Book 1, Adam Smith then seeks to determine the natural rate of these component parts, wages, rent, and profit, and the fluctuations in these rates. On chapter 8, of the wages of labor. At the start of the chapter on wages, Smith, forsaking the illusory standpoint of competition, in the first place shows the true nature of surplus value and regards profit and rent as mere forms of surplus value. The basis from which he determines the natural rate of wages is the value of labor power itself, the necessary wage. A man must always live by his work, and his wages must at least be sufficient to maintain him. They must even, upon most occasions, be somewhat more. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to bring up a family, and the race of such workmen could not last beyond the first generation. This, however, becomes meaningless again because he never asks himself how the value of the necessary means of subsistence, i.e. of the commodity in general, is determined. And here, since he has moved away from his main conception, Adam Smith would have to say, the price of wages is determined by the price of the means of subsistence, and the price of these means of subsistence is determined by the price of wages. Having once assumed that the value of wages is fixed, he gives an exact description of its fluctuations as they appear in competition, and the circumstances that cause these fluctuations. This belongs to the exoteric part of his work and does not concern us here. In particular, he deals with the accumulation of capital, but he does not tell us what determines it, since this accumulation can only be rapid, either if the rate of wages is relatively low and the productivity of labor high. In this case, a rise in wages is always the result of a permanently low level of wages during the preceding period, or if the rate of accumulation is low, but the productivity of labor is high. From his standpoint, he would have to deduce the rate of wages in the first case from the rate of profit, i.e. from the rate of wages, and in the second case from the gross amount of profit, but this would in turn necessitate his investigating the value of the commodity. He tries to derive the value of the commodity from the value of labor, which is one of its constituent parts, and on the other hand, he explains the level of wages by saying, quote, "The wages of labor do not fluctuate with the price of provisions, and the wages of labor vary more from place to place than the price of provisions." In fact, the chapter contains nothing relevant to the question except the definition of the minimum wage, alias the value of labor power. Here, Adam Smith instinctively resumes the thread of his more profound argument, only to lose it again, so that even the above-cited definition signifies nothing. For how does he propose to determine the value of the necessary means of subsistence, and therefore of commodities in general? Partly by the natural price of labor. And how is this to be determined? By the value of necessaries, or commodities in general, a vicious circle. As to the rest, the chapter contains not a word on the issue, the natural price of labor, but only investigations into the rise of wages above the level of the natural rate, demonstrating that the rise of wages is proportionate to the rapidity with which capital accumulates, that is, to the progressive accumulation of capital. Then he examines the various conditions of society in which this takes place, and finally, he gives a slap in the face to the determination of the value of the commodity by wages, and of wages by the value of the necessary means of subsistence, by showing that this does not appear to be the case in England. In between comes a piece of Malthusian population theory, because wages are determined by the means of subsistence necessary, not only to maintain the life of the worker, but should be sufficient for the reproduction of the population. Namely, after attempting to prove that wages rose during the 18th century, especially in England, Adam Smith raises the question whether this is to be regarded as an advantage or as an inconveniency to the society. In this connection, he returns temporarily to his more profound approach, according to which profit and rent are merely parts of the product of the worker. The workmen, he says, quote, make up the far greater part of every great political society, but what improves the circumstances of the greater part can never be regarded as any inconveniency to the whole. No society can surely be flourishing and happy, of which the far greater part of the members are poor and miserable. It is but equity besides, that they who should feed, clothe, and lodge the whole body of the people should have such a share of the produce of their own labor, as to be themselves tolerably well fed, clothed, and lodged. In this connection, he touches upon the theory of population. Poverty, though it no doubt discourages, does not always prevent marriage. It even seems to be favorable to generation. Barrenness, so frequent among women of fashion, is very rare among those of inferior station. But poverty, though it does not prevent the generation, is extremely unfavorable to the rearing of children. The tender plant is produced, but in so cold a soil and so severe a climate soon withers and dies. Every species of animals naturally multiplies in proportion to the means of their subsistence, and no species can ever multiply beyond it. But in civilized society, it is only among the inferior ranks of people that the scantiness of subsistence can set limits to the further multiplication of the human species. The demand for men, like that of any other commodity, necessarily regulates the production of men, quickens it when it goes on too slowly, and stops it when it advances too fast. The connection between the wages minimum and the varying conditions of society is as follows. The wages paid to journeymen and servants of every kind must be such as may enable them, one with another, to continue the race of journeymen and servants, according as the increasing, diminishing, or stationary demand of the society may happen to require. Of the society, that is to say, of capital. He then shows that the slave is dearer than the free laborer, because the latter himself looks after his wear and tear, whereas that of the former is controlled, quote, by a negligent master or careless overseer, end quote. The fund for replacing the wear and tear is frugally used by the free laborer, whereas for the slave it is wastefully and disorderly administered. The fund destined for replacing or repairing, if I may say so, the wear and tear of the slave is commonly managed by a negligent master or careless overseer. That destined for performing the same office with regard to the freeman is managed by the freeman himself. The disorders which generally prevail in the economy of the rich naturally introduce themselves into the management of the former. The strict frugality and parsimonious attention of the poor as naturally establish themselves in that of the latter. It is characteristic in the determination of the minimum wage, or the natural price of labor, that it is lower for the free wage laborer than for the slave. This occurs also to Adam Smith. The work done by freemen becomes cheaper in the end than that performed by slaves. The liberal reward of labor, therefore, as it is the effect of increasing wealth, so it is the cause of increasing population. To complain of it is to lament over the necessary cause and effect of the greatest public prosperity. Adam Smith continues to plead for a high wage. It not only, quote, encourages the population, end quote, but also increases the industry of the common people. The wages of labor are the encouragement of industry, which, like every other human quality, improves in proportion to the encouragement it receives. A plentiful subsistence increases the bodily strength of the worker. and the comfortable hope of bettering his condition animates him to exert that strength to the utmost. Where wages are high, accordingly, we shall always find the workmen more active, diligent, and expeditious than where they are low. But high wages spur the workmen on to overexertion and to premature destruction of their labor power. Workmen, when they are liberally paid by the piece, are very apt to overwork themselves and to ruin their health and constitution in a few years. If masters would always listen to the dictates of reason and humanity, they have frequently occasion rather to moderate than to animate the application of many of their workmen. He goes on to argue against the view that a little more plenty than ordinary may render some workmen idle. Then he examines whether it is true that the workmen are more idle in years of plenty than in years of scarcity, and what is the general relation between wages and the price of the means of subsistence. Here again comes the inconsistency. The money price of labor is necessarily regulated by two circumstances, the demand for labor and the price of the necessaries and conveniences of life. The money price of labor is determined by what is requisite for purchasing this quantity of the necessaries and conveniences of life. He then examines why, because of the demand for labor, wages can rise in years of plenty and fall in years of scarcity. The causes of the rise and fall in good and bad years counterbalance one another. The scarcity of a dear year, by diminishing the demand for labor, tends to lower its price, as the high price of provisions tends to raise it. The plenty of a cheap year, on the contrary, by increasing the demand, tends to raise the price of labor, as the cheapness of provisions tends to lower it. In the ordinary variations of the prices of provisions, these two opposite causes seem to counterbalance one another, which is probably, in part, the reason why the wages of labor are everywhere so much more steady and permanent than the price of provisions. As against the concept of wages as the source of the value of commodities, he finally, after all this zigzagging, again advances his original, more profound view, that the value of commodities is determined by the quantity of labor, and if in good years, or with the growth of capital, the worker receives more commodities, then he also produces far more commodities. That is to say, the individual commodity contains a smaller quantity of labor. He can therefore receive a greater quantity of commodities of less value, and thus, this is the implied conclusion, profit can grow despite rising absolute wages. The increase in the wages of labor necessarily increases the price of many commodities by increasing that part of it which resolves itself into wages, and so far tends to diminish their consumption both at home and abroad. The same cause, however, which raises the wages of labor, that is the increase of stock, tends to increase its productive powers, and to make a smaller quantity of labor produce a greater quantity of work. This is due to the division of labor, the use of machinery, inventions, etc. There are many commodities, therefore, which in consequence of these improvements come to be produced by so much less labor than before that the increase of its price is more than compensated by the diminution of its quantity. The labor is better paid, but less labor is contained in the individual commodity, hence a smaller amount has to be paid out. He thus allows his false theory, according to which the value of the commodity is determined by the wage as a constituent element of the value, to be annulled, or rather paralyzed, counterbalanced by his correct theory, according to which the value of the commodity is determined by the quantity of labor it contains. On Chapter 9, of the Profits of Stock. Here, accordingly, the natural rate of the second element that determines and constitutes the natural price or value of the commodities is to be ascertained. What Adam Smith says about the cause of the fall in the rate of profit shall be considered at a later stage. Adam Smith is confronted here by considerable difficulties. He says that even the determination of average wages amounts merely to ascertaining the most usual wages, the actual given rate of wages. But even this can seldom be done with regard to the profits of stock. Apart from the good or bad fortune of the entrepreneur, this profit is affected by every variation of price in the commodities, although it is precisely through the natural rate of profit, as one of the component elements of value, that we are supposed to determine the natural price of these commodities. This, the determination of the natural rate of profit, is already difficult for a single capitalist in a single trade. To ascertain what is the average profit of all the different trades carried on in the great kingdom must be much more difficult. But one may form some notion of the average profits of stock from the interests of money. It may be laid down as a maxim that wherever a great deal can be made by the use of money, a great deal will commonly be given for the use of it, and that wherever little can be made by it, less will commonly be given for it. Adam Smith does not say the rate of interest determines profits. He expressly states the reverse. but there are records of the rate of interest for different epochs, etc. Such records do not exist for the rate of profit. The rates of interest are therefore indexes from which the approximate level of the rate of profit can be judged. But the task set was not to compare the levels of actual rates of profit, but to determine the natural level of the rate of profit. Adam Smith seeks refuge in a subsidiary investigation into the level of the rate of interest in different periods, which in no way touches upon the problem he has set himself. He makes a cursory examination of various periods in England and then compares these with Scotland, France, and Holland, and finds that with the exception of the American colonies, high wages of labor and high profits of stock are things perhaps which scarce ever go together, except in the peculiar circumstances of new colonies. Here, Adam Smith tries, like Ricardo, but to a certain extent with more success, to give some approximate explanation of high profits. A new colony must always for some time be more understocked in proportion to the extent of its territory, and more underpeopled in proportion to the extent of its stock than the greater part of other countries. They have more land than they have stock to cultivate. What they have, therefore, is applied to the cultivation only of what is most fertile and most favorably situated, the land near the seashore and along the banks of navigable rivers. Such land, too, is frequently purchased at a price below the value even of its natural produce. In fact, therefore, it costs nothing. Stock employed in the purchase and improvements of such lands must yield a very large profit, and consequently afford to pay a very large interest. Its rapid accumulation in so profitable an employment enables the planter to increase the number of his hands faster than he can find them in a new settlement. Those whom he can find, therefore, are very liberally rewarded. As the colony increases, the profits of stock gradually diminish. When the most fertile and best situated lands have all been occupied, less profit can be made by the cultivation of what is inferior both in soil and situation, and less interest can be afforded for the stock which is so employed. In the greater part of our colonies, accordingly, the rate of interest has been considerably reduced during the course of the present century. This is one of the foundations of the Ricardian explanation of why profits fall, although it is presented in a different way. On the whole, Smith explains everything here by the competition between capitals. As capitals grow, profit falls, and as they diminish, profit grows, and accordingly wages rise or fall conversely. The diminution of the capital stock of the society, or of the funds destined for the maintenance of industry, however, as it lowers the wages of labor, so it raises the profits of stock, and consequently the interest of money. By the wages of labor being lowered, the owners of what stock remains in the society can bring their goods at less expense to market than before, and less stock being employed in supplying the market than before, they can sell them dearer. Then he talks about the highest possible and the lowest possible rates of profit. The highest rate is that which, in the price of the greater part of commodities, eats up the whole of what should go to the rent of the land, and leaves only what is sufficient to pay the labor of preparing and bringing them to market, according to the lowest rate at which labor can anywhere be paid, the bare subsistence of the laborer. The lowest ordinary rate of profit must always be something more than what is sufficient to compensate the occasional losses to which every employment of stock is exposed. It is this surplus only which is net or clear profit. Adam Smith himself in fact characterizes what he says about the natural rate of profit. Double interest is in Great Britain reckoned on what the merchants call a good, moderate, reasonable profit, terms which I apprehend mean no more than a common and usual profit. And indeed, Smith calls this common and usual profit neither moderate nor good, but his term for it is the natural rate of profit. However, he does not tell us at all what it is, or how it is determined, although we are supposed to determine the natural price of the commodity by means of this natural rate of profit. In countries which are fast advancing to riches, the low rate of profit may, in the price of many commodities, compensate the high wages of labor, and enable those countries to sell as cheap as their less thriving neighbors, among whom the wages of labor may be lower. Low profits and high wages are not reciprocally opposed here, but the same cause, the quick growth or accumulation of capital, produces both. Both enter into the price. They constitute it. If, therefore, one is high while the other is low, the price remains the same, and so on. Adam Smith here regards profit purely as a surcharge, for at the end of the chapter he says, "In reality, high profits tend much more to raise the price of work than high wages. If, for example, the wages of all the working people in linen manufacture were to rise by 2 pence in a day, this would only raise the price of the piece of linen by the number of 2 pences equal to the number of people employed, multiplied by the number of days during which they had been so employed. That part of the price of the commodity which resolved itself into wages would, through all the different stages of manufacture, rise only in arithmetical proportion to this rise of wages. But if the profits of all the different employers of those working people should be raised 5%, that part of the price of the commodity which resolved itself into profit would, through all the different stages of manufacture, rise in geometrical proportion to this rise of profit. In raising the price of commodities, the rise of wages operates in the same manner as simple interest does in the accumulation of debt. The rise of profit operates like compound interest. At the end of this chapter, Adam Smith also tells us the source of the whole notion, that the price of the commodity, or its value, is made up out of the values of wages and profits, namely the friends in commerce, the faithful practitioners of competition. Our merchants and master manufacturers complain much of the bad effects of high wages in raising the price, and thereby lessening the sale of their goods, both at home and abroad. They say nothing concerning the bad effects of high profits. They are silent with regard to the pernicious effects of their own gains. They complain only of those of other people. Chapter 10 is entitled, Of Wages and Profit in the Different Employments of Labor and Stock. This is only concerned with detail, and therefore belongs into the chapter on competition. In its way, it is very good. It is completely exoteric. On productive and unproductive labor. The lottery of the law is very far from being a perfectly fair lottery, and that, as well as many other liberal and honorable professions, is, in point of pecuniary gain, evidently under-recompensed. Similarly, he says of soldiers, their pay is less than that of common laborers, and in actual service their fatigues are much greater. And of sailors in the navy, though their skill and dexterity are much superior to that of almost any artificers, and though their whole life is one continual scene of hardship and danger, their wages are not greater than those of common laborers at the port, which regulates the rate of seamen's wages. Ironically, it would be indecent, no doubt, to compare either a curate or a chaplain with a journeyman in any common trade. The pay of a curate or a chaplain, however, may very properly be considered as of the same nature with the wages of a journeyman. He expressly says of men of letters that they are underpaid because of their too great numbers, and he recalls that before the invention of printing, a scholar and a beggar were synonymous, and seems to apply this, in a certain sense, to men of letters. The chapter is full of acute observations and important comments. In the same society or neighborhood, the average and ordinary rates of profit in the different employments of stock should be more nearly upon a level than the pecuniary wages of different sorts of labor. The extent of the market, by giving employment to greater stocks, diminishes apparent profit, but by requiring supplies from a greater distance, it increases prime cost. This diminution of the one and increase of the other seem, in most cases, nearly to counterbalance one another, in the case of such articles as bread, meat, etc. In small towns and country villages, on account of the narrowness of the market, trade cannot always be extended as stock extends. In such places, therefore, though the rate of a particular person's profits may be very high, the sum or amount of them can never be very great, nor consequently that of his annual accumulation. In great towns, on the contrary, trade can be extended as stock increases, and the credit of a frugal and thriving man increases much faster than his stock. His trade is extended in proportion to the amount of both. Regarding the false statistical presentation of wages, for instance in the 16th and 17th centuries, Adam Smith quite rightly observes that the wages here were only, for example, the wages of cotters, who, when not occupied around their cottages or working for their masters, who gave them a house, a small garden for potherbs, as much grass as will feed a cow, and perhaps an acre or two of bad arable land, and when he employs them a very poor wage, are said to have been willing to give their spare time for a very small recompense to anybody, and to have wrought for less wages than other laborers. This daily or weekly recompense, however, seems to have been considered as the whole of it by many writers who have collected the prices of labor and provisions in ancient times, and who have taken pleasure in representing both as wonderfully low. He makes the altogether true observation that this equality in the whole of advantages and disadvantages of the different employments of labor and stock can take place only in such as are the sole or principal employments of those who occupy them. This point, incidentally, has already been quite well set forth by Stuart, particularly in relation to agricultural wages, as soon as time becomes precious. With regard to the accumulation of capital in the towns during the Middle Ages, Adam Smith very correctly notes in this chapter that it was principally due to the exploitation of the country, by trade as well as by manufacture. There were, in addition, the usurers, and even high-class finance, in short, the money merchants. In consequence of such regulations, i.e. regulations made by the guilds, indeed each class within the town corporate was obliged to buy the goods they had occasion for from every other within the town, somewhat dearer than they otherwise might have done. But in recompense, they were enabled to sell their own just as much dearer, so that so far as it was as broad as long, they say, and in the dealings of the different classes within the town with one another, none of them were losers by these regulations. But in their dealings with the country, they were all great gainers, and in these latter dealings consists the whole trade which supports and enriches every town. Every town draws its whole subsistence, and all the materials of its industry, from the country. It pays for these chiefly in two ways. First, by sending back to the country a part of those materials wrought up and manufactured, in which case the price is augmented by the wages of the workmen and the profits of their masters or immediate employers. Secondly, by sending to it a part both of the rude and manufactured produce, either of other countries or of distant parts of the same country, imported into the town. In which case, too, the original price of those goods is augmented by the wages of the carriers or sailors, and by the profits of the merchants who employ them. In what is gained upon the first of those branches of commerce consists the advantage which the town makes by its manufactures, and what is gained upon the second, the advantage of its inland and foreign trade. The wages of the workmen and the profits of their different employers make up the whole of what is gained upon both. Whatever regulations, therefore, tend to increase those wages and profits beyond what they otherwise would be, tend to enable the town to purchase, with a smaller quantity of its labor, the produce of a greater quantity of the labor of the country. Here, therefore, Adam Smith returns to the correct determination of value, the determination of value by the quantity of labor. This should be quoted as an example when dealing with his theory of surplus value. If the prices of the commodities which are exchanged between town and country are such that they represent equal quantities of labor, then they are equal to their values. Profit and wages on both sides of the exchange cannot, therefore, determine these values, but the division of these values determines profit and wages. That is why Adam Smith finds that the town, which exchanges a smaller quantity of labor against a greater quantity of labor from the countryside, draws excess profit and excess wages compared with the country. This would not be the case if it did not sell its commodities to the country for more than their value. In that case, wages and profits would not increase beyond what they otherwise would be. If, therefore, wages and profits are at their natural level, then they do not determine the value of the commodity, but are determined by it. Profit and wages can then only arise from the division of the given value, which is their precondition. This value, however, cannot be the result of preconceived profits and wages. They give the traders and artificers in the town an advantage over the landlords, farmers, and laborers in the country, and break down that natural equality which would otherwise take place in the commerce which is carried on between them. The whole annual produce of the labor of the society is annually divided between those two different sets of people. By means of those town regulations, a greater share of it is given to the inhabitants of the town than would otherwise fall to them, and a less to those of the country. The price which the town really pays for the provisions and materials annually imported into it is the quantity of manufactures and other goods annually exported from it. The dearer the latter are sold, the cheaper the former are bought. The industry of the town becomes more, and that of the country less advantageous. Thus, according to Smith's presentation of the matter, if the commodities of the town and those of the country were sold in proportion to the quantity of labor which they each contain, then they would be sold at their values, and consequently, the profit and wages on both sides of the exchange could not determine these values, but would be determined by them. The leveling out of profits, which vary because of the varying organic compositions of capitals, does not concern us here, since it does not lead to differences between profits but equalizes them. The inhabitants of a town, being collected into one place, can easily combine together. The most insignificant trades carried on in towns have accordingly in some place or other been incorporated. The inhabitants of the country, dispersed in distant places, cannot easily combine together. They have not only never been incorporated, but the incorporation spirit never has prevailed among them. No apprenticeship has ever been thought necessary to qualify for husbandry, the great trade of the country. In this connection, Smith comes to speak of the disadvantages of the division of labor. The farmer practices a trade requiring more intelligence than the manufacturing worker, who is subject to the division of labor. The direction of operations besides, which must be varied with every change of the weather, as well as with many other accidents, requires much more judgment and discretion than that of those which are always the same or very nearly the same. The division of labor develops the social productive power of labor, or the productive power of social labor, but at the expense of the general productive ability of the worker. This increase in social productive power confronts the worker, therefore, as an increased productive power not of his labor, but of capital, the force that dominates his labor. If the town worker is more developed than the country worker, this is only due to the circumstance that his mode of work causes him to live in society, whereas that of the agricultural worker makes him live directly with nature. The superiority which the industry of the towns has everywhere in Europe over that of the country is not altogether owing to corporations and corporation laws. It is supported by many other regulations. The high duties upon foreign manufactures and upon all goods imported by alien merchants all tend to the same purpose. These regulations secure them, that is the towns, against the competition of foreigners. This is an act no longer of the town bourgeoisie, but of the bourgeoisie already legislating on a national scale as the body of the nation, or as the third estate of the state assembly or the lower house. The specific acts of the town bourgeoisie directed against the country are the excise and duties levied at the gates, and in general the indirect taxes, which have their origin in the towns, see Hallman, while the direct taxes are of country origin. It might appear that the excise, for example, is a tax which the town imposed indirectly upon itself. The countryman must advance it, but reimburses himself in the price of the product. But this was not the case in the Middle Ages. The demand for his products, insofar as he converted these into commodities and money at all, was, insofar as it came from the town, mostly compulsorily restricted to the area under the jurisdiction of the town, so that he did not have the power to raise the price of his product by the full amount of the town tax. In Great Britain, the superiority of the industry of the towns over that of the country seems to have been greater formerly than in the present times. The wages of country labor approach nearer to those of manufacturing labor, and the profits of stock employed in agriculture to those of trading and manufacturing stock than they are said to have done in the last century, that is, the 17th, or in the beginning of the present, that is, the 18th. This change may be regarded as the necessary, though very late consequence of the extraordinary encouragement given to the industry of the towns. The stocks accumulated in them come in time to be so great that it can no longer be employed with the ancient profit in that species of industry which is peculiar to them. That industry has its limits like every other, and the increase of stock, by increasing the competition, necessarily reduces the profit. The lowering of profit in the town forces out stock to the country, where, by creating a new demand for country labor, it necessarily raises its wages. It then spreads itself, if I may say so, over the face of the land, and by being employed in agriculture, is in part restored to the country, at the expense of which, in a great measure, it had originally been accumulated in the town. In Chapter 11 of Book 1, Smith then seeks to determine the natural rate of rent, the third element which constitutes the value of the commodity. We shall postpone consideration of this and first return again to Ricardo. This much is clear from the foregoing. When Adam Smith identifies the natural price, or the cost price of the commodity, with its value, he does so after first abandoning his correct conception of value, and substituting for it the view which is evoked by, and arises from, the phenomena of competition. In competition, the cost price and not the value appears as the regulator of the market price, so to speak, as the imminent price, the value of the commodity. But in competition, this cost price appears to be represented by the given average rates of wages, profit, and rent. Hence, Adam Smith tries to establish these separately and independently of the value of the commodity, rather as elements of the natural price. Ricardo, whose main concern has been the refutation of this Smithian aberration, accepts the result that necessarily follows from it, namely the identity of values and cost prices, although with Ricardo this result is logically impossible. Chapter 11. Ricardo's Theory of Rent. Section 1. Historical Conditions for the Development of the Theory of Rent by Anderson and Ricardo. The main points were dealt with when discussing Rodbertus. Just a few more gleanings here. Firstly, some comments on the historical aspect. Ricardo was first of all concerned with the period 1770 to 1815, which came approximately within his own experience, and during which wheat prices were constantly rising. Anderson, on the other hand, was concerned with the 18th century, at the close of which he was writing. During the first half of that century, wheat prices were falling, and during the second half they were rising. Hence, for Anderson, the law he discovered was in no way connected with a diminishing productivity of agriculture, or a normal, for Anderson an unnatural, rise in the price of the product. For Ricardo, however, such a connection existed. Anderson believed that the abolition of the corn laws, at that time export premiums, caused the rise in prices during the second half of the 18th century. Ricardo knew that the introduction of corn laws in 1815 was intended to prevent the fall in prices, and to a certain degree was bound to do so. With regard to the latter, it was therefore necessary to point out that if left to itself, the law of rent within a definite territory was bound to result in recourse to less fertile land, thus leading to dearer agricultural products and increased rent at the cost of industry and the mass of the population. And here, Ricardo was right, both historically and in practice. Anderson, on the other hand, maintained that corn laws, and he also favors a duty on imports, must further the even development of agriculture within a definite territory, and that for this even development, agriculture needs security. Consequently, he maintained that this progressive development in itself, through the law of rent he discovered, would lead to increased productivity in agriculture, and thereby to a fall in the average prices of agricultural produce. Both of them, however, start out from the viewpoint which on the continent seems so strange. One, that there is no landed property to shackle any desired investment of capital in land. Two, that expansion takes place from better to worse land. This process is absolute for Ricardo, provided one leaves out of account the interruptions caused by the response of science and industry. For Anderson, the worse land is in turn transformed into better land, and so it is relative. And three, that a sufficient amount of capital is always available for investment in agriculture. Now, so far as 1 and 2 are concerned, it must seem very odd to the Continentals that in the country in which, according to their conception, feudal landed property has maintained itself most stubbornly, the economists, Anderson as well as Ricardo, start out from the conception that no landed property exists. The explanation for this is firstly the peculiarity of the English law of enclosures, which is in no way analogous with the continental portioning out of common land. Secondly, nowhere in the world has capitalist production since Henry VII dealt so ruthlessly with the traditional relations of agriculture, adapting and subordinating the conditions to its own requirements. In this respect, England is the most revolutionary country in the world. Wherever the conditions handed down from history were at variance with, or did not correspond to, the requirements of capitalist production in the land, they were ruthlessly swept away. This applies not only to the position of the village communities, but to the village communities themselves, not only to the habitats of the agricultural population, but to the agricultural population itself, not only to the original centers of cultivation, but to cultivation itself. The German, for example, meets with economic relations that are determined by traditional circumstances, such as land boundaries, the position of the economic centers, given conglomerations of the population. The Englishman meets with historical conditions of agriculture which have been progressively created by capital since the end of the 15th century. Clearing of estates, a technical term well known in the United Kingdom, will not be found in any continental country. But what is the meaning of this clearing of estates? It means that without any consideration for the local inhabitants, who are driven away, for existing village communities, which are obliterated, for agricultural buildings, which are torn down, for the type of agriculture, which is transformed in one fell swoop, for instance, arable land converted into grazing pasture, in short, none of the conditions of production are accepted as they have traditionally existed, but are historically transformed in such a way that under the circumstances, they will provide the most profitable investment for capital. To that extent, therefore, no landed property exists. It gives capital, i.e. the farmer, full scope, since it is only concerned with monetary income. A Pomeranian landowner, therefore, with his head full of ancestral land boundaries, centers of economy, and lectures on agriculture, etc., may well be amazed by Ricardo's unhistorical view of the development of conditions in agriculture. This shows merely that he naively confuses Pomeranian conditions with those prevailing in England. But it cannot be said that Ricardo, who in this case starts from the conditions in England, is just as narrow-minded as the Pomeranian landowner, who can only think in terms of Pomeranian conditions. English conditions are the only ones in which modern land ownership, i.e. land ownership which has been modified by capitalist production, has been adequately developed. For the modern, that is the capitalist, mode of production, the English view is here the classical view. The Pomeranian, on the other hand, judges the developed relations from a historically lower and as yet inadequate form. Indeed, most of Ricardo's continental critics even take as their starting point conditions in which the capitalist mode of production, adequate or inadequate, does not yet exist at all. It is as if a guild master wanted lock, stock, and barrel to apply Adam Smith's laws, which presuppose free competition, to his guild economy. The presupposition of the movement from better to worse land, relatively to the particular stage in the development of the productive power of labor, as with Anderson and not absolutely as with Ricardo, could only arise in a country such as England, where within a relatively very small territory, capital has farmed so ruthlessly and has for centuries mercilessly sought to adapt to its own needs all traditional relationships of agriculture. Thus, the presupposition could only arise where, unlike the continent, capitalist production in agriculture does not date from yesterday and does not have to fight against old traditions. A second factor influencing the English was the knowledge they gained through their colonies. We have seen that Adam Smith's work, with direct reference to the colonies, already contains the basis for the entire Ricardian viewpoint. In these colonies, and especially in those which produced only merchandise such as tobacco, cotton, sugar, etc., and not the usual foodstuffs, where right from the start the colonists did not seek subsistence but set up a business, fertility was of course decisive, given the situation of the land, and given the fertility, the situation of the land was decisive. They did not act like the Germans, who settled in Germany in order to make their home there, but like people who, driven by motives of bourgeois production, wanted to produce commodities, and their point of view was from the outset determined not by the product, but by the sale of the product. That Ricardo and other English writers transferred this point of view, which emanated from people who were themselves already the product of the capitalist mode of production, from the colonies to the course of world history, and that they took the capitalist mode of production as a premise for agriculture in general, as it was for their colonists, is due to the fact that they saw in these colonies only in more obvious form, without the fight against traditional relations and therefore untarnished, the same domination of capitalist production in agriculture as hits the eye everywhere in their own country. Hence, if a German professor or landowner, belonging to a country which differs from all others in its complete lack of colonies, considers such a view to be false, then this is quite understandable. Finally, the presupposition of a continuous flow of capital from one sphere of production into another. This basic assumption of Ricardo's amounts to nothing more than the assumption that developed capitalist production predominates. Where this domination is not yet established, this presupposition does not exist. For instance, a Pomeranian landowner will find it strange that neither Ricardo, nor indeed any English writer, ever suspects that agriculture might lack capital. The Englishman does indeed complain of lack of land in proportion to capital, but never of a lack of capital in proportion to the land. Wakefield, Chalmers, etc. try to explain the fall in the rate of profit from the former circumstance. The latter does not exist for any English writer. Courbet notes as a self-explanatory fact that capital is always redundant in all branches of production. On the other hand, bearing in mind the situation in Germany, the landowner's difficulties in borrowing money, because mostly it is the landowner himself who cultivates the land, and not a capitalist class which is quite independent of him, it is understandable that Rodbertus, for example, is surprised at the, quote, Ricardian fiction that the supply of capital is regulated by the desire to invest it, end quote. What the Englishman lacks is a field of action, opportunity for investment of the available stock of capital, but a desire for capital to invest on the part of the only class which has capital to invest, that is, the capitalist class. This does not exist in England. This desire for capital is Pomeranian. The objection made by English writers against Ricardo was not that capital was not available in any desired quantity for particular investments, but that the return flow of capital from agriculture encountered specific technical obstacles. This kind of critical continental censoriousness of Ricardo, therefore, only shows the lower stage in the conditions of production from which these sages start out. Section 2. The connection between Ricardo's theory of rent and his explanation of cost prices. Now to the matter at hand. In the first place, in order to isolate the problem, we must leave aside entirely differential rent, which alone exists for Ricardo. By differential rent, I understand the difference in the magnitude of rent, the greater or smaller rent which is due to the different fertility of the various types of land. Given equal fertility, differential rent can only arise from differences in the amounts of capital invested. This case does not exist for our problem and does not affect it. This differential rent merely corresponds to the excess profits which, given the market price, or more correctly the market value, will be made in every branch of industry, for example cotton spinning, by that capitalist whose conditions of production are better than the average conditions of this particular trade. For the value of the commodity of a particular sphere of production is determined not by the quantity of labor which the individual commodity costs, but by the quantity which the commodity costs that is produced under the average conditions of the sphere. Manufacture and agriculture only differ from one another here, in that in the one, the excess profits fall into the pocket of the capitalist himself, whereas in the other, they are pocketed by the landowner, and furthermore, that in the former, they are fluid, they always disappear again, while in the latter, they become fixed because of their enduring, at least for a long period, natural basis in the variations of the land. This differential rent must therefore be left out of account. But it should be noted that it may exist not only when a movement from better to inferior land takes place, but also from inferior to better land. In both cases, the only requirement is that the newly cultivated land is necessary, but at the same time only just sufficient to satisfy the additional demand. If the newly cultivated better land were more than sufficient to satisfy the additional demand, then according to the volume of the additional demand, part or all of the inferior land would be thrown out of cultivation, or at any rate, out of cultivation of that product which forms the basis of the agricultural rent, i.e. in England of wheat and in India of rice. Thus, differential rent does not presuppose a progressive deterioration of agriculture, but can equally well spring from a progressive improvement in it, even where it is based on the descent to worse types of land. Firstly, this descent may be due to an improvement in the productive forces of agriculture, in that the cultivation of the worse land, at the price which is set by demand, is only made possible by greater productive power. Secondly, the worse land can be improved. The differences will nevertheless remain, although they will become smaller, so that as a result, there is only a relative comparative decrease in productivity, whereas absolute productivity increases. This was in fact the presupposition made by Anderson, the original author of the Ricardian law. Then in the second instance, only the agricultural rent in the strict sense should be considered here. In other words, the rent of the land which supplies the chief vegetable foods. Smith has already explained that the rents of land which supplies the other products, such as stock raising, etc., are determined by that rent, that they are themselves derived, determined by the law of rent and not determining it. In themselves, therefore, these rents do not furnish any useful material for the understanding of the law of rent in its original pure condition. There is nothing primary about them. This settled, the question is reduced to the following. Does an absolute rent exist? That is, a rent which arises from the fact that capital is invested in agriculture rather than manufacture, a rent which is quite independent of differential rent or excess profits which are yielded by capital invested in better land. It is clear that Ricardo correctly answers this question in the negative, since he starts from the false assumption that values and average prices of commodities are identical. If this were the case, it would be a tautology to say that the price of agricultural products is above their cost price, when the constant price of agricultural products yields beyond the average profits also an extra rent, a constant surplus over and above the average profit. For this cost price equals the advances plus the average profit and nothing else. Were the prices of agricultural products to stand above their cost prices and always to yield an excess profit, they would consequently stand above their value. There would be no alternative but to assume that agricultural products are perpetually sold above their value, which, however, equally presupposes that all other products are sold below their value, or that value in general is something quite different from that which the theory requires it to be. Taking into account all compensations which take place between the different capitals, owing to the differences arises from the process of circulation, the same quantity of labor, immediate and accumulated, would produce a higher value in agriculture than in manufacture. The value of the commodity would therefore not be determined by the quantity of labor contained in it. The whole foundation of political economy would thus be thrown overboard. Ergo, Ricardo rightly concludes no absolute rents. Only differential rent is possible. In other words, the value of the agricultural product grown on the worst land equals the cost price of the product. As with every other commodity, this is equal to its value. The capital invested in the worst land differs from capital invested in manufacture only by the type of investment, by its being a particular species of investment. Here, therefore, the universal validity of the law of value becomes apparent. Differential rent, and this is the sole rent on better land, is nothing but the excess profit yielded by capitals employed in above-average conditions owing to the establishment of one identical market value in every sphere of production. This excess profit consolidates itself only in agriculture because of its natural basis, and furthermore, the excess profit flows not into the pocket of the capitalist, but into that of the landowner, since it is the landowner who represents this natural basis. The entire argument collapses together with Ricardo's assumption that cost price equals value. The theoretical interest which forces him into a denial of absolute rent disappears. If the value of the commodities differs from their cost price, then they necessarily fall into three categories. In the first category, cost price is equal to the value of the commodity. In the second, the value is below its cost price, and in the third, it is above its cost price. The fact, therefore, that the price of the agricultural product yields a rent only shows that the agricultural product belongs to that group of commodities whose value is above their cost price. The only remaining problem requiring solution would be why, in contrast to other commodities whose value is also above their cost price, competition between capitals does not reduce the value of agricultural products to their cost price. The question already contains the answer, because according to the presupposition, this can only happen insofar as the competition between capitals is able to effect such an equalization, and this in turn can only occur to the extent that all the conditions of production are either directly created by capital or equally, elementally at its disposal as if it had created them. With land, this is not the case, because landed property exists and capitalist production starts its career on the presupposition of landed property, which is not its own creation, but which was already there before it. The mere existence of landed property thus answers the question. All that capital can do is subject agriculture to the conditions of capitalist production, but it cannot deprive landed property of its hold on that part of the agricultural product which capital could appropriate, not through its own action, but only on the assumption of the non-existence of landed property. Since landed property exists, capital must, however, leave the excess of value over cost price to the landowner. But this difference between value and cost price itself only arises from a difference in the composition of the organic component parts of capital. All commodities whose value, in accordance with this organic composition, is above the cost price, thereby show that the labor expended on them is relatively less productive than that expended on the commodities whose value is equal to the cost price, and even less productive than that expended on those whose value is below the cost price, for they require a greater quantity of immediate labor in proportion to the past labor contained in the constant capital. They require more labor in order to set in motion a definite capital. This is a historical difference and can therefore disappear. The same chain of reasoning which demonstrates the possibility of the existence of absolute rent shows its reality, its existence as a purely historical fact, which belongs to a certain stage of development of agriculture and which may disappear at a higher stage. Ricardo explained differential rent from an absolute decrease in productivity in agriculture. Differential rent does not presuppose this, nor does Anderson make this assumption. On the other hand, Ricardo denies the existence of absolute rent because he assumes the organic composition of capital to be the same in industry and agriculture, and so denies the purely historical fact of the lower development of the productive power of labor in agriculture as compared with manufacture. Hence he falls into a twofold historical error. On the one hand, he assumes that the productivity of labor in agriculture is absolutely the same as in industry, thus denying a purely historical difference in their actual stage of development. On the other hand, he assumes an absolute decrease in the productivity of agriculture and regards this as its law of development. He does the one in order to make the cost price on the worse land equal value, and he does the other in order to explain the differences between the cost prices of the products of the better kinds of land and their values. The whole blunder originates in the confusion of cost price with value. Thus the Ricardian theory is disposed of. The rest was dealt with earlier in the chapter on Rodbertus. Section 3. The inadequacy of the Ricardian definition of rent. I have already indicated that Ricardo opens the chapter by stating that it is necessary to examine, quote, whether the appropriation of land and the consequent creation of rent, end quote, do not interfere with the determination of the value by labor time. And he says later, quote, Adam Smith cannot be correct in supposing that the original rule, which regulated the exchangeable value of commodities, namely the comparative quantity of labor by which they were produced, can be at all altered by the appropriation of land and the payment of rent. This direct and conscious connection which Ricardo's theory of rent has with the determination of value is its theoretical merit. Apart from that, this chapter 2 on rent is rather inferior to West's exposition. It contains much that is strange, begging the question, and unfair dealing with the problem. Actual agricultural rent, which Ricardo justifiably here treats as rent proper, is that which is paid for the permission to invest capital, to produce capitalistically in the element land. Here, land is the element of production. This does not apply, for example, to rent for buildings, waterfalls, etc. The powers of nature, which are paid for in these cases, enter into production as a condition, be it as productive power or as sine qua non, but they are not the element in which this particular branch of production is carried on. Again, in rents for mines, coal mines, etc., the earth is the reservoir from whose bowels the use values are to be torn. In this case, payment is made for the land not because it is the element in which production is to take place, as in agriculture, not because it enters into production as one of the conditions of production, as in the case of the waterfall or the building site, but because it is a reservoir containing the use values which are to be got hold of through industry. Ricardo's explanation that, quote, rent is that portion of the produce of the earth which is paid to the landlord for the use of the original and indestructible powers of the soil, end quote, is poor. Firstly, the soil has no indestructible powers. A note on this is to follow at the end of this chapter. Secondly, it has no original powers either, since the land is in no way original, but rather the product of an historical and natural process. But let that pass. By original powers of land, we understand here those which it possesses independently of the action of human industry, although on the other hand, the powers given to it by human industry become just as much its original powers as those given to it by the process of nature. Apart from this, it is correct to say that rent is a payment for the use of natural things, irrespective of whether it is for the use of the original powers of the soil, or of the power of the waterfall, or of land for building, or of the treasures to be found in the water or in the bowels of the earth. As distinct from the agricultural rent proper, Adam Smith, says Ricardo, speaks of the rent paid for wood from virgin forests, rent of coal mines and stone quarries. The way in which Ricardo disposes of this is rather strange. He begins by saying that the rent of land must not be confused with the interest and profit of capital. That is, quote, capital employed in ameliorating the quality of the land and in erecting such buildings as were necessary to secure and preserve the produce, end quote. From this, he immediately passes on to the above-mentioned examples from Adam Smith. With regard to virgin forests, quote, is it not, however, evident that the person who paid what Adam Smith calls rent paid it in consideration of the valuable commodity which was then standing on the land, and that he actually repaid himself with the profit by the sale of the timber? Similarly, with the stone quarries and coal mines, quote, the compensation for the mine or quarry is paid for the value of the coal or stone which can be removed from them, and has no connection with the original and indestructible powers of the land. This is a distinction of great importance in an inquiry concerning rent and profits, for it is found that the laws which regulate the progress of rent are widely different from those which regulate the progress of profits, and seldom operate in the same direction. This is very strange logic. One must distinguish rent paid to the owner of the land for the use of the original and indestructible powers of the soil from the interest and profit which is paid to him for the capital he has invested in ameliorating the land, etc. The compensation which is paid to the owner of naturally grown forests for the right to remove wood, or to the owner of stone quarries and coal mines for the right to remove stones and coal, is not rent, because it is not a payment, quote, for the use of the original and indestructible powers of the soil, end quote. Very well, but Ricardo argues as though this compensation were the same as profit and interest which are paid for capital invested in ameliorations of the land. But this is wrong. Has the owner of a virgin forest invested his capital in it so that it may bear wood? Or has the owner of stone quarries and coal mines invested capital in these so that they may contain stones and coal? Whence, therefore, his compensation? It is by no means, as Ricardo tries to make out, profit or interest of capital. Therefore, it is rent and nothing else, even if it is not rent as defined by Ricardo. But this only shows that his definition of rent excludes those forms of it where the compensation is paid for mere natural things, in which no human labor is embodied, and where it is paid to the owner of these natural things only because he is the owner of land, whether this consists of soil, forest, fish pond, waterfall, building land, or anything else. But, says Ricardo, the man who paid for the right to fell trees in the forest paid, quote, in consideration of the valuable commodity which was then standing on the land, and actually repaid himself with a profit by the sale of the timber, end quote. Stop. When Ricardo here calls the wood in the virgin forest a valuable commodity, this means only that it is potentially a use value, and this use value is expressed here in the word valuable, but it is not a commodity, because for this it would at the same time have to be exchange value, in other words, to contain a certain quantity of labor expended upon it. It only becomes a commodity by being separated from the virgin forest, by being felled, removed, and transported, by being transformed from wood into timber. Or does it only become a commodity by the fact that it is sold? Then arable land too becomes a commodity by the mere act of selling. Then we would have to say, rent is the price paid to the owner of natural forces, or mere products of nature, for the right of using those forces, or appropriating by labor those products. This is in fact the form in which all rent appears originally. But then the question remains to be solved, how things which have no value can have a price, and how this is compatible with the general theory of value. The question, for what purpose does the man pay a compensation for the right to remove timber from the land upon which it stands, has nothing to do with the real question. The question is, from what fund does he pay? Well, says Ricardo, by the sale of the timber. That is, out of the price of the timber. And furthermore, this price was such that, as Ricardo says, the man actually repaid himself with a profit. Now we know where we are. The price of the timber must at any rate equal the sum of money representing the quantity of labor necessary to fell the timber, to remove it, to transport it, to bring it to market. Now, is the profit with which the man repays himself an addition over and above this value, this exchange value just imparted to the wood through the labor expended upon it? If Ricardo said this, then he would fall into the crudest conception, far beneath his own doctrine. No. Given that the man was a capitalist, the profit is part of the labor he employed in the production of the timber, the part for which he did not pay, and the man would have made the same profit if he had set in motion the same amount of labor, shall we say, in cotton spinning. If the man is not a capitalist, then the profit is equal to that quantity of his labor which he exerts beyond that which is necessary to cover his wages, and which would have constituted the profit of the capitalist had a capitalist employed him, but which now constitutes his own profit because he is his own wage laborer and his own capitalist in one and the same person. But here we come to the ugly word that this timberman actually repaid himself with a profit. This gives the whole transaction a very ordinary look and corresponds to the crude manner of thinking which this capitalist, who removes timber, may himself have of the source of his profit. First, he pays the owner of the virgin forest for the use value of wood, which, however, has no value, that is, value in exchange, and which, so long as it stands upon the land, has not even a use value. He may pay him £5 per ton. And then he sells the same wood to the public, setting aside his other costs, at £6, and so actually pays back to himself the £5 with a profit of 20%. He actually repaid himself with a profit. If the owner of the forest had only demanded compensation of £2, then the timberman would have sold a ton at £2 8 shillings instead of at £6. Since he always adds the same rate of profit, the price of timber would be high or low here because rent is high or low. The latter would enter into the price as a constituent part, but would in no way be the result of the price. Whether the rent, that is compensation, is paid to the owner of the land for the use of the power of the land or for the use of the natural products of the land, in no way alters the economic relations. It in no way alters the fact that money is paid for a natural thing, power or produce of the earth, upon which no previous human labor has been spent. And thus, on the second page of his chapter on rent, Ricardo would have overthrown his whole theory in order to avoid a difficulty. It would appear that Adam Smith was a great deal more far-sighted here. The same case with stone quarries and coal mines. Quote, the compensation given for the mine or quarry is paid for the value of the coal or stone which can be removed from them, and has no connection with the original and indestructible powers of the land. End quote. No, but there is a very significant connection with the original and destructible productions of the soil, The word value is just as ugly here as the phrase repaid himself with a profit was above. Ricardo never uses the word value for utility or usefulness or value in use. Does he therefore mean to say that the compensation is paid to the owner of the quarries and coal mines for the value the coal and stone have before they are removed from the quarry and the mine in their original state? Then he invalidates his entire doctrine of value. Or does value mean here, as it must do, the possible use value, and hence also the prospective exchange value of coal and stone? Then it means nothing but that their owner is paid rent for the permission to use the original composition of the soil for the production of coal and stones. And it is absolutely incomprehensible why this should not be called rent, in the same way as if the permission were given to use the powers of the land for the production of wheat. Or we end up again with the annulment of the whole theory of rent, as explained in connection with wood. According to the correct theory, there are no difficulties involved here at all. The labor, or capital, employed in the production, not reproduction, of wood, coal, or stone, this labor, it is true, does not create these natural products, but separates them from their elementary connection with the earth, and so produces them as usable wood, coal, or stone, evidently belongs to those spheres of production in which the part of capital laid out in wages is greater than that laid out in constant capital, where consequently the amount of direct labor is greater than that of past labor, the result of which serves as means of production. If, therefore, the commodity is sold at its value here, then this value will be above its cost price, i.e. the wear and tear of the instruments of labor, the wages, and the average profit. The excess can thus be paid as rent to the owner of the forest, quarry, or coal mine. But why these clumsy maneuvers of Ricardo's, such as the wrong use of value, etc.? Why this clinging to the explanation of rent as payment for the use of the original and indestructible powers of the land? Perhaps the answer will emerge later. In any case, he wants to distinguish, to mention specifically the agricultural rent in the strict sense, and at the same time to open the way for differential rent, by saying that payment for this elementary power can only be made insofar as it develops different degrees of power. Chapter 12. Tables of Differential Rent and Comment. Section 1. Changes in the amount and rate of rent. A further comment on the above. Supposing more productive or better situated coal mines and stone quarries were discovered, so that with the same quantity of labor they yielded a larger product than the older ones, and indeed so large a product that it covered the entire demand. Then the value, and therefore the price of coal, stones, and timber would fall, and as a result the old coal mines and stone quarries would have to be closed. They would yield neither profit nor wages nor rent. Nevertheless, the new ones would yield rent just as the old ones did previously, although less, that is, at a lower rate. For every increase in the productivity of labor reduces the amount of capital laid out in wages in proportion to the constant capital, which is in this case laid out in tools. Is this correct? Does this also apply here, where the change in productivity of labor does not arise from a change in the method of production itself, but from the natural fertility of the coal mine or the stone quarry, or from their situations? One can only say here that in this case the same quantity of capital yields more tons of coal or stone, and that therefore each individual ton contains less labor. The total tonnage, however, contains as much as or even more labor if the new mines or quarries satisfy not only the old demand which was previously supplied by the old mines and quarries, but also an additional demand, and moreover an additional demand which is greater than the difference between the productivity of the old and that of the new mines and quarries. But this would not alter the organic composition of the capital employed. It would be true to say that the price of a ton, an individual ton, contained less rent, but only because altogether it contained less labor, hence also less wages and less profit. The proportion of the rate of rent to profit would, however, not be affected by this. Hence we can only say the following. If demand remains the same, if therefore the same quantity of coal and stone is to be produced as before, then less capital is employed now in the new richer mines and quarries than before in the old ones in order to produce the same mass of commodities. The total value of the latter thus falls, hence also the total amount of rent, profit, wages, and constant capital employed. But the proportions of rent and profit change no more than those of profit and wages, or of profit and the capital laid out, because there has been no organic change in the capital employed. Only the size and not the composition of the capital employed has changed, hence neither has the method of production. If there is an additional demand to be satisfied, an additional demand moreover that equals the difference in fertility between the new and the old mines and quarries, then the same amount of capital will be used now as previously. The value of the individual ton falls, but the total tonnage has the same value as before. As regards the individual ton, the size of the portions of value which resolve into profit and rent decreased together with the value it contained. But since the amount of capital has remained the same, and with it the total value of its product, and no organic change has taken place in its composition, the absolute amount of rent and profit has remained the same. If the additional demand is so great that with the same capital investment it is not covered by the difference in fertility between the new and the old mines and quarries, then additional capital will have to be employed in the new mines. In this case, provided the growth of the total capital invested is not accompanied by a change in the distribution of labor, the application of machinery, in other words, provided there is no change in the organic composition of the capital, the amount of rent and profit grows because the value of the total product grows, the value of the total tonnage, although the value of each individual ton falls, and therefore also that part of its value which resolves into rent and profit. In all these instances, there is no change in the rate of rent, because there is no change in the organic composition of the capital employed, however much its magnitude may alter. If, on the other hand, the change arose out of such a change, i.e. from a decrease in the amount of capital laid out in wages as compared with that laid out in machinery, etc., so that the method of production itself is altered, then the rate of rent would fall, because the difference between the value of the commodity and the cost price would have decreased. In the three cases considered above, this does not decrease. For though the value falls, the cost price of the individual commodity falls likewise, in that less labor is expended upon it, less paid and unpaid labor. Accordingly, therefore, when the greater productivity of labor, or the lower value of a certain measure of commodities produced, arises only from a change in the productivity of the natural elements, from the difference between the natural degree of fertility of soils, of mines, of quarries, etc., then the amount of rent may fall because, under the altered conditions, a lesser quantity of capital is employed. It may remain constant if there is an additional demand. It may grow if the additional demand is greater than the difference in productivity between the previously employed and the newly employed natural agencies. The rate of rent, however, could only grow with a change in the organic composition of the capital employed. Thus, the amount of rent does not necessarily fall if the worse soil, quarry, coal mine, etc. is abandoned. The rate of rent, moreover, can never fall if this abandoning is purely the result of lesser natural fertility. Ricardo distorts the correct idea that in this case, depending on the state of demand, the amount of rent may fall. In other words, depending on whether the amount of capital employed decreases, remains the same, or grows. He confuses it with the fundamentally wrong idea that the rate of rent must fall, which is an impossibility on the assumption made, since it has been assumed that no change in the organic composition of capital has taken place, therefore no change affecting the relationship between value and cost price, the only relationship that determines the rate of rent. Section 2. Various combinations of differential and absolute rent. Tables A, B, C, D, and E. But what happens to differential rents in this case? Supposing that three groups of coal mines were being worked, 1, 2, and 3. Of these, number 1 bore the absolute rent, number 2 a rent which was twice that of number 1, and number 3 a rent which was twice that of number 2, or 4 times that of number 1. In this example, number 1 bears the absolute rent, R, number 2 bears 2R, and number 3 bears 4R. Now if number 4 is opened up, and if this is more productive than 1, 2, and 3, and if it is so extensive that the capital invested in it can be as great as that in 1, then in this case, the former state of demand remaining constant, the same amount of capital as was previously invested in number 1 would now be invested in number 4. Number 1 would thereupon be closed, and a part of the capital invested in number 2 would have to be withdrawn. Number 4 would suffice to replace number 1 and a part of number 2, but number 3 and number 4 would not suffice to supply the whole demand without part of number 2 continuing to be worked. Let us assume, for the sake of the illustration, that number 4, using the same amount of capital as was previously invested in number 1, is capable of providing the whole of the supply from number 1 and half of the supply from number 2. If, therefore, half the previous capital were invested in 2, the old capital in number 3 and the new in number 4, then the whole market would be supplied. What changes had taken place, or how would the changes accomplished affect the general rental, the rents of 1, 2, 3, and 4? The absolute rent derived from number 4 would in amount and rate be absolutely the same as that formerly derived from number 1. In fact, the absolute rent in amount and rate would also before have been the same on 1, 2, and 3, always supposing that the same amount of capital was employed in those different classes. The value of the produce of number 4 would be exactly identical to that formerly employed on number 1, because it is the produce of a capital of the same magnitude and of a capital of the same organic composition. Hence, the difference between the value of the product and its cost price must be the same, hence also the rate of rent. Besides, the amount of rent must be the same because at a given rate of rent, capitals of the same magnitude would have been employed. But since the market value of the coal is not determined by the individual value of the coal derived from number 4, it would bear an excess rent, or a surplus over its absolute rent. A rent derived not from any difference between value and cost price, but from the difference between the market value and the individual value of the produce of number 4. When we say that the absolute rent, or the difference between value and cost price on 1, 2, 3, and 4 is the same, provided the magnitude of the capital invested in them, and therefore the amount of rent with the given rate of rent is the same, then this is to be understood in the following way. The individual value of the coal from number 1 is higher than that of number 2, and that from number 2 is higher than that from number 3, because 1 ton from number 1 contains more labor than 1 ton from number 2, and 1 ton from number 2 more than 1 ton from number 3. But since the organic composition of the capital is in all 3 cases the same, this difference does not affect the individual absolute rent yielded by number 1, 2, and 3. For if the value of a ton from number 1 is greater, so is its cost price. It is only greater in the proportion that more capital of the same organic composition is employed for the production of 1 ton in number 1 than in number 2, and of 1 ton in number 2 than in number 3. This difference in their values is therefore exactly equal to the difference in their cost prices. In other words, to the difference in the relative amount of capital expended to produce 1 ton of coal in 1, 2, and 3. The variation in the magnitudes of value in the 3 groups does not therefore affect the difference between value and cost price in the various classes. If the value is greater, then the cost price is greater in the same proportion, for the value is only greater in proportion as more capital or labor is expended. Hence, the relation between value and cost price remains the same, and hence absolute rent is the same. But now let us go on to see what is the situation regarding differential rent. Firstly, less capital is now being employed in the entire production of coal in 2, 3, and 4. For the capital in number 4 is as great as the capital in number 1 had been. Furthermore, half the capital employed in number 2 is now withdrawn. The amount of rent on number 2, therefore, will at all events drop by a half. Only one change has taken place in capital investment, namely in number 2, because in number 4 the same amount of capital is invested as was previously invested in number 1. We have, moreover, assumed that capitals of the same size were invested in 1, 2, and 3, for example, £100 each, altogether £300. Now, therefore, only £250 are invested in 2, 3, and 4, or 1/6 of the capital has been withdrawn from the production of coal. Moreover, the market value of coal has fallen. We saw that number 1 yielded R, number 2 2R, and number 3 4R. Let us assume that the product of £100 on number 1 was £120, of which R equaled £10 and £10 equaled the profit. Then the market value of number 2 was £130, with £10 profit and £20 rent, and of number 3 £150, with £10 profit and £40 rent. If the product of number 1 was 60 tons, being £2 per ton, then that of number 2 was 65 tons, and that of number 3 was 75 tons. And the total production was 200 tons. Now, if 100 will produce as much in number 4 as the total product of number 1 and half of the product of number 2, namely 60 plus 32.5 being 92.5 tons, which, according to the old market value, would have cost £185, and since the profit was 10, would thus have yielded a rent of £75, amounting to 7.5 R, for the absolute rent equal £10. 2, 3, and 4 continue to yield the same number of tons, being 200. But what is the position now with regard to market value and differential rents? In order to answer this, we must see what is the amount of absolute individual rent of number 2. We assume that the absolute difference between value and cost price in this sphere of production equals £10, i.e. equals the rent yielded by the worst mine, although this is not necessary unless the market value is absolutely determined by the value of number 1. If this was indeed the case, then the rent on number 1, if the coal from number 1 were sold at its value, in fact represented the excess of value over its own cost price, and the general cost price of commodities in this sphere of production. Number 2, therefore, would be selling its products at their value if it sold its tonnage, being the 65 tons, at 120 pounds, i.e. the individual ton at 1 11/13 of a pound. That instead it sold them at 2 pounds was only due to the excess of the market value as determined by number 1 over its individual value. It was due to the excess not of its value, but of its market value over its cost price. Moreover, on the assumption made, number 2 now sells, instead of 65, only 32.5 tons, because a capital of only 50 pounds instead of a capital of 100 is now invested in the mine. Number 2, therefore, now sells 32.5 tons at 60 pounds. 10 pounds on 50, the capital advanced, is 20%. Of the 60 pounds, 5 are profit and 5 rent. Thus we have for number 2, the value of the product, 1 11/13 of a pound per ton. The number of tons is 32.5. The total value of the product is 60 pounds. Rent is 5 pounds. The rent has fallen from 20 to 5. If the same amount of capital were still employed, then it would only have fallen to 10 pounds. The rate has therefore only fallen by a half. That is, it has fallen by the total difference that existed between the market value as determined by number 1 and its own value. The difference, therefore, that existed over and above the difference between its own value and cost price. Its differential rent was 10 pounds. Its rent is now 10 pounds, equal to its absolute rent. In number 2, therefore, with the reduction of the market value to the value of coal from number 2, differential rent has disappeared, and consequently, also the increased rate of rent, which was doubled by this differential rent. Thus, it has been reduced from 20 pounds to 10 pounds. With this given rate of rent, however, the rent has been further reduced from 10 pounds to 5, because the capital invested in number 2 has fallen by a half. Since the market value is now determined by the value of number 2, i.e. by 1 11/13 pound per ton, the market value of the 75 tons produced by 3 is now 138 6/13 of a pound, of which 28 6/13 are rent. Previously, the rent was 40 pounds. It has therefore fallen by 11 7/13 of a pound. The difference between this rent and the absolute rent used to be 30 pounds. Now it only amounts to 18 6/13. Previously, it was 4 R. Now it is only 2 R plus 8.5 pounds. As the amount of capital invested in number 3 has remained the same, this fall is entirely due to the fall in the rate of differential rent, i.e. the fall in the excess of the market value of number 3 over its individual value. Previously, the whole of the rent in number 3 was equal to the excess of the higher market value over the price of production. Now it is only equal to the excess of the lower market value over the cost price. The difference is thus coming closer to the absolute rent of number 3. With a capital of 100 pounds, number 3 produces 75 tons, whose individual value is 120 pounds. 1 ton, therefore, is equal to 1 3/5 of a pound. But number 3 sold the ton at 2 pounds, the previous market price. Therefore, 2/5 of a pound more than its individual value. On 75 tons, this amounted to 30 pounds, and this was in fact the differential rent of number 3, for the rent was 40 pounds, being 10 for absolute, and 30 differential rent. Now, according to the new market value, the ton is sold at only 1 11/13 pounds. How much above its individual value is this? The price at which the ton is sold is 16 65ths of a pound above its individual value. On 75 tons, this amounts to 18 6/13 of a pound. And this is exactly the differential rent, which is thus always equal to the number of tons multiplied by the excess of the market value of the ton over the individual value of the ton. It now remains to work out the fall in rent by 11 7/13 pounds. The excess of the market value over the value of number 3 has fallen from 2/5 of a pound per ton, when it was sold at 2 pounds, to 16 65ths per ton. On 75 tons, this amounts to 11 7/13, and this is exactly the amount by which the rent in number 3 has fallen. The 92.5 tons from number 4, at 1 11/13 pounds per ton, cost 170 10/13 pounds. The rent here is 60 10/13 pounds, and the differential rent is 50 10/13. If the 92.5 tons were sold at their value, that is 120 pounds, then 1 ton would cost 1 11/37 of a pound. Instead, it is being sold at 1 11/13 pounds. This makes the excess of the market value of number 4 over its value equal to 264 over 481. On 92.5 tons, this amounts to exactly 50 and 10/13 pounds, which is the differential rent of number 4. Now let us put these two cases together under tables A and B. The aforementioned graphics will not be read aloud for the recording. Please consult Section 2 of Chapter 12 of a physical or digital copy of the book for visual reference. These two tables give rise to some very important considerations. First of all, we see that the amount of absolute rent rises or falls proportionately to the capital invested in agriculture, that is, to the total amount of capital invested in number 1, 2, and 3. The rate of this absolute rent is quite independent of the size of the capitals invested, for it does not depend on the difference in the various types of land, but is derived from the difference between value and cost price. This latter difference, however, is itself determined by the organic composition of the agricultural capital, by the method of production, and not by the land. In number 2b, the amount of the absolute rent falls from £10 to 5, because the capital has fallen from 100 to 50. Half the capital has been withdrawn from the land. Before making any further observations on the two tables, let us construct some other tables. We saw that in Table B, the market value fell to 1 and 11/13 pounds per ton. But let us assume that at this value, there is no necessity either for 1A to disappear completely from the market or for 2B to employ only half the previous capital. Since in number 1, the rent is £10 out of the total value of the commodity of 120, or 1/12 of the total value, this applies equally to the value of the individual ton, which is worth £2. The cost price of a ton from number 1 is thus £1 and 16 2/3 shillings. The new market value is £1 and 16 12/13 shillings. This would amount to a total rent of 15 and 5/13 shillings for 60 tons. Therefore, number 1 put less than 1% rent on the capital of 100. For 1A to yield no rent at all, the market value would have to fall to its cost price, namely to £1 and 16 2/3 shillings. In this case, the rent on 1A would have disappeared. It could, however, continue to be exploited with a profit of 10%. This would only cease if the market value were to fall further, below the cost price of 1 and 5/6 pounds. So far as 2B is concerned, it has been assumed in Table B that half of the capital is withdrawn. But since the market value of 1 and 11/13 pounds still yields a rent of 10%, it will do so just as well on 100 pounds as on 50. If, therefore, it is assumed that half the capital has been withdrawn, then only because, under these circumstances, 2B still yields an absolute rent of 10%. For if 2B had continued to produce 65 tons instead of 32.5, then the market would be oversupplied, and the market value of number 4, which dominates the market, would fall to such an extent that the capital investment in 2B would have to be reduced in order to yield the absolute rent. It is, however, clear that if the whole capital of £100 yields rent at 9%, the sum total is greater than that yielded by a capital of £50 at 10%. Thus, if according to the state of the market, a capital of only £50 were required in number 2 to satisfy the demand, the rent would have to be forced down to £5. It would in fact fall even lower if it is assumed that the 32.5 tons cannot always be disposed of, i.e. if they were thrown out of the market. The market value would fall so low that not only the rent on 2B would disappear, but the profit would also be affected. Then capital would be withdrawn in order to diminish supply until the correct point of £50 had been reached, and then the market value would have been re-established at 1 and 11/13 pounds, at which 2B would again yield the absolute rent, but only on half the capital previously invested in it. In this instance, too, the whole process would emanate from 4 and 3, who dominate the market. But it does not by any means follow that if the market only absorbs 200 tons at 1 and 11/13 pound per ton, it will not absorb an additional 32.5 tons if the market value falls, i.e. if the market value of 232.5 tons is forced down through the pressure of 32.5 surplus tons on the market. The cost price in 2B is 1 and 9/13 pounds, but the market value is 1 and 11/13 pounds. If the market value fell to such an extent that 1A no longer yielded a rent, i.e. if the market value fell to the cost price of 1A to £1 and 16 2/3 shillings, then for 2B to use his whole capital, demand would have to grow considerably. since 1A could continue to be exploited, as it yields the normal profit. The market would have to absorb not 32.5, but 92.5 additional tons, 292.5 tons instead of 200, i.e. almost half as much again. This is a very significant increase. If a moderate increase is to take place, the market value would have to fall to such an extent that 1A is driven out of the market. That is, the market price would have to fall below the cost price of 1A, i.e. below 1 10/12 pounds. It would then still be well above the cost price of 2B. We shall therefore add a further 3 tables to the tables A and B, namely C, D, and E, and we shall assume in table C that the demand grows, that all classes of A and B can continue to produce, but at the market value of B, at which 1A still yields a rent. In table D, we assume that the demand is sufficient for 1A to continue to yield the normal profit, but no longer a rent. And we shall assume in table E that the price falls sufficiently to eliminate 1A from the market, but that the fall of the price simultaneously leads to the absorption of the 32.5 surplus tons from 2B. The case assumed in A and B is possible. It is possible that if the rent is reduced from £10 to barely 16 shillings, 1A would withdraw his land from this particular form of exploitation and let it out to another sphere of exploitation, in which it can yield a higher rent. But in this case, 2B would be forced through the process described above to withdraw half his capital if the market did not expand upon the appearance of the new market value. Now let us compile the tables A, B, C, D, and E, but in the manner which should have been adopted from the outset. Capital, total value, total product, market value per ton, individual value per ton, differential value per ton, cost price per ton, absolute rent in tons, differential rent in tons, and total rent, and then the totals of all classes in each table. It is assumed that a capital of 100, being constant and variable capital, is laid out, and that the labor it employs provides surplus labor, that is unpaid labor, amounting to 1/5 of the capital advanced, or a surplus value of 100 over 5. If, therefore, the capital advanced equals £100, the value of the total product must be £120. Supposing, furthermore, that the average profit is 10%, then £110 is the cost price of the total product, in the above example of coal. With the given rate of surplus value or surplus labor, the £100 capital transforms itself into a value of £120, whether poor or rich mines are being exploited. In a word, the varying productivity of labor, whether this variation be due to varying natural conditions of labor, or varying social conditions of labor, or varying technological conditions, does not alter the fact that the value of the commodities equals the quantity of labor materialized in them. Thus, to say the value of the product created by the capital of £100 equals 120 simply means that the product contains the labor time materialized in the £100 capital plus 1/6 of labor time, which is unpaid but appropriated by the capitalist. The total value of the product equals £120, whether the capital of £100 produces 60 tons in one class of mines or 65, 75 or 92.5 in another. But clearly, the value of the individual part, be it measured by the quarter or yard, etc., varies greatly according to the productivity. But to stick to our table, the same applies to every other mass of commodities brought about by capitalist production, the value of 1 ton equals £2, if the total product of the capital is 60 tons, i.e. 60 tons are worth £120, or represent labor time equal to that which is materialized in £120. If the total product amounts to 65 tons, then the value of the individual ton is 11 1/13 of a pound. If it amounts to 75, then the value of the individual is 1 9/15 of a pound. Finally, if it comes to 92.5 tons, then the value per ton is 1 11/37 of a pound. Because the total mass of commodities, or tons, produced by the capital of £100 always has the same value, equal to £120, since it always represents the same total quantity of labor contained in the £120, the value of the individual ton varies according to whether the same value is represented in 60, 65, 75, or 92.5 tons. In other words, it varies with the different productivity of labor. It is this difference in the productivity of labor which causes the same quantity of labor to be represented sometimes in a smaller and sometimes in a larger total quantity of commodities, so that the individual part of this total now contains more, now less, of the absolute amount of labor expended, and therefore accordingly has sometimes a larger and sometimes a smaller value. This value of the individual ton, which varies according to whether the capital of 100 pounds is invested in more fertile or less fertile mines, and therefore according to the different productivity of labor, figures in the table as the individual value of the individual ton. Hence, nothing could be further from the truth than the notion that when the value of the individual commodity falls with the rising productivity of labor, the total value of a product produced by a particular capital, for instance 100 pounds, rises because of the increased mass of commodities in which it is now represented. For the value of the individual commodity only falls because the total value, the total quantity of labor expended, is represented by a larger quantity of use values of products. Hence, a relatively smaller part of the total value, or of the labor expended, falls to the individual product, and this only to the extent to which a smaller quantity of labor is absorbed in it, or a smaller amount of the total value falls to its share. Originally, we regarded the individual commodity as the result and direct product of a particular quantity of labor. Now that the commodity appears as the product of capitalist production, there is a formal change in this respect. The mass of use values which has been produced represents a quantity of labor time, which is equal to the quantity of labor time contained in the capital, that is constant and variable, consumed in its production, plus the unpaid labor time appropriated by the capitalist. If the labor time contained in the capital, as expressed in terms of money, amounts to 100 pounds, and this capital of 100 pounds comprises 40 laid out in wages, and if the surplus labor time amounts to 50% on the variable capital, in other words, the rate of surplus value is 50%, then the value of the total mass of commodities produced by the capital of 100 pounds equals 120 pounds. As we have seen in the first part of this work, if the commodities are to circulate, their exchange value must first be converted into a price, i.e. expressed in terms of money. Thus, before the capitalist throws the commodities onto the market, he must first work out the price of the individual commodity, unless the total product is a single indivisible object, such as for example a house, in which the total capital is represented, a single commodity whose price, according to the assumption, would then be 120 pounds, equal to the total value as expressed in terms of money. Price here equals monetary expression of value. According to the varying productivity of labor, the total value of 120 pounds will be distributed over more or fewer products. Thus, the value of the individual product will accordingly be proportionally equal to a larger or smaller part of 120 pounds. The whole operation is quite simple. For example, if the total product equals 60 tons of coal, 60 tons are equal to 120 pounds, and 1 ton therefore equals 120 divided by 60, i.e. 2 pounds. If the product is 65 tons, the value of the individual ton equals 120 over 65, or 1 pound and 16 and 12/13 of a shilling. If the product equals 75 tons, the value of the individual ton is 120 over 75. If it equals 92.5 tons, then it is 120 over 92.5. The value or price of the individual commodity is thus equal to the total value of the product divided by the total number of products, which are measured according to the standard of measurement, such as tons, quarters, yards, etc., appropriate to them as use values. If, therefore, the price of the individual commodity equals the total value of the mass of commodities produced by a capital of 100 pounds divided by the total number of commodities, then the total value equals the price of the individual commodity multiplied by the total number of individual commodities, or it equals the price of a definite quantity of individual commodities multiplied by the total amount of them, measured by this standard of measurement. Furthermore, the total value consists of the value of the capital advanced to production plus the surplus value, that is, of the labor time contained in the capital advanced plus the surplus labor time, or unpaid labor time, appropriated by the capital. Thus, the surplus value contained in each individual part of the commodity is proportional to its value. In the same way as the 120 pounds is distributed among 60, 65, 75, or 92.5 tons, so the 20 pound surplus value is distributed among them. When the number of tons is 60, and therefore the value of the individual ton equals 120 over 60, which is 2 pounds or 40 shillings, then 1/6 of this 40 shillings, that is 6 2/3 shillings, is the share of the surplus value which falls to the individual ton. The proportion of surplus value in the ton which costs 2 pounds is the same as in the 60 which costs 120. The ratio of surplus value to value remains the same in the price of the individual commodity as in the total of the mass of commodities. In the above example, the total surplus value in each individual ton is 1/3 of 20, which is equal to 1/6 of 40 as above. Hence, the surplus value of the single ton multiplied by 60 is equal to the total surplus value which the capital has produced. If the portion of value which falls to the individual product, the corresponding part of the total value, is smaller because of the larger number of products, i.e. because of the greater productivity of labor, then the portion of surplus value which falls to it, the corresponding part of the total surplus value which adheres to it, is also smaller. But this does not affect the ratio of the surplus value, of the newly created value, to the value advanced and merely reproduced. Although, as we have seen, the productivity of labor does not affect the total value of the product. It may, however, increase the surplus value if the product enters into the consumption of the worker. Then the falling price of the individual commodities, or what is the same thing, of a given quantity of commodities, may reduce the normal wage, or, as again amounts to the same, the value of the labor power. Insofar as the greater productivity of labor creates relative surplus value, it increases not the total value of the product, but that part of this total value which represents surplus value, i.e. unpaid labor. Although, therefore, with the greater productivity of labor, a smaller portion of value falls to the individual product, because the total mass of commodities which represents this value has grown, and thus the price of the individual product falls, that part of this price which represents surplus value, nevertheless, rises under the above-mentioned circumstances, and therefore the proportion of surplus value to reproduced value grows. Actually, here one should still refer to variable capital, for profit has not yet been mentioned. But this is only the case because, as a result of the increased productivity of labor, the surplus value has grown within the total value. The same factor, the increased productivity of labor, which enables a larger mass of products to contain the same quantity of labor, thus lowering the value of a given part of this mass, or the price of the individual commodity, reduces the value of the labor power, therefore increases the surplus or unpaid labor contained in the value of the total product, and hence in the price of the individual commodity. Although, thus, the price of the individual commodity falls, although the total quantity of labor contained in it, and therefore its value falls, the proportion of surplus value, which is a component part of this value, increases. In other words, the smaller total quantity of labor contained in the individual commodity comprises a greater quantity of unpaid labor than previously, when labor was less productive, when the price of the individual commodity was therefore higher, and the total quantity of labor contained in the individual commodity greater. Although in the present case, 1 ton contains less labor and is therefore cheaper, it contains more surplus labor and therefore yields more surplus value. Since in competition, everything appears in a false form, upside down, the individual capitalist imagines firstly that he has reduced his profit on the individual commodity by reducing its price, but that he makes a greater profit because of the increased mass of commodities. Here, a further confusion is caused by the greater amount of profit which is derived from the increase in capital employed, even with the lower rate of profit. And secondly, that he fixes the price of the individual commodity and by multiplication determines the total value of the product, whereas the original procedure is division, and multiplication is only correct as a derivative method based on that division. The vulgar economist, in fact, does nothing but translate the strange notions of the capitalists who are caught up in competition into seemingly more theoretical language, and seeks to build up a justification of these notions. Now, to return to the table. The total value of the product, or of the quantity of commodities created by a capital of £100 equals £120, however great or small, according to the varying degree of the productivity of labor, the quantity of commodities may be. The cost price of this total product, whatever its size, equals £110, if, as has been assumed, the average profit is 10%. The excess in value of the total product, whatever its size, equals £10, which is 1/12 of the total value, or 1/10 of the capital advanced. This £10, the excess of value over the cost price of the total product, constitutes the rent. It is evidently quite independent from the varying productivity of labor resulting from the different degrees of natural fertility of the mines, types of soil, in short, of the natural element in which the capital of £100 has been employed. For those different degrees in the productivity of the labor employed, arising from the different degrees of fertility of the natural agent, do not prevent the total product from having a value of £120, a cost price of £110, and therefore an excess of value over cost price of £10. All that the competition between capitals can bring about is that the cost price of the commodities which a capitalist can produce with £100 in coal mining, this particular sphere of production, is equal to £110. But competition cannot compel the capitalist to sell the product at £110, which is worth £120, although such compulsion does exist in other industries, because the landlord steps in and lays his hands on the £10. Hence, I call this rent the absolute rent. Accordingly, it always remains the same in the table. However, the fertility of the coal mines, and hence the productivity of labor, may change. But because of the different degrees of fertility of the mines, and thus of the productivity of labor, it is not always expressed in the same number of tons. For according to the varying productivity of labor, the quantity of labor contained in 10 pounds represents more or less use values, more or less tons. Whether, with the variation in degrees of fertility, this absolute rent is always paid in full or only in part, will be seen in the further analysis of the table. There is, furthermore, on the market, coal produced in mines of different productivity. Starting with the lowest degree of productivity, I have called these number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thus, for instance, the first class produces 60 tons with a capital of 100 pounds, the second class produces 65 tons, etc. Capitals of the same size, 100 pounds, of the same organic composition within the same sphere of production, do not have the same productivity here, because the degree of productivity of labor varies according to the degree of productivity of the mine or type of soil, in short, of the natural agent. But competition establishes one market value for these products, which have varying individual values. This market value itself can never be greater than the individual value of the product of the least fertile class. If it were higher, then this would only show that the market price stood above the market value. But the market value must represent real value. As regards products of separate classes, it is quite possible that their individual value is above or below the market value. If it is above the market value, the difference between the market value and their cost price is smaller than the difference between their individual value and their cost price. But as the absolute rent equals the difference between their individual value and their cost price, the market value cannot, in this case, yield the entire absolute rent for these products. If the market value sank down to their cost price, it would yield no rent for them at all. They could pay no rent, since rent is only the difference between value and cost price, and for them individually, this difference would have disappeared because of the fall in the market value. In this case, the difference between the market value and their individual value is negative. That is, the market value differs from their individual value by a negative amount. The difference between market value and individual value, in general, I call differential value. Commodities belonging to the category described here have a minus sign in front of their differential value. If, on the other hand, the individual value of the products of a class of mines or class of land is below the market value, then the market value is above their individual value. The value or market value prevailing in their sphere of production thus yields an excess above their individual value. If, for example, the market value of a ton is 2 pounds and the individual value of a ton is 1 pound and 12 shillings, then its differential value is 8 shillings. And since in the class in which the individual value of a ton is 1 pound 12 shillings, the capital of 100 pounds produces 75 tons, the total differential value of these 75 tons is 8 shillings times 75, being 30 pounds. This excess of the market value for the total product of this class over the individual value of its product, which is due to the relatively greater fertility of the soil or the mine, forms the differential rent, since the cost price for the capital remains the same as before. This differential rent is greater or smaller according to the greater or smaller excess of the market value over the individual value. This excess in turn is greater or smaller according to the relatively greater or smaller fertility of the class of mine or land to which this product belongs, compared with the less fertile class whose product determines market value. Finally, the individual cost price of the products is different in the different classes. For instance, in the class in which a capital of 100 pounds yields 75 tons, the cost price of the individual commodity would be 1 pound and 9 1/3 shillings, since the total value is 120 pounds and the cost price 110. And if the market value were equal to the individual value in this class, i.e. 1 pound 12 shillings, then the 75 tons sold at 120 pounds would yield a rent of 10 pounds, while 110 would represent their cost price. But of course, individual cost price of a single ton varies according to the number of tons in which the capital of 100 pounds is represented, or according to the individual value of the individual products of the various classes. If, for example, the capital of 100 pounds produces 60 tons, then the value per ton is 2 pounds, and its cost price 1 pound and 16 2/3 shillings. 55 tons would be equal to 110 pounds, or to the cost price of the total product. If, however, the 100 pounds capital produces 75 tons, then the value per ton is 1 pound 12 shillings, its cost price £1 9 1/3 shillings, and 68 3/4 tons of the total product would cost £110, or would replace the cost price. The individual cost price, i.e. the cost price of the individual ton, varies in the different classes in the same proportion as the individual value. It now becomes evident from all these 5 tables that absolute rent always equals the excess of the value of the commodity over its own cost price. The differential rent, on the other hand, is equal to the excess of the market value over its individual value. The total rent, if there is a differential rent apart from the absolute rent, is equal to the excess of the market value over the individual value plus the excess of the individual value over the cost price, or the excess of the market value over the individual cost price. Because here, the purpose is only to set forth the general law of rent as an illustration of my theory of value and cost prices, since I do not intend to give a detailed exposition of rent till dealing with landed property explicitly, I have removed all those factors which complicate the matter, namely the influence of the location of the mines or types of lands, different degree of productivity and different amounts of capital applied to the same mine or to the same type of land, the interrelationship of rents yielded by different lines of production within the same sphere of production, for example by different branches of agriculture, the interrelationship of rents yielded by different branches of production which are, however, interchangeable, such as, for instance, when land is withdrawn from agriculture in order to be used for building houses, etc. All this does not belong here. Section 3. Analysis of the tables. Now for a consideration of the tables. They show how the general law explains a great multiplicity of combinations, while Ricardo, because he had a false conception of the general law of rent, perceived only one side of differential rent, and therefore wanted to reduce the great multiplicity of phenomena to one single case by means of forcible abstraction. The tables are not intended to show all the combinations, but only those which are most important, particularly for our specific purpose. Subsection A. Table A. The relation between market value and individual value in the various classes. In Table A, the market value of a ton of coal is determined by the individual value of a ton in class number 1, where the mine is least fertile. Hence, the productivity of labor is the lowest. Hence, the mass of products yielded by the capital investment of £100 is the smallest, and therefore the price of the individual product, the price as determined by its value, is the highest. It is assumed that the market absorbs 200 tons, neither more nor less. The market value cannot be above the individual value of a ton in number 1, i.e. of that commodity which is produced under the least favorable conditions of production. Number 2 and number 3 sell the ton above their individual values because their conditions of production are more favorable than those of other commodities produced within the same sphere. This does not, therefore, offend against the law of value. On the other hand, the market value could only be above the value of a ton in number 1 if the product of number 1 were sold above its value, quite regardless of market value. A difference between market value and individual value arises in general not because products are sold absolutely above their value, but only because the value of the individual product may be different from the value of the product of a whole sphere. In other words, because the labor time necessary to supply the total product, in this case 200 tons, may differ from the labor time which produces some of the tons, in this case those from 2 and 3, in short, because the total product supplied has been produced by labor of varying degrees of productivity. The difference between the market value and the individual value of a product can therefore only be due to the fact that the definite quantities of labor with which different parts of the total product are manufactured have different degrees of productivity. It can never be due to the value being determined irrespective of the quantity of labor altogether employed in the sphere. The market value could be above £2 per ton only if number 1, on the whole, quite apart from its relation to number 2 and 3, were to sell its product above its value. In this case, the market price would be above the market value because of the state of the market, because of demand and supply. But the market value which concerns us here, and which here is assumed to equal the market price, cannot rise above itself. The market value here equals the value of number 1, which moreover supplies 3/10 of the entire product on the market, since 2 and 3 only supply sufficient amounts to meet the total demand, i.e. to satisfy the additional demand over and above that which is supplied by number 1. 2 and 3 have no cause, therefore, to sell below £2, since the entire product can be sold at £2. They cannot sell above £2 because number 1 sells at £2 per ton. This law, that the market value cannot be above the individual value of that product which is produced under the worst conditions of production, but provides a part of the necessary supply, Ricardo distorts into the assertion that the market value cannot fall below the value of that product and must therefore always be determined by it. We shall see later how wrong this is. Because the market value of a ton coincides with the individual value of a ton in number 1, the rent it yields represents the absolute excess of the value over its cost price, the absolute rent, which is £10. Number 2 yields a differential rent of £10, and number 3 of £30, because the market value, which is determined by number 1, yields an excess of £10 for 2 and of £30 for 3 over their individual value, and therefore over the absolute rent of £10, which represents the excess of the individual value over the cost price. Hence, number 2 yields a total rent of £20 and number 3 of 40, because the market value yields an excess over their cost price of 20 and 40 respectively. We shall assume that the transition is from number 1, the least fertile mine, to the more fertile number 2, and from this to the yet more fertile mine number 3. It is true that number 2 and number 3 are more fertile than number 1, but they satisfy only 7/10 of the total demand, and as we have just explained, can therefore sell their product at £2, although its value is only £1, 16 and 12/13 shillings, and £1 and 12 shillings respectively. It is clear that when the particular quantity required to satisfy demand is supplied, and gradation takes place in the productivity of labor which satisfies the various portions of this demand, whether the transition is in one direction or the other, in both cases, the market value of the more fertile classes will rise above their individual value, in one case because they find that the market value is determined by the unfertile class, and the additional supply provided by them is not great enough to occasion any change in the market value as determined by class number 1, in the other case, because the market value originally determined by them, determined by class 3 or 2, is now determined by class number 1, which provides the additional supply required by the market and can only meet this at a higher value, which now determines the market value. Subsection B. The connection between Ricardo's theory of rent and the conception of falling productivity in agriculture. Changes in the rate of absolute rent, and their relation to the changes in the rate of profit. In the case under consideration, for example, Ricardo would say, we start out from class number 3. The additional supply will, in the first place, come from number 2. Finally, the last additional supply, demanded by the market, comes from number 1, since number 1 can provide the additional supply of 60 tons only at 120 pounds, that is, at £2 per ton. And since this supply is needed, the market value of a ton, which was originally £1 12 shillings, and later £1 16 and 12/13 shillings, now rises to £2. But on the other hand, it is equally true that if we start out from number 1, which satisfied the demand for 60 tons at £2, then, however, the additional supply is provided by number 2. The product of number 2 is sold at the market value of £2, although the individual value of it is only £1 16 and 12/13 shillings. For it is still only possible to supply the 125 tons required if number 1 provides 60 tons at a value of £2 per ton. The same applies if a new additional supply of 75 tons is required, but number 3 provides only 75 tons, only supplies the additional demand, and therefore, as before, 60 tons have to be supplied by number 1 at £2. Had number 1 supplied the whole demand of 200 tons, they would have been sold at £400. And this is what they are sold at now, because number 2 and number 3 do not sell at the price at which they can satisfy the additional demand for 140 tons, but at the price at which number 1, which only supplies 3/10 of the product, could satisfy it. The entire product required, that is 200 tons, is in this case sold at £2 per ton, because 3/10 of it can only be supplied at a value of £2 per ton, irrespective of whether the additional portions of the demand were met by proceeding from number 3 via 2 to 1 or from 1 via 2 to 3. Ricardo says if 3 and 2 are the starting points, their market value must rise to the value, that is cost price with him, of number 1, because the 3/10 supplied by number 1 are required to meet the demand, and the decisive point here is therefore the required volume of the product and not the individual value of particular portions of it. But it is equally true that the 3/10 from number 1 are just as essential as before when number 1 is the starting point and number 2 and number 3 only provide the additional supply. If, therefore, number 1 determined the market value in the descending line, It determines it in the ascending line for the same reasons. Table A thus shows us the incorrectness of the Ricardian concept that differential rent depends on the diminishing productivity of labor, on the movement from the more productive mine or land to the less productive. It is just as compatible with the reverse process, and hence with the growing productivity of labor. Whether the one or the other takes place has nothing to do with the nature and existence of differential rent, but is a historical question. In reality, the ascending and descending lines will cut across one another. The additional demand will sometimes be supplied by going over to more, sometimes to less fertile types of land, mine, or natural agent. In this, it is always supposed that the supply provided by the natural agent of a new different class, be it more fertile or less fertile, only equals the additional demand, and does not therefore bring about a change in the relation between demand and supply. Hence, it can only bring about a change in the market value itself if the supply can only be made available at a higher cost, not, however, if it can be made available at a lower cost. Table A thus reveals to us from the outset the falseness of this fundamental assumption of Ricardo's, which, as Anderson shows, was not required, even on the basis of a wrong conception of absolute rent. If production proceeds in a descending line, from 3 to 2 and from 2 to 1, with recourse to natural agents of a gradually decreasing fertility, then number 3, in which a capital of 100 has been invested, will at first sell its commodities at their value, at 120 pounds. This, since it produces 75 tons, would amount to £1 and 12 shillings per ton. If an additional supply of 65 is then required, number 2, which invests a capital of 100, will similarly sell its product at a value of 120 pounds. This amounts to £1 and 16 and 12/13 shillings per ton. And if finally an additional supply of 60 tons were required, which can only be provided by number 1, then it too will sell its product at a value of 120 pounds, which amounts to £2 per ton. In this process, number 3 would yield a differential rent of 18 and 6/13 pounds as soon as number 2 came on the market, whereas previously it yielded only the absolute rent of £10. Number 2 would yield a differential rent of £10 as soon as number 1 came into the picture, and differential rent of number 3 would then rise to £30. Descending from number 3 to number 1, Ricardo discovers that number 1 does not yield a rent because in considering number 3, he started out from the assumption that no absolute rent exists. There is indeed a difference between the ascending and descending line. If the passage is from 1 to 3, so that 2 and 3 only provide the additional supply, then the market value remains equal to the individual value of number 1, which is £2. And if, as the supposition is here, the average profit is 10%, then it can be assumed that the price of coal, or price of wheat, a quarter of wheat, etc., can always be substituted for a ton of coal, will have entered into its calculation, since coal enters into the consumption of the worker as a means of subsistence, as well as figuring as an auxiliary material of considerable importance in constant capital. It can therefore also be assumed that the rate of surplus value would have been higher, and therefore the surplus value itself greater, hence also the rate of profit higher than 10%, if number 1 were more productive, or the value of the ton had been below £2. This, however, would be the case if number 3 was the starting point. The market value of the ton of coal was then only £1 and 12 shillings. When number 2 entered, it rose to £1 and 16 and 12/13 shillings, and finally when number 1 appeared, it rose to £2. It can thus be assumed that when only number 3 was being worked, all other circumstances, the length of surplus labor time and other conditions of production, etc., being taken as constant and unchanged, the rate of profit was higher. The rate of surplus value was higher because one element of the wage was cheaper. Because of the higher rate of surplus value, the mass of surplus value, and therefore also the rate of profit, was higher. In addition, however, with the surplus value thus modified, the rate of profit was higher because an element of cost in the constant capital was lower. The rate of profit became lower with the appearance of number 2, and finally sank to 10%, at the lowest level, when number 1 appeared. In this case, therefore, one would have to assume that, for instance, the rate of profit was 12% when only number 3 was being worked, that it sank to 11% when number 2 came into play, and finally to 10% when number 1 entered into it. In this case, the absolute rent would have been £8 with number 3 because the cost price would have been £112. It would have become £9 as soon as number 2 came into play because now the cost price would have been £111, and it would finally have been raised to £10 because the cost price would have fallen to £110. Here, then, a change in the rate of absolute rent itself would have taken place, and this in inverse ratio to the change in the rate of profit. The rate of rent would have progressively grown because the rate of profit had progressively fallen. The latter would, however, have fallen because of the decreasing productivity of labor in the mines, in agriculture, etc., and the corresponding increase in the price of the means of subsistence and auxiliary materials. Subsection C. Observations on the influence of the change in the value of the means of subsistence and of raw material, hence also the value of machinery, on the organic composition of capital. In this case, the rate of rent rose because the rate of profit fell. Now, did it fall because there was a change in the organic composition of the capital? If the average composition of the capital was 80C and 20V, did this composition remain the same? It is assumed that the normal working day remains the same, otherwise the influence of the increased price of the means of subsistence could be neutralized. We must differentiate between two factors here. Firstly, an increase may occur in the price of the means of subsistence, hence reduction in surplus labor and surplus value. Secondly, constant capital may become more expensive because, as in the case of coal, the auxiliary material, or in the case of wheat, another element of constant capital, namely seeds, rises in value, or also because due to the increased price of wheat, the cost price of other raw produce, that is raw material, may rise. Finally, if the product was iron, copper, etc., the raw material of certain branches of industry and the raw material of machinery, including containers, of all branches of industry, would rise. On the one hand, it is assumed that no change has taken place in the organic composition of capital. In other words, that no change has taken place in the manner of production, decreasing or increasing the amount of living labor employed in proportion to the amount of constant capital employed. The same number of workers as before is required in order to work up the same volume of raw material with the same amount of machinery, etc., or where there is no raw material, to set into motion the same amount of machinery and tools, etc. Besides this first aspect of the organic composition of capital, however, a second aspect has to be considered, namely the change in the value of the elements of capital, although as use values they may be employed in the same portions. Here again we must distinguish the change in value affects both elements, variable and constant, equally. This may never occur in practice. A rise in the price of certain agricultural products, such as wheat, etc., raises the necessary wage and the raw material, for instance seeds. A rise in coal prices raises the necessary wage and the auxiliary material of most industries. While in the first case, the rise in wages occurs in all branches of industry, that in raw materials occurs only in some. With coal, the proportion in which it enters into wages is lower than that in which it enters into production. As regards total capital, the change in the value of coal and wheat is thus hardly likely to affect both elements of capital equally, but let us suppose this to be the case. Let the value of the product of a capital of 80C and 20V be 120. Considering capital as a whole, the value of the product and its cost price coincide, for the difference is equalized out for the aggregate capital of the country. The rise in value of an article such as coal, which according to the assumption enters into both component parts of capital in equal proportions, brings about a rise in cost by 1/10 for both elements. Thus, 80 pounds constant capital would now only buy as many commodities as could previously be bought with approximately 70 pounds, and with 20 pounds variable capital, only as many workers could be paid as previously with approximately 18 pounds. Or, in order to continue production on the old scale, approximately 90 constant and 22 variable would now have to be laid out. The value of the product as previously is 120 pounds, of which, however, the outlay amounts to 112, being 90C and 22V. Thus, the profit is 8 pounds, and on 112, this works out at 1/14, which is 7 1/7%. Hence, the value of the product from 100 pounds capital advanced is now equal to 107 1/7 pounds. What is the ratio in which C and V now enter into this new capital? Previously, the ratio V to C was as 20 to 80, as 1 to 4. Now it is as 22 to 90, or as 11 to 45. 1 to 4 is as 45 over 180. 11 to 45 is as 44 over 180. That means that variable capital has decreased by 1/180th, as against constant capital. In keeping with the assumption that the increase in the price of coal, etc., has proportionally the same effect on both parts of the capital, we must put it as 88C and 22V. For the value of the product is 120. From this has to be deducted an outlay of 88 and 22, being 110. This leaves a profit of 10 pounds. 22 to 88 is the same as 20 to 80. The ratio of C to V would have remained the same as in the old capital. As before, the ratio would be V to C as 1 to 4. But 10 pounds profit on 110 is 1/11th, which is 9 1/11%. If production is to be continued on the same scale, 110 pounds capital will have to be invested instead of 100, and the value of the product would continue to be 120 pounds. The composition of a capital of 100 pounds, however, would be 80 C and 20 V, the value of the product being 109 1/11 pounds. If in the above case, the value of 80 C had remained constant and only V had varied, i.e. 22 V instead of 20 V, then the previous ratio having been 20 to 80 or 10 to 40, it would now be 22 to 80 or 11 to 40. Now, if this change had taken place, then the capital would amount to 80 and 22, and the value of the product would be 120. Therefore, the outlay would be 102 and the profit 18, i.e. 17 and 33 over 51%. If 22 pounds variable capital need to be laid out in wages in order to set in motion a constant capital of 80 pounds in value, then 21 and 29 over 51 pounds are required in order to move a constant capital of 78 and 22 over 51 pounds in value. According to this ratio, only 78 and 22 over 51 pounds would be laid out in machinery and raw material from a capital of 100. 21 and 29 over 51 would have to go to wages, whereas previously 80 pounds was spent on raw material, etc., and only 20 pounds on wages. The value of the product is now 117 and 33 over 51, and the composition of the capital, 78 and 22 over 51 constant, and 21 and 29 over 51 variable. Under the previous composition of capital, the total labor put in was equal to 40. Now it is 39 and 11 over 51, or less by 40 over 51. Not because the constant capital is altered in value, but because there is less constant capital to be worked on. Hence, a capital of 100 pounds can set in motion a little less labor than before, although more dearly paid for. If, therefore, a change in an element of cost, here a rise in price or rise in value, only alters the necessary wage, then the following takes place. Firstly, the rate of surplus value falls. Secondly, with the given capital, less constant capital, less raw material and machinery can be employed. The absolute amount of this part of the capital decreases in proportion to the variable capital, and provided other conditions remain the same, this must always bring about a rise in the rate of profit, if the value of the constant capital remains the same. The physical volume of the constant capital decreases, although its value remains the same. But the rate of surplus value decreases, and also the amount of surplus value itself, because the falling rate is not accompanied by an increase in the number of workers employed. The rate of surplus value, or surplus labor, falls more than the ratio of variable to constant capital. For the same number of workers as before, that is, the same absolute quantity of labor, needs to be employed in order to set in motion the same amount of constant capital. Of this absolute quantity of labor, more, however, is necessary labor, and less of it is surplus labor. Thus, the same quantity of labor must be paid for more dearly. Of the same capital, 100 pounds for instance, less can thus be laid out in constant capital, since more has to be laid out in variable capital to set in motion a smaller constant capital. The fall in the rate of surplus value in this case is not connected with an increase in the absolute quantity of labor which a particular capital employs, or with the increase in the number of workers employed by it. The amount of surplus value itself cannot therefore rise here, although the rate of surplus value falls. Provided, therefore, that the organic composition of the capital remains the same, insofar as its physical component parts regarded as use values are concerned, that is, if a change in the composition of capital is not due to a change in the method of production within the sphere in which the capital is invested, but only to a rise in the value of the labor power, and hence to a rise in the necessary wage, which is equal to a decrease in surplus labor, or the rate of surplus value, which in this case can be neither partly nor wholly neutralized by an increase in the number of workers employed by a capital of a given size, for instance 100 pounds, then the fall in the rate of profit is simply due to the fall in surplus value itself. If the method of production and the ratio between the amounts of immediate and accumulated labor used remain constant, the same cause then gives rise to the change in the organic composition of capital, a change which is only due to the fact that the value, the proportional value, of the amounts employed has changed. The same capital employs less immediate labor proportionately as it employs less constant capital, but it pays more for this smaller amount of labor. It can therefore only employ less constant capital because the smaller amount of labor which sets in motion this smaller amount of constant capital absorbs a greater part of the total capital. In order, for example, to set in motion 78 pounds of constant capital, it must lay out 22 pounds in variable capital, while previously 20 variable sufficed to set in motion 80 constant. This therefore happens when an increase in the price of a product subjected to landed property only affects wages. The converse would result from the product becoming cheaper. But now let us take the case assumed above. The increased price of the agricultural product is supposed to affect constant and variable capital proportionately to the same degree. According to the assumption, therefore, there is no change in the organic composition of the capital. Firstly, no change in the method of production. The same amount of immediate labor sets in motion the same amount of accumulated labor as before. The ratio of the amounts remains the same. Secondly, no change in the proportion of value as between accumulated and immediate labor. If the value of one rises or falls, so does that of the other in the same proportion to its relative size, which thus remains unchanged. But previously, we had 80 constant and 20 variable, producing a product with a value of 120. Now 88C and 22V producing a product with a value likewise of 120. This yields 10 pounds on 110, or 9 1/11% profit for a capital of 80 constant and 20 variable. Therefore, the value of the product is 109 1/11 pounds. $80 constant represents less raw material, etc. here, and 20 variable less absolute labor in the same proportion. The raw material has become dearer, and a capital of 80 pounds therefore buys a smaller quantity of raw material. Thus, because the method of production has remained the same, it requires less immediate labor. But the smaller quantity of immediate labor costs as much as the larger quantity of immediate labor did before, and it has become dearer exactly to the same extent as the raw material, and has therefore decreased in the same proportion. If, therefore, the surplus value had remained the same, then the rate of profit would have sunk in the same proportion in which the raw material had become dearer, and in which the ratio of the value of the variable to the constant capital had changed. The rate of surplus value, however, has not remained the same, but is changed in the same proportion as the value of the variable capital has grown. Let us take another example. The value of a pound of cotton has gone up from 1 shilling to 2 shillings. Previously, 80 pounds, and we take machinery, etc. here is equal to nil, could buy 1,600 pounds. Now, 80 pounds sterling will only buy 800 pounds. Previously, in order to spin the 1,600 pounds, 20 pounds sterling were required to pay the wages of, say, 20 workers. In order to spin the 800 pounds, only 10 workers are needed, since the method of production has remained the same. The 10 had previously cost 10 pounds sterling. Now they cost 20, just as the 800 pounds of cotton would have previously cost 40 pounds, and now cost 80. Assume now that the profit was previously 20%. This would involve the following. For if the surplus value created by 20 workers is 20, then that created by 10 is 10. In order to produce it, however, 20 pounds need to be paid out as before, whereas according to the earlier relationship, only 10 was paid. The value of the product, of the pound of yarn, must in this case rise at any rate, because it contains more labor, accumulated labor, in the cotton which enters into it, and immediate labor. If only cotton had risen, and wages had remained the same, then the 800 pounds of cotton would also have been spun by 10 workers, but these 10 workers would only have cost 10 pounds. That is, the surplus value of 10 would, as before, have amounted to 100%. In order to spin the 800 pounds of cotton, 10 workers would be needed with the capital outlay of 10. Thus, total capital outlay would have been 90 pounds. Now, according to the assumption, there would always be 1 worker per 80 pounds of cotton. Hence, on 800, 10 workers, and on 1600, 20. How many pounds, therefore, could the total capital of 100 pounds sterling spin now? 88 8/9 pounds sterling could be used to buy cotton, and 11 1/9 pounds could be laid out in wages. The relative proportions would be as follows. In this case, where no change in the value of variable capital takes place, and the rate of surplus value therefore remains the same, we have the following. In number 1, variable capital is the constant capital as 20 to 80, or 1 to 4. In number 3, it is as 11 1/9 to 88 8/9, i.e. 1 to 8. It is thus fallen proportionally by 1/2, because the value of constant capital has doubled. The same number of workers spin up the same amount of cotton, but 100 pounds sterling now only employ 11 1/9 workers, while the remaining 88 8/9 pounds sterling only buy 888 8/9 pounds of cotton, instead of 1,600 pounds as in number 1. The rate of surplus value has remained the same, but owing to the change in value of the constant capital, the same number of workers can no longer be employed by a capital of 100 pounds. The ratio between variable and constant capital has changed. Consequently, the amount of surplus value falls, and with it the profit, since this surplus value is calculated on the same amount of capital outlay as before. In the first case, the variable capital, i.e. 20, was 1/4 of the constant capital, in the proportion 20 to 80, and 1/5 of the total capital. Now it is only 1/8 of the constant capital and 1/9 of the total. But 100% on 20 is 20, and 100% on 11 1/9 is only 11 1/9. If the wage remains the same here, or the value of the variable capital remains the same, its absolute amount falls, because the value of the constant capital has risen. Therefore, the percentage of the variable capital falls, and with it the surplus value itself, its absolute amount, and hence the rate of profit. If the value of the variable capital remains the same, and the method of production remains the same, and therefore the ratio between the amounts of labor, raw material, and machinery employed remains the same, a change in the value of the constant capital brings about the same variation in the composition of capital as if the value of constant capital had remained the same, but a greater amount of capital of unchanged value, thus also a greater capital value, had been employed in proportion to the capital laid out in labor. The consequence is necessarily a fall in profit. The opposite takes place if the value of constant capital falls. Conversely, a change in the value of the variable capital, in this case a rise, increases the proportion of variable to constant capital, and therefore also the percentage of variable capital, or its proportional share in the total. Nevertheless, the rate of profit falls here instead of rising, for the method of production has remained the same. The same amount of living labor as before is employed now in order to convert the same amount of raw materials, machinery, etc. into products. Here, as in the above case, only a smaller total amount of immediate and accumulated labor can be set in motion with the same capital of 100 pounds, but the smaller amount of labor costs more. The necessary wage has risen. A larger share of this smaller amount of labor represents necessary labor, and therefore a smaller amount forms surplus labor. The rate of surplus value has fallen, while at the same time the number of workers, or the total quantity of labor under the command of the same capital, has diminished. The variable capital has increased in proportion to constant capital, and hence also in proportion to the total capital, although the amount of labor employed in proportion to the amount of constant capital has decreased. The surplus value consequently falls, and with it the rate of profit. Previously, the rate of surplus value remained the same, while the rate of profit fell, because the variable capital fell in proportion to the constant capital, and hence in proportion to the total capital. Or the surplus value fell, because the number of workers decreased, its multiplier decreased, while the rate remained the same. This time, the rate of profit falls because the variable capital rises in proportion to the constant capital, hence also to the total. This rise in variable capital is, however, accompanied by a fall in the amount of labor employed, that is, of labor employed by the same capital. In other words, the surplus value falls because its decreasing rate is bound up with the decreasing amount of labor employed. The paid labor has increased in proportion to the constant capital, but the total quantity of labor employed has decreased. These variations in the value, therefore, always affect the surplus value itself, whose absolute amount decreases in both cases because either one or both of its two factors fall. In one case, it decreases because the number of workers decreases while the rate of surplus value remains the same. In the other, because both the rate decreases and the number of workers employed by a capital of 100 pounds decreases. Finally, we come to case number 2, where the change in the value of an agricultural product affects both parts of capital in the same proportion, and where this change of value is therefore not accompanied by a change in the organic composition of capital. In this case, the pound of yarn rises from 1 shilling 6 to 2 shillings 9, since it is the product of more labor time than before. It contains just as much immediate, although more paid and less unpaid, labor as before, but more accumulated labor. Due to the change in the value of cotton from 1 shilling to 2 shillings, 2 shillings instead of 1 is incorporated in the value of the pound of yarn. The table of example number 2, however, is incorrect. We had the labor of 20 workers is represented by 40 pounds. Of this, half is unpaid labor here, hence 20 pounds surplus value. According to this ratio, 10 workers will produce a value of 20 pounds, and of this 10 pounds are wages and 10 pounds surplus value. If, therefore, the value of labor power rose in the same proportion as that of the raw material, i.e. if it doubled, then it would be 20 pounds for 10 workers as compared with 20 for 20 workers before. In this case, there would be no surplus labor left, for the value in terms of money which the 10 workers produce is equal to 20 pounds, if that which the 20 produce is equal to 40 pounds. This is impossible. If this were the case, the basis of capitalist production would have disappeared. Since, however, the changes in value of constant and variable capital are supposed to be the same proportionally, we must put this case differently. Therefore, say the value of cotton rose by 1/3. 80 pounds sterling now buy 1,200 pounds of cotton, whereas previously they bought 1,600. Previously, 1 pound sterling was 20 pounds of cotton, or 1 pound of cotton was 1 shilling. Now, 1 pound buys 15 pounds of cotton, or 1 pound of cotton is up to 1 shilling 4 pence. Previously, 1 worker cost 1 pound. Now, 1 pound 6 shillings and 8 pence, and for 15 men, that amounts to 20 pounds. Since 20 men produce a value of 40 pounds, 15 men produce a value of 30 pounds. Of this value, 20 are now their wages, and 10 pounds the surplus value, or unpaid labor. Thus, we have the following table. This 1 shilling 10 pence contains cotton worth 1 shilling 4 pence and labor worth 6 pence. The product becomes dearer because the cotton has become dearer by 1/3. But the product is not dearer by 1/3. Previously, in number 1, it was equal to 18 pence. If, therefore, it had become dearer by 1/3, it would now be 24 pence, but it is only equal to 22. Previously, 1,600 pounds of yarn contained 40 pounds sterling worth of labor. Now, 1,200 pounds of yarn contain 30 pounds sterling worth of labor. 1 pound of yarn therefore contains 6 pence of labor. Although the labor has become dearer in the same ratio as the raw material, the quantity of immediate labor contained in the 1 pound of yarn has remained the same, though more of this quantity is now paid and less unpaid labor. This change in the value of wages does not therefore in any way affect the value of the pound of yarn, of the product. Now, as before, labor only accounts for 6 pence, while cotton now accounts for 1 shilling 4 pence instead of 1 shilling as previously. Thus, if the commodity is sold at its value, the change in the value of wages cannot after all bring about a change in the price of the product. Previously, however, 3 pence of the 6 were wages and 3 pence surplus value. Now 4 pence are wages and 2 are surplus value. In fact, 3 pence on wages per pound of yarn comes to 20 pounds sterling for 1,600 pounds of yarn, and 4 pence per pound amounts to 20 pounds sterling for 1,200 pounds of yarn, and 3 pence on the 15 pence, being 1 shilling cotton plus 3 pence wages in the first example, comes to 20% profit. On the other hand, 2 pence on 20, being 16 pence for cotton and 4 pence for wages, comes to 10%. If, in the above example, the price of cotton had remained the same, then we would have the following. 1 man spends 80 pounds of cotton, since the method of production has remained the same in all examples, and the pound is again equal to 1 shilling. Now the capital is made up as follows in the preceding table. This calculation is wrong, for if a man spends 80 pounds, 20 men spend 1,600, and not 1,466 2/3, since it is assumed that the method of production has remained the same. This fact can in no way be altered by the difference in the remuneration of the man. The example must therefore be constructed as follows. Of this 6 pence, 4 pence for wages and 2 pence for profit, i.e. 12.5%. Finally, if the value of the variable capital remained the same as before, i.e. 1 man received 1 pound sterling, whereas the value of the constant capital altered, so that 1 pound of cotton is 1 shilling 4 pence, or 16 pence instead of 1 shilling, then we get the following table. The profit would be 3 pence. On 19 pence, this comes to exactly 15 and 15/19%. Now let us put all these examples together, beginning with number 1, where no change of value has as yet taken place. The price of the product has changed in number 3 and number 4, because the value of constant capital has changed. On the other hand, a change in the value of variable capital does not bring about a change in price, because the absolute quantity of immediate labor remains the same and is only differently apportioned between necessary labor and surplus labor. Now, what happens in example number 4, where the change in value affects constant and variable capital in equal proportions, where both rise by 1/3? If only wages had risen, as in number 2, then the profit would have fallen from 20% to 12.5, i.e. by 7.5 percentiles. If constant capital alone had risen, as in number 3, profit would have fallen from 20% to 15 and 15/19%, i.e. by 4 and 4/19 percentiles. Since both rise to the same extent, profit falls from 20% to 10%, i.e. by 10 percentiles. But why not by 7.5 plus 4 and 4/19? Which is the sum of the differences of 2 and 3. This sum must be accounted for. In accordance with that, the profit should have fallen in table number 4 to 8 and 11/38 instead of to 10. The amount of profit is determined by the amount of surplus value, and this is determined by the number of workers when the rate of surplus labor is given. In number 1, there are 20 workers and half their labor time is unpaid. In number 2, only 1/3 of the total labor is unpaid, thus the rate of surplus value falls. Moreover, 1 1/4 fewer workers are employed, and therefore the number of workers, or the total labor, decreases. In number 3, the rate of surplus value is again the same as in number 1. 1/2 of the working day is unpaid, but as a result of the rise in value of the constant capital, the number of workers falls from 20 to 15 and 15/19, or by 4 and 4/19 workers. In number 4, the rate of surplus value having fallen again to the level of that in number 2, namely 1/3 of the working day, the number of workers decreases by 5, namely from 20 to 15. Compare with number 1, the number of workers in number 4 decreases by 5, compare with number 2 by 3 3/4, and compare with number 3 by 15/19. But compared with number 1, it does not decrease by the sum of number 2 and number 3, i.e. by 5 and 35/76. Otherwise, the number of workers employed in number 4 would be 14 and 41/76. Hence, it follows that variations in the value of commodities, which enter into the constant or variable capital, when the method of production or the physical composition of capital remains the same, in other words, when the ratio of immediate and accumulated labor remains constant, do not bring about a change in the organic composition of the capital if they affect the variable and constant capital in the same proportion, as in number 4. Where, for instance, cotton becomes dearer to the same degree as the wheat which is consumed by the workers. The rate of profit falls here, while the value of constant and variable capital increases, firstly because the rate of surplus value falls due to the rise in wages, and secondly because the number of workers decreases. The change in value, if it affects only constant capital or only variable capital, acts like a change in the organic composition of capital, and changes the relative value of the component parts of capital, although the method of production remains the same. When only the variable capital is affected, it rises in relation to the constant capital and to the total capital, and not only the rate of surplus value decreases, but also the number of workers employed. Consequently, the amount of constant capital, whose value remains unchanged, is also smaller. See number 2. If the change in value only affects the constant capital, then the variable capital falls in proportion to the constant and to the total capital. Although the rate of surplus value remains the same, its amount decreases because the number of workers employed falls. See number 3. Finally, it would be possible for the change in value to affect both constant and variable capital, but in uneven proportions. This case only requires to be fitted into the above categories. Suppose, for instance, that constant and variable capital were affected in such a way that the value of the former rose by 10% and the latter by 5%. Then insofar as they both rose by 5%, one by 5 plus 5 and the other by 5, we would have case number 4. But insofar as the constant capital changed by a further 5%, we would have case number 3. In the above, we have only assumed a rise in value. With a fall, we have the opposite effect. For example, going from 4 to number 1 can be considered as a fall in value, which affected both component parts in equal proportions. To assess the effect of a fall in only one component part, number 2 and number 3 would have to be modified. I would make the following further observation on the influence of the variation of value upon the organic composition of capital. With capitals in different branches of production, with an otherwise equal physical composition, it is possible that the higher value of the machinery or of the material used may bring about a difference. For instance, if the cotton, silk, linen, and wool industries had exactly the same physical composition, the mere difference in the cost of the material used would create such a variation. Subsection D. Changes in the total rent dependent on changes in the market value. Returning to Table A, it thus follows that the assumption that the profit of 10% has come about through a decrease may be correct, namely if the development actually proceeded along the descending line. But this assumption by no means necessarily follows from the gradation of rents, the mere existence of differential rents. On the contrary, with the ascending line, this gradation of rents presupposes that the rate of profit remains the same over a long period. Table B. As has already been explained above, in this example, the competition from number 3 and number 4 forces the cultivator of number 2 to withdraw half of his capital. With a descending line, it would on the contrary appear that an additional supply of only 32.5 tons is required. Hence, only a capital of £50 has to be invested in number 2. But the most interesting aspect of the table is this. Previously, a capital of £300 was invested, now only 250, i.e. 1/6 less. The amount of product has, however, remained the same, 200 tons. The productivity of labor has thus risen, and the value of the individual commodity has fallen. The total value of the commodities has likewise fallen, from £400 to 369 3/13. As compared with A, the market value per ton has fallen from £2 to £1 and 16 12/13 shillings, since the new market value is determined by the individual value of number 2, instead of as previously by the higher one of number 1. Despite all these circumstances, decrease in the capital invested, decrease in the total value of the product with the same volume of production, fall in the market value, exploitation of more fertile classes, the rent in B, as compared with A, has risen absolutely by 24 3/13 that is, 94 3/13 as against 70. If we examine how far the individual classes participate in the increase in total rent, we find that in class number 2, the absolute rent, insofar as its rate is concerned, has remained the same, for £5 on £50 equals 10%, but its amount has fallen by half, from £10 to 5, because the capital investment in 2B has fallen by half, from £100 to 50. Class 2B, instead of effecting an increase in the rental, effects a decrease by £5. Furthermore, the differential rent for 2B has completely disappeared, because the market value is now equal to the individual value of number 2. This results in a second loss of £10. Altogether then, the reduction in rent for class 2 amounts to £15. In number 3, the amount of absolute rent is the same, but as a result of the fall in market value, its differential value has also fallen, hence also the differential rent. It amounted to £30, now it amounts only to 18 6/13. This is a reduction by 11 7/13. The rent for number 2 and number 3 taken together has therefore fallen by 26 7/13. It remains to account for a rise not of 24 3/13, as at first sight it would seem, but of 50 10/13. Furthermore, however, for B as compared with A, the absolute rent of 1A has disappeared, as class number 1 itself has disappeared. This represents a further reduction by £10. Thus, all in all, 60 10/13 must be accounted for. But this is the rental of the new class 4B. The rise in the rental of B is therefore only to be explained by the rent from 4B. The absolute rent for 4B, like that of all other classes, is £10. The differential rent of 50 10/13, however, is due to the fact that the differential value of number 4 is 10 470 over 481 shillings per ton, and this has to be multiplied by 92.5, for that is the number of tons. The fertility of number 2 and number 3 has remained the same. The least fertile class has been removed entirely, and yet the rental rises because, due to its relatively great fertility, the differential rent of number 4 alone is greater than the total differential rent of A had been previously. Differential rent does not depend on the absolute fertility of the classes that are cultivated. For 1, 2, 3, and 4B are more fertile than 1, 2, and 3A, and yet the differential rent for 1, 2, 3, and 4B is greater than it was for 1, 2, and 3A because the greatest portion of the product, 92.5 tons, is supplied by a class whose differential value is greater than that occurring in 1, 2, and 3A. When the differential value for a class is given, the absolute amount of its differential rent naturally depends on the amount of its product. But this amount itself is already taken into account in the calculation and formation of the differential value. because with 100 pounds, number 4 produced 92.5 tons, no more and no less. Its differential value in B, where the market value is 1 pound and 16 and 12/13 shillings per ton, amounts to 10 and 470 over 481 shillings per ton. The whole rental in A amounts to 70 pounds on 300 pounds capital, which is 23 1/3%. On the other hand, in B, leaving out of account the 3/13, it is 94 pounds on 250, which is 37 3/5%. Table C. Here it is assumed that class number 4 having come into the picture and class number 2 determining the market value, demand does not remain the same as in table B, but it increases with the falling price, so that the whole of the 92.5 tons which have been newly added by number 4 is absorbed by the market. At 2 pounds per ton, only 200 tons would be absorbed. At 1 and 11/13 pounds, the demand grows to 292.5. It is wrong to assume that the limits of the market are necessarily the same at 1 and 11/13 pounds per ton as at 2 pounds per ton. On the contrary, the market expands to a certain extent with the falling price, even in the case of a general means of subsistence, such as wheat. This, for the time being, is the only point to which we want to draw attention in Table C. Table D. Here it is assumed that the 292.5 tons are absorbed by the market only if the market value falls to 1 and 5/6 pounds, which is the cost price per ton for class number 1, which therefore bears no rent but only yields the normal profit of 10%. This is the case which Ricardo assumes to be the normal case, and on which we should therefore dwell at somewhat greater length. As in the preceding tables, the ascending line is here presupposed at the outset. Later we shall look at the same process in the descending line. If 2, 3, and 4 only provided an additional supply of 140, that is, an additional supply which the market absorbs at 2 pounds per ton, then number 1 would continue to determine the market value. But this is not the case. There is a surplus of 92.5 tons on the market, produced by class number 4. If this were in fact surplus production, which exceeded the absolute requirements of the market, then number 1 would be completely thrown out of the market, and number 2 would have to withdraw half its capital as in B. Number 2 would then determine the market value as in B. But it is assumed that if the market value decreases, the market can absorb the 92.5 tons. How does this occur? Numbers 4, 3, and 2 dominate the market absolutely. In other words, if the market could only absorb 200 tons, they would throw out number 1. But to begin with, let us take the actual position. There are now 292.5 tons on the market, whereas previously there were only 200. Number 2 would sell at its individual value, at 1 and 11/13 pounds, in order to make room for itself and to drive number 1, whose individual value is 2 pounds, out of the market. But since, even at this market value, there is no room for the 292.5 tons, number 4 and number 3 exert pressure on number 2, until the market price falls to 1 and 5/6 pounds, at which price the classes 4, 3, and 2, and number 1 find room for their product on the market, which at this market price absorbs the whole product. Through this fall in price, supply and demand are balanced. As soon as the additional supply surpasses the capacity of the market, as determined by the old market value, each class naturally seeks to force the whole of its product onto the market to the exclusion of the product of the other classes. This can only be brought about through a fall in price, and moreover, a fall to the level where the market can absorb all products. If this reduction in price is so great that the classes 1, 2, etc. have to sell below their costs of production, they naturally have to withdraw their capital from production. If, however, the situation is such that the reduction does not have to be so great in order to bring the output into line with the state of the market, then the total capital can continue to work in this sphere of production at this new market value. But it is further clear that in these circumstances it is not the worst land, number 1 and number 2, but the best, number 3 and number 4, which determines the market value, and so also the rent on the best sorts of land determines those on the worst, as Stork correctly grasped in relation to this case. Number 4 sells at the price at which it can force its entire product onto the market, overcoming all resistance from the other classes. This price is 1 and 5/6 pounds. If the price were higher, the market would contract, and the process of mutual exclusion would begin again. That number 1 determines the market value is correct only on the assumption that the additional supply from number 2, etc. is only the additional supply which the market can absorb at the market value of number 1. If it is greater, then number 1 is quite passive, and by the room it takes up, only compels number 2, 3, and 4 to react until the price has contracted sufficiently for the market to be large enough for the whole product. Now it happens that at this market value, which is in fact determined by number 4 itself pays a differential rent of 49 7/12 pounds in addition to the absolute rent. Number 3 pays a differential rent of 17.5 pounds, and number 2, on the other hand, pays no differential rent, and moreover, only pays a part of the absolute rent, 9 1/6 pounds instead of 10, i.e. not the full amount of the absolute rent. Why? Although the new market value of 1 5/6 pounds is above its cost price, it is below its individual value. If the market value were equal to its individual value, it would pay the absolute rent of 10 pounds, which is equal to the difference between individual value and cost price. But since it is below that, it only pays a part of its absolute rent, 9 1/6 pounds instead of 10. The actual rent it pays is equal to the difference between market value and cost price, but this difference is smaller than that between its individual value and its cost price. The actual rent is equal to the difference between market value and cost price. The absolute rent is equal to the difference between individual value and cost price. The differential rent is equal to the difference between market value and individual value. The actual or total rent is equal to the absolute rent plus the differential rent. In other words, it is equal to the excess of the market value over the individual value plus the excess of the individual value over the cost price. Or it is equal to the difference between market value and cost price. If, therefore, the market value is equal to the individual value, the differential rent is nil, and the total rent is equal to the difference between individual value and cost price. If the market value is greater than the individual value, the differential rent is equal to the excess of the market value over the individual value. The total rent, however, is equal to this differential rent plus the absolute rent. If the market value is smaller than the individual value, but greater than the cost price, the differential rent is a negative quantity. Hence, the total rent is equal to the absolute rent plus this negative differential rent, i.e. the excess of individual value over the market value. If the market value is equal to the cost price, then on the whole, rent is nil. In order to put this down in the form of equations, we shall call absolute rent AR, the differential rent dr, the total rent tr, the market value mv, the individual value iv, and the cost price cp. We then have the following equations. In the circumstances assumed, number 1 pays no rent. Why not? Because the absolute rent is equal to the difference between the individual value and the cost price. The differential rent, however, is equal to the difference between the market value and the individual value. But the market value here is equal to the cost price of number 1. The individual value of number 1 is 2 pounds per ton. The market value, 1 5/6 pounds. The differential rent of number 1, therefore, is minus 1/6 of a pound. The absolute rent of number 1, however, is equal to the difference between its individual value and its cost price, which is 1/6 of a pound. Since, therefore, the actual rent of number 1 is equal to the absolute rent, being 1/6 of a pound, and the differential rent, being minus 1/6 of a pound, it is equal to 0. Thus, Category 1 pays neither differential rent nor absolute rent, but only the cost price. The value of its product is 2 pounds. It is sold at 1 5/6 pounds. That means 1/12 below its value, which is 8 1/3% below its value. Category 1 cannot sell at a higher price because the market is determined not by number 1, but by 4, 3, and 2 in opposition to 1. Category 1 can merely provide an additional supply at the price of 1 5/6 pounds. That number 1 pays no rent is due to the fact that the market value is equal to its cost price. This fact, however, is the result. Firstly, of the relatively low productivity of number 1. What it has to supply is 60 additional tons at 1 5/6 pounds. Suppose instead of supplying only 60 tons for 100, number 1 supplied 64 tons for 100, i.e. 1 ton less than class number 2. Then only 93 3/4 pounds capital would have to be invested in number 1 in order to supply 60 tons. The individual value of 1 ton in number 1 would then be 1 7/8 pounds, or 1 pound and 17.5 shillings. Its cost price would be 1 pound and 14 3/8 shillings. And since the market value is 1 5/6 pounds, being £1 and 16 2/3 shillings, the difference between cost price and market value is 2 7/24 shillings. And on 60 tons, this would amount to a rent of £6 and 17.5 shillings. If, therefore, all the circumstances remain the same and number 1 were more productive than it is by 1/15, since 60 over 15 equals 4, it would still pay a part of the absolute rent because there would be a difference between the market value and its cost price, although a smaller difference than between its individual value and its cost price. Here, the worst land would therefore still bear a rent if it were more fertile than it is. If number 1 were absolutely more fertile than it is, number 2, 3, and 4 would be relatively less fertile compared with it. The difference between its value and their individual values would be smaller. The fact that number 1 bears no rent is therefore just as much due to the circumstance that it is not absolutely more fertile as to the fact that 2, 3, and 4 are not relatively less fertile. Secondly, however, given the productivity of number 1 as 60 tons for 100, if 2, 3, and 4, and especially 4, which enters the market as a new competitor, were less fertile, not only relatively as against number 1, but absolutely, then Category 1 could yield a rent even though this would only consist of a fraction of the absolute rent. For instance, the market absorbs 292.5 tons at 1 5/6 pounds. It would also absorb a smaller number of tons, for instance 280 tons, at a market value higher than 1 5/6 pounds. Every market value, however, which is higher than 1 5/6 pounds, i.e. higher than the production costs of number 1, yields a rent for number 1, equal to the market value minus the cost price of number 1. It can thus be equally well said that number 1 yields no rent because of the absolute productivity of number 4. For as long as 2 and 3 were the only competitors on the market, it yielded a rent and would continue to do so even despite the advent of number 4, despite the additional supply, although it would be a lower rent, if, for a capital outlay of £100, number 4 produced 80 tons instead of 92.5. Thirdly, we have assumed that the absolute rent for a capital outlay of £100 is £10, that is 10% on the capital, or 1/11th on the cost price, and that therefore the value of the product yielded by a capital of £100 in agriculture is £120, of which £10 are profit. It would be wrong to assume that if we say £100 capital is laid out in agriculture, and if 1 working day equals £1, then 100 working days are laid out. In general, if a capital of £100 equals 100 working days, then in whatever branch of production this capital may be laid out, the newly created value is never equal to 100 working days. Supposing that 1 gold sovereign equals 1 working day of 12 hours, and that this is the normal working day, then the first question is what is the rate of exploitation of labor? That is, how many of these 12 hours does the worker work for himself, for the reproduction of the equivalent of his wage, and how many does he work for the capitalist gratis? How great, therefore, is the labor time which the capitalist sells without having paid for it, and which is therefore the source of the surplus value, and serves to augment the capital? If the rate of exploitation is 50%, then the worker works 8 hours for himself and 4 gratis for the capitalist. The product equals 12 hours, which is £1, since, according to this assumption, 12 hours labor time are contained in 1 gold sovereign. Of these 12 hours, equal to £1, 8 recoup the capitalist for the wage, and 4 form his surplus value. Thus, on a wage of 13 1/3 shillings, surplus value equals 6 2/3 shillings, or on a capital outlay of £1, it is 10 shillings, and on £100, £50. Then the value of the commodity produced with the £100 capital would be 150. The profit of the capitalist, in fact, consists in the sale of the unpaid labor contained in the product. The normal profit is derived from the sale of that which has not been paid for. But the second question is this: what is the organic composition of the capital? That part of the value of the capital which consists of machinery, etc., and raw material is simply reproduced in the product. It reappears, remaining unaltered. This part of the capital, the capitalist must pay for at its value. It thus enters into the product as a given predetermined value. Only the labor used by the capitalist is merely partly paid for by him, although it enters wholly into the value of the product, and is wholly bought by him. Assuming the above to be the rate of exploitation of labor, the amount of surplus value for capital of the same size will therefore depend on its organic composition. If the capital A consists of £80 constant and £20 variable, then the value of the product is £110 and the profit is 10, although it contains 50% unpaid labor. If the capital B consists of 40 constant and 60 variable, then the value of the product is 130 and the profit is 30, although it too contains only 50% unpaid labor. If the capital C consists of 60 constant and 40 variable, then the value of the product is 120 and the profit is 20, although in this case too, it comprises 50% unpaid labor. Thus, the three capitals, equal to £300, yield a total profit of £60, and this makes an average of 20% for 100. This average profit is made by each of the capitals if it sells the commodity it produces at £120. The capital A sells it at £10 above its value, capital B sells it at £10 below its value, and capital C sells it at its value. All the commodities taken together are sold at their value, being £360. In fact, the value of A plus B plus C equals 360, but the prices of the individual categories are partly above, partly below, and partly at their value, so that each yields a profit of 20%. The values of the commodities thus modified are their cost prices, which competition constantly sets as centers of gravitation for market prices. Now assume that the £100 laid out in agriculture is composed of 60 constant and 40 variable, which incidentally is perhaps still too low for the variable capital. Then the value of the product is £120. But this would be equal to the cost price in the industry. Suppose, therefore, in the above case, that the average price of the product produced by a capital of 100 is 110. We now say that if the agricultural product is sold at its value is £10 above its cost price. It then yields a rent of 10%, and this we assume to be the normal thing in capitalist production, that in contrast to other products, the agricultural product is not sold at its cost price, but at its value as a result of landed property. The organic composition of the aggregate capital is 80 constant and 20 variable, if the average profit is 10%. We assume that of the agricultural capital is 60 constant and 40 variable, that is, in its composition, wages, immediate labor, have a larger share than in the total capital invested in the other branches of industry. This indicates a relatively lower productivity of labor in this branch. It is true that in some types of agriculture, for instance in stock raising, the composition may be 90 constant and 10 variable, i.e. the ratio of V to C may be smaller than in the total industrial capital. Rent is, however, not determined by this branch, but by agriculture proper, and furthermore, by that part of it which produces the principal means of subsistence, such as wheat, etc. The rent in the other branches is not determined by the composition of the capital invested in these branches themselves, but by the composition of the capital, which is used in the production of the principal means of subsistence. The mere existence of capitalist production presupposes that vegetable food, not animal food, is the largest element in the means of subsistence. The interrelationship of the rents in the various branches is a secondary question that does not interest us here and is therefore left out of consideration. In order, therefore, to make the absolute rent equal to 10%, it is assumed that the general average composition of the non-agricultural capital is 80 constant and 20 variable, and that of agricultural capital is 60 constant and 40 variable. The question now is whether it would make any difference to case D, where class number 1 pays no rent, if the agricultural capital were differently constituted, for example 50 constant and 50 variable, or 70 and 30. In the first case, the value of the product would be 125, in the second 115. In the first case, the difference arising from the different composition of the non-agricultural capital would be £15. In the second, it would be 5. That is, the difference between the value of the agricultural product and the cost price would in the first case be 50% higher than has been assumed above, and in the second 50% lower. If the former were the case, if the value of the product of £100 were 125, then the value per ton of number 1 would be equal to 212 pounds in table A, and this would be the market value for A, for class number 1 determines the market value here. The cost price for 1A, on the other hand, would be 1.56 pounds, as before, since, according to the assumption, the 292.5 tons are only saleable at 1.56 pounds. This would therefore make no difference, just as it would make no difference if the agricultural capital were composed of 70 constant and 30 variable, or the difference between the value of the agricultural produce and its cost price were only 5 pounds, i.e. half the amount previously assumed. If the cost price, and therefore the average organic composition of the non-agricultural capital, were assumed to be constant at 80 constant and 20 variable, then it would make no difference to this case, that is 1D, whether the organic composition of the agricultural capital were higher or lower, although it would make a considerable difference to table A, and it would make a difference of 50% in the absolute rent. But let us now assume the opposite, that the composition of the agricultural capital remains 60 constant and 40 variable, as before, and that of the non-agricultural capital varies. Instead of being 80 constant and 20 variable, let it be either 70 and 30 or 90 and 10. In the first case, the average profit would be £15, or 50% higher than in the supposed case. In the other, it would be £5, or 50% lower. In the first case, the absolute rent would be £5. This would again make no difference to 1D. In the second case, the absolute rent would be £15. This too would make no difference to case 1D. All this would therefore be of no consequence to 1D, however important it may continue to be for tables A, B, C, and E, i.e. for the absolute determination of the absolute and differential rent, whenever the new class, be it in the ascending or the descending line, only supplies the necessary additional demand at the old market value. Now the following question arises. Can this case D occur in practice? And even before this, we must ask, is it, as Ricardo assumes, the normal case? It can only be the normal case either if the agricultural capital is equal to 80 constant and 20 variable, that is, to the average composition of the non-agricultural capital, so that the value of the agricultural produce would be equal to the cost price of the non-agricultural produce. For the time being, this is statistically wrong. The assumption of this relatively lower productivity of agriculture is at any rate more appropriate than Ricardo's assumption of a progressive absolute decrease in productivity. In Chapter 1 on value, Ricardo assumes that the average composition of capital prevails in gold and silver mines, although he only speaks of fixed and circulating capital here, but we shall correct this. According to this assumption, these mines could only yield a differential rent, never an absolute rent. The assumption itself, however, in turn rests on the other assumption that the additional supply provided by the richer mines is always greater than the additional supply required at the old market value. But it is absolutely incomprehensible why the opposite cannot equally well take place. The mere existence of differential rent already proves that an additional supply is possible without altering the given market value. For number 4 or number 3 or number 2 would yield no differential rents if they did not sell at the market value of number 1, however this may have been determined. That is, if they did not sell at a market value which is determined independently of the absolute amount of their supply. Or, case D would always have to be the normal one if the conditions presupposed in it are always the normal ones. In other words, if number 1 is always forced by the competition from number 4, 3, and 2, especially from 4, to sell its product below its value by the whole amount of the absolute rent, that is, at the cost price. The mere existence of differential rent in 4, 3, and 2 proves that they sell at a market value which is above their individual value. If Ricardo assumes that this cannot be the case with number 1, then it is only because he presupposes the impossibility of absolute rent, and the latter because he presupposes the identity of value and cost price. Let us take case C, where the 292.5 tons find a sale at a market value of £1 and 16 and 12/13 shillings. And like Ricardo, let us start out from number 4. So long as only 92.5 tons are required, number 4 will sell at £1 and 5 and 35/37 shillings per ton, i.e. it will sell commodities that have been produced with a capital of £100 at their value of 120, which yields the absolute rent of £10. Why should number 4 sell its commodity below its value, at its cost price? So long as it alone is there, number 3, 2, and 1 cannot compete with it. The mere cost price of number 3 is above the value which yields number 4 a rent of £10, and even more so the cost price of number 2 and number 1. Therefore number 3, etc. could not compete even if they sold these tons at the bare cost price. Let us assume that there is only one class, the best or the worst type of land, number 4 or number 1, or number 3 or number 2. This makes no difference whatsoever to the theory. Let us assume that its supply is unlimited, that is, relatively unlimited compared to the amount of the given capital and labor which is in general available, and can be absorbed in this branch of production, so that land forms no barriers and provides a relatively unlimited field of action for the available amount of labor and capital. Let us assume, therefore, that there is no differential rent because there is no cultivation of land of varying natural fertility, hence there is no differential rent, or else only to a negligible extent. Furthermore, let us assume that there is no landed property. Then clearly there is no absolute rent, and therefore, as according to our assumption there is no differential rent, there is no rent at all. This is a tautology, For the existence of absolute rent not only presupposes landed property, but it is the posited landed property, i.e. landed property contingent on and modified by the action of capitalist production. This tautology in no way helps us to settle the question, since we explain that absolute rent is formed as the result of the resistance offered by landed property in agriculture to the capitalist leveling out of the values of commodities to average prices. If we remove this action on the part of landed property, this resistance, the specific resistance which the competition between capitals comes up against in this field of action, we naturally abolish the precondition on which the existence of rent is based. Incidentally, as Mr. Wakefield sees very well in his colonial theory, there is a contradiction in the assumption itself. On the one hand, developed capitalist production. On the other hand, the non-existence of landed property. Where are the wage laborers to come from in this case? A somewhat analogous development takes place in the colonies, even where, legally, landed property exists, insofar as the government gives land gratis, as happened originally in the colonization from England, and even where the government actually institutes landed property by selling the land, though at a negligible price, as in the United States, at $1 or something of the sort per acre. Two different aspects must be distinguished here. Firstly, there are the colonies proper, such as in the United States, Australia, etc. Here, the mass of the farming colonists, although they bring with them a larger or smaller amount of capital from the motherland, are not capitalists, nor do they carry on capitalist production. They are more or less peasants who work themselves, and whose main object in the first place is to produce their own livelihood, their means of subsistence. Their main product, therefore, does not become a commodity, and is not intended for trade. They sell or exchange the excess of their products over their own consumption for imported manufactured commodities, etc. The other, smaller section of the colonists who settle near the sea, navigable rivers, etc., form trading towns. There is no question of capitalist production here either, even if capitalist production gradually comes into being, so that the sale of his products and the profit he makes from this sale become decisive for the farmer who himself works and owns his land, so long as, compared with capital and labor, land still exists in elemental abundance, providing a practically unlimited field of action. The first type of colonization will continue as well, and production will therefore never be regulated according to the needs of the market at a given market value. Everything the colonists of the first type produce over and above their immediate consumption, they will throw on the market and sell at any price that will bring in more than their wages. They are, and continue for a long time to be, competitors of the farmers who are already producing more or less capitalistically, and thus keep the market price of the agricultural product constantly below its value. The farmer who therefore cultivates land of the worst kind will be quite satisfied if he makes the average profit on the sale of his farm, i.e. if he gets back the capital invested. This is not the case in very many instances. Here, therefore, we have two essentially different conditions competing with one another. Capitalist production is not as yet dominant in agriculture. Secondly, although landed property exists legally, in practice it only exists as yet sporadically, and strictly speaking, there is only possession of land. Or although landed property exists in a legal sense, it is, in view of the elemental abundance of land relative to labor and capital, as yet unable to offer resistance to capital, to transform agriculture into a field of action, which in contrast to non-agricultural industry, offers specific resistance to the investment of capital. In the second type of colonies, plantations, where commercial speculations figure from the start and production is intended for the world market, the capitalist mode of production exists, although only in a formal sense, since slavery precludes free wage labor, which is the basis of capitalist production. But the business in which slaves are used is conducted by capitalists. The method of production which they introduce has not arisen out of slavery, but is grafted onto it. In this case, the same person is a capitalist and landowner, and the elemental existence of the land confronting capital and labor does not offer any resistance to capital investment, hence none to the competition between capitals. Neither does a class of farmers as distinct from landlords develop here. So long as these conditions endure, nothing will stand in the way of cost price regulating market value. All these preconditions have nothing to do with the preconditions in which an absolute rent exists. That is, on the one hand, developed capitalist production, and on the other, landed property, not only existing in the legal sense, but actually offering resistance and defending the field of action against capital. only making way for it under certain conditions. In these circumstances, an absolute rent will exist, even if only number 4, or number 3, or number 2, or number 1 are cultivated. Capital can only win new ground in that solely existing class of land by paying rent, that is, by selling the agricultural product at its value. It is, moreover, only in these circumstances that there can first be talk of a comparison and a difference between the capital invested in agriculture, i.e. in a natural element as such in primary production, and that invested in non-agricultural industry. But the next question is this. If one starts out from number 1, then clearly numbers 2, 3, and 4, if they only provide the additional supply admissible at the old market value, will sell at the market value determined by number 1. And therefore, apart from the absolute rent, they will yield a differential rent in proportion to their relative fertility. On the other hand, if number 4 is the starting point, then it appears that certain objections could be made. For we saw that number 2 in tables B and C draws the absolute rent if the product is sold at its value of £1 and 16 and 12/13 shillings. In table D, the cost price of number 3, the next class in the descending line, is higher than the value of number 4, which yields a rent of £10. Thus, there cannot be any question of competition or underselling here, even if number 3 sold at its cost price. If number 4, however, no longer satisfies the demand, if more than 92.5 tons are required, then its price will rise. In the above case, it would have to rise by 3 and 43 over 111 shillings per ton, before number 3 could enter the field as a competitor, even at its cost price. The question is, will it enter into it in these circumstances? Let us put this case another way. For the price of number 4 to rise to £1 and 12 shillings, that is the individual value of number 3, the demand would not have to rise by 75 tons. This applies especially to the dominant agricultural product, where an insufficiency in supply will bring about a much greater rise in price than corresponds to the arithmetical deficiency in supply. But if number 4 had risen to £1 and 12 shillings, then at this market value, which is equal to number 3's individual value, the latter would pay the absolute rent and number 4 a differential rent. If there is any additional demand at all, number 3 can sell at its individual value, since it would then dominate the market value and there would be no reason at all for the landowner to forego the rent. But say the market price of number 4 only rose to £1 and 9 1/3 shillings, the cost price of number 3. Or in order to make the example even more striking, suppose the cost price of number 3 is only £1 5 shillings, i.e. only 1 and 8/37 shillings higher than the cost price of number 4. It must be higher because its fertility is lower than that of number 4. Can number 3 be taken in hand now and thus compete with number 4, which sells above number 3's cost price, namely at £1 and 5 and 35 over 37 shillings? Either there is an additional demand or not. In the first case, the market price of number 4 has risen above its value, and then, whatever the circumstances, number 3 would sell above its cost price, even if not to the full amount of its absolute rent. Or there is no additional demand. Here, in turn, we have two possibilities. Competition from number 3 could only enter into it if the farmer of number 3 were at the same time its owner. If to him, as a capitalist, landed property would not be an obstacle, would offer no resistance because he has control of it, not as capitalist, but as landowner. His competition would force number 4 to sell below its hitherto prevailing price of £1 and 5 and 35 over 37 shillings, and even below the price of £1 and 5 shillings. And in this way, number 3 would be driven out of the field. And number 4 would be capable of driving number 3 out every time. It would only have to reduce the price to the level of its own costs of production, which are lower than those of number 3. But if the market expanded as a result of the reduction in price engendered by number 3, what then? Either the market expands to such an extent that number 4 can dispose of its 92.5 tons as before, despite the newly added 75, or it does not expand to this degree, so that a part of the product of number 4 and number 3 would be surplus. In this case, number 4, since it dominates the market, would continue to lower the price until the capital in number 3 is reduced to the appropriate size. That is, until only that amount of capital is invested in it as is just sufficient for the entire product of number 4 to be absorbed. But at £1 and 5 shillings, the whole product would be saleable, and since number 3 sold a part of the product at this price, number 4 could not sell above that. This, however, would be the only possible case. Temporary overproduction not engendered by an additional demand, but leading to an expansion of the market. and this can only be the case if capitalist and landowner are identical in number 3, i.e. if it is assumed once again that landed property does not exist as a power confronting capital, because the capitalist himself is landowner, and sacrifices the landowner to the capitalist. But if landed property as such confronts capital in number 3, then there is no reason at all why the landowner should hand over his acres for cultivation without drawing a rent from them, why he should hand over his land before the price of number 4 has risen to a level which is at least above the cost price of number 3. If this rise is only small, then in any country under capitalist production, number 3 will continue to be withheld from capital as a field of action, unless there is no other form in which it can yield a rent. But it will never be put under cultivation before it yields a rent, before the price of number 4 is above the cost price of number 3, i.e. before number 4 yields a differential rent in addition to its old rent. With the further growth of demand, the price of number 3 would rise to its value, since the cost price of number 2 is above the individual value of number 3. Number 2 would be cultivated as soon as the price of number 3 had risen above £1 and 13 and 11/13 shillings, and so yielded some rent for number 2. But it has been assumed in D that number 1 yields no rent, but this only because number 1 has been assumed to be already cultivated land, which is being forced to sell below its value, at its cost price, because of the change in market value brought about by the entry of number 4. It will only continue to be thus exploited if the owner is himself the farmer, and therefore in this individual case, landed property does not confront capital, or if the farmer is a small capitalist prepared to accept less than 10%, or a worker who only wants to make his wage, or a little more, and hands over his surplus labor, which is equal to £10 or £9 or less, to the landowner instead of to the capitalist. Although in the two latter cases, a farm rent is paid, yet, economically speaking, no rent, and we are concerned here with the latter sense. In the one case, the farmer is a mere laborer, in the other, something between laborer and capitalist. Nothing could be more absurd than the assertion that the landowner cannot withdraw his acres from the market just as easily as the capitalist can withdraw his capital from a branch of production. The best proof of this is the large amount of fertile land that is uncultivated in the most developed countries of Europe, such as England, the land which is taken out of agriculture and put to the building of railways or houses, or is reserved for this purpose, or is transformed by the landlord into rifle ranges or hunting grounds, as in the Highlands of Scotland, etc. The best proof of this is the vain struggle of the English workers to lay their hands on the wasteland. Note well, in all cases where the absolute rent, as in 2D, falls below its normal amount, because, as here, the market value is below the individual value of the class, or, as in 2B, owing to competition from the better land, a part of the capital must be withdrawn from the worse land, or whereas in 1D rent is completely absent, it is presupposed, firstly, that where rent is entirely absent, the landowner and capitalist are one and the same person. Here, therefore, the resistance of landed property against capital and the limitation of the field of action of capital by landed property disappear, but only in individual cases and as an exception. The presupposition of landed property is abolished as in the colonies, but only in separate cases. Secondly, that the competition of the better lands, or possibly the competition from the worse lands in the descending line, leads to overproduction and forcibly expands the market, creates an additional demand by forcing prices down. This, however, is the very case which Ricardo does not foresee, because he always argues on the assumption that the supply is only sufficient to satisfy the additional demand. Thirdly, the number 2 and number 1 in B, C, and D either do not pay the full amount of the absolute rent or pay no absolute rent at all, because they are forced by the competition from the better lands to sell their product below its value. Ricardo, on the other hand, presupposes that they sell their product at its value, and that the worse land always determines the market value, whereas in case 1D, which he regards as the normal case, just the opposite takes place. Furthermore, his argument is always based on the assumption of a descending line of production. If the average composition of the non-agricultural capital is 80 constant and 20 variable, and the rate of surplus value is 50%, and if the composition of the agricultural capital is 90 constant and 10 variable, i.e. higher than that of industrial capital, which is historically incorrect for capitalist production, then there is no absolute rent. If it is 80 constant and 20 variable, which has not so far been the case, there is no absolute rent. If it is lower, for instance 60 constant and 40 variable, there is an absolute rent. On the basis of the theory, the following possibilities can arise according to the relationship of the different categories to the market, i.e. depending on the extent to which one or another category dominates the market. A. The last class pays absolute rent. It determines the market value because all classes only provide the necessary supply at this market value. B. The last class determines the market value. It pays absolute rent, the full rate of rent, but not the full previous amount because competition from 3 and 4 has forced it to withdraw part of the capital from production. C. The excess supply which classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 provide at the old market value forces the latter to fall. This, however, being regulated by the higher classes, leads to the expansion of the market. Number 1 pays only a part of the absolute rent. Number 2 pays only the absolute rent. D. The same domination of market value by the better classes, or of the inferior classes by oversupply, destroys rent in number 1 altogether, and reduces it to below its absolute amount in number 2. Finally, in E, the better classes oust number 1 from the market by bringing down the market value below the cost price of number 1. Number 2 now regulates the market value, because at this new market value, only the necessary supply is forthcoming from all 3 classes. Now back to Ricardo.